With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Mykel Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Oh, heck yes.
Roger Goodell on the call yesterday from the 2025 NFL Draft, and that was Jana Mountain View. She's clearly fired up about it. Mykel Williams wearing the, what do they wear out in Georgia? The red and black? Well, now it's the red and gold, baby. Come back to the West Coast, the best coast. Mykel Williams is now a San Francisco 49er. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. It's a payday Friday. I'm feeling great. Carter's wearing the orange and black. The Giants, they're in fuego. They won their series against the Brewers. Sam Lubin, he's rocking his Giants. Everyone's wearing Giants. Oh, no, you're not. You're wearing your 49ers gear today. That's good to see. Shasky, we're going to get his info on the pick. There's a lot to break down today. Brian Baldinger, 7:30. Baldy's breakdowns. He knows every single one of these prospects inside and out. We'll get his thoughts on the 49ers drafting an edge rusher, a national championship edge rusher in Mykel Williams. Get to know him. We've got Bonte Hill, 9 o'clock in studio for the entire hour. He was doing some draft coverage yesterday for NBC Sports Bay Area. Also, we got to get into the Golden State Warriors because we did have an update on one Jimmy Butler III. I think we could all breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief there. His status for Game 3 still up in the air, though. But a lot to get into today, Joe. And we start with the NFL Draft. How you doing?
I'm doing great. You know I love the draft. It's a valuation exercise, right? There's this entire, whether you want to call it the real estate market, the stock market, there's an entire financial component to how you evaluate the draft. It's not just did you pick the right player. Like, because today we have no idea.
Oh, it's an A+ grade. Everyone gets an A+.
No, I'm just talking about anyone in general.
I know.
Right?
It's so silly. The whole process is kind of laughable to me and how we discuss it, first and foremost. The fact that, let's just take a step back. The draft yesterday was at Lambeau Field in Green Bay.
Yes.
It's like 200,000 people there. Just, why?
It's a drink.
Right?
Well, I mean, it's a party. Like,
well, I guess it is Wisconsin.
Like, what are we talking about? Like, what do you? Are you kidding yourself? Yeah. People go into the middle of the desert and they play a little music and they're like, "Oh, it's a festival. It's Coachella." As I'm seeing people get like carried out. You know what I mean?
Sounds like they had a great time.
Out in porta potties. How are you surprised? Anyway, it's an economic exercise, right? To a degree, where you're basically sitting here and you're like, "All right, I like this guy in the second round. I don't like him at 15. You know, like, for example, I remember the day that they drafted Javon Kinlaw, and I said to myself, like, I just don't like him at that spot. I don't want to take someone 13th overall with a first-round price tag, because there's money attached to each player, who's only going to be a two-down lineman.
And you knew immediately that they were just replacing DeForest Buckner with that pick, too.
Yes.
Which also made you not like that pick.
Right? And so there's an entire economic exercise wrapped around it. But, like, yesterday was the 20th anniversary, essentially, of the 49ers taking Alex Smith, which is a great example. Yeah. I didn't love the Alex Smith pick. Who was going to take him? Like, what? Who's taking Alex? Right? You, Tampa, Gruden faked it. I'm going way back in the day. Like, you were, and then the Niners came out and said, yeah, we might trade for the number 4 overall pick, and we might take Aaron Rodgers. You're going to take 2 quarterbacks? Yeah. Again, economic exercise. How dumb can you be? This is like doubling down. You can barely afford 1 house, but you're out here buying 2. The Niners had a ton of needs. This year's Niners, a ton of needs. My number 1 need for this team was stop the run and get the defense better. I'm just going to give you, forget the player for a second. I'm going to give you, right now, you have Nick Bosa under contract, and you have Fred Warner under contract. Name another player you know in the front 7 who's under contract.
Yetur Gross-Matos.
Exactly. Hence my point, okay? So on some level, it's pretty obvious this team needed to invest in the trenches. They need to get better. They needed to stop the nosebleed. Let me just give you some of the statistics before I get to the player, and do I think it's a good player, a good pick? Last year, the Niners gave almost 2,200 yards on the ground. They gave up 2,200 yards on the ground. That's horrible. Horrible if you look at the league, all right? Absolutely horrible. They gave up 50 touchdowns. In general, 50 touchdowns on defense. Now, yards per game, because the way the Niners play football, they want to run the ball. You're going to limit the amount of possessions a team has. If you throw the ball 40 times, the clock stops. You know, during every incomplete pass, there's going to be more snaps in a game. If you look at the Shanahan regime for the Niners, because of the limited number of snaps, because they're running the ball, because the clock is ticking, you're going to play less snaps. That being said, the 49ers gave up the fourth most points in the NFL last year. 44% of all possessions for the other team ended up in a score. That means almost half the time the other team had the ball, they were scoring a field goal or a touchdown. You needed to invest in the front seven. Now, we get to the pick. I have no idea if this guy's going to be Manny Lawson, who was a complete bust for the Niners, or Aldon Smith, who was an unreal pick, who should have went to the Hall of Fame, or something in between. We will see. Now, as a Niner fan, you're sitting here, in just the last 20 years, since that Alex Smith pick, they took Manny Lawson, who was an edge player to me, in the first round. They took Kentuan Balmer, a D tackle, in the first round. Aldon Smith in the first round. Eric Armstead, DeForest Buckner, Solomon Thomas. I don't consider Reuben Foster an edge. He's a linebacker. But Nick Bosa, Javon Kinlaw, and now the kid Williams from Georgia. They have invested in the defensive line over and over and over. And when they hit, and when this team is good, and when they go to the playoffs, 9 times out of 10, they've got a fearsome front seven that leads the way. And if you're going to play Kyle Shanahan football, you're going to stop the run. You're going to force teams into long passing possession, long passing downs. You're going to run the ball down teams' throat. I love investing in the front seven. Now, that being said, I kind of liked Walker from Georgia, the linebacker, better. But going back to my conversation about valuation, is it great value to take a linebacker top 12, top 13 overall? I don't know.
I could have understood it, though, considering he just moved off of Dre Greenlaw, right? Like,
and how important, looking back on it, had they selected Dre Greenlaw with a first-round pick, would it have been worth it?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, tremendous value in the 5th round. I understand all that. Both Fred Warner and him were found later. But I will give this regime credit. They found multiple linebackers who have gone on to play good ball elsewhere via the late picks in the draft.
I think this has been their Achilles heel, though. Outside of Nick Bosa, who was a can't-miss prospect, like, they have not been able to find him a running mate. They just haven't been able to.
No.
They have not hit on one edge draft pick since Nick Bosa. And that's a problem.
I agree.
And that's the only thing that's going to change this team and flip that. Like, if Michael Williams ends up being a stud and is in,
of course,
defensive rookie of the year conversations, because I look at what happened with the Los Angeles Rams last year, right? Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, those guys, and what they were able to do as rookies, changing the whole dynamic of that defense after Aaron Donald retired. Like, that changed everything for them, in which hell, you can make the argument they probably should have beaten the Eagles late in that drive. They had them on their heels, the game-winning drive. They could have gone to the Super Bowl, maybe won it. So, yeah, Michael Williams is now a San Francisco 49er. I just, like everyone does, you go back to the pick, you're like, all right, who's this guy? What were they saying about him before the draft? He's a Georgia Bulldog. He won a national championship as a freshman there.
Played as a true freshman.
On
one of the baddest teams on the planet.
On one of the greatest college football teams we've ever seen.
Exactly. And if
Jalen Carter was his teammate.
Yeah, and if you look at some of the, the ways the Eagles have run things, like, yes, have they taken guys from Iowa? Iowa's a good football program. I don't know if you guys know this.
Defensively, yes. And their tight ends.
I was just going to say.
And their tight ends.
They're producing NFL talent, right? Like, look at it right now. The Big Ten and the SEC, that's where all the best players are coming out of right now. Those are the two conferences where all these top dogs are. And this guy went up against NFL tackles just about every single matchup in the SEC. Now, what do I like about this pick? I like that, A, he's 20 years old.
Yeah,
and there's a lot to work with.
He's young.
B, they needed somebody in the front seven. I said it to you. You basically have two guys that everyone knows in Bosa and Fred Warner. When this team was humming, when they had Eric Armstead, when they had DeForest Buckner and D Ford, then you put in Nick Bosa into that combination, and you were able to run that NASCAR package that they love so much. I actually think this play, and everyone going Aldon Smith or whatever, to me, I actually think he reminds me a little more of a twitchier Eric Armstead. And the reason why I'm going at this, if you look at some of his tape, he's played a lot inside. Eric Armstead played a lot inside. Eric Armstead set the edge in the run game, in the wide nine. That's what got him the big money. It wasn't rushing the passer. Well, what this team has really missed is a guy who set the edge. How many times have we watched one of these defensive ends just get folded by a tight end, just get completely go upfield and not stay gap integrity, responsibility, centric and just totally blow the assignment over and over and over again. So I don't know if this guy can rush the passer. I know he looks good on stunts. I know Baldy loves him. We're going to have him on at 7:30.
Certainly are.
They're not done. So to me, this is one of the bricks of trying to build the foundation of another good defense. I just personally believe that if the 49ers are going to go anywhere under Kyle Shanahan and the way he wants to play football, running the ball, getting stops, limiting possessions, that's the throwback way this team plays.
And shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And we are streaming on those platforms all day long. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And you just heard Joe Shasky say it. Brian Baldinger, 7:30, Baldy's breakdowns. We'll break it all down. Mykel Williams, what he brings to the table, who the 49ers could target later in this draft. They do have pick 43 today for round 2, and then round 3 as well, pick 75 and the pick 100 for their one of their 3, or now, check that, 4 compensatory picks, because as you know, in the Kyle Shanahan regime, they get a lot of compensatory picks.
You know, so there's a variety of ways to look at this. Like, do you even trust them to develop someone who's high, like a high upside guy? This is a guy that has a lot of traits.
Edge rushers, I actually don't trust them because they haven't shown me outside of Nick Bosa, who was a can't miss prospect, that they could. Drake Jackson, like,
he was a 3rd round pick.
Again, I'm going like that was like the last guy like you drafted that was like that high as an edge rusher.
Well, just let's look at their body of work. How many quote unquote, and I don't think this guy's a project per se, but he's clearly a guy that they think, oh, with Chris Kocurek alongside Nick Bosa, we think we can have this guy reach whatever his potential is. Currently, we think he can go even bigger. Is there any guy that you saw that this regime has drafted? It's like, oh yeah, that's an upside pick, because immediately everyone's going to say Trey Lance, and that was a abject failure.
Yeah, Trey Lance.
But also, quarterback is probably the biggest bust position, maybe of all the positions.
I could look at the quarterback, and all teams do this, right? You fall in love with a certain tool that a quarterback has, and these days it's the arm, the strength, the athleticism, which I guess Shedeur Sanders does not have because he is falling, man. He might fall to. Could he fall to the 9? I'm just saying. There might be a conversation with one Shedeur Sanders. No. He was the talk of the entire draft yesterday. Kept falling, and after Pittsburgh did not select a quarterback, and then the Giants traded back into the first round to take Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss, the quarterback there. Yeah, it's going to be very fascinating to see where he lands today, because I would assume he is taken in the 2nd round. And we'll ask Brian Baldinger about that again, 7:30. But that was a story. Obviously, the Jaguars trading up to the 2nd overall pick, Joe. That was a big story. I don't know what the hell they're doing. Yeah, I didn't get that one. I'm going to be honest. I did not understand. Like, Travis Hunter, good player, fun. Am I trading next year's 1st round pick to move up 3 spots to go get him, though?
I mean, who was thinking that, hey, the Jaguars, they're a DB away.
Right? Well, DB, like wide receiver away. Like, I don't know what they're doing there. So
there are 1,000 wide receivers.
I know. So Cleveland received the number 5 pick in that pick swap, the 2nd round pick, a 4th round selection, and a 2026 1st round pick. And then the Jags obviously get the number 2 pick and a couple of swaps. So that one was shocking to me as we're talking about draft day storylines outside of what the Niners did.
Joe, 2023, they went to the Super Bowl. 2019, they went to the Super Bowl, correct? When you look at scoring percentage, I'm talking about the times the other team has the ball, the other team's on offense. How many times does that team score percentage-wise? When they went to the Super Bowl in 2019, 28%. The year before
last. You're saying the opposition scores against them?
Yes.
Okay.
28%. So that means you're getting stops, 72% of the time. All right.
Got math. Yes.
All right. So 28%. That's a low number. They were top 3 in the league that year. 2023, they actually gave up more points, but it was later in games because they were winning a lot.
Yeah.
But even then, it was 33%. All right. Last year, they gave up points on 44% of possessions for the other team. 44%.
Not good.
One of the worst teams in the league at that. So I got a million numbers. The one that sticks out for me, and if this guy doesn't get to the quarterback in terms of sacks, at minimum, he is going to improve their rush game. It sounds like he's the most polished rush defender on the edge in the draft, which I like. They need that. I know it's not sexy, but they need that. Stopping the run. They gave up 25 rushing touchdowns last year. When they are in their heyday and they're in their prime and they're going to the NFC Championship game, that number is somewhere between 9 and 13. Okay? Half what that number was last year. I've got things like first downs and, yards per carry. All those numbers last year were awful, just abjectly awful. Whether we're talking about comparing and contrasting from Super Bowl years when the Niners were an elite team to comparing and contrasting to the rest of the league and where the league is at. Because we know the league will oscillate year to year on, throwing and running and things like that. Every metric tells you this defense sucks. And they only have a couple guys. So to me, as much as I wanted to protect Brock Purdy, as much as it's nice to get the shiny weapons and things like that, they had to invest in the front seven. Now, is this player going to be any good? Do I trust Chris Kocurek? I have as many questions as everyone else out there. I'm not going to pretend like this is some slam dunk. We'll see. And I don't know if they have earned the benefit of the doubt on taking traits guys with high upside. For every Brandon Ayuk, who I was like, what? Where did that come from? Right. Who actually I think hit,
Yeah, he did.
There's also a Dante Pettis, for every, let's say Nick Bosa or Debo Samuel, I can point to a Javon Kinlaw. Yeah. I can point to a Reuben Foster, right? And so I think it's a big mixed bag here. So I don't know. Do people even think this is the right position to take?
888-957-9570.
I guess is where I'm going.
Yeah, no. Was that the position of need for the 49ers in the first round for you, Niner Nation? 888-957-9570. And you can hit us up, call or text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. And again, Brian Baldinger, 7:30, the Best Football Show podcast, Odyssey NFL Insider, former NFL offensive lineman, NFL Network. He does it all. Baldy breakdowns. This guy lives and breathes prospects, and he will tell you all about Mykel Williams. And in fact, he actually recorded this for us, for Odyssey, in regards to the draft spotlight. He did these for a bunch of the prospects in the first round, and this is what Baldy, his little snippet, and we'll get more in depth about it at 7:30, but this is a little snippet on what Baldy has to say about one Mykel Williams.
Draft Spotlight with NFL Network's Brian Baldinger. Brought to you by Laughing Monk Brewing. Here's Baldy.
Let's look at Mykel Williams from Georgia. Now, he's been a 3-year player for them. He was injured in the first game against Clemson this year and played on basically an injured ankle all year. But he is bigger than Nick Bosa, faster than Nick Bosa coming out of Ohio State. I mean, he's 6'5" and an 8. He's 267 pounds, ran a 4.7 540 with long arms. All right, bench press 28 times. But you go back and you watch him as an 18-year-old freshman. Like, he's playing in a 3 technique, taking on double teams. He's bringing heat off the edge. Like, he's standing deep offensive tackles up at the line of scrimmage, stack and shed. I think Mykel Williams is a real prospect at number 11 for the 49ers.
Draft Spotlight with Brian Baldinger. Brought to you by Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
It certainly is, and that's where we're broadcasting from. Shout out Sam Gadiri and Laughing Monk. Love you guys. Yeah, he just added me on LinkedIn. That's when you know you're tight with someone, when you're on LinkedIn and you connect. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We'll continue to react to this. First round storylines, all of that. Plus, Jimmy Butler's butt. That's what we're going to talk about next as well on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, heck yes.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area and the whole country. 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Javon? Let's go. Spadoni, Shasky, we're rolling. NFL Draft Round 1 reaction. 49ers select with the 11th overall pick Mykel Williams, edge rusher, out of Georgia. And do we got that guy locked in at 7, Sam? Yep, thumbs up. We're going to talk to Connor Hines, actually, who covers Atlanta sports for CBS Atlanta over there. Connor Hines was at Mykel Williams' house yesterday when he got drafted, so he has a little bit of insight there as Mykel Williams, the person as well as the athlete. So want to get into that at 7 o'clock with Connor Hines, obviously on the River Islands guest line, and Baldy at 7:30.
I think we need to acknowledge something, Niner fans. It's hard to accept. There wasn't a knockout grand slam pick that was going to please the masses. It didn't feel like there was this one gaping hole that they could have shored up with the one pick because they've got a tall task ahead of themselves. Like, this team has a lot of holes.
Like, I don't know if there was actually because this is one of those drafts where unless you're doing your homework and watching every single Saturday in college sports, there wasn't that many sexy names. Of course, Cam Ward, who went number 1 overall to the Tennessee Titans, quarterback out of University of Miami. Ashton Genty, leading rusher last year, goes to the Raiders at 6. People know those names, right? Mm-hmm. Even Tyler Warren, he fell a little bit. He was he wasn't even the first tight end taken. It was Loveland out of Michigan, but Tyler Warren out of Penn State. It was kind of a name people knew, but there's not that big, sexy Jalen Carter of the world, right? A Warren Sapp, right? Guys like that it's like
Davion Clown,
right? There, Khalil Mack, even there wasn't that prospect in this draft, but it's a very deep draft, is what I've read from all the people that think they know things about all these prospects. It's a deep defensive end draft. So Mykel Williams being there, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday. We're going to get to some of that sound. Yeah, they were trying to trade up because they thought he was going to get drafted. Wow. That seems a little rich to me. But he fell to them, and even Mykel, I think, was a little surprised that he was the first Georgia player taken in that first round. So Mykel Williams, we'll get to know him at 7 o'clock with Connor Hines, and more at 7:30 as well.
Going back to the original comments we were making about 20 minutes ago, there is an exercise here. I don't love taking the 4th or 5th best player. If you don't reach on a position of need. There isn't how do I put this?
You're a best player available guy, usually?
Well, there's a Venn diagram. There's, what is my biggest need, right? Versus, is this the best player available? Versus also, is this a guy who's ready to play now? Yeah. How much work goes into this? And I think this is a guy that, though he's got questions in a variety of areas, which all these prospects do, I think he hits a lot of marks. It sounds like he's a great leader. I mean, when Kirby Smart is talking about your leadership and Nick Saban is on television telling me that this guy's one of the guys I was going after because he's such a leader and he was a grown man at 18 years old.
Character guy.
That matters.
Yeah.
I think we've kind of figured that out with the Niners locker room. The fit matters.
Yeah.
I mean, we're learning that in sports in general.
Well, especially after what took place last year when we had the Devondre Campbell situation and the leadership displayed by guys like George Kittle in that whole moment was on blast. And yeah, exactly. You need guys like that, especially young guys, to build a foundation for the future too.
Exactly. And as I watched Man of the Year, Eric Armstead announced the pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Losing him was a big loss in the locker room. People can argue about, was he worth the money? And they lost some leadership there. And clearly they lost the player.
Well, exactly. I was going to say the player specifically against the run. Yes. I know a lot of people like to harp on Eric Armstead when it came to the pass rush. But as a run defender, it was night and day losing him last year when it came to that run defense. It was awful.
No doubt.
Couldn't stop a nosebleed.
So I'm looking at this draft and I'm saying to myself, all right, well, Abdul Carter was the number 1 edge player in this draft, and he went 3 overall. Then you went O tackle, D tackle, the Mason Graham, who was linked to the Niners, running back, 2nd O tackle, wide receiver, 3rd O tackle, tight end. Now, do you reach for the 4th offensive tackle there? At 11, I don't think that's a great value.
Maybe if Kelvin Banks had fallen, who obviously went 9 overall to the New Orleans Saints, the Texas OT, but maybe if he fell. But outside of that, yeah, there wasn't really a consensus, offensive line take. There was a guard, obviously, after the Niners, Tyler Booker out of Alabama, that went to the Cowboys. Like, I don't think you're drafting a guard in that situation. We already know what Kyle Shanahan and his feelings when it comes to drafting tackles. Unless he feels like they're future Hall of Famers, they don't draft offensive linemen. Well, outside of McGlinchey that one time, right?
Yes.
That's basically it.
So, the next offensive tackle didn't go until pick 29. Now, 29 and 32 ended up both being offensive tackles. And knowing the Chiefs, the kid Simmons, who I actually was really intrigued on.
Some people say he might end up being the best, offensive lineman in this draft, but there's injury concerns there.
Exactly. Yeah. So there are certain red flags. Like, this guy is the second best edge rusher, at least on the Niners draft board. So I like the value on the pick. And then I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, it's people don't want to quantify run game because it's not sexy. So they look at sacks. Well, let's just look at the sacks. Opposite Nick Bosa, since he's been here since 2019, what's the most sacks anyone has gotten as a clear D end opposite him?
Since 2019 as a clear D end. That's actually a great question. Wow.
Because Armstead...
He wasn't... Yeah, but he was a defensive tackle.
Exactly.
So that doesn't count.
And the year that he had 10, 2019...
Does he have the second most, though, outside of Bosa?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a problem.
Okay?
That's a problem.
Let me just read you off. The top two guys not named Bosa on the edge, 8.5 last year for Leonard Floyd.
Leonard Floyd, okay.
8.5 for Kerry Hyder a couple of years ago.
Who's good.
The year Bosa went down. After that, 6.5 D Ford. We're not talking about a very high bar to clear to just be the second most productive edge guy opposite Nick Bosa.
That's actually insane.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
In the lost year that Leonard Floyd had the second most since acquiring Nick Bosa, Leonard Floyd had the second best defensive end season for this team. Leonard Floyd, who was
now the guy's got to be good, right?
Quite frankly, when I saw watching Leonard Floyd last year, I couldn't see him half the time.
Quietest 8.5 sacks ever.
Right? Oh my God.
Kerry Hyder's 8.5 was so much louder,
right,
in that lost year than his.
So I want to see Mykel Williams. I need to feel his presence next year.
Yeah, one of their best defenses. People aren't gonna want to hear this, but the reality is one of their best defenses. Sam Ebukam was a really good player for this team with Charles Omenihu. Yeah. And I think this guy kind of reminds me more of the Ebukam kind of model. I think he's obviously going to have more upside, at least as people think. You can win a lot of games with that kind of production. Just be an absolute menace.
Can we just get someone that commands attention outside of Nick Bosa? I need someone else to free up Nick Bosa. So he's going to get chipped. He's going to get double teamed. He's definitely the player you look for if you're the opposing offense and that offensive line. I just need someone respectable outside of him. And whether that's stopping the run. And yeah, let's see if Mykel Williams could be that pass rush guy, because I'll be honest, that when I do start hearing and seeing things like, he needs to work on his pass rushing skills, I didn't love that. Didn't really make me all that happy about it. Now, Chris Kosarek, he's had a long run of, the Arden Keys of the world, helping them.
Arden Key had 6.5 sacks.
Right? He did, yeah.
1 year.
Exactly.
And he's like a nobody.
Exactly. He did have talent, but again, he was a nobody that fell in the draft to, I think, the third or fourth round when the Raiders selected him. But even when he was with the Raiders, he was constantly whiffing. And when he finally became a 49er, he ended up getting those sacks. By the way, Warriors postseason coverage, Joe, is brought to you by Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Guru are going to be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. I will be there. Joe Shasky will be there. We're going to be playing some golf on Monday. Cannot wait for that. Speaking of the Warriors, real quick, got a couple minutes here. And we're going to continue talking about the draft again at the top of the hour at 7 o'clock with Connor Hines, who works for CBS Atlanta, was at Mykel Williams' house yesterday, knows the player, knows the person, and we're going to talk to him about it at 7. But in the meantime, big news that broke yesterday was Jimmy Butler and his injury status. This was Shams Charania, ESPN, and this is what he had to say. Golden State's Jimmy Butler has been diagnosed with a deep glute muscle contusion, and his status for Game 3 against the Houston Rockets is in, quote, serious jeopardy, league sources tell ESPN. This is best case because MRI showed Butler avoided any fracture or structural damage. Game 3 tomorrow, right here on 95.7 The Game at 5:30.
It's a sigh of relief, is it not?
Yes.
Considering there's obviously a variance on what the injury could have been, I think they might have dodged a bullet here. It feels like if he's going to miss a game, it'll be one. Now, again, things can clearly change. And this goes back to it's all hands on deck. So if they need Guy Santos, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, whoever, Pat Spencer, to step up in a limited role or even a full game absence. Now they kind of have an idea of, hey, just weather the storm until Jimmy gets back. And it sounds like, I was looking at some of the Heat Twitter last night who were saying that Jimmy essentially had an identical injury. And so here it goes. Butler suffered a glute contusion during the 2023 playoffs and never missed a game. The average time lost for all other glute contusions, this is normally throughout the regular season, is 1 game.
I like that we're calling it a glute contusion. It's basically a bruise on your butt. That's just what it is, and it's a deep one. So it's a pain tolerance thing at this point. And if it's a pain tolerance and you can't further any injury, that means it's good news. So it is good news, and I actually would expect Jimmy Butler to play tomorrow. I'd be shocked if he didn't play tomorrow. It's probably going to be listed as questionable, maybe a game time decision. I would put money down that Jimmy Butler is playing tomorrow for the Golden State Warriors in their first home playoff game in 2 years, Joe. I'm fired up about it. This is an insane weekend, by the way. We got the draft. We got that game tomorrow. Now, all of a sudden, not that it's a must-win, you fall down 2-1 all of a sudden, and Jimmy Butler looks like that injury's, hampering him a little bit on the court. Yeah, there's going to be some big question marks when we're talking on Monday, but we're going to continue to talk about the 49ers on the other side. We'll get back into Jimmy Butler and his status as well. Bonte Hill joining us 9 o'clock in studio, NBC Sports Bay Area, pre and post for the Warriors, and obviously breaking down the 49ers draft. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. Come on back. It's being brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you. Here for good.
Hey, Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Let's go. Rolling. Payday Friday.
I can be your Superman. This song was a banger.
This is such a sick beat.
Back when Eminem was good.
You know what? He's always good. You know why? Because some of those old albums are timeless.
He became very formulaic in the last 5 to 10 years.
Name me a rapper that really ages gracefully. I'm going to be honest. They don't really.
Mac Dre, he got better with time.
Okay.
Yeah.
How old was he when he passed?
I don't know, but he was in the game.
Like
He
30s?
started at 18.
Like in his 30s, though, probably, I would assume, right?
Oh, yeah, he was in his 30s.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it does, like, once you get over 40, it's very difficult to keep it going.
Dr. Dre.
Okay, but he's more of a producer. Like,
No, you're asking, I'm telling, you know.
All right, well, I'm just saying, like, that is a genre
I agree with you.
that does not age gracefully.
It's like boxing. It's for the young guys.
There you go. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com.
The only other guy I can think of is 2 Chainz, who became popular in his 40s.
Okay, that's not bad. I hope this player ages gracefully, that being Michael Williams. And we're going to talk to Connor Hines at the top of the hour in about 10 minutes, CBS Atlanta.
Yeah,
he was at Michael Williams' house last night, so he's going to tell us about the person Michael Williams, because the 49ers drafted him 11th overall, edge rusher out of Georgia. We'll talk to Baldy at 7:30 as well, but Connor Hines is going to talk about more of the person that is Michael Williams. Is he a leader? Is he not a leader? I would assume he's a leader if you're drafting him that high. Character guy, high character. You know, you always hear that, right? Is he a gym rat? Is he the type of guy you want your daughter to date? Like, who is Michael Williams? So I'm excited to hear about it and talk with Connor in about 10 minutes. You know what they say,
when you're building a team, especially in football, you want a lot of players with high character, and then you want a lot of high characters who can play.
Well, that's what I'm saying right now.
Finding that mix is hard.
Because Dre Greenlaw was that guy that played on an edge.
100%.
And not to say anything like off the field is bad about Dre Greenlaw. Very nice guy. But on the field, I want some nastiness. Exactly. So he could be as nice as you want in person. But on the field, I want you to be like Troy Polamalu and diving at people. That's what I want.
Joe, you know, it's the league is so different now, right? Like than when it was 15 years ago. But every time that the Niners, every time the Niners have been good since the Harbaugh era, it's coincided with a pretty stout front seven. Now, whether you want to go to the year that they didn't allow a rushing touchdown until week 17, or if you want to talk about this team that went to the Super Bowl in 2023, they've always had a wave of really elite players in that front seven.
What won the Eagles the Super Bowl a couple months ago? There you go.
Now their back end was really good too.
But also, they didn't blitz once.
They were ferocious.
They just destroyed the Chiefs' offensive line. Mahomes had no shot in that game.
And I look at 2 different players. There's the kid, Zach Bond, who was a free agent who no one had ever heard of. And the kid from Georgia who played on the edge. Come on, the name's evading me now.
Jalen Carter.
No, the other kid.
Sweat?
Nolan Smith.
Oh, Nolan Smith. Got it.
When they brought, and Jalen Carter was good prior to Fangio coming in, right? We knew he was kind of like going to be really good. But when you have Fangio, you know that he's going to get the most out of certain players. I think now with Robert Saleh here, Chris Kosaric, the Niners feel a little more comfortable maximizing a player who has higher upside as opposed to maybe, you know, we do these things, lower ceiling. There's no such thing as a low ceiling.
No.
Like, I thought Mac Jones had a low ceiling, and actually it could get worse. You know what I mean? Like we find that out. Any player can bust. Any player can be good. That's kind of the craziness of the draft. No one had George Kittle being a Hall of Famer. No one had Brock Purdy being a 3-year starter, you know? And everything in between, from, you know, Javon Kinlaw being on his 4th team or 3rd team or whatever, to Nick Bosa being a Hall of Famer. You just never know. But when you have Robert Saleh, when you have Chris Kosaric, I think there is an infrastructure in place where you feel a little more confident to be able to take a traitsy guy, which is what this guy is, with high character, and say, all right, he's really good at stopping the run. Can we develop some of the hand moves? Can we add layers to his pass rushing skill set? Can his ankle, you know, remain healthy and not be banged up where it's compromising his explosion? Clearly the guy is a physical freak. Clearly he's got power. Can they teach him some of the nuances? I don't know. We'll find out.
Well, your boy Mel Kiper Jr. talked about it yesterday. A lot of people like the draft prognosticators, right? You had Louis Riddick, whether you're watching the ESPN feed or watching NFL Network, right? You got Joel Klatt defending the hell out of Shedeur Sanders and not knowing why he kept falling and falling. That was kind of the theme last night. We'll get to Shador because that is a big takeaway from the first round yesterday. And you know what? It might be a storyline if he's still falling and the 49ers are picking, what's the exact number? Hold on, I got it right here. Pick 43. So if he's still falling 11 picks into the second round, do you consider that? 888-957-9570. But Mel Kiper, Booker McFarland, Lewis Riddick, they love the pick.
Yeah, he had a high grade going into the season, Greeny. Then he had that ankle injury, a left ankle injury against Clemson, came back from it and played and didn't shut it down. Continued to play. Continued to be somewhat productive. He had 9 tackles for loss. He had 5 sacks. He forced a couple fumbles. He looks the part of an edge rusher in the National Football League with his size, his long arms, 34.5 arms, and huge hands. What he needs to do is get a more repertoire of moves going, coming after the quarterback off the edge. I thought he played the run great. He has a strong run defender off the edge, but as a pass rusher, I thought a little bit more work. That pass rush specialist that these teams have want to get the most out of Michael Williams.
And that's ultimately what needs to happen because you need to get the quarterback down. I'm from the Al Davis school of thought. The quarterback must go down. He must go down hard. That's how you set the tone. That's how the Eagles set the tone in the Super Bowl. Mahomes had no shot in that game early on. Like you watch in hindsight, they were battering and bruising him early. He had no confidence in his O-line, and thus he was making mistakes left and right. That's what the 49ers need to get back to. And how quickly can Michael Williams do that? Because we're talking about this draft class, Joe. We looked at the Eagles. Now, were the 49ers where the Eagles were at this time last year? I don't think so. I think the Eagles had more talent top to bottom on that roster. But that being said, it was that draft class of Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell, and shoring up that secondary that was putrid just a season prior, and that being the missing link and that carrying them to the Super Bowl with that defensive line. Now,
also Vic Fangio.
No, yes, that helps a lot.
Yes.
Now you're bringing back Robert Saleh for the 49ers, who you have been to a Super Bowl with. You've made sweet love together at one point. Can Michael Williams get off the ground running? I'm not asking him to be a double-digit sack guy in his first year. That's a lot of expectations on the young man. Can you take some of the pressure off of Nick Bosa? That's what I need from him.
But Joe, if this were last year's defensive coordinator, I would say, what are we doing?
Wow.
No, I think that this
is a good point. Yes.
I think this factors in. Like when the Chiefs take someone on offense, like they did yesterday, that offensive tackle, you know what I say to myself? Andy Reid will probably get it right. Whether he does or doesn't, like he's earned the benefit of the doubt, right? And there are certain players on their defensive side where I'm like, yeah, I really trust. Come on, what's the guy's name?
Spagnuolo.
I trust Spagnuolo to get it right?
Spags.
Monty Kiffin was a guy that I gave the benefit of the doubt to. Oh, Monty Kiffin's got him. Dick LeBeau's got him. He'll figure it out.
Right.
Robert Saleh does kind of get some benefit of the doubt. Maybe not to the degree of those names that I mentioned, but I think that factors into why you would feel a little more confident in this player becoming that type of a guy because, when Robert Saleh was here, a lot of guys took a step forward. DeForest Buckner took a step forward. Eric Armstead took a step forward where he figured out what his position was and how to maximize him. Whereas prior, it's like, is he a D end in a 3-4? Is he a D tackle? Like, what is he? Obviously, Bosa's been good with or without Robert Saleh, but I think a lot of guys have shown a lot of promise with him. And so I think that they're banking a lot of this into the Saleh stuff.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. So that was Kiper. This one was more interesting from my perspective, though. Booker McFarland on the draft broadcast yesterday for ESPN, talking about Michael Williams having things you just can't teach.
He's got the things that you cannot teach, the traits, the height, the arm length, the ability to set the edge and play the run. We know he's technically sound playing at Georgia and the way Kirby Smart coaches defense. The only concern I have is when it comes to using those traits and getting to the passer. I didn't see much of a rush plan, Lou. I didn't see any moves besides the speed to power. He's going to have to continue to develop the moves because when you get to the National Football League level, just the traits won't win. You have to have more than traits. You need to be able to have a pass rush arsenal. How are you going to beat the offensive tackle and get to the quarterback? John Lynch loves it. He loves defensive line. You're going to pair him with Nick Bosa, create 2 bookends. But is he going to be able to live up to this feeling as far as the pass rush arsenal? I want to see that.
So it comes down to technique, right? And Chris Kasarik, who we have been glowing and raving about, it feels like forever, when it comes to the defensive line, right? No, you give him an Arden Key or a Cleve Furl. You come here, you save your career, and you can get signed somewhere else for a couple more $1 million than you came in with, right? I think that shine's worn off a little bit in the last couple of years. This needs to be a hit as far as I'm concerned. Michael Williams is a whiff. Yeah, I don't see this team. And again, the draft's not over. Maybe they shore up. Maybe they get a defensive tackle at some point. I'm not sure. They have the pick 43 today. They have pick 75 in the third round, pick 100 in the third round as well, and then a bunch more. So maybe you do some trade packages. But as far as I'm concerned, Michael Williams needs to be a hit for this team and this defense to get back going again. They need production elsewhere.
Of course.
You said you even asked the question early on. Outside of Nick Bosa on that D-line, who do you trust? No one. The answer is no one.
I know. And there are a lot of other players that are available in this draft that the Niners could select. I don't view this team as one player away.
No, of course not. But this defensive line definitely needs to start shoring up.
But that's where I would go to you. When they've been at their best, let's go back to the Harbaugh days. It was Alden, Justin Smith, Ian Williams, Isaac Sopuaga.
There was a lot, yes.
Right? There were a lot of different guys. Ray McDonald, who's criminally underrated. That's probably the worst word to use.
No pun intended.
Yeah, I did not mean to do that. Ahmed Brooks, who was an outside linebacker, but basically was an edge rusher. When they were good in 2019, D Ford, Nick Bosa, obviously they had Eric Armstead and Buckner, but they also had Ronald Blair. They had random guys that were stepping up. People forget they had random guys on that team. Kerry Hyder was on that team in 2019 and then ended up leaving and then coming back. So you've got to have depth. That's why, Joe, I'm looking at this and I continue to come back and say it. They need multiple D tackles in the middle rounds. They need probably another linebacker somewhere early. They need a lot of more offensive line help and maybe another playmaker. This team is 5 or 6 contributors from this draft away from being back in the playoffs. That's the way I view it.
That's fine. I need this first round pick, though, to be a hit first and foremost.
Of course.
Because it does feel like this is the round that they've struggled in the most. Just think about it. The players that they've been able to re-sign in this regime of Shanahan and Lynch that they drafted in the first round is who? Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk. That's it. And the Brandon Ayuk one, you regretted it immediately. But Did you not?
Yeah, but I kind of consider Debo. He was literally the 34th pick.
I know, but he was. But I'm telling you, it's different.
Yeah.
And the pay scale is different in the first round compared to the second round. So that's why it matters. So Michael Williams, we're going to be joined by Connor Hines here in a second at CBS Atlanta. He was at Michael Williams' house yesterday, talking about the person, how pumped up he is. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We got Baldy coming up as well in 29 minutes. Baldy's breakdowns. Get to know the 49ers' first round pick from Georgia. And that is refreshing, by the way. Because I kept seeing the Eagles do this. I'm Niners fans man, the Eagles, they just keep drafting the good championship players, right?
From high-profile
colleges.
No
Kirby
doubt.
Smart, one of the best in the league, best in the NCAA, I should say.
Great recruiter.
And we're going to talk about it right now with Connor Hines, who joins us on the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands, and Lathrop? Connor Hines, CBS Atlanta, was at Michael Williams' house yesterday for the draft. Connor, good morning to you. How pumped up was Michael from going from the red and black to the red and gold now?
Good morning, you guys. Yeah, I got to tell you, just to see the smile on his face when he gets that call from John Lynch, this is a guy who's truly excited to play for the San Francisco 49ers, as he would be for any team. But when it comes to where Michael fits in for San Francisco, we knew this would be a quick night for him. But 11th overall, I think that was just the nice surprise of the night at Michael's watch party here in Atlanta. To see him off the board before his former UGA teammate in Jalen Walker. That was a little bit of a surprise, but, let's forget the stats and all the talk about the injuries for a minute. This is a 6'5", 265 brick wall who's going to immediately impact that San Fran D-line. And just to see the way he lit up when I said, hey, I don't know if you know, there's a guy with the last name Bosa out there, and he just lit up. He's thrilled to be playing with Nick Bosa. This is going to be a great fit out there, you guys.
So who is this kid? As a person, when I saw Nick Saban on on the draft last night, and he's like, hey, this guy's a leader. And like, this is Nick Saban. You know, people can hate on him all they want. He's one of the greatest coaches in any sport ever.
Especially in Georgia.
That's, you know what I mean?
I know. Continue.
What he says really carries a lot of weight with me. And he's like, this guy was an absolute leader. He's a great kid. Started as a freshman. And I'm watching Saban just beam about him. You've been around the kid. You've been around his family. Who is he? What kind of kid is he? And who is his family? Like, let us know here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, he really is. He's a soft-spoken guy for sure. But when you play at the University of Georgia, you guys, you have no other choice but to be that leader, but to be that way, because that's just what, much like Nick Saban, that's the kind of guy that Kirby Smart brings in. And, you know, he's personality plus. You know, he couldn't wipe the smile off his face last night. You know, this is a guy who has kind of been built and shaped by his college experience, as all college football players are, but with the injuries. I mean, he suffered an ankle sprain in the first game of this final season and played most of the season injured. This is a guy who's kind of been shaped by that adversity, if you will, of having to play his entire final season at UGA far from 100%. So that's where you see maybe the limited numbers on the stat sheet this past season. You know, he did have 14 sacks in 3 years at UGA. But the other thing about playing at UGA, guys, is that these defenders at Georgia don't always come out of Athens lighting it up because of the type of defense they're asked to play. I mean, as Kirby Smart says, you got to be willing to eat off the floor, right? That is the kind of guy that Mykel Williams is. He's willing to do whatever on the field for his team. And, you know, in addition to what he does on the field, he's a great culture fit as well.
Talking to Connor Hines, CBS Atlanta, and you just use that Kirby Smart. You gotta eat off the floor sometimes.
Willing to eat off the floor.
Yeah, Shasky just loved that. His eyes beamed
coachisms.
up. And he's a Shasky's coach. He coaches Little League. He's gonna start using that to his Little Leagues too. Get out there and eat off the floor. So you talk about the strengths and weaknesses when it comes to Mykel Williams, Connor. What would you say the biggest strength is in his game and the biggest weakness potentially in his game translating to the next level?
I mean, strength, you got to just talk about his sheer size. I mean, this guy's built like a brick wall, like I said already, 6'5", 265. He can play multiple positions on the defensive line and was asked to do that at UGA. That's got to be strength number one. He's versatile. Weakness, a lot of talk, a lot of criticism about what he did or didn't do in the combine setting. He didn't participate in the combine, but at UGA Pro Day, you know, not the 40-yard dash that he probably wanted to run. Did the ankle injury have something to do with that? Sure. But I think what San Francisco is so excited about is the potential there, right? I mean, the bones are there. Now it's about how you build around it. So I think, understandably so, some reservations about, you know, the stats that he did or didn't put up this past season, the numbers that he did or didn't put up at UGA Pro Day. But I think, you know, John Lynch obviously sees the future there as well.
You keep referencing the ankle injury. Specifically, what you said sprained ankle, but were there, I mean, obviously there's ligament damage and when that happens, but were there any other injuries specifically that he has been dealing with over the last couple of years or anything that should just be a cause of concern for Niner fans or the Niners themselves?
I think what Mykel told us all last night is that he's 100% healthy now. I don't think there are any other causes for concern. A lot of focus was on that grade 2 ankle sprain this year. He did have to miss 2 games of this final season at UGA. But I think I saw a quote somewhere from John Lynch saying, hey, it was only 2 games that he had to miss. Those high ankle sprains are no joke. And, you know, what Mykel told us at Pro Day and again reiterated to me last night was that this is something that NFL GMs and execs really liked, the fact that I was able to play the way I played when I wasn't at 100%. But beyond that, guys, I don't think there should be any other issues. A lot of talk about the ankle, mainly because it happened in that first game of the season against Clemson, and Mykel figured to be such a focal point of the defense this year. No, this was not a typical UGA junkyard defense, as we like to call it down here, that really just lit it up all season. But Mykel has been a part of those defenses in the past as well. Of course, he's a national champion. They won out there on the West Coast. back in 2022. So nothing really beyond the ankle.
Explain to me, like, we're Niner fans here, and everybody's so down and out because of the bad year that the Niners had. But when you take a step back and you go around the country, I'm always interested to see how people react to the San Francisco 49ers and where their brand is right now. You know, the Patriots 5, 6, 7 years ago were viewed a certain way. You ask people about them today, and it's not necessarily the same perception. The Chiefs get that benefit of the doubt. Everyone gets to play with Andy Reid and Spagnuolo and Patrick Mahomes. When they found out it was the 49ers, okay, how did the room react?
I think the room reaction would have been the same regardless, to be honest with you. I mean, he's excited to be playing in the National Football League, and I think everyone, like I said, was a little surprised that the pick came as early as it did for Michael. But look, man, I mean, what is there not to love about playing for that kind of front office? And I think there's a lot of excitement with Robert Saleh, you know, back out there again. And Michael's aware of that. And it's funny, I asked him, me being a SoCal guy myself, I asked him, hey, Michael, what does the Georgia boy know about going out to the West Coast? And apparently he goes out there a lot, you guys. Apparently he's pretty familiar with the Bay Area.
Really?
He's going to fit right at home off the field as well. So I think he's over the moon to be playing for that organization. You know, he specifically referenced his conversations with John Lynch leading up to draft night as well. So I don't think there's a lot not to love if you're Michael, that's for sure.
Hey, Connor, we really appreciate the time, man. Good stuff talking
Great
about Michael
stuff.
Williams, and we'll do it again next time. Thanks, man.
Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
That's Connor Hines, CBS Atlanta, who was at Michael Williams' house last night for the draft, talking about the person, talking about the leadership, injuries, strengths, weaknesses, all of that. I kept coming away from him saying, yeah, they didn't expect to get drafted that high. I don't know how I feel about that. Like, there was John Lynch talking yesterday. I don't know if you heard it after. He's like, yeah, we might have been trying to trade up to get him because we thought someone was going to like. From what Michael and his party all thought, like, he was going to get drafted maybe later in the teens.
I don't think it matters. Just be good.
No, I know. But, like, do you think they reached it all is what I'm asking. You think they could have drafted, like, John Lynch is talking about trading up. It sounds like they could have traded back and still got him. I know that's not how things. It takes two to tango. I get that. I just wondering how you, like, he referenced that multiple times that they were a little surprised. Does that shift your thoughts on the whole pick at all? Is what I'm asking.
Not really. Okay. You know, I mean, look, had they taken the 4th or 5th offensive tackle, I think that would have been a reach to me. Okay. Like, this was the second defensive end off the board. Okay. You know, whether they wanted to go Shamari Stewart or go with him, or, you know, I would have been okay with Jalen Walker. I love the other kid, Campbell, out of Alabama.
I think that's what they were kind of alluding to, too. They were surprised he went before Walker, is kind of what he was alluding to as well. So,
and I like Walker, too, but I think D-line is more of a pressing need than even linebacker.
And we'll talk about Brian Baldinger on the other side. Baldy's breakdown, 7:30, 888-957-9570. In the meantime, how do you feel about the pick and the position? Was that the position of need for the 49ers in the first round for you? 49ers fans, 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line is also open for business. But on the other side, Brian Baldinger, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. far as I'm concerned. Maybe Greg Cosell, who's also a friend here at the station. But we love Baldy, and he talks about it in a much more unique way than anyone else. He gets me fired up. All the prospects. Like, it doesn't matter who he was talking about yesterday because he did a little breakdown of every single draft pick. Like, he got me fired up about anyone. Will Johnson, who's, I guess, the guy that's falling right now. He has like a knee concern cornerback. He's like the guy that's falling right now. I watched some highlight tapes from him. I was like, oh my God. Like, I don't know, maybe you risk it. I don't know. But it's going to be very interesting to see day 2 of this draft where the 49ers will go. Will they go offensive line, as you've alluded to, that they need help with? Pick 43, do they double down on the defensive line? Because Lord knows they need more help. Defensive tackle, maybe. Who knows? Secondary, not sure. A linebacker, I don't know. We'll talk to Baldy about it in about 10 minutes, though, Joe. But good stuff with Connor Hines, who talked about the person that is Michael Williams with us last segment.
The beauty of the draft is we're all entitled to an opinion, right? Like, we watch college football. It's the second watch sport in America right now. It's not basketball. It's not baseball. It's college football.
Yes.
The NFL is number
second
one.
watch product, I'd say, because football is the most watched sport, but the product, NFL,
I
and
consider
then
them
NCAA.
two separate sports,
That's fine,
but I get what you're saying. That's fine. Like, because I don't consider the WNBA and the NBA the same sport in the sense of, like, I'm breaking it down, but whatever. The semantics of the word. You get where I'm going.
Yes.
We all have opinions, and we all have like these projections of who's going to look good in this scenario, who we would take, who we wouldn't take. And I get it. And today's the day for a lot of teams. They're either super optimistic or super depressed or somewhere in between. And I think about all of the picks as a fan that I've seen in my life, 42 years old. And I think of like the on-air personality, I hate that word, but of me doing this job.
You remember the worst picks than the best ones more often than not. I do anyways, because I've had a lot of heartbreak when it comes to draft in my fandom. You just think of names that just, like Darius Hayward-Bay, Alex Leatherwood, Damon Arnett, Jonathan Abram, Alex Smith, AJ Jenkins, right?
We twist ourselves in a pretzel to pretend like Alex had this phenomenal Niner career, and it's laughable to me.
Well, we twist it now because
it's just laughable.
He's a part of the media.
He's a great guy.
That's helped his image. The way it ended, him coming back from a gruesome leg injury where he almost lost his leg to play again. Like, it did end on a high note for him. Like
his best years were with Kansas City, statistically.
No, that's fine. I thought he had a respectable career.
Yeah.
But for the 49ers, let's call it what it is. He was a bust of a pick.
Well, and the problem is that too many people in the media, from my personal opinion, just wouldn't come out and say, like, he's not that good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, they took the wrong guy. They should took Aaron Rodgers.
They went to Colin Kaepernick and didn't look back. That's how it was.
Yeah, and they don't. I'm convinced they never even get to the Super Bowl with Alex Smith that year. They would have lost to the Green Bay Packers in the first divisional game, which ended up being the last playoff game in Candlestick because they scored 45 points in that game.
Yeah, Cap was insane.
People forget that.
He was so good.
But I think Kaepernick's a great example. Baker Mayfield's a great example. Things can go really well for someone early on, and then stuff happens that is out of your control or it is a part of your control. You mature. You get injured. There's a coaching change. I bring this up. Someone had brought up Jim Plunkett. We were talking about Stanford.
We were talking about it yesterday. Yeah.
I go, dude, Jim Plunkett was the rookie of the year in New England. Back then it was the Boston Patriots.
And after winning the Heisman. Yeah, he was the number one overall pick.
Rookie of the year. They bring in a different coach who wants to run the triple option. And he gets phased out and then bounces around the league. And was a Niner, was a Raider, and then finds himself with the Raiders and reaches the potential that I think he probably in his heart felt like he had all the time. Some people just develop at a different age. I think about like Rich Gannon, being a great quarterback later on in his career. Kirk Cousins has a little bit of that Rich Gannon stuff in him.
Geno Smith right now,
right? So there's a lot that can go into what makes or breaks a player. And I think this sport, more than any other, all of the dominoes have to fit brilliantly. Aldon Smith is a great example of a woulda, coulda, shoulda player. I had no idea who Aldon Smith was when we took him.
No.
He had a broken leg of some sort in Missouri and came out with very little production his junior year. And it was like, who? We're taking what? And it ended up being one of the great draft picks of all time. But a lot of the red flags that people had identified with him prior to getting drafted ended up, rearing their ugly head.
God, he was so good.
He had Hall of Fame talent.
We forget. God, he was so good.
Joe, he had something like 50, sacks in his first 45 games or something.
Insane.
He was unbelievable. And his own personal demons simultaneously with the organization, in my opinion, doing things that enabled bad behavior off the field. Not that they have to babysit a guy 24/7, but when you allow a guy to get a DUI, I don't know allow you when he gets a DUI on a Friday and you play him on a Sunday.
Yeah, that's
you're telling me that you think that behavior is acceptable, and it shouldn't be.
Well, and that's why I pivot back to Mykel Williams, drafted 11th overall yesterday out of Georgia, and we just talked to Connor Hines, who knows him inside and out, CBS Atlanta, knows the player, knows the family. Great character in Mykel Williams. That is important to me. If I'm investing this high of a draft pick in you, don't be a knucklehead. Don't do dumb things. And quite frankly, that tells me a lot because, as we know from that Georgia defense, some stuff happened there, right? And he wasn't a part of any of that, again, he could be a bust as a player, but not as a person as far as I'm concerned. You cannot whiff on that. Like, say what you will about, again, another guy, Solomon Thomas. Just the player, it wasn't it, right? But as a person, great person, great in the community, his whole story, there's so much baked into it, the mental health awareness, all of that, love that. That's something I can, I get it. It didn't work out as a player, but I'm not going to question the person there. Mykel Williams, hopefully he is that same guy because when I look at this 49ers team right now, there is a lot of high character and leadership. Brock Purdy, high character guy, leader. And hopefully that contract does get done sooner rather than later. Fred Warner, are you kidding me? That is the ultimate leader on a defense, right? George Kittle, right? Big time leader. His whole handling of the Devondre Campbell situation last year was incredible. So I think Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are definitely highlighting those guys because I'll be honest. There was a lot of me, it felt like last year with the 49ers. A lot of me before we. Whether that was contract negotiations, whether that was when they were a part of the team, whether it was, after a game, not showing up to media and refusing to do it after a blowout loss, right? I don't need to go to list all the names, but you kind of get who I'm talking about here. There was a lot of that, and I don't need that heading into this year. And hopefully Mykel Williams can help set the tone for all the rookies coming into this class.
No, he's got to be good. Because all those character things, like I think Justin Fields is a outstanding person. When I hear him and talk and something, like, dude, wow, he's really mature.
I'm saying at the minimum, you've got to have that high character. For me, that needs to be baked into the equation.
But you can also take more risks. Like Philly thought that they could take a risk on a Jalen Carter because they had Fletcher Cox at the time, because they had certain people with that organization.
And some Georgia players, Nakobe Dean, Jordan Davis, guys that knew him very well.
Exactly. And so I think infrastructure matters, right? But there is an element of don't be a jerk. Look at Russell Wilson.
R.I.P.
When you're good, people will tolerate you being a jerk to a degree. The minute you're not good, get out of here. Look at Aaron Rodgers.
Where's Russell Wilson at? I completely forgot.
He's a New York Giants.
He's a New York Giants. See, I completely forgot. Is he going to start in place of Jackson Dart?
I don't know. But there's more tolerance when you're elite. But once you're a jerk and you're not elite, then the talent tolerance equation starts to factor into it. And it's like, are you worth the headache?
We got Brian Baldinger coming up here in a couple minutes, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. Baldy breakdowns, talking about Mykel Williams, the draft, what the 49ers can target later, his initial thoughts on just the first round in general. A lot of crazy stuff. It happened early. So we knew Cam Ward was going up, number 1 overall to the Tennessee Titans, and that happened. And then the Jacksonville Jaguars traded up 3 spots after a lot of people were mocking Ashton Genty to them, which I always thought was kind of weird because you already have Travis Etienne. I don't know why you would do that. But they wanted Travis Hunter very badly. I guess Liam Cohen, new head coach, they wanted him that badly that they're willing to give up next year's first round pick to move up 3 spaces. I thought that was a head scratcher. I thought the Atlanta Falcons trading back into the first round to give up a first round pick next year for the Rams to get Pierce. That was an interesting one to me. I don't get that. I thought the Rams did very well there. I thought actually the Rams might draft Shador if he was kept falling there. I thought maybe because Stafford's on this year-to-year deal, right? I thought maybe the Rams will do that, but they didn't. They traded out of the first round, so we'll definitely see there. But definitely defense was on top of mind when you look at the rest of the NFC West yesterday. You got Walter Nolan, defensive tackle out of Mississippi, going to the Arizona Cardinals. And then you got, obviously, Seattle Seahawks trying to shore up that offensive line, getting Gray Zabel, which is a great name. He sounds like a wrestler. Gray Zabel. Is he fighting at WrestleMania against Stone Cold Steve Austin? North Dakota State offensive tackle going to Seattle. Obviously, Sam Darnold there now trying to protect them.
One thing that I do love about the draft, that just for me, is the journey for the parents, whether it's
I love that.
A whole family, an uncle, an aunt, just the mother, just the father, all of them together. Just our little baseball program. I've got, let's say, 60 kids, and the parents are a big part of it. And we have like a saying that I don't just take any player. We're taking parents, and just like, don't be a jerk parent. Yeah. If you're not a jerk parent, like, we're kind of in on you. You know what I mean? Whether your kid stinks or not. And I think about all of the rides that you have to give your child all across town, to games, to practice, to this, to that, and the effort and the energy. And if you think that these guys just get to where they're at because of their own work by themselves, like, no, you're sadly mistaken. It's as much to do with the coaches and the parents and all of the family members that have helped them, and brothers and sisters or whomever, get to that point. And no, it's not the final destination, but to see the celebrations amongst the family members, because it's a shared experience along the way. Well, it is really special. It is. It's a special thing.
When you say that, you know where my mind actually goes to, and it can work two ways, right? It can be the parents and their situation could help draft prospect, right? It could just see where he's grown up, where he's his values are instilled, or it could hurt them. Deion Sanders with Shedeur right now. I can't not think about that when you're talking about parents, and if they're getting in the way of their kid getting drafted. Like, I don't think Deion's the reason why Shedeur fell, but there's clearly something there. Or maybe it was all, and we'll ask Baldy here in a couple minutes, there was clearly a disconnect between the prognosticators, the Mel Kipers, the Daniel Jeremiahs, and then the actual head coaches and GMs around the NFL. There was a disconnect there when it came to what Shedeur did at Colorado and it translating to the NFL and Jackson State, obviously, and what took place yesterday, because it felt like for months, Joe, it was Cam Ward and Shedeur. They were locks in the first round in top 10. And then something happened within the last month or so where we weren't even talking about him being a top 10 pick. We weren't even talking about him being drafted in the first round at all. Like that's fascinating to me. So is that character? Was it the way he was talking? Was it the way he was doing interviews? Was it the lack of combine? Like, I don't know what's baked into it, because I do want to ask Baldy about that, why he is falling so much. And, do you take a flyer on him if you're the Niners? I know it sounds insane, but if you're talking about this contract negotiation and paying Brock $50 to $55 million, and you see the talent of a Shedeur, I know maybe the talent's not there for a lot of the other GMs, but maybe Kyle Shanahan sees something in it. I know it sounds crazy, but if he falls to, 41, 40 something, like 43, there you go. Maybe you take a flyer on him. I don't know. It's just interesting when he brought up the parent aspect in me, and I'm just thinking about Deion, and I'm thinking about Shedeur yesterday, and how could you not? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Look, you have to assume that because of the way the league is structured now, a lot of these coaches either know Deion or have some feel with Deion, or have coached someone that Deion was coaching, or have some ties to, playing or coaching during his era. Like, there's a lot of people that speak highly of Deion. People that I've heard who were actually his coaches say that Deion himself was a student of the game and would sit in the front row with notes and everything. And like, I don't think you become one of the greatest players of all time by just blowing off all the hard work that goes into it.
No, absolutely not.
But that being said, there's a talent factor of this where I don't know how people assess the talent, the personality. Aaron Rodgers' personality rubbed people the wrong way, hence why he dropped to 24. There's talent assessment where why didn't everybody think that Lamar Jackson wasn't a top 15 pick, and yet he falls all the way to Baltimore? But what did both of those guys have in their favor? They made the most of a situation that actually ended up benefiting them the best. They went to better organizations and then proved everyone wrong. So Shedeur has that opportunity to pull off right now.
Let's go to David in South San Francisco real quick before we get to Baldy. David, what's going on, man? How are we feeling about the Michael Williams pick?
Real good. I was hoping to back up Bosa, put pressure on the opposing team. One of my thoughts last season was if they could just stop the other team's offense and sack the quarterback more, maybe get some picks, a few more picks, they could really turn the season around. That's about all I got.
There you go.
They desperately
Short,
need it.
succinct, love it.
I mean, I had it written down. They need at least 4 impact defensive linemen. And when I mean impact, I mean like playing a bulk of the snaps here. You know, you're probably looking at somewhere between 700 and 900 snaps for each defensive line position at minimum. They had a total of over 1,000 snaps on defense the last couple of years. Like, that's the average. So that's what you're looking at from starter production. And if you can get another couple D tackles, maybe another edge guy late, another linebacker, like, they're not done. They need 6 guys on that side of the ball.
We're efforting Brian Baldinger here, but in the meantime, I want to hear from John Lynch and what he had to say yesterday, general manager of the San Francisco 49ers. Him and Shanahan spoke to the media after the pick. Let's start here. We'll go through it all from top to bottom. They thought Williams was going to go earlier, and they were potentially trying to trade up to get him.
Did you try to trade up to get him?
May have. I may have. And I don't know. No, we tried, and thank God they took someone else because he was still there when we were picked, so we're happy.
Here's John Lynch talking about him, the player, saying he's the best edge setter in college football? Wow.
Specifically to that, I was just talking to Chris Kasarik, and he said this, and, when we went through our draft meetings, I think he's the best edge setter in college football. I think he's the best edge setter in this draft class. So if that's the premise of one of the things that's a hallmark of what we want in an edge guy, he does it extremely well. I think that was impressive. Again, I mentioned the ability, he plays outside, he can come inside in the sub rush packages and rush over guards. I think, him being 20 years old, but having a maturity and a way about him when he came through here, we felt that. We felt his presence. They talk about it at Georgia, his leadership and all those things, and you could feel it. He's just very comfortable in his own skin, and that was impressive when you put it along with, together with the film.
I do always like when, obviously, he's the general manager, and this is NFL draft, so this is with his wheelhouse, so you hear from him more than the head coach. But specifically with defensive players, John Lynch does love. He's a Hall of Fame defensive player in his own right, so I do trust him and his words when it comes to guys like this and when it comes to character, because I always thought that John Lynch was one of those guys as well. So we got Brian Baldinger on the line, Joe.
Go.
Let's just. I just stopped my train of thought. I was like, you know what? Just stop what I'm saying. We got Baldy on the line. He's joining us courtesy of the River Islands guest line. We got the open, though. Do we got it? You got it? Hit it. And Baldy is presented by our proud partner, Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, and hopefully the Niners succeed with Mykel Williams, drafted 11th overall out of the University of Georgia yesterday. Baldy, good morning. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. I'd love me some NFL draft, but I got to be honest, here in the Bay, it's been a little quieter. There's this thing happening with the Golden State Warriors called the playoffs. They haven't been in a while. Jimmy Butler got hurt. Thankfully, it's just a deep glute contusion, so hopefully he's back for Game 3. So that's kind of dominated our airwaves, but we've been talking a lot of draft this morning, and Mykel Williams and just the 49ers, outside of Nick Bosa on this D-line, they desperately needed some help. So what is Mykel Williams bringing to the party next year in Santa Clara? And good morning to you, Baldy.
Yeah, good morning, guys. I love him. I thought he was the second best edge rusher in a deep defensive line draft. I think I've been playing at Georgia ever since he was a freshman. Played on the national championship team with Jalen Carter and a bunch of those guys up there, Nolan Smith. He's got great length, long arms, knows how to set a mean edge, can really play up and down your defensive line. I mean, he's an edge rusher, but he can play your 3 technique in passing situations. He can go inside because he can handle double teams. He's just got tremendous size at 6'5", really long arms, got almost a 7-foot wingspan, knows how to use them. But he reminds me, honestly, of Trayvon Walker, who was a number 1 pick a couple years ago by Jacksonville. He has that type of power. He got hurt last year in the first game of the year against Clemson, high ankle sprain, battled through it all year. So he didn't have quite the production that some people predicted, but he also demonstrated a lot of toughness. Like I saw John Lynch at the Senior Bowl this year, and it's a deep, I said as soon as we left there, we knew it was a deep and talented defensive line draft. 10 guys got taken last night in the first round, and there'll be a bunch more here today in the second round. But, and look, Michael wasn't there. He was resting up at that time. But, like, I thought the 49ers got themselves a really good compliment opposite Nick Bosa right now as they try to build this defensive line.
I'm going to ask you more about the player himself and how he fits, but did you like where they picked him? Meaning, was he the best available for the Niners, and would you have taken him there as opposed to another player or another position?
Well, I mean, you could have gone like two picks after him. Miami took Kenneth Grant. So you really had a choice. Do you want the edge guy or do you want the defensive tackle? Like Kenneth Grant's a massive defensive tackle. He went 13 to Miami. I'm pretty sure that if he was there at 21, Pittsburgh would have taken him. That was their guy that they wanted. Walter Nolan went a couple picks. Like, these guys were falling off the boards. I love Michael Williams. You have a choice. You want the best interior defensive lineman, Joe, or do you want the best edge guy? I think the edge guys are harder to find, and I think he's got special quality. So I thought it was perfect. I mean, they're probably pretty lucky that the Bears decided tight end was a better choice, or the Saints thought Kelvin Banks was a better choice. Because if I was either one of those places, or Carolina, like, I would have taken Michael Williams over any of the guys that they just took at 8, 9, or 10.
Wow. No, that's good. That's good to know because, they were asked yesterday, hey, did you try to trade up? And, Lynch kind of played it coy and whatnot. And so, I like Jalen Walker as well from Georgia. I think there was an argument to be made for him. The kid Campbell from Alabama, because missing Greenlaw is a big miss. But I'm not trying to judge this off of one pick. This is an entire offseason, and you have a whole draft. So I want to see how the rest of the draft plays out. How does this player look in this system? Wide nine, Chris Kocurek, Robert Saleh. Do you like the fit?
Yeah, I mean, they're a four-man front team. They do generally like the wide nines. He was not a wide nine rusher at Georgia. They don't play that style, but nobody really does in college. But he's got enough speed to be able to collapse a pocket, speed to power. All these guys need to work on their moves and work on an array of moves to set guys up. That's all. That's Kocerek's job, is to really work on pass rush and become a true specialist in this business. Very few guys come in polished like that, just because of the style of offenses that college plays and how quickly the ball is basically out of the quarterback's hands. They don't get a lot of 5-step and 7-step drop in college. So, but but he's got everything you need to work with to become an elite player.
Talking to Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands guest line, Spadoni and Shasky, the Morning Rose Baldy breakdowns after not a crazy first round in the NFL draft, but there was some shockingness that I want to get to. I don't even know if that's a word, shockingness, but the Jags, the Browns, obviously Shador falling. We'll get to that a little bit later. But Baldy, just talking about him as the player, right? I heard a lot from whether it's the Mel Kipers, the Daniel Jeremiahs, the Joel, everyone talking about him against the run. He's pretty damn good, if not one of the best when it comes against the run and setting that tone there. The pass rush win rate wasn't the greatest. That's, I guess, an area of improvement. Is that something you see him getting better with in the NFL? And is that the biggest area of improvement for his game, is, getting to the quarterback and getting the sack totals up?
Well, I mean, you have to, you got to get into pass rush situations first. The guy's great against the run. He's got great length. He sets a good edge. Like, he's a big, strong kid. Now, pass rush win rate, I don't know. Like, it's just a number to me. I don't know how they evaluate these things in college. I mean, you're at Georgia and you're playing Ole Miss and Jackson Dart. I mean, there's a million bubble screens out there. You're not getting the quarterback against those type of offenses. So, like, I'm not worried about that. I think you want a guy that fills out a uniform, that comes off the ball with an explosive first step. He's going to come with power. Collapsing a pocket is as important as sacking quarterbacks. The numbers will come. Probably not in the first year, because the things that you have to deal with as a rookie, whether it's the style of offenses, how they slide, chip, tight ends on the field, all the stuff that you have to beat, that Nick has to deal with every day, it's going to make Nick better. Like, it's going to take a lot of the attention away from him. I expect Nick to have a really good year next year, but Michael's going to be I don't have any question that this kid, and I don't know him personally, so I don't know exactly how he's wired, but I have a feeling he's going to be a really good player for a long time. And look, Saleh is a front four dominated defensive coordinator. That's what he did at San Francisco. That's what he did with the Jets. He wants, to our little thing that we play, he wants angry sharks getting after quarterbacks. And I think he's going to fit that mode.
Yeah, there's no doubt. I mean, this defense was so bad last year, Baldy. They gave up 2,200 yards on the ground, 4.5 yards a carry. They only had 37 sacks because, again, if you can't stop the run, teams aren't even going to pass. You don't even need to pass. They gave up 25 rushing touchdowns and 125 yards per game on the ground. What would be your next?
Joe, hold on one second. The worst, Joe, you can name, all those numbers are true.
Yes.
But remember how Seattle went down the field to win the game against them?
Thank you.
It was like a hot knife through butter. It was embarrassing. Now, Nick went off the field. Like, they had nobody. Like, nobody could do anything. And Geno Smith looked like he was John Elway coming down the field.
I completely agree. And that's why, to me, I get it. Like, there are other players people like. They need to make 4 or 5 more picks over the next however many on that defensive side of the ball. D-tackle, linebacker. Like, I don't know how they feel about the kid that they have, 53, who barely played last year. It felt like Devondre Campbell got way more looks than him. Like, I still think you got to replace Dre Greenlaw somewhere, and you got to get a couple of D-tackles. Who are some names around 43 that maybe you like? Before we get to the rest of the teams in the country, like, where are you targeting if you're the Niners? Would it be a D-tackle? Is there good value there in the 40s? Or is there a linebacker you like? Or maybe a free safety that you like? I still think they need to continue to double down on defense.
Well, I mean, I love Carson Schlesinger at UCLA. I mean, to me, my comp for him is Fred Warner. Like, he's going to be somewhere in the second round or third round, just like Fred was. But this kid, like, he had an unbelievable year at UCLA, and the guy's got great instincts, and his speed to the ball is crazy. And I know a lot of teams. I know Cincinnati values him. I mean, I know teams that really like him. But, I mean, Schlesinger is a guy, if you're looking for a compliment to Fred, losing Greenlaw and, all the Oren Burks, all the guys that were in there, like, that'd be a guy that I would certainly target at this point right now. But, look, there's tremendous depth in this defensive, tackle position. Alfred Collins at Texas, Cam Jackson at Kentucky, Shamar Turner at Texas A&M. This kid from Florida State is a really big. Joshua Farmer is a massive kid inside that's got size and moves really well. I mean, there's great depth still. Dayon Walker at Kentucky. Like, I saw these guys at the Senior Bowl. They all look like they had NFL bodies. They got to learn the game. They got to, you got to improve. You got to work, all that stuff. But that's what coaching is all about. But there's Jamari Caldwell at Oregon. I mean, there's great depth at defensive line in this draft. I think you could get some of those guys I just mentioned in the third round. But this Carson Schlesinger, I'm telling you, honestly, when I watch him play, I think of Fred coming out of BYU.
Talking to Brian Baldinger here on the River Islands Guest Line. Baldy, conversely, on the opposite end, on the offensive line, is there anyone the 49ers could potentially target leading into the second and third round?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of good, interior offensive linemen in this draft, and so, we saw Gray Zabel go and Tyler Booker and Donovan Jackson, but, all those kids from Georgia, Tate Ratledge is really athletic. Marcus Membu, those are interior guys. But if you're looking at, tackles right now, Ariante Ursary from Minnesota is a natural left tackle. All right. You look at, a guy like Anthony Belton at North Carolina State, looks like a guy that can line up and play for you and to be developed. The elite guys all went, but Ozzie Capillo, at Boston College is 6'8". He's a natural right tackle. That played a lot of football. If you wanted, a center, Kendall from Boston College, the guy that, his dad played 13 years in this league. This kid played 37 straight games for Boston College, was coached by NFL offensive line coaches. Like, there's still great depth where you can find starters at both defensive tackle and offensive line right now.
Yeah, there's been a lot of, I would call it rumors amongst the 49er fans, people that cover the team. Trade George Kittle, trade Brock Purdy, take Shedeur Sanders. And I'm thinking to myself, look, they have so many holes right now. Why would we want to create new ones? So, for example, with Shedeur falling the way that he is, it's laughable for the Niners to maybe even consider him currently. To me, at least, it is right now. But what were your thoughts on Shedeur Sanders falling? Remove the 49er aspect of it. Are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, it wasn't a great draft for quarterbacks. I mean, the Giants traded back in the first round with the Rams to get a quarterback, but they didn't like the interview with Shedeur. A lot of people didn't. A lot of people don't like his, but I mean, the player itself is a good player. I didn't think he had a great pro day. I was there analyzing every throw, and I didn't think he looked like an NFL arm. The ball comes out a little loose, a lot, and he's got good deep ball accuracy, but how many deep shots do you take in any game in the NFL? You got to be able to stick your speed outs and your dig routes, and he didn't look great doing it. He probably was a second or third round pick all along. And just because of his last name, people wanted to, and because he had some success at Jackson State and Colorado, they want to put him in this first round category. But we see guys overdrafted that can't play. Mitch Trubisky, Zach Wilson. We see this all the time. And I'm not putting him in that category. He's better than those guys. But Blake Bortles, he's better. He understands offenses, but it was a very simplistic offense. I mean, it was Chip Kelly's offense that he ran at Colorado last year. So I'm not surprised. If he doesn't go in the second round, it won't surprise me. People aren't in love with him. They're not in love with this draft class. I mean, Bo Nix would have been taken over all these guys last year. He was the sixth quarterback taken.
Wow.
No, it's a great point. Baldy, what was your favorite pick yesterday? And what was one that maybe left you scratching your head as we talk about the first round yesterday? Obviously, Genty going to the 6th overall to the Raiders. You had Jacksonville, I don't think anyone saw that, trading all the way up to get Travis Hunter 2nd overall. You had the Rams trading out of the first round. You got the Falcons trading back into it, taking Pierce. So what was your favorite pick overall yesterday? And what was one where you're like, didn't see that coming?
Well, I kind of, without saying exactly what was going to happen, I thought Jacksonville was going to trade and try to get to 2 to get. I mean, this is the first time general manager Gladstone, new president Saleh, new coach Liam Cohen, they're in Jacksonville. Nobody pays attention to them. I think they wanted to make a splash. I've already seen the odds, Joe. So, right now, Travis Hunter is number 3 to be the offensive player of the year, offensive rookie of the year, and number 2 to be the defensive rookie of the year next to Abdul Carter. I mean, there was basically 5 great players in this draft. And it was Carter, it was Abdul, it was Genty. I mean, that's it. So I thought they gave up a lot next year's number 1 to move up 3 spots, but they got a guy that I want to see what Liam Cohen does with Travis Hunter. I think he's going to be the most popular player in the league. We're going to see these crazy highlights of him every week. I love the kid. I love the person, the kid, and the ability. So I thought that was the coolest part of the whole draft, was seeing that thing get done.
I love my linebackers. I feel like we devalue them. I think when you find a great one, they just never come off the field. I loved the kid, Walker from Georgia, and I loved Campbell. I just hate that he went to the Eagles. Do you like those picks? Because those were guys that Niner fans were considering the Dre Greenlaw absence.
Well, look, I mean, Jalen Walker, I just want to see how they use him. He's not a great pass rusher. He's a great athlete that can come off the edge. Same thing with Jihad. Jihad, is bigger. He's 245 pounds, and he runs a 4.5. I love the kid. He's the best linebacker in this draft. And I can't wait to see how Vic Fangio uses him. Because both these kids can spy on third down against Josh Allen or Lamar. That's valuable. They can come off the edge. They can blitz. I know Jihad can cover a good tight end. If he's got Kittle on third downs, you can lock him up, and he can run with them. We'll see if, Kittle beats him. But there's so many different ways you can use these guys, and now it's up to the coordinators to put them in these positions and create packages for them. So the Eagles, that was the first round pick at linebacker they've used since they drafted Jerry Robinson out of UCLA in 1979. And that's after they gave Zach Vaughn a boatload of money for the next 4 years. Vic Fangio's give me these linebackers. I'll show you how to use them. And so it's a good fit for what they're doing, and he's the best linebacker in this draft. I love Jod Campbell.
Hey, Baldy, great stuff. We really appreciate the time, man. I know you're this is probably one of the more busy weekends for you, so we really appreciate you taking the time with us this morning. Good luck the rest of the weekend, man.
I look forward to it, guys. You bet. Anytime.
There he goes. That's Brian Baldinger, courtesy of the River Islands Guest Line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands Guest Line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. He loves the pick. That's what I gathered. He loves the pick.
It's funny, I see a lot of people everybody loves every pick, and when talking about these analysts.
Not true.
I think Baldy's pretty fair. Now, things that he puts out video-wise online to hype up certain fan bases and picks, he's trying to be optimistic for those fan bases, but he will tell you if he does not like the fit or the player at a particular place, he's not going to hold back. The guy is a football junkie. Like a junkie.
Yeah. I feel like he scoffed when I hit him with the pass rush win rate, and he's like, I don't know what the hell that is. I was like, I'm just saying, that's what people say. That's the jargon we like to use, right? To pump up someone. It's like, oh, well, Pro Football Focus said this. And then I don't know. I know old school guys like Baldy kind of scoff at that stuff. It's like, what do the eyes tell you? Well, and the eyes tell him the guy played as a true freshman on a deep and stacked Georgia roster when they won a championship. I mean, that's got to mean something.
I rat-a-tat-tatted all of the stats about how bad the Niner defense was, and he cut me off and was like, just go to the end of that Seattle game, which I've referenced how many times?
And he said Geno Smith looked like John Elway.
He was incredible. he literally night-nighted you.
That was the low watermark of the season.
100%.
Geno Smith going night-night.
And this is where I get frustrated at times with just sports conversations. We obsess about these random numbers to prove whether someone's good or not. And that data is
numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Oh, okay. That data is important to help support an argument, but it can't be the end all be all, and it can't dictate everything. The game I just watched has to factor in somewhat. Form,
right?
Are you playing well? Has to matter. When and where some of the data comes from. For example, as we talk about Brock Purdy, I like Brock a lot, but it's hard to unsee some of the fourth quarter interceptions. That doesn't mean he sucks, though.
Not all Stephen Curry 30-point games are built the same.
Exactly.
How many turnovers did he have? What was his efficiency? You got to look inside the game as well.
So as we talk about this kid Williams, who was drafted by the 49ers, I see a lot of people he didn't put up these gaudy numbers. Well, and this is where the draft geeks who grind tape would tell you, okay, maybe he didn't make the tackle, but was he the one causing disruption? Eric Armstead's entire career with the Niners, it's not gaudy statistically, but he blew up a lot of plays, and he was much more impactful. Justin Smith doesn't have a lot of sacks, but you ask a Niner fan from that era, and they'll say, it's one of the greatest Niners of all time. One of the great players.
One thing I do know about Michael Williams is I don't want to see him on the injury report next year. Call me Caitlyn Jenner. Transition. Will Jimmy Butler play tomorrow night? He was diagnosed with a deep glute muscle contusion, or in Lubman's terms, a bruise on his butt. His status for tomorrow night's game is very much in jeopardy. The good news is this was the best news the Warriors could have hoped for, as the MRI yesterday revealed no structural damage. The chances that Jimmy plays tomorrow will hinge on how well his body responds to treatments between now and tip-off. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up with the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We'll get more into the NFL draft, but also want to talk about this Jimmy Butler injury. What does it mean going forward? If he can't go game 3, who needs to step up? What does that mean for JK? What does that mean for the others? We'll get all into it. We're halfway home on a payday Friday, plus Bonte Hill in studio at 9 o'clock. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. Come on back, 95.7 The Game. Let's go. You got to be careful with that hot mic. We're halfway home on a payday Friday. I'm feeling great. I do have some money in the bank account. That helps, although it'll probably be gone by this time next week because, as you heard from the intro, wake up. First of the month is going to be this time next week. Shout out to those watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto line, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. And as always, we are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. In about an hour, we'll have Bonta Hill joining us in studio. Talk some Warriors, talk some Jimmy Butler. Deep glute contusion. His status is up in the air for tomorrow. I know you got to laugh. He's got a butt bruise. That's basically what it comes down to. Hopefully, he'll be able to play. And obviously, the big talk of this morning and of yesterday was the NFL draft, first round coverage. Shout out to Evan, Grandy, and Sterling doing a hell of a job last night from 6 to 10. We got Grandy and Sterling doing it again for rounds 2 and 3 tonight from 6 to 10. So they'll be taking all of those picks and discussing them, breaking them all down. Picks 43 and 75 for the Niners tonight. But pick 11 was yesterday, Joe, and they selected one Mykel Williams out of Georgia.
So do you like the pick for the Niners?
We'll see. I like the position.
You're pulling a Steiny on me now.
Well, I like the position they took. Like, I don't want to sound like it's like a nothing burger for me, but I'm going to like,
yay!
Was I going into this saying like, wow, Mykel Williams, that's the guy they need? Like, did you really know who Mykel Williams? If I asked you who Mykel Williams was a month ago, would you have known who he was?
I would have, only because I've done some homework on it, and I also watched a lot of SEC.
There you go. So
there's about 8 teams that I know some of the guys on them. Okay. And when you're studying Walker, the linebacker for Georgia, you naturally see number 13, Williams, on a lot of plays.
So I did a deep dive on him too, obviously, as everyone does. And the consensus from most people that do all the film, that watch it, that grind it, you heard it from Baldy. Brian Baldinger joined us last segment. If you missed any of that interview, find it on the Odyssey app, which is free, or on YouTube. But he dominates against the run. And he has room for improvement as a pass rusher, which that's fine. And is like, I don't expect in your first season, Baldy alluded to this, I don't expect you to be, Lawrence Taylor out of the gate. I don't expect you to be JJ Watt from day one. I'm not expecting that from Mykel Williams. Some of the things I do love is the size. He's not undersized. He's big. He's long. He's athletic. Baldy felt he should have gone in the top 10. That being said,
he thought he was better than the 8, 9, and 10 picks.
I know, that's what I'm saying. He thought he should have been in the top 10, basically, because that's what he's basically saying without saying it. That being said, it's great. You can have all the measurables in the world. How do you produce on it? Because all I know is there's going to be a lot of pressure on this kid from day one, because I know Bosa's going to get the benefit of the doubt. The guy's at DPOY. He's going to be a future Hall of Famer if he keeps this up. He's incredible. It's about the next guy next to Nick Bosa, and Mykel Williams is that guy, and it starts now. Starts getting in that building and starting to improve that pass rush, and that's going to be on Chris Kasarik. That's going to be on Robert Saleh, who's now back as defensive coordinator, and that's going to be on Nick Bosa too, to show the rookie the ropes.
So, I have certain draft principles, and they've evolved over time, but I view the first round, and especially early in the first round, I view it different than other rounds, right? So, for example, is it good value when you get the 4 years plus the 5th year option to take a D tackle who might be the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th best guy on the board, and you're not sure if he's a 3-down player?
Yeah, it's tough.
That's not great value to me. Now, offensive line can always be a good bailout, because even if a guy is, like, let's say mid, which I would put Mike McGlinchey, he was like a mid type of a first-round pick in the sense that, like, he started for you, played a lot of games, but you loved him so little, you didn't give him that big second contract, right? You let him walk in free agency. But it was good value in the sense that he did play a lot for you, and he played a lot of snaps, right? And you ended up going to the playoffs multiple times with him. So you could kind of talk yourself into his good value. I hear a lot of people talking about running back right now. You can't take a running back in this spot. Well, I mean, if I took Christian McCaffrey in the top 10, and I'm Carolina and I squeezed 2 unreal years out of him, it's better than taking John Ross at wide receiver.
Well, I'll say this, like Bijan Robinson showed last year why he was drafted in the top 10. Guy was incredible last year, obviously for a losing team though. So people will go back to that positional value, but Saquon Barkley drafted in the top 10, drafted in the top 5. Looked pretty damn good last year for the Philadelphia Eagles, did he not?
Exactly.
Looked worth it. And I think that was what probably Pete Carroll and John Spytek and the new regime over with the Raiders, Tom Brady being involved, obviously. They're probably looking at that and saying, like, yeah, Geno Smith's a good solid quarterback for us. We got Brock Bowers, and now we got Ashton Genty. Okay, we could do something here.
But I think it also, like, what situation do you go to?
Yeah.
So, like, if you're a top 10 team that throws the ball all day and doesn't want to run it, I don't like you taking a running back. But if you're, hypothetically, Kyle Shanahan or McVay when he had Todd Gurley, like, if you like a running back and you're going to use them and you're going to give them 400 carries, like, I get it. Like, Mike Vrabel's a great example. I know that when he's paired with a great running back, he's going to run the ball down teams' throats.
Yeah.
I don't hate that pick. Here's a good example of a guy like Jim Harbaugh. I know Jim Harbaugh. Everyone wants him to take a wide receiver. This was last year. It's like, do you not watch what Harbaugh does? He's taking a tackle. He took Joe Alton. They went to the playoffs.
And then now he took a running back, Omarion Hampton, out of North Carolina, to pair him with Najee Harris, a bruising back.
Exactly.
So now what are they going to do next year? Don't draft Justin Herbert for fantasy. I'm just telling you right now. Don't do that because they're going to be running the ball, and they showed you that last year.
And so, okay. So if you wanted to look at the 49ers and you're trying to like right now, okay, they need anyone on the D-line. Well, personally, I would much rather take the guy that you think can stop the run right now from the edge, and we can work on him on the pass rushing things from a great program, high character leader. Yeah, I would rather take that guy than maybe he's a rotational D tackle at 11. Those are always reaches for me. That's just my personal statement. That doesn't mean he's going to be good. That does not mean he's going to be good. In the same way that I thought that trading 3 picks to go up and get Mac Jones was bad value, even though both guys, Trey Lance and Mac Jones, ended up not being able to play football at the level we thought they would.
That whole draft class, and we don't even know if Trevor Lawrence is good.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm always here for the big swing, right? And I'm always going to hang my hat on, I get kind of over the top on guys with traits. I just do. I give me the 6'5" receiver in the top 15 over the 5'9" guy that runs. I'm sorry. Like, I'm going to short guys like Ted Ginn Jr. Now, are there Deshaun Jackson types who end up being good? Yeah. They took him in the second round.
Lad McConkey. Right. There's guys like that.
Second round pick.
Exactly.
Right. You know, so to me, like, that's how I view my board. How you view your board is how you view your board, right? Like, right now, teams are all saying, like, yeah, we're not taking Shadur in the first round. I will take him in the second or the third round is probably what a lot of people are saying. So that's how they're working their board. I want to see the totality of the Niners draft before I lose my mind over the individual picks.
Speaking of boards, let's go to Caleb and Livermore and see where Mikel Williams fell on Caleb and Livermore's board. Caleb, good morning, man. You're on Spadoni and Shasky. What you got on Mikel Williams?
Spadoni and Shask. How you guys doing, man? Happy Friday. Payday Friday, right?
Hell yeah. Thank God.
Well, I get paid every other Thursday, but hey, that's always good to finish off the week. Now it's about to be the weekend. But me and my buddy who I do a podcast with, we were doing an NFL draft. We were doing an NFL draft reaction. And, you know, me being a Raider fan, you know, I'd say our draft went pretty well. Got a generational running back. But let's just say my friend was not that happy that they drafted Mr. Mikel Williams. He wanted Kenneth Grant, the D tackle from Michigan, and I'm forgetting the guy's first name, Nolan from Ole Miss.
Walter Nolan.
Walter Nolan, yeah, because he felt the interior defensive line was a bigger need than a pass rusher. And also he felt offensive line, specifically the tackle, was more of a need, and he wanted Membu, and the Jets ended up snagging him up, but my buddy was not too happy last night. I was, but it is what it is.
Time will tell.
Thanks, Cabe.
I also want to see where their other picks are. Like, what if their next pick right now is a D tackle? And they get great value on a guy who was graded as a first rounder by a lot of teams, or on the Niners board, had a gold helmet. That's what they do. They do these things called gold helmets. Sure. You know, high character, high upside guys.
Or a guy that you alluded to, like you were feeling Jalen Walker, maybe, like a linebacker. You're saying, hey, no Dre Greenlaw. Yeah. We got Fred Warner, who obviously wants to get paid more, but you need that tandem because when those guys were together, they made sweet music. Are you going to replace Dre Greenlaw? No, you don't replace Dre Greenlaw, what he brings emotionally and physically. But can you get a player that has similar production? Carson Schlesinger, a guy from UCLA that Baldy alluded to. I'm just looking at him now. I draft him for the hair alone. Might be the sexiest hair I've ever seen in my life. Outside of one. Please, Sam, I was going to give you your shine right there. Now I'm going to backtrack. I'm going to say no, not anymore. Fair. I was going to, but not anymore. But Carson Schlesinger is a guy. So a linebacker, defensive tackle, like That's what we're looking at. I asked Baldy about the offensive line. He said all the elite guys pretty much are gone when it comes to the O-line, but you can get some serviceable starters, right? And that's who you alluded to, Mike McGlinchey. I feel better in the second or third round getting a serviceable starter than, in the first round where I'm trying to get generational and trying to get like Pro Bowlers and stuff like that.
Yes. I mean, look, you have to judge the totality of a draft. You can't just look at one pick. Now, one pick can make or break a draft because if you reach up for the wrong guy or you trade down and you pass on the wrong people.
I think this Travis Hunter thing could blow up big in the Jaguars' face. I'm just going to call it what it is. Like, I don't think they're a Travis Hunter away from being a playoff team next year. And for what they had to give up to go up 3 spots, I think that was a horrible move. I don't think Travis Hunter's a bad player. I know Baldy's all in on him and he loves him. He's like, oh, well, he's first in the offensive rookie of the year and the defensive rookie of the year. You know what? If you're in both of those categories, I kind of don't want to bet on either of them, to be quite frank, because he's going to split that time. Like, he might be one of the rookies of the year. He might be. There's a good chance he's not. And I'm not going to liken it to this player because he did win the Heisman. He's really freaking good. I don't want to get all that. But I just remember Isaiah Simmons coming out of Clemson. Hybrid player. And I get it. It's a little different. It's not like for like, but is he a linebacker? Is he a safety? Well, he really wasn't anything. And he kind of he was a bust. Let's call it what it is. He was a bit of a bust. So those ones kind of concern me. So I thought that was very odd. Shador falling, I guess the writing was on the wall, according to Baldy, for a lot of these people. Didn't rate well when it came to the interviews, the pro days, all of that. So Jackson Dart getting drafted late in the first round, I thought that was fascinating. I didn't really think much of him when he was at Ole Miss. So yeah, there's a lot to break down there. And again, second round today, we'll see what happens, and we'll have all that coverage from 6 to 10.
Being skeptical is part of the process, right? I just want to give you a couple from 2017. The day after the draft, when Solomon Thomas was taken.
Oh, boy.
I'm not even going to say the guy's name because it's so unfair. What a freaking day. This is the exact quote. The 49ers got, in my opinion, the best player in the draft in Solomon Thomas. Let's not remember. Before I continue, Mahomes was in this draft. Just want everyone to remember that. Adding him to Armstead and Butler on the defensive line, you have the best D-line in the game. Not only did they get Thomas, they added picks, and they moved down just a single spot. What an A++ move. This is Pete Prisco. I have to throw his name under the bus. Our guy, Steven Ruiz. We've heard of this guy before a few times. What a splash. They nailed this pick. John Lynch, 2 months in, nailed the assignment. They found a generational talent.
Steven Ruiz, Brock Purdy's #1 fan, correct?
Exactly.
Tongue in cheek, by the way. Does not.
What a great pick. Safe, great trade, amazing. Great pass rusher day one. Again, no one knows anything, and I'm not trying to rip anyone. Local guy, Dieter Kurtenbach. I mean, Thomas is going to play outside on the first 2 downs and then inside. What a winning player. He gives you 3-down production. Easy pick, the right move. This is when he was with Fox Sports. I'm just giving you all of the analysis. What a day from Will Brinson. In my opinion, the best player in the draft, Solomon Thomas. Solomon Thomas.
Myles Garrett went #1 overall, Hall of Famer. Then it was Mitchell Trubisky, bust. Solomon Thomas, bust. Leonard Fournette, for what he did with the Jaguars, pretty much a bust. They did get to an AFC Championship game, but he was a bust. Corey Davis, bust. Joel Adams, solid career, but 6th overall. I don't know, he's a Pro Bowler a couple of times. He was solid early on with the Jets, so maybe I don't know. Mike Williams, he's still playing in the league. He's been hurt a lot. Christian McCaffrey keeps on this trajectory. Hopefully he's healthy. Might be a Hall of Famer. Good pick there, but he's no longer a Carolina Panther. John Ross, bust. And then Patrick Mahomes, 10 overall.
Let me just.
Marshawn Lattimore was not. That was actually a great. You got Mahomes, Lattimore, Deshaun Watson, Hassan Reddick. That was a hell of a 4 picks in a row. Wow.
But Joe, Pete Prisco on CBS the next day said his NFL comparison, Aaron Donald. Big time comps there with Solomon Thomas.
Stop.
Rob Rang also agrees with me. Aaron Donald is the comp. And the NFL.com comp from Mike Mayock at the time, Justin Smith. This is for Solomon Thomas.
You want to guess what the comp was for Cam Ward last night? Steve McNair. Can we relax, people? because he went to the Titans does not mean he's gonna be Steve McNair. He could be Kerry Collins, for Christ's sake. Like Ashton Genty was drafted too. He's like his comp anywhere from Frank Gore to LaDainian Tomlinson.
I saw Emmitt Smith too.
Completely different running backs.
The greatest, most efficient running back of all time, Emmitt Smith.
God. You have to laugh at the comparisons. Can he get the Marshawn, like Pete Carroll? Obviously, he coached Marshawn Lynch, borderline Hall of Famer. I think he's a Hall of Famer. Some people not. I think he's Hall of Famer.
I love Genty.
Like, I like him too, but like people were saying, like, oh, he could be the next beast mode. I was like, great. Can he just be? I don't know. Someone who's a Pro Bowler for a couple
Josh Jacobs.
Can he be? Thank you. Can he be Josh Jacobs first?
Which
would be great if he was Josh Jacobs. That was
and that's what I put out in a tweet last night. Like, I've lived long enough to see the 49ers whiff on so many defensive linemen, from Reggie McGrew to Manny Lawson, who I referenced earlier, Solomon Thomas, Javon Kinlaw. But I've also seen them hit on guys like Nick Bosa, and I've seen them hit on guys like Alden Smith. So I don't know. Or could he be something in the middle, right? Could he be something in the middle, like Eric Armstead, which was somewhere in the middle, probably closer on the really, really good side. DeForest Buckner was a blue chipper. Mm-hmm. Like, they've had a lot of miss, they've had a lot of hit, they've had somewhere in between. We'll see. I think it was the right position. Now it's up to them to figure it out. And I'm not trying to cop out of this one. I'm just saying that I've learned my lesson over the years where I thought Trey Lance was going to be the guy. I went to practice and I was convinced he was going to be the guy. Heck, Kyle Shanahan was convinced he was going to be the guy. So none of us know.
Can you name the player that was drafted right before Reuben Foster? Do you know who it was in that draft, that 2017 draft?
So he went 31 overall?
30th overall. It's one of your favorite players defensively in the NFL.
TJ Watt.
There you go. It was TJ Watt.
And I don't have it up in front of me.
No. It's wow. I'm actually, that was a round of applause.
Because I know he was in that draft.
Right.
But no one had TJ Watt because he was a Wisconsin. No, not Wisconsin.
He was Wisconsin, just like his brother.
Yeah. So no one had him there because he kind of excelled late.
Right.
There were a lot of
bloomer.
Yeah. and plus, again, situation matters, the fit. He's perfect for Pittsburgh.
Absolutely.
On every level.
And their defensive, front line. Mean Joe Green, all those guys, right? David Njoku was in that. Taco Charlton, one of the great names of all time, by the way.
Taco Charlton is a good one, yeah. But I'm also not trying to pick on Solomon Thomas, but let's just call it what it is. It was a horrible pick.
It was.
It's okay. Last year, Ricky Pearsall, I didn't really love the pick when it went down. Then I watched him play. I'm like, you know what? It's probably going to be okay. Is he going to be Debo? I don't know.
His last few games definitely helped that, because prior to that, I was like, oh my God, this guy's a no-show. I can't even see him.
Right?
I got Greg Cosell saying he looks juicy. I was like, Greg, he didn't do anything. What are you talking about?
If you had Jawan Jennings having a better NFL career than Dante Pettis, on draft day, okay, you're better than I am at this.
I want to hear from the actual pick himself. We have yet to do that. Michael Williams, 11th overall out of Georgia, was the first-round pick for the San Francisco 49ers. Here he was yesterday saying he knew that the Niners were in on him after his visits with all the teams.
I did after my 30 visits. I felt like we had a great connection. I wasn't sure if they would take me or another player, but I feel like I was in the mix. And just to get that call, man, it was a blessing. Man, it felt great, man. It's a major blessing, man. I just give all the glory to God, and I just thank you for being in this situation, in this position. And I just thank the 49ers and their ownership and General Manager John Lynch for selecting me and making me the pick.
I didn't mean to cut you off there, Michael. And the big question mark, I guess, for a lot of people outside of, what he can improve upon is just the ankle. Where's that at? We got some scars here, no pun intended, when it comes to the San Francisco 49ers drafting injured players. That's the last thing you want, right, Joe? So he was dealing with a high ankle sprain, dating back to that first game against Clemson where Georgia beat them down in that first game. I was actually in North Carolina golfing, and in between that, when I watched that game, I was like, oh my God, Clemson are going to be frauds, but Clemson ends up making, I think, the college football playoff. That's neither here nor there. But here is Michael talking about being 100% healthy as of today.
Yeah, I hurt my ankle week 1 last year, and then I ended up playing through it, and I played on it the whole year. And that really just wasn't a smart decision at the time. I just wanted to be out there with my guys, man. So I was playing through. I was still a lot of pain. And right now I'm 100% healthy though, and I've been working out, working out, and moving on it like normal. So.
100% healthy. That make you feel better?
I just want to see him play.
Okay.
I'm really excited to see him play.
Yeah.
But I want to see what the Niners end up doing here with these next couple of picks. don't take a running back in the second round.
Right.
Your defense needs to be shored up. And so I'll continue to say this. When they went to the Super Bowl in 2023, teams scored on 33% of the possessions. Last year, 44%. They gave up the fourth most points in the NFL. They gave up 25 rushing touchdowns. This team absolutely needs to continue to double down on defense. And if offense is the way they go, they have to go center or tackle or guard before they go skill position. In my estimation, I'm paying Kyle $15 to $20 million a year. Figure it out on the skill position, guys. We need to beef up the trenches.
Well, John Lynch talked about that. Williams is not going to be the only pick that they address on the defensive line.
Good.
And we still need more. We got 10 more picks, and he won't be the only D lineman. So, we got to keep going. We've always talked about they're kind of the engine that stirs our defense, and we've got some work to do. We know that, but I think this guy's a great core piece moving forward and a great bookend to Bosa, who also has the versatility, Eric, along with Yetur to kind of play throughout the line. So I think that's kind of exciting, all the different combinations we can have.
So they addressed defensive end real quick, Joe, with their first overall pick. What do Niner fans want to see heading into the second and third round? What position is of most need for you, Niner fan? 888-957-9570 when it comes to this team.
This team gave quarterbacks the most amount of time to throw last year, bottom 5 team at that. They were a bottom 8 teams in terms of sacks. They gave up 50 total touchdowns last year. Now, their pass defense wasn't bad. It was their rush defense. They gave up 125 yards a game, 4.5 yards a carry. 4.5 yards a carry. And they gave up 25 rushing touchdowns. The 4th most points in the NFL. That's what their defense gave up last year. Look, I need to protect Brock, and there's no doubt about it that they need to invest in the offensive line. But I want to see the next, let's say, 5 picks. 3 to 4 of them have to be defense.
We'll pick up this conversation on the other side. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
I think I'm a hoe for my last two, but we're not going to talk about that, Sam. Good morning to you. Shout out Laughing Monk. We are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios, which is righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We got Bonta Hill joining us in about 20 plus minutes. Bonta Hill in studio for the final hour of the program. Talk Niners, talk some Warriors. Deep glute contusion.
Joe.
What do you know about deep glute contusions, Shasky? What do you know about it? You ever hurt your butt?
No, that's one. No, I'm knock on wood now. It's one thing I haven't hurt. No,
Really?
No.
Okay, you're like all the ACLs, the Achilles, but not the glute.
I have not had an ACL injury per se. I've had a sprained knee, which I'm sure that goes into it. I've had more of a
toothaches,
Achilles tendonitis type stuff. Right now, I got an earache because of a toothache.
Oh my goodness!
Because the nerves are connected. Apparently.
Oh no, that's tough.
Yeah, but no. Okay. My butt's been. I'm not even going to go there.
I almost got you. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament, by the way. And it's Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by ACO Pest Control. Steiny and Goo are going to be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. And if you want to play, because Shasky and I are going to be, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. It's my first time doing this. Is it just us two together, or are we playing a foursome?
Probably a foursome.
Okay, all right. With some listeners.
I have not swung sticks in over a month. Yeah, 2 months.
Mine's honestly, that's not true because I hit the driving range once, but since that, like playing an actual round,
driving range doesn't even count if it's off mats. It's a completely different game.
My golf coach would say the same thing. Is like it shapes the shot. And it's not an accurate representation.
Yeah, your club actually bounces off the turf.
Correct.
Actually, if anything, it screws me up.
It does, right? Because you feel great when you do it, and then it's just like, wait, why did
you make all these adjustments based off the mat and how your club interacts with the mat? Yeah, no.
I haven't played since like August, so I might be very rusty.
Stop that.
What?
Look at him trying to set me up.
I'm just saying,
played since August.
It wasn't very good. It was very hot and humid in North Carolina, so I'm just telling you. Shout out Omarion Hampton, who was drafted out of North Carolina yesterday to the Los Angeles Chargers.
The thing that I always laugh about is, we do this thing in where we like obsess, and I'm guilty of it. I'm raising my hand.
You obsess over what?
We just love, we salivate over skill position players, and what I mean is the wide receivers, the running backs, the tight ends, the quarterbacks.
It's fantasy football driven. That's why,
right? And the meat potatoes is obviously the offensive and defensive lines. I still think linebacker is a totally undervalued position in the NFL in the modern day. I almost feel like you cannot be a good team without great linebacker play.
What is the least sexiest of all the positions to draft, you feel like, for fan base, where they're like Really?
Guard.
That was okay.
Not even center. Guard.
Or tackle.
Yeah.
It's just
like
guard.
one of the better Niner picks in the last 20 years, like Mike Gapati.
There you go.
And no one ever talks about it. He's just a really good player. Like a really, really, really good player. Solid. It's a shame he broke his leg in the NFC Championship game, but he was great.
You know what I go back to, and it's a perfect case study of that? The amount of Cowboy fans in the Johnny Manziel draft, was that 2014, that wanted Johnny Manziel. The amount of Cowboys that wanted Johnny football. And who'd they take instead?
Zach Martin, I believe, from Notre Dame.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Who just retired, right?
And they took another guy.
Exactly. One of the great picks they've ever had, and that set the foundation for an elite, one of the best offensive lines in the league for that time that he was there. So, yeah. And what did the Cowboys do yesterday? I think a lot of people were hoping Genty falls or McMillan, right? They wanted a skill position player. And who did they end up taking? One of the guards from Alabama. Who was it? Booker, Tyler Booker. Who's probably going to be pretty good. We'll see.
So, like, I'm looking at this, and I've all the rhetoric leading up to the draft for the Niner fans, like, would you trade Brock for this guy? Would you trade Kittle and go get that guy? And would you go select this wide receiver? And like all those things are fascinating to at least imagine. But when you're looking at this just dry and you're just going like, all right, what do the Niners really need? Like, it was so obvious. You can make an argument for offensive line, whether it is center, guard, or tackle, right? You can make an argument for D end, D tackle. You can make an argument for free safety. But I saw so many mocks with the Niners, like Will Johnson, cornerback, and it's like, do you watch the Niners?
Well, he's falling now because there's concern about his knee. So he was projected to be maybe a top 10, top 15 pick, and now he's fallen and fallen and fallen.
Yeah, but my point being is that
Petty.
If you watch the Niners week in, week out, I didn't think cornerback right now was this giant need.
No, I would agree.
Right? And so, like, and believe me, I understand best player available, but I hear that algorithm, but it didn't make sense. It felt very redundant. I like Renardo Green. We'll see if he's good, great, whatever. Like, he has time to prove it. And Gianmarco Illinois, they just paid. He's really, really good. Now, they lost Charvarius Ward, and that they're going to have to offset that. We'll see where it goes. Now, free safety is just a position that you normally don't get a lot of first-round guys in, and there's typically not a guy that people point to in the top 10. You know, like LaRon Landry was a name way back in the day that I can just off the top of my head remember as a player who was available. This kid from Ohio State who will be in next year's draft will be a first-round, high-end, barring injury, safety pick. But, like, in the first 12, 13, 14 picks, edge, D-tackle, O-line, like that made sense for the Niners.
Yes.
It made sense this year. Now, they've got to double down on D-tackle and try to get a couple of guys. Trading Kittle away and then creating another hole and going and get Tyler Warren, like, that sounds good on Madden. That doesn't sound good to me when I'm rolling out my team next year to try to win the West.
Well, it'd be reminiscent of the DeForest Buckner deal for me, where you just didn't want to pay the guy. He got paid because you paid Eric Armstead instead, and then you drafted Javon Kinlaw, and it just didn't work out. It's called what it was. It was not a good pick, even though Javon Kinlaw did get paid this offseason, which was one of the more surprising contracts I saw. But Tyler Warren fell all the way down to 14. He wasn't even the first tight end taken, by the way. That was Colston Loveland, who I know you like, out of Michigan.
No, I like him,
but to the Bears. Yeah.
But even then, I don't know if the Bears should have took Warren or Loveland. Like, we'll see. And they've got an offensive mind and Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson,
maybe he sees something that all of us don't see, and he has it the other way around. And time will tell whether he's right. But, like, we got to be reasonable here, Niner fans. Like, drafting Shadur Sanders, which I saw a lot of people. Look, I don't know why the league values Shadur the way they're viewing him. I like the player. But is quarterback really a need?
Well, Peter Schrager.
Really? I thought we all like Brock.
NFL insider for ESPN, formerly of NFL Network, Peter Schrager, discussed this the other day with The Ringer and Bill Simmons on his podcast. If Shador is still available late first, or maybe, hell, now it's going to be early second, what would be a surprise team that could go get him?
Not at 11, but you're telling me Shador's still on the board at 30, 31, 32, and we've got Brock Purdy talking about where he wants and what he wants. The San Francisco, pull the plug and just say, screw it. We'll take 2 young quarterbacks. We'll see. We'll still sign for maybe,
So not at 11, but maybe a trade back.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I want to like, if we're going to have this conversation regarding Brock, like, we all like Brock, right? If the Niners are doing this in the sense of, hey, we want to reset the financial clock on the quarterback, I will listen to the argument. but I want to know more context. Are we sure Brock is only going to sign for over $50 million? Is that where you drew the line? And why did you draw the line? Was it health concerns? Was it performance related? Do you really truly believe Shedeur is better than Brock right now to win right now? Because that's Niner fans want to win right now. Okay. I'll listen to the argument. That doesn't mean I'll be happy with it, because a lot of us have grown to really like Brock Purdy, and he's a really good player. But if I also then trade Brock away and he signs for I'm using $41 million a year guaranteed, like I'm going to be like, well, wait a minute. Like, why did you guys tell me you loved him for so much and then all of a sudden pivot off him? I want to know more about that. I'm not just going to like do cartwheels for Shedeur. I'm not saying that he can't be better, but like I do want to know a little more, like what happened in the relationship. I thought this was our guy.
It
would be a baffling move.
It would be insane. I would love it just for the content purposes alone as the radio host in me, but also it would leave me like, huh. And how would that affect the negotiations if they were to draft a quarterback like that? Hell, I'm not saying they're going to do this. Jalen Milroe or something, right? In the second or third. Would that affect the contract?
Such a project.
Well, I know. The negotiations, though, would that like affect it at all? I'm not sure, but again, that's a project.
Well, we're here now. We're at the draft, and there's no deal for Brock, which I'm surprised.
Are you?
I am.
Okay.
I'm really surprised. Is it the end of the world?
He showed up to OTAs, by the way, voluntary.
No, it's not the end of the world, and I'm not trying to make of it more than it needs to be, but it's like, man, you guys told me for like a year you're going to get it done right away. You told me for like a year you were going to prioritize him. You told me for like a year that you wanted to get it done because you knew what the effects of these lingering contract things do to a locker room and due to a player's production getting off to a hot start. Like, what's going on here?
I'm just going to ask the question.
What's going on here with the Brock
I'm just going to ask the question at 888-957-9570, and you can hit us up via call or text, the Boxer and Gerson Burke Injury Attorneys text line. No. You're right to feel that way, but I'm just going to ask it to Niner fans right now. If Shedeur Sanders has fallen to pick 43 in the second round, which is where the 49ers are drafting today, do you consider drafting him?
Well, let me ask you.
888-957-9570.
When you throw that, and I'm sorry to cut you, but when you throw that out there, do you just mean, is he a better player, or do you want to reset the finances? Because there's ways of looking at it. We're all like, okay, they don't feel comfortable paying Brock $55 million. They also don't feel comfortable paying him $55 million, knowing that his elbow is maybe hanging by a thread. All right, I'll listen to that. But I have a hard time believing, just because I saw this regime move heaven and earth for another quarterback, like up in the draft, I have a hard time believing that this guy is just plug and play.
I believe Kyle Shanahan likes creative tension within the quarterback room, if you will. And I've seen this move with him and his dad when it came to Washington. And yes, it was both players that were in the same draft, but it was Robert Griffin III, and then who else? Who else was drafted? Kirk Cousins. They liked it. If it's best player available, what if they just said that? You know what? He was the best player available on our board, and given where he fell, we felt it was great value that we couldn't pass up, and we went with him. What if they told you that and they drafted Shedeur Sanders there? What would you say to that? If they said, we went with our best player available at that position, we didn't think he'd fall that far down. Now, was it for need necessarily? No, but we want best player available, and that's why we drafted him.
Well, I would say to them, like, I get that, but you also, like, you have a lot of other holes.
Sure.
Right? And so, like, when you're rounding out the team, I always love the best player available, but, like, only one quarterback plays. Like, if it's two wide receivers, even though I hate it, like, I could still, like, you're playing two at the same time. If it's a tackle, like, two tackles play at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, some are obviously better at left, some are better at right, some can play both. I don't, like, you have Mac Jones in the fold, which I believe as a backup. You've got Brock Purdy, who you've won a lot of big-time playoff games with. I don't get it, man. Like, and then the other question is, like, okay, well, you're going to keep them both?
Well, I mean, the 49ers have a history of this, right? I'm not saying it's Steve Young, Joe Montana.
Well, they did it with Jimmy
and Trey Lance. Like, this would fit somewhat of a pattern, would it not?
They did it with Cap and Alex.
So,
at
like,
one point.
I'm not saying, like, yes, would I be surprised? I would be surprised. But
I think it's kind of crazy that we're even entertaining this thought.
Well, I don't think any of us thought a month or two ago that Shedeur would even be falling into the second round.
I would agree.
I
thought he was a top 15 pick.
Well, everyone kept telling me he was. And then all of a sudden, the last couple weeks, and I don't know if you saw this, maybe we could pull this sound, guys. Joel Klatt went off yesterday
On what?
about the narrative surrounding Shedeur Sanders
What
and the
part?
fact that he's falling out of the first round, and he believes is based on his personality and how he
like
talks in
Joe
interviews.
Burrow isn't arrogant.
Like, well, that's what I'm getting at here. Like, I thought that was
Joe Burrow is, and I love Joe Burrow, but he is like, he's a lot, and he's proven to be a great player.
He also won a Heisman.
It was a 1 year.
I know, but
You know?
Shedeur, I don't think had the accomplishments and
No,
the level of
I
play
would agree,
that
but
Joe Burrow did.
Joe
His
Burrow
talent
was his, like, the image etched in my head is him smoking his cigar with a Rolex.
I know.
In the locker room. Like, he is very arrogant.
Are we seeing talent versus tolerance right now?
What do you mean?
When it comes to Shedeur falling this much, maybe the league doesn't view the talent worth the juice worth the squeeze when it comes to the extra baggage
That could
that
be
is
it.
Shedeur Sanders. But then I'd question what
That
is
could be it.
the baggage with him? Like, are you comparing him to like Tim Tebow level of coverage?
No.
Like, I don't think it's going to be that insane. I just think the whole thing is very, I don't know, odd given where we were just a month ago until where we are
Joe,
now.
I
It's
found
very,
it odd.
Very
Joe,
odd.
I found it odd that the NFL had Lamar Jackson being dangled for 2 firsts while he was going through, after he was an MVP and proven that he could play. Baltimore was like, yeah, we just don't know if we want to pay him. Anyone can have him, 2 first rounders, and no one bit.
Yeah.
So forget that part. I found it odd that Aaron Rodgers fell as much as he did in the draft.
Yeah.
You
That's
know?
a good point. No, it's good. So,
I found it odd that Jackson Dart rose
to
where he was. So
I didn't
like
see
Danny
that.
Dimes, why did he rise? It didn't really make a lot of sense to me. You know, like
Trubisky. There you go, right?
Mitch Trubisky never made sense to me. You know,
Still
but
doesn't.
I'm sure if we had the same conversation about other positions, it wouldn't be as dramatic. But I bet we would find similar overdrafting, overvaluing, undervaluing, underdrafting, etc.
Now,
I think that Shedeur's tough as nails. I do think he's accurate. I do think he holds onto the ball a lot longer than you want, similar to Caleb Williams.
I don't think there's one defining trait that I look at with Shedeur, though, and this is where it comes back, just the quarterback and
accuracy.
Miss me with all
He's
the
calm
other
and tough.
Yeah,
those are like those translate to every.
No, I'm saying like
team.
a physical tool that he can hang his hat on.
He's pretty nifty. He throws on the run.
But he doesn't have great speed.
Like Joe Burrow, to me, is not a fast player. He throws on the run really well. I actually think he kind of in terms of style of play, kind of plays like Joe
What was
Burrow.
his 40 time? Shedeur Sanders 40 time.
You don't have to be a fast 40 time guy to create opportunities behind the line of scrimmage.
He's like a 4.7 guy. Like, he's not very fast. So I think a lot of people look at Shedeur, they just see the last name Sanders, like, wow, athlete. No, that's his dad. That's not him. That's not like Cam Ward. He has a defining characteristic. He's got a cannon for an arm.
Yeah.
He's got an absolute cannon. So he would have been a first round draft pick last year, I believe, if had this version of Cam Ward gone out last year. Like, I do disagree to some extent. I know Baldy said Bo Nix would have gone first as the first overall pick this year. I don't know about that. I think Cam Ward would have gone first overall still over Bo. Now, would Bo have gone over Jackson Dart? There's a conversation there. But I don't think even Bo Nix has a physical characteristic where I look at wow, I really want him. That's why all those other quarterbacks went before him last year. So I do think it's interesting that Shedeur fell this much, but I could just go back to the physical skill set, and maybe not a lot of teams are enamored with that, because that's kind of what we do now, right? Why was Anthony Richardson drafted in the top 5 overall? He was not a very good quarterback in college, but he showed enough flashes, tools, right? The cannon.
I mean, all it takes is one GM or one front office to be convinced,
Blake Bortles, another one. Why was he drafted in the
Baker
top
Mayfield
5?
went number 1 overall, and I think heading into that, I remember I had a bet with Towney. Towney thought I was insane that he would go number 1. I'm like, he's a second rounder, he's a third rounder.
I loved Baker coming out, personally. I did.
But that year, he had a great year. And then the very next year, Kyler Murray had a great year out of nowhere, and no one thought he would be the number 1 overall pick. And because Baker, at a smaller size, had success that rookie year, I think he broke at the time, the rookie touchdown record for most passes in a year for a rookie player. People were more apt to taking Kyler Murray.
I would love to hear, or them ask the question about where. I guess they're not going to tell you, Lynch and Shanahan's, where do you have these players ranked in your draft board or all of that. But when you don't go into a draft, because they have their big boards, their own, but you're not going into this draft thinking quarterback per se, but they obviously do their homework regardless over all the guys, right?
They weren't thinking quarterback for the Trey Lance draft until the very, very, very end.
Right.
And they ended up finding their guy.
Exactly. But
that was the next year.
In hindsight, we now know that they didn't even know they wanted Trey Lance with that pick. They traded up there not knowing they wanted Trey Lance. They just said, yeah, we want someone. We'll see. I was like, really?
In this hypothetical, imaginary scenario that we're dreaming, is the temperament for Shedeur good with Kyle Shanahan? Is that amicable? Because we know that at times Jimmy and Kyle, though they had a lot of success, clearly there was a relationship thing that didn't work. Brock feels like he's got the appropriate temperament to deal with Kyle's stubbornness. Because, Kyle's a very particular way. And I'm not saying this in a negative way. I don't think every quarterback works with every head coach.
I don't know how Sanders would work, because I do think for the most part, as a 49ers head coach, the personalities he had to work with are pretty mild. Like, I know you say what you want about Jimmy. Like, and he was caught on camera, caught in 4K,
I think
whatever.
He was more aloof than
exactly.
anyone.
I don't think he was a hard personality.
But I don't think Shedeur is some I can't be coached type of a guy. That I never had that impression.
No, I just think has tremendous self-confidence in him, and he's his father's son.
Someone like Joe Burrow. Yeah. Joe Burrow's the same way.
Exactly, but that goes back to talent versus tolerance. Like, Joe Burrow won and kept winning, and he's been the Super Bowl. Like, there is some sort of an earned arrogance with him. Okay. I think a lot of people look at Shedeur, whether it's right or wrong, and that's what we're talking about right now, because I just am shocked. We've gone these last months and months and months talking about him being a top 10 pick potentially, and him falling all the way out of the first round. It felt like even just a few weeks ago, he was a lock to be a top 15, hell, top 25, whether it was to Pittsburgh or some other team drafting late. And then no one even touched him. And even the Giants, who we were all linking him to the Giants just a month ago. They traded back in. I thought for sure they were taking him.
I did too.
And they took Jackson Dart.
Which I just don't even know.
I don't see it with Jackson Dart. I'm just going to say it. I don't see it.
Well,
I don't.
I've been skeptical of him.
It's a great name for a quarterback. I'll say that. Yeah. That's about it.
But I was skeptical with him early on in his career. And then I will admit, he played a hell of a lot better than I gave him credit for. He grew as a player over time.
Homies with Brock Purdy, by the way, Jackson Dart.
Oh, I didn't even.
Yeah, they had a prom pictures together.
No, that was the other guy. That was.
Is that Shuck?
Yeah, that was Shuck.
That was Jackson Dart. Maybe I'm tripping.
I could be wrong. I thought it was Shuck.
Yeah.
Who's older than
Maybe they're both
Brock
blonde.
Purdy.
I don't even know. Yeah, I don't know.
But the fact that Brock Purdy doesn't have the contract is why we're even bringing this up right now.
Well, exactly. And when's that going to happen, right? I think you're right. It is Shuck. Or it's weird that it's pronounced that way when there's no K or a C in his last name, but that is whatever. So you're right. No, you're right. Yeah. But I'm looking at a picture of Jackson Dart, though. He is a prototypical, this guy went to Ole Miss.
If you were scripting a movie.
This guy has a mullet, by the way.
If you were scripting a movie on what a Southern quarterback, Southern college quarterback would look like, in the 80s, it would be Jackson Dart.
He's the mullet.
It's the hair, the name, everything.
Why is that coming back, by the way? Carter, are you going to rock one of those? I feel like you could.
No, all my friends do it, though. I think it's odd.
Well, Lucas has kind of one.
Lucas, we had the new boss, in studio yesterday, not in studio, but might as well be in studio. It's right next to us. But in the arena, as we call it, our new boss, our regional president, Jeff, and Lucas was introducing. I was like, Lucas, did you shave your eyebrow? That's a look now. You shave your eyebrows. John Morant does it. And I guess Lucas Alexander does too.
I'm out on that.
Weirdo
behavior.
Weirdo behavior?
Well, Lucas is a weirdo.
Fight on.
Remove the name Shedeur Sanders.
Please.
If the Niners took a quarterback, and we're going imagination here. This is the imagination sensation, Dan Dibley.
Thank you.
Just for you.
Yep.
If they came to the podium Sunday morning and they were like, we traded away Brock Purdy because we wanted to reset the finances at the quarterback position, and we had, X, Y, and Z reasons to think that he wouldn't get a deal under a certain point, I would be floored.
I do think the name matters in this scenario, and I hear you on that, because there is a difference between drafting Shedeur in the second, and then let's say Will Howard from Ohio State in the fourth round.
Fourth round, okay.
I think there's a difference there.
Yeah, but no, in my scenario, I'm saying they literally tell you actively, we couldn't work a deal with Brock Purdy.
Well, then that speaks to, there are a lot of question marks I have within the organization. Yes.
If I would have told Niner fans at the end of January, just the way everything went down in the season, You're going to get to April 25th. It's going to be the second day of the NFL draft, and Brock's still not going to be signed.
Yeah,
I think we would be like, wow,
but
what's going on?
What if I told you, hey, Brock hasn't signed, but he did show up to voluntary OTAs, and there is positive, according to reports from John Lynch, the general manager, there is some positivity heading towards a contract. Is that all just, you're laughing at it?
I mean, there was a report yesterday I read that said Niners inching closer to a deal with Brock Purdy. Stop telling me about the labor. Show me the baby. Just like stop it.
Speaking of which, you see the baby throw up when it was a Kelvin Banks. Someone got drafted. I think it was Kelvin Banks. He had his little newborn baby there. The mom, the baby was sitting on the mom was like going nuts, and the baby was kept jumping up and down and just throws up. Someone quote tweeted, "Even the baby knows that he doesn't want to go to New Orleans." It's just, oh, come on. Baby spit up. It's fine.
We see teams make these types of decisions all the time that are baffling. I mean, like Derek Carr getting the money he got with New Orleans made no sense to me. And they had almost 10 years of NFL film on it.
Right. I mean, he still might not even play next year. He has a shoulder injury, and he's still going to get paid all $50 million of those dollars. And they didn't even draft a quarterback.
Shanahan thought C.J. Beathard was good enough to take in the third round, and I disagreed with that wholeheartedly. And then the 49er play-by-play guy was trying to sell me on how tough he was as he was getting just absolutely harpooned behind the line, throwing wounded ducks all over the field.
I do think C.J. Beathard was tough, but that doesn't really mean anything if you're not a very good quarterback. If you hang your hat on toughness, but you're not a good quarterback.
Toughness is a prerequisite to play quarterback.
Yes. Well, not for everyone.
No, it is. No, that's why you will never play quarterback if you're not tough.
Well,
it's a prerequisite.
Some things happen, man. Some things happen. I thought Derek Carr was tough early on, and then he had a devastating injury. And that shifted his mindset. I didn't think he was a quote-unquote tough player anymore. Not to say he didn't put his body on the line. I just thought, like, that made him a little bit more hesitant. And maybe that's a stretch to say he wasn't a tough player, because who am I to say I'd get clapped there, I get destroyed in the pocket, and maybe I don't even want to pick.
I would say
I got hit in Little League when I was 10 years old. I didn't want to play again. So who am I to call out toughness and some of these other, but gun shy, that's a great term. That's a great term there. We got Bonte Hill joining us in the studio in a couple minutes here, talking about the draft.
I think he's fired up about Shedeur.
I think he's got a lot of thoughts on Shedeur Sanders, because I'm also feeling some type of way about him not getting drafted yet.
What way is that?
Well, because something happened the last couple of weeks. You can't tell me something didn't happen.
Are we sure he was? Are we sure he was a first round player on everyone's board and then he slipped, or did they always view him? Like, I never know on these things.
I don't know. Like, there's a reason why Schefter, Rappaport, they were talking months ago about this guy being a lock top 10, top 15, and then someone started trickling information to them. Oh, well, I don't know. The way he talked in this meeting with the Giants, or the way he talked to this meeting with so-and-so. I was like, really? Was it one team that leaked it?
I thought Will Johnson was going to be a top 15 player, and now, like, it sure as hell feels like he's fallen completely out of favor. Now, it feels like
his injury. Will Johnson is a knee. That's what Albert Brady said. There's concern over the longevity of the medical with his knee.
Okay,
yes.
I watched Willis McGahee get drafted in the first round, for crying out loud. His leg exploded on the field. He ended up having a great career.
Right.
Frank Gore got drafted with 2 bum shoulders and 2 bum knees.
Right.
Had a freaking 15-year career. So, but I've also seen Javon Kinlaw get drafted, and his knee is what's done him in.
888-957-9570 is the number. I do think, though, with their first overall pick, as we're talking NFL draft, what the Niners are going to do with their second and third round picks coming up here, I do think they addressed the key position of need for them is someone else to help Nick Bosa. And I think Mikael Williams will ultimately do that. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. As the door is opening, I hear him walking behind me. It is Bonte Hill joining us in studio, courtesy of River Islands. He was locked into the NFL draft yesterday in that first round. He's been locked into the Golden State Warriors. We'll get into Jimmy Butler, the butt bruise heard around the world, the deep glute contusion, all of that. His status for Game 3 tomorrow.
I need my glutes to activate.
Thank you, Tiger Woods. But we're talking Mikael Williams. And I want to hear from Lynch and Shanahan before we hear from Bonte real quick, because the big, I guess if there's any concern, was, hey, this guy hurt his ankle this past year. How's the ankle feeling? They feel confident in it. We heard from Mikael Williams. Let's hear from Lynch and Shanahan about it.
So I think when a guy has a body of work, you almost appreciate that. You don't like that he had an ankle injury, but you give him a ton of credit. Matt Barrows, you just mentioned Will Muschamp. Will just just texted me and said, this guy played, he's tough as you know what. He just played through an ankle injury the entire year and missed 2 games. And he's tough, he's smart, he's got huge upside, you know. So all the things we saw. And so when you see the previous years and all that, and he's doing great. He just had a pro day just about 7 days ago and looked really good. And our docs checked him out. It was all good.
High ankle sprains we've all dealt with, and they're as nagging of an injury as you can have, and most people are out a month with them, but even when you're out a month, they still linger all year. And so when you watch this tape, and I watched it before, I kind of see everyone, especially the top guys, and then I get in there and I hear some of this stuff, and I liked him not knowing that. And then you hear that stuff, and you're like, all right, that says a lot about his character, how tough he can play. They only missed 2 games because of it, but also the fact I know he's not healthy either all the time, because I know how much high ankle sprains linger.
All right, so they're not worried about it, the high ankle sprain. Williams said himself he's 100% healthy heading into this. Bonte, good morning. Good job last night. You, Carlos Ramirez, crushing it. What did you think about the pick when you first saw it and one Michael Williams out of Georgia?
Wait. You got to pod you up. Young Carter's still working.
I got no snare in my headphones.
Repeat what you just said from the beginning.
I love the pick. And it's not the only pick they're going to make. Everybody's freaking out about this guy. Look, he's not Abdul Carter, right? But as a freshman, he led the team in sacks with a team that had Jalen Carter on the squad. And we saw what Jalen Carter did with the Philadelphia Eagles. Size is big, right? And I get it. Everybody has PTSD from previous defensive linemen that's been drafted, whether it's this regime, the previous regime, the regime before that. We all have it. I mean, the draft is the ultimate crapshoot, right? But there was talks about him being a top 5 pick. And my eyes just tell me, when I watch Georgia play, 13 pops on the screen, 11 pops on the screen. This guy sets an edge, and that's what you need in this wide 9 defense. You can't allow teams to get outside, because one thing about football right now in the NFL, look, I subscribe to third down being a money down. You want to get off the football field. But more and more as we move forward, first and second down becomes more and more important, because you want to keep these teams in long down and distances. You look at the Philadelphia Eagles. I'll use them, for example. You want to keep them out of 3rd and 4, because you know the tush push is coming. You know they can hand it off to Saquon, run it with Jalen Hurts, with all these different offenses and the spread concepts. First down and second down, you want to make sure teams don't get a sniff, don't get a yard, don't get 2 yards. So I like this guy. He sheds blocks really well. I was up early today just watching Georgia games, getting my fix on Michael Williams. I did not watch Shamar Stewart. I'm not going to lie about that. And I know everybody's talking about
production. I watched a lot of him.
Yeah, I wasn't.
I was kind of indifferent on whether they go with him or whether they go with Williams. I really liked Walker. I thought you could make an argument for Walker.
Walker was solid.
Not that it was like make or break. To me, and you brought it up on the very beginning, it's not about just the singular pick.
No.
They need so much work on that defense. B, do you know they gave up points on 44% of possessions?
Yeah, I watched that defense every single day, and they gave up yards. What was it, like 4.7 yards a carry, 4.6 yards a carry?
They gave up over 22, close to 2,200 yards on the ground.
They couldn't stop the run.
25 touchdowns.
They couldn't stop the run, and stopping the run is going to help you stop the pass. So you got to fix this defense. When you think about 2019, what did the Niners do? They stopped the run with 4, and they were able to just send 4 on 3rd down. That's the sweet spot right there. You want to be able on 3rd down to be able to just rush 4 and drop 7 in today's day and age. So I like Michael Williams. I know I may be in the minority here, but I think the guy's going to be a good player. I really do.
Well, I always like high character, young player who played for 3 straight years on an elite program. And when Nick Saban is on my television telling me, yeah, he's a great leader, and we tried to recruit him, and we tried to, like, we could laugh at Nick Saban, we could scoff at him. The guy's forgotten more about college football than anyone out there, and I think he has a pretty good feel on who's going to translate and who's not.
Think about Kirby Smart.
Last year.
Yeah, think about Kirby Smart and what he's producing out of Georgia. Guys are coming out there being studs in the league. And the fact that he was a team captain, and I like the fact, look, he had a high ankle sprain. Was it a Jonathan Kuminga ankle sprain? I have no idea. But the fact that he said, look, I probably shouldn't have played on it, but I owed it to my teammates. Michael Williams could have shut it down and still been a first-round pick.
In the NIL era.
In the NIL era where everybody just shut it down. Nick Bosa, who we all love, shut it down. Hey, I'm not going to fight back from this core injury.
Jamar Chase didn't even play the COVID year because he was like, I already know I'm a top 5 pick.
Didn't even play. This guy played. Yeah. This guy played. So I like the fact that he played through it. And we watched the Notre Dame game. This guy was everywhere. It wasn't Georgia's defense that cost them the game. It was their offense and Gunnar Stockton and Carson Beck.
Well, no, my guy, Riley Leonard. I love Riley Leonard.
Oh, I bet
He'll go at some point.
Okay, you open the door because I'm going to go here. I was so out on him as a thrower, like just in general, like as a passer, as a quarterback. Riley Leonard, I'm telling you though, late in the draft, he's a guy I'd take. I love the dude. I watched the Gruden breakdown. I know everyone rolls their eyes at Gruden.
Grinder. Where's Langford?
It was really good. The kid is a stud basketball player.
Okay, great. Maybe the Warriors could sign him.
Well, they might need him, depending on Jimmy Butler's status tomorrow, Bonte. All hands on deck.
I tell you who I do like out of Notre Dame.
Who?
Xavier Watts.
Yeah, he's a baller.
This safety,
He's a
13 picks in his career. And the Niners, I know we're all focused on defensive line. I think they're going to go after defensive line.
They have two D linemen that I would take in the 4th and 5th round, Notre Dame.
I mean, they've got some studs out there, right? And the D line, I was texting with Baldy, and he was like, yo, this defensive line class is stacked.
That's right.
Because I needed to. I've been doing Warrior stuff.
Huh? Get your Baldy fix.
That's right.
I needed my Baldy fix. But we always talk football. Baldy and I talk all the time. But no, this Xavier Watts guy is safety. From sideline to sideline is a ball hawk. And the Niners need a free safety. That's come on, man.
Well, no,
Xavier
there's no
Watts is a
doubt.
stud. And then they got this kid from South Carolina, too, who's pretty good.
Well, I mean, when you get comped to Kyle Hamilton, who is an absolute superstar, like that's always gonna like raise eyebrows.
Well, the comps. And we were just talking about the comps. And that's one of the things.
Genty is Emmitt Smith.
That's
what they said.
No. I had Bucky. Was it Bucky Brooks saying he's anywhere from LaDainian Tomlinson to Frank Gore? I was like, I cannot think of two different players.
What if he's Glenn Coffey?
Can he just be Josh Jacobs for a sec? Like, just get there, right? Just be Josh Jacobs. If you could try to get to that level, first and foremost, he was a first-team All-Pro player. Bonte Hill's with us in studio, courtesy of River Islands. Was that the position, though, that you were looking for, Bonte? Like, first and foremost,
absolutely.
Like, defensive end. Like, you have got to show up. Can you get someone with Nick Bosa, right?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Like, Chasky brought up, since acquiring Nick Bosa, the defensive end with the most sacks beside him was who? Leonard Floyd last year?
Yeah,
8.5?
8.5, 9. Did he have
whatever
10?
it was.
Did he
So,
have 10?
So if we were
Did he
going to
get
go,
9?
if we were just going to go opposite Bosa since he got here.
Insane.
Okay. I consider Armstead both D tackle and D end, but he had 10 in 2019. D Ford, only 6.5 that year, but I don't think it speaks to how good he was. The next year, Bosa went down. Kerry Hyder led the team with 8.5 sacks. Year after that, Bosa had a monster year. Arden Key, 6.5 sacks. Opposite him in 2022, Ebukam, 5. Charles Omenihu, 4.5. 2023, Jackson had 3. Armstead had 5. Last year, the number one most opposite Bosa, Leonard Floyd with 8.5 sacks. And it was the quietest 8.5 sacks I've ever seen.
It was. It has not been pretty. And they've tried. Randy Gregory and Chase Young trading for those guys, and it just has not worked. And the great thing about Mykel Williams is, you notice on his film, he plays a lot. He plays inside a lot. He plays inside the tackles at times. I've seen him line up over guards, line up over tackles.
They run a lot of stunts.
He run a stunt, but he would take on double teams and just stonewall guys.
Yes.
Go look at the 2 Texas games. He was popping against the Longhorns. I'm like, damn, this guy's just standing there. And he's got the long arms, and he doesn't allow guys to block him, so he knows how to shed blocks very well, contains really well. And look, this isn't the only pick. You need a lot more here. But there's a lot of players on this board. The NFL draft this year is stacked.
Ask him what you asked me.
Well, which one? I asked you a lot of things.
Wait, did you ask him, should Kawhi Leonard rest for game 4?
Oh, well, we'll see. Well, he might need to.
That's
he can now because they can win without him at this point.
The Shedeur question.
Shedeur Sanders is falling. Okay. All right? So that is, first of all, we'll wait till we get to the Niners angle on this. Are you surprised at all that he fell out of the first round?
Not really.
Why?
Not really, because you saw it coming with the articles and everything like that. And you look at the teams that need a quarterback. All right, the Saints, the Raiders, the New York Giants. Now, the New York Giants took Jackson Dart. And Steelers too. They need a quarterback as well. But they may have a hush, wink with Aaron Rodgers.
A handshake deal or something.
Aaron Rodgers sounds like he's going to go to Pittsburgh. He can't stay away
they probably did that deal in a cave.
Ayahuasca.
Thank you. Under 10, high on peyote. I'm not mad at that. But look, I'm not as surprised. Some of the things that are coming out like, oh, look at it. I saw a clip from the Greg Hill show on WEEI, and our boy Jermaine Wiggins was defending Shador because Greg Hill's like, look, he's wearing a chain, and and it was like, Jackson Dart's wearing a chain. What are you talking about?
What about Joe Burrow?
So Joe Burrow,
one of the most and I love Joe, but he's one of the most arrogant players in the league.
Will Howard from Ohio State literally told every team, if you don't draft me, you're going to regret it. And they were like, oh, my God, we love his competitiveness. He's so confident. Shador tells you how confident he is because it's the Rolex, because it's the chains, whatever. Look, they want a lot more film on him. He did win the Johnny Unitas Award for the best quarterback in college football last year. He had a good season. It's not the end of the world if he gets drafted in the second round. No. It's not. And there's 2 teams that could use him in the second round. It's the Raiders. It's the Saints at 40. We'll see about that.
Or the Browns, who have 2 picks now. And by the way, that trade with Jacksonville – Jags, I don't know what you're doing there. I get it. Travis Hunter's going to be amazing. Giving up 3 spots just to go up to number 2 from 5 and giving up your first-round pick next year to do it for Travis Hunter?
Can I push back on that for a second?
You're allowed to.
Hey, look, Cleveland wants to get a deal with Atlanta for Julio Jones. Atlanta took Julio Jones, and you can't even remember the players Cleveland drafted. Sometimes I think teams over. Now, we'll see about this. Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter, we believe, are going to be generational talents, right?
Yeah, but what position is Travis Hunter?
I don't know what he is.
I don't know what he is. He's a stud, right? But here's what I think, though. Yeah. I thought Cleveland would go Abdul Carter to pair him up with Myles Garrett, and you got Denzel Ward at corner, and you look at that division. Joe Burrow, T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, and the Baltimore Ravens. Whatever's happening in Pittsburgh, you need pass rushers. You need to get after the quarterback, and you need to shut it down. Mason Graham may be a great player.
They also have no money.
They got no money, too.
That's like a big factor. The Deshaun Watson thing.
And they paid Myles.
It destroyed them.
Yes.
But Travis Hunter, too. Jacksonville, as much as they gave up, you pair him with Brian Thomas Jr., just say if he plays 25 snaps on offense, and you got those boys playing outside, that's a nasty combination at wide receiver, and you get a good corner. Look, I understand what Cleveland's doing. They came up with a great haul. But sometimes the player, we'll see how they draft. You got to make sure you nail these picks before we say Cleveland came up big. Now, Mason Graham may be a good player, but boy, Travis Hunter and Abdul Carter are generational talents.
Mm-hmm. That's fair, all of that, and that all might be true. I don't like giving up a first-round pick next year to go up 3 spaces.
And
that's just a value.
That's the cost of doing business.
But that's a value thing for me where I think you
Jacksonville doesn't feel like they're one player away. Although for branding, which I've heard a couple times, they are irrelevant in Florida.
Right.
Forget Jacksonville; they're just irrelevant.
Well, and Trevor Lawrence, his star's fading,
and this is a homegrown player. I understand why they would make a bold move like that.
He's a game changer.
But again, what position?
We'll see.
First-time head coach, first-time GM.
They'll figure it out.
They'll have to figure it out.
You can't I hear you. I think the guy's going to be a stud now. Now, I don't think he's going to play full-time wide receiver. No. I think that's going to be impossible. He's dealt with little nicks and bruises, but boy, the way he high points the football, his athleticism is just. Don't overthink it sometimes. So Cleveland's got to nail their picks before we hail them as a winner of this deal.
Let's call it what it is. It's Jacksonville and Cleveland. There's a chance both of this blows up in both of their faces. So let's just call this is bad
the Bears and Niners trade?
Bad organizations and bad ownership. That's what happens.
So ask him the Shador question.
Well, let's go back to Shador Sanders now, who's there, top of the second round. I don't think a lot of people thought this was going to be the case months ago. Brock Purdy, real quick, just tying it back to the 49ers, has not signed a contract yet. Did show up to voluntary OTAs. He did do that, so there's something there. There's been reports. John Lynch saying they have good conversations, so we'll see. We'll see. If he's there, though, Bonte, pick 43. Shador Sanders is there. Do you consider it at all best player available if you're just going to use that method? What if I told you for the Niners? No. Do you consider it at all?
No, you make it work with Brock Purdy. Make it work with Mac Jones. You got other needs right now. Shador, now, he's quote-unquote a pocket quarterback.
Here we go. Radio Bonte is going to convince himself.
No, I'm not mad at Shador Sanders. I think the guy could be a good player if you get the right structure around him.
I agree.
Everybody gets caught up in the noise and the Rolexes and the swagger and the hats and all that stuff. Can the guy spin it? The guy could spin it. I've seen him spin it. The guy can make throws after throw after throw after throw.
Do you think he's already better than Purdy?
No, he's never played a snap in the NFL.
Okay, all right.
So you got to be fair to Brock Purdy.
Do you think he could do? All right, I guess here's the equation because I threw this at him as we were talking.
No, they're not going with Sanders. The Niners they have their quarterback. Let's not get ridiculous around here. Well, they need defensive linemen. They need secondary help. They may need another wide receiver, and they do quietly
Are you not
believe in Mac Jones.
This is the organization that had Steve Young and Joe Montana in the same thing, though. Like they did
35 years ago.
And Jimmy and
Trey.
That was so long ago, and Jimmy was on the way out and whatnot. They brought in Mac Jones. There's some controversy. We're sleeping on this.
I said that to you, and he laughed at me. He laughed at me.
Please. He had a great rookie year.
I'm just
Mac
surprised
Jones
Brock is unsigned at this point. If I would have asked you in January, I think we all, and myself included, would have thought that Purdy would already be done. The deal would be done by now. It's draft day. I mean,
have we not watched the way the Niners do business the last 3 years?
Yeah, but they told me this year would be different.
It slides. He's all the time.
You're not surprised, though?
No, I'm not surprised at all.
At all?
At all.
So how much longer do you think this lingers?
Oh, I think it lingers closer to training camp.
Oh, God.
And you know what?
Jesus.
A little birdie I was talking to. A little birdie I was talking to kind of, yeah, I like that birdie sound. Can you do it again? A little birdie I was talking to.
This is stool pigeon talk here with Monte Hill.
Little birdie actually convinced me on this one. He goes, Bonte, you think Brock Purdy has leverage? I was like, yeah, he has all the leverage in the world. He goes, Mac Jones is there. You don't think Shanahan would go straight to Mac Jones?
You're using my argument I used to you that you yelled at me about against me?
What are you talking about?
Because I've said all along, I don't think there's a team out there that would trade multiple picks and pay him $50 million that he's looking for guaranteed per season. Like, there's not a lot of teams that are out there to do that. I don't think his leverage is as steep as he thinks it is.
I was under the impression, don't let Brock Purdy step on the football field without a new deal. Don't let him step on the football field without a new deal. If you're his agent,
I think
that's smart business.
I get that.
But Purdy was like, Mac Jones is here for a reason. And they did like him during the Trey Lance draft. They did like him. We had multiple shows about that. And I don't think Mac Jones is as bad as what people says. When you got Joe Judge and Matt Patricia calling plays for you, and diagramming plays, that is career suicide. You go back and look at those last games in Jacksonville, he didn't play that bad. He did not play that bad. I know you're scoffing, Spadoni.
No, you know where I stand.
Yeah.
It's not, is the player better? It's, is the player making $55 million better than the player? Is he $50 million better than the guy making $5 million a year?
And Shanahan gets the most out of these quarterbacks. You don't think Shanahan? And by the way, he walked into that podium yesterday. Yeah. He had the suit on.
Oh, he looks great.
He was dripping. Yeah. It was that drip.
So he had you in the palm of his hand.
No, I was just chilling. I was just
watching.
watching.
NBC, Shanahan, I've always believed in you. It's Shanahan. Did you say that when he walked in?
I had my legs crossed. I was just chilling, listening, observing.
Basic
observing.
Sharon Stone.
That's a great movie, by the way.
Sharon Stone.
Look at you, son.
That's a great movie. Basic Instinct. That's 90s,
Carter, if I say Basic Instinct, do you even know what that means?
Yeah, I got an idea.
Yeah, I just said the name. Yeah, Basic Instinct. Michael Douglas, right? There you go. I should not Google that.
One of the most famous scenes in VHS
Vontae Hill in studio with us right now. Cruise here, River Islands.
They don't know anything.
They don't know anything.
I know,
these young guys.
We know about it.
You're down on Mac Jones, huh?
Well, I was actually one of the few ones I was told my Niners buddies when this happened. I was like, I actually don't hate if they drafted Mac Jones. I don't hate that move for them if they did it.
I didn't like trading 3 picks for him.
I understand that. But there's no guarantee that he would have been there. I hear you that he did. It ended up working that way, but I don't know if you're the 49ers. Remember, the Niners drafted or traded all those picks to move up in the draft. They didn't even know who they were taking.
That's the most insane part of that whole thing.
Who they were taking, and then ended up taking Trey Lance. Turns out maybe that entire draft class just stinks with all the quarterbacks. There's a good chance that's the case. But I didn't want to play the sound. And I usually don't like playing sound. There's 3 of us right here. But I thought this was really good sound yesterday. Joel Klatt, who I thought did a great job with Daniel Jeremiah in the NFL Network coverage, along with Charles Davis and Rich Eisen, he talked about what he dislikes when it comes to the NFL draft and the narratives around some players. Just take a listen to this. And it's pertained to one Shedeur Sanders and him falling yesterday. And this is before the draft even started. Joel Klatt, NFL Network.
Yeah, and he won't shy away from the spotlight, and you can take that one of 2 ways. You can take that as a negative, you can take it as a positive. Shedeur represents everything that I dislike about the NFL draft, and it's only one thing, and it's narratives, built up that are lazy and, quite frankly, trash. When you come out as an anonymous source about some meeting that you had and you don't think that some kid measured up to what you wanted him to be when he walked in your room, I think that that's trash. Shedeur Sanders is going to be a good quarterback in the National Football League. And I think that he's going to go and make some head coach and some fan base very happy because he's already done that in his career and what I think is a very difficult spotlight for his dad at the University of Colorado in a program that was nothing before he got there for 2 decades. So those are the things that I'm looking at, is the things that you can't measure. And everyone wants to have an opinion about this guy. And listen, I get it, right? Yeah, he holds the ball too long and he drifts and all of those things. But I tell you what, this narrative that built up about Shedeur over this process, that's what I dislike about this draft.
That was Joel Klatt yesterday. It should be known, graduate of Colorado. Played there.
He also, Joel Klatt, I listened to him with Colin Cowherd years ago. He goes, no one's going to make this come. This is for Joe Burrow when he was coming out. He goes, he reminds me the closest of Joe Montana. And I had never heard any player in a draft comped to Joe Montana in terms of play style. And I'm not saying he's Joe, but
it reminds you of
Joel Klatt. He might not be wrong.
Listen, Joe Klatt, I subscribe to.
I like him.
He keeps it in the buck.
And he,
I like
Joe
Klatt.
knows his stuff.
He knows the game. He's deep
I
into
do
it.
love him.
I love him on the podcast. I love him on the podcast.
Yeah.
I love him on this podcast. Whenever I do see the clips, that's the only time I'll listen to Calvert is because Joe Klatt. I want to hear what Joe Klatt has to say. He knows what he's talking about. So we'll see with Shedeur. We'll see what's happening there. By the way, Mac Jones, I can't get it out of my head. The first ever throw I seen him make in Alabama was a bomb, I think, to Jerry Judy. There was a Ruggs and Judy.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Michigan.
Yeah.
And I was like, I rewind. I was like, who the hell is that?
It was a dime.
He's on the bench.
I know.
Remember that?
I do.
He threw a spiral.
It was Jalen Hurts, Tua, and then Mac Jones all in a row. And I was like, this isn't even fair.
Dude,
No,
he
that
threw like a
team was
bomb on the first play of the game, and I was like, okay, who's this guy?
Do they have Najee Harris and Josh Jacobs too?
Yes.
They did.
Oh my God, insane. By the way, Najee Harris now teammates with Omari Hampton, who was drafted in the first round yesterday to the Chargers.
And about 10,000 offensive linemen who are all scattered throughout the league. One of them being the center. Is it Dickerson? Who's the guy for the Eagles?
Landon Dickerson?
Yeah, like he was a Bama guy as well. Dude, that team was loaded.
Well, Alex Leatherwood, just the one that stunk out of the bunch that the Raiders.
The Niners did that too, though. When they drafted Mike Rumph, out of all those Miami Hurricanes,
well, they took Philip Buchanan.
Got Philip Buchanan. Buchanan was actually good for a couple years. Mike Rumph was never good.
Roast Rump was one of my favorite. He was the worst. And then they're like, he's like Delta O'Neal. I'm like, no, he's not. He's nowhere like
Delta O'Neal.
Remember Delta O'Neal?
Cal Berkey.
That they thought he was the next Delta O'Neal. I was like, no, he was not.
Out of all those Hurricanes, like he ended up with Mike Rumph. Like, what's going on here?
Oh my God!
I love the NFL draft.
Who
Man.
are they target today? I know this is the one where you make your bread, though. If you're Shanahan and if you're Lynch, it's like the first round. Obviously, they've lifted a lot in the first round, but you've seen in the past third, fourth, fifth. But again, we got second and third today. Who are we looking at today, boys, when it comes to drafting? Is it more defensive line? Is it defensive tackle? You mentioned secondary still potentially being a need. I don't see anywhere. Again, you guys might think differently with the quarterback. That's fine. Outside of that, maybe you can go anywhere, and I'd be happy with it, quite frankly, when it comes to this team. Skill position, maybe a little too rich for you at this point. Second round, Joe?
Skill position, no. I think you have to double down. Either it's got to be another edge, which I know that sounds absurd, but you can never have enough of them. Outside linebacker, meaning off ball to fulfill the Dre Greenlaw miss, unless they think D Winters can be that guy. That I don't know. D tackle or guard, center, or tackle on the offensive line. To me, I think they have got to have 4 of the next 6 or 3 of the next 5 picks have got to be dedicated to defense.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And they've got a lot of holes. And look, everybody's freaked out this offseason saying, oh my God, the Niners, there's like one player I'm losing sleep over. It's Dre
Greenlaw.
Yeah. Everything else, fine, move on. Even Hufanga, and he was a nice guy, and I love Hufanga. I root for him. But I root for him. But you know what? He missed a lot of tackles, took a lot of bad angles, was slow to recover from the ACL injury. I think he'll have a better year in Denver, and he's got better personnel around him. But defensive line, D tackles. There's a lot of D tackles here that you could go with. Now you got to hit on the right ones in this wide nine. You got to make sure and getting some interior pressure. I think is just as important as edge pressure. Getting interior pressure, getting in the face of these quarterbacks. Chris Jones, Jalen Carter, just to name a few. Those 2 guys are in the Super Bowl. So give me some D tackles, give me some edge, and then give me some safeties.
Absolutely,
I need a free safety.
And to your point, the defensive tackle. Can we stop the run? Good God, they were getting gashed left and right. And I know Eric Armstead announced the second pick yesterday. That was a guy, albeit not getting the sack total. When they did have him, he did hang his hat on run stuffing and being a good run defender. And that's something that obviously their first round pick yesterday, Mykel Williams, is known to do, is stopping the run. We'll put a bow in this conversation on the other side when it comes to the draft. We got to get to the Warriors. Game 3 tomorrow. And we got an update on one Jimmy Butler, or should we call him Jimmy Butt Hurt because he's got a deep glute contusion? I give myself a 5 for that. Bonte Hill in studio, as he is each and every Friday for the 9 o'clock hour.
This guy.
It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort.
This guy.
It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort. It's going to be brought to you by Cash Creek Casino Resort.
10 on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. Bonte in studio. We're rolling.
Bonte, you're doing great.
He is. Brian Palo Alto. I wonder if he likes the pick.
I don't think so. I saw some. He's always in my mentions. I don't think he likes anything. Honestly, Brian in Palo Alto probably doesn't like mayonnaise on bread. Probably doesn't like mustard.
A lot of people don't like
probably
mayonnaise.
Doesn't like.
What are you talking about? People don't like mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is delicious.
It's
Mike
great.
Silver doesn't. Mike Silver doesn't like it.
You didn't grow up mayonnaise
No,
and
I
a
like
cheese
mayonnaise.
sandwich was literally
you didn't grow up poor. That's what that is.
Real quick.
I love a mayonnaise cheese sandwich.
I like it. I'm saying other people, they tell me they don't like the texture.
Don't sleep on Kraft singles, doggy.
Kraft singles. Oh my god.
Right?
I used to just eat.
And then I would pretend to melt it on like a fry pan, with a little slice of bologna.
A little slice of bologna. Just put it right on the top of bologna. Put it in the skillet.
That was just my nickname growing up was Joey Bologna because I was full of bologna. Joey Bologna.
I was making LJ the other day. I made mac and cheese. You know when you're like looking through your cabinets and you're like, all right, mac and
always
cheese.
Kraft.
I do too. Yeah, always Kraft.
Yeah.
And I go,
Annie's not
Michelle
bad
comes
either.
in. She's like,
Annie's not
you're
bad.
feeding them mac and cheese. What's the protein you're going to serve with it? I was like, I don't know. But my mom, every now and then, like I'd say once a week, was like, hot dogs.
Hot dogs, of course.
Hot dogs and mac and cheese, bro. That's what we did. And I was like, we would either fry them or we'd boil the hot dogs. She's like, what? I'm like, yeah, that's what we did.
Wait. Michelle's Filipino and she's scoffing at the frying of the hot dogs?
She just thought it was not sufficient.
I used to do that all the time. I used to do that all the time.
Bonte's joining us in studio, by the way, courtesy of River Islands. We just talked NFL draft, the entire first round. We can continue to talk about it a little bit more here, but I do want to get into, the matchup of the weekend. It's tomorrow, and the story of the week. It's not the NFL draft. It was Jimmy Butler getting hurt, and we didn't know the severity of it. And obviously, Shams Charania, ESPN, broke the news late yesterday. It was kind of late. I thought it was going to happen earlier, but it was a deep glute contusion, and there is, quote, serious doubt potentially on him, serious question marks in his availability, I should say, of his availability in Game 3 tomorrow with one Jimmy Butler. Doesn't need to play. Should he play? Is it a matter of pain? But I think all in all, Bonte and Joe, there was no structural damage. There's no, broken bones. There's no nerve damage. It's going to be a pain tolerance, and hopefully he'll be back Game 3, and if not, Game 4. But I'm just hoping it's not something that lingers. And if it's a pain tolerance thing, I think they can get through this. And this is an injury he's dealt with in the past with the Miami Heat.
Yeah, today's a big day, right? Let's see what happens today, and then let's see what happens Saturday morning, and Jimmy's going to try to give it a go. He's a tough SOB. Not many injuries hold him back this time of the season. So he flew back in the Bay Area that night of game number 2, which was, it was pretty physical out there, to say the least.
Right.
So, look, let's just wait until tomorrow. But I do believe they could steal a game without Jimmy Butler against this team. They're coming back home. Role players play better at home. Now, you got to figure out what's what. Now, Pods being ill in that game, nobody's talking about that.
That was big.
Pods was solid in game number 1, made winning plays down the stretch. They need Brendan Pajewski healthy. He should be healthy. And I believe Pods being that extra ball handler and hitting some middies and some threes will help the Golden State Warriors. So even if Jimmy doesn't play in Game 3, I do believe they have enough to outlast the Rockets because the Rockets just can't shoot.
Well, no, and it's a great point. I think people need to remember they were basically without their 2 starters. The other game. They were. Pods wasn't himself. I don't know why he came back in the game. I know Pat Spencer was balling. We were talking about, I was like, hey, ride the hot hand, Steve Kerr. Just stick with Pat Spencer. But I feel him. He got the IV. They brought Pods back. It wasn't working. Jonathan Kuminga got some run. We can get into that. What's his role going to be going forward? Hey.
Why are you laughing?
Hey, you need.
As soon as Kuminga came in.
I know.
How many of the Kuminga haters sounded I swear to God.
Oh, Kevin O'Connor?
I was watching the game back yesterday, and I'm going on Twitter. I'm like, oh, they couldn't wait to get on Kuminga. What did you guys expect him to come back in the game and save the day and score
down
30?
Double digits.
Down 30. And by the way, the Rockets now are 49-7 when they build at least a 10-point lead in a basketball game. When they build a 10-point lead in a basketball game, they're 49-7 now on the season. So they don't blow double-digit leads because they slow the pace down. They play solid defense. Sometimes they're hacking you, but that's what they do, and they slow the game down. JK, look. He actually had success against the Rockets. I text Shasky the other day because I hop in, I drop Ches off, I go to the radio, and Telmo's on the air. And Telmo's just running material, and all of a sudden he throws a backhanded compliment to Kuminga, and this is why Kuminga can't play in this series because the ball sticks and this team is a bad match. I'm like, wait a minute. Kuminga had his best games against the Rockets this season.
He did.
21-7, 50%, a career high 34 points in one of the games, saved them in overtime in another game. If any series is advantageous for JK, this is the series.
Well, Steve Kerr literally said that when he came in, when the sideline reporter for TNT, her name is blanking me for last game, but she was like, what do you, Jonathan? He's like, his best games this season have been against the Rockets, so let's see what he's got. That's basically what he said. He's like, he alluded to it.
So, I mean, people had the pitchforks out for him, ignoring other things that were happening on the floor and ignoring other poor performances. But he healed. He struggled in the first 2 games of the series. But Alperen Şengün is getting a little too comfortable for my liking. 26 and 19 and 14 back on April 6th at Chase Center. 26 and 9 in game 1. Yesterday, the other day, almost dropped the triple-double, 16, 17, and 7. And that's where Draymond Green comes into play. Draymond Green, and I know they're trying to mess with him and bait him and get him kicked out the basketball game, but it's time for Draymond Green to cut off Şengün's water.
Not DPOY, by the way.
Not DPOY.
I don't think this is a great matchup for him at all.
Might not be.
For Draymond.
But he tried
didn't
to
guard
punk him. He tried to punk him April 6th.
No, I know.
And Şengün's backed up. He's backed him up.
What I'm saying is like, I'm just going off the first quarter. They tried to have Jimmy on Şengün, and then they tried to have Draymond Green play off him. And Draymond, if JK had done what Draymond did in terms of falling asleep off ball for Amen Thompson to cut backdoor over and over, people would have lost their minds. Now, of course, Draymond deserves more latitude and more leeway and all that, but we're dismissing that he had turnovers in this game that were inexcusable. He refuses to square up to the hoop offensively and is creating spacing issues himself. Predictable turnovers were the ones that killed me, forcing it to guys. And then defensively, I don't think he has a guy that he can guard really well in this one because he's a little too slow for some of their guys out on the perimeter, and he's not big enough for Şengün right now. They're getting nowhere out of this round without Draymond being better on both ends of the floor. And if Fred VanVleet's going to be the one that's guarding him, he's got to beat that matchup.
And that guy can't hit water if it fell out of a boat.
Well, he's going to have a game.
Yeah, I feel like that too.
He's going to have a game.
He hasn't had a game against the Warriors all season.
He could only be
shooting 20% from 3 against the Warriors this season.
And
20%.
And then there's another guy like, Kuminga. I thought Kuminga, you're not going to stop Jalen Green completely. But I thought that Kuminga did a better job on him on the perimeter than GP2. GP2 shooting has fallen off of a cliff. And defensively, this is a bad matchup for him. I get where people are like the lineups. Yeah, for the regular season. You can throw all the plus minus. I'll listen to you. In these small doses, in these small matchups, you have to go with form. And you have to go with what the best matchup is based on your eyeballs and what you're seeing. So here's a good example. Pods didn't have it. It was pretty obvious. He went back and got an IV. It was pretty obvious. Pat Spencer was playing well. It was pretty obvious. He went back to Pods. It was like, Kerr, in this game, Otta went to Pat a little earlier. Now, was that the reason they lost this game? No. But these are the little things where I think sticking to some of your rotations and sticking to what was working for a month or a month ago doesn't necessarily give you the best chance to win tonight.
No doubt. But at the end of the day, you got to split in Houston. You got to split.
Which is what I said.
You have home court advantage. You have home court advantage. Now it's time for Chase Center to show up and show out on a Saturday night, prime time, against the Rockets who are coming in here, strutting their stuff.
Well, you have to win this one.
They're a confident bunch. They are a confident bunch because they've slowed Stephen Curry. It took Curry to hit some hellacious shots in game 1.
I agree.
To outlast him. 20 points, 9 assists in game 2, but the Rockets will live with him just having 9 3-point attempts, and then you got the 6 turnovers because he admitted he's over-dribbling a little bit.
Şengün has done a great job.
Blitzing him.
Yes.
Blitzing him and doubling him in half court and getting the ball out of his hand. So now it's up to the other guys, to your point, Draymond Green being in triple threat position to where he's either going to shoot, pass, or dribble. And then you get the other guys, the shooting has to show up. Buddy Hield, one of the lone 3-point shooters on his team, he has to show up. I like the fact that Quentin Post got his feet wet in the second half of game 2. I think he'll be better in game 3 at home.
He might be the guy, if I'm looking to kind of tinker, he might, because they're both first quarters have been clunky to say the least.
Awful.
So I might go offense to start the game and start with QP to stretch out the spacing early on, and maybe it's Pods off the bench or whoever. I would try QP. I really would. I would try him to start the game because a couple of threes early might change the dynamics for opening things up for Steph.
And for me, it comes back to Steph, comes back to Draymond. Like, you can't have those turnovers from my best 2 players. Once Jimmy Butler left the game, the guys I lean on were Stephen Curry and Draymond Green. And each of them had 5 or more turnovers.
But in this situation, Şengün is guarding Moody early in the game.
I know.
And right now, Moody's not hitting. And so Şengün's like, I don't have to guard you right now.
I know.
And he's coming and doubling. And so having the other players alongside of Steph who are threats, Draymond, is imperative. Otherwise, he's going to continue to get blitzed.
Correct. And that's what I'm saying. They need to take care of the ball, that's for sure. Because if they do that, they're winning the series. Just take care of the turnovers. I think they are.
Well,
you take care of the turnovers.
I'm not sleeping on the Rockets.
It's tough. I heard Mark Willard the other day.
It's not a must-win tomorrow, by the way, for me. It's not a must-win tomorrow.
No, it's not a must-win. No.
You get down 2-1, I'm still not.
You can still win the series in 6 if you lose in game 9. I'm not panicking at all. Not right now.
I'm up in the air.
But we know you, Shasky.
I'm going to go Guru.
We know Shasky.
I'm going to go Guru.
No, you're going to go Sausalito Shasky.
No, I'm going to go Guru here.
But
It's a Missouri game.
No, Mark Willard.
It's a show-me game.
Mark Willard the other day was talking about how this was the quickest series. Oh, this series is already over. It's the quickest series in NBA history. I'm like, what? What are you talking about? Put some respect on the Rockets' name. Before they rested their starters in the last 3, they won 15-17. When we all thought the Rockets would fade. They beat really good teams. And they're doing it with their style. Ime Udoka is a damn good coach. They're taking on his personality.
Tari Eason's playing really well.
Tari Eason is a really good player. Flipped that game in the first half.
Throwing towels at Pat
Eddie chirps.
I feel like
he's been chirping since last year.
Yeah, he's a really good player. He's very underrated.
Jabari Smith Jr.
I love him.
Player. I like him. Jabari Smith Jr. Ime Udoka's playing well. Jalen Green's their wild card where he starts hitting shots off the catch.
He looked like Ja.
He was unbelievable.
Steven Adams off the benches looked good. Old man Steven Adams, who's not even that old. I feel like he's been in the league forever and he's still only 30. I was like, how? He's been in the league for 20 years.
And by the way, I'm sure you guys, because it was out there, the play on Jimmy Butler that caused the injury. A lot of people, dirty. Here's my thing about it.
Yeah, I want to hear yours. Yeah,
Steve Kerr and Draymond Green will let you know if it was dirty.
Correct.
The fact that Draymond Green and Steve Kerr, and we've followed these guys their entire careers, I feel like they would have mentioned something about it being dirty in their post-game pressure.
Wouldn't they have reacted? Like, you know when they show the highlight up on the thing, wouldn't they have reacted a certain way had they thought it was? And he brought up a great one when Vince Carter did it to McCaw. Everybody's like, "Whoa, Vince!"
And Steve Kerr said Vince knows better. Steve Kerr said, "Vince, you know better than to do that."
Dylan Brooks breaking the code.
Exactly,
breaking the code. The fact that they didn't say anything, it was just It was
unfortunate.
It was
unfortunate.
It was like bumper cars in there. Steven Adams, Draymond Green, a lot of things going on. It's a physical basketball game. Amin Thompson is going for offensive rebound. And I think I was talking to our boy Bram yesterday, Warriors Huddle. And he was like, well, why is he going at it? He was kind of reckless. It's like, that's what the Rockets do. Yes. They dominate the offensive glass. They brick and go after the rebounds and try to get layups. So it's an unfortunate injury, no doubt about it. But I didn't think it was dirty.
One thing, I differentiate it. Like last night with the jaw play, when you are in transition and you're trailing a guy, there's a distinct difference for me between that and he's falling forward. Jimmy just happens to be up in the air. Everyone expects these guys in midair to be contorting their body like they're, I don't know. I think we're being unrealistic. It's like as if you never played basketball. When I hear some of the comments regarding this particular play.
There's a lot of people who never played basketball.
We got called clowns yesterday from a caller because we refused to say it was a dirty play.
Did you see what I posted on Instagram? No. Some lady who renamed it. You saw it, Carter? Dude, she goes, you're a knucklehead, Pate. She goes, You're the most negative Warriors announcer out there. You should be fired. F you. And I just cracked up and said, thanks for laughing.
You should have said, have you tuned in to 10 to 2?
I was crying. So many people get so butthurt. They want you to wave the pom-poms or they want you to go the other way. There's no in between anymore in sports. So it is what it is.
We're here with Bonte Fitzgerald.
I just know how to keep it real. I'm sorry, the truth hurts a lot of people, man.
Well, I think that's the here's the thing. Like when Draymond has crossed the line on a play, I feel like we've all been pretty reasonable. Like, all right, Dre, that was unnecessary or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. It's like the Warriors are giving us checks, okay? Right. We just call it like we see it.
Yeah, no, people think I work for the Warriors. No, my check has a peacock or it has a 95-70 game logo on it. It doesn't have the Warriors logo on it. Sorry.
Game 3 tomorrow right here on 95-7 The Game. Tip off at 5.
I love these Saturday games.
You're going to be,
I love these games.
You're going to be hosting
so
It's going to be going nuts.
I'm taking a day off, Spadoni.
You're taking a day off?
I'm taking a day off.
Kareth Burke?
The great Joe Shasky is going to be replacing him.
Dude,
Oh,
it's the
wow.
playoffs.
It's the
You think I'm
debut.
taking a day off
No,
during the playoffs?
that's not what I'm asking.
Playoff
Are you
checks
at
it
Chase
harder.
Center
yes,
tomorrow?
yes,
That's
yes,
what
we're
I'm
at the
asking.
Gatehouse. Yeah, we're
trying
at
to
Chase
pump
Center.
you up here, buddy.
No,
Come on.
yeah, we're at Dubs Talk Podcast
All right.
right after it. I'll probably do
Watch,
an
he's
IG
going to go to
live.
Willard's watch party.
Willard's watch party.
Willard?
House Party Willard. Dude, those guys are funny, man. I got like, I'm in the car. Dude, I gotta say, man. First he was like, it's the quickest. Dude, he was
I'm not working tonight. I'm going to Willard's.
I like going to those watch parties, by the way, Mark.
Are they fun?
Yeah, I went to the Super Bowl there. I had fun. Yeah.
The Niners?
No, it was the Rams Bengals one a couple years ago. I went. It was nice. It was
Watch
fun.
party?
You mean
Yeah,
the one that the Niners should have been in?
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't.
They were all rooting
I don't do
against
watch
you.
parties.
Yeah, I don't
do watch
either.
parties. I can't take you.
I could do them when I have no skin in the game with either team, and that was one of them where I did.
Yeah,
So there
I
you
don't
go.
care. I'm watching it.
So
at
what
home.
were you gonna say?
What were they doing during
I got
the
your back,
crossover?
Mark.
Wheeler was talking about. He's talking about the Rockets being the East Coast version of the Orlando Magic or whatnot.
Okay.
I don't want to put words in his mouth,
Okay.
but he goes, "I'm just worried about somebody getting hurt in game 2. I don't care if they win." And it did happen. And he goes, "Somebody made Jalen Rose some of the Warriors, right? Remember Jalen Rose put his foot under Kobe Bryant in the finals
Yeah, Jalen Rose,
25
yep.
years
Yep.
ago."
Yep.
Well, Dibs goes, "Well, we got to be fair. Zaza kind of did it to Kawhi." And Willard goes, "That's a different generation. You can't bring it up. We're talking about it was like, wait a minute, Willard, you just brought up something that happened 25 years ago."
Draymond got Steven Adams, who's still in the league and only 31, which is shocking.
I know.
He kicked him in the groin.
The nuts. He kicked him right in the nuts.
Michael Beasley.
Yeah, he did.
I mean,
He stomped Sabonis.
How about the Brandon Clark one where he held him up when he was in midair after just like absolutely hitting him so hard?
I did think the technical he got was weak on Şengün, but then he did Jalen Green. He smacked him in the face.
Oh, Jalen Green
was
forearm elbowed him. That was dirty.
That was.
And then the Rockets, you see, if you get out to a big lead tomorrow at Chase Center, they're going to resort to some tactics where they're going to elbow.
How about Dylan
they're
Brooks
gonna
kicking his
foot
legs
hack.
out?
Yeah, they're going to hack.
Well, Vince Lee did it too. He kicked his knee out on Quentin Post, and they called him out on it. He's like, "No, that's an offensive foul."
And I do believe the whistle will be tighter tomorrow because the league is seeing this.
So who's coming in?
Mugged.
Who we bringing
Well,
in?
we don't know
Scott
until the day of. We don't know until the day of.
Ed Malloy?
We don't know until the day of. We don't know until maybe a Gucci Man game. Maybe a Gucci Man, James Williams.
You want you want Tony Brothers out there.
No, you don't want catfish out there. You don't want catfish.
One of my boys, Fluky, was talking about the best fried catfish he's ever had on his last
Hugh
vacation.
Jacks?
No, I forget where.
okay.
Fluky,
Dude.
if you're out there listening,
I'm all
hit
in
me
on,
up.
on fried catfish sandwiches. Oh,
Oh,
so
yeah, they are.
good.
With mayonnaise?
Oh, with or some aioli on there. There you go. Some. There you go. I'm all in on Fast Five too. I didn't know.
It's
if you
already
knew that.
Fast Five? Damn.
Hey.
Oh, heck yes.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
Joe Lacob's loving all of this, by the way. It is time for Fast Five. I don't have to do a read. I don't have to do a read at all. Oh, wait, I do have a read. I missed it. I forgot to do the Sam. I apologize. This is my final thought. Make sure you subscribe to Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Sam Lubman, Joe Shasky, and occasionally Steven Risotto have the best Giants talk in the world. Subscribe today to the podcast Bonta Hill calls, quote, informative, rational, and exciting. Hey, big series win for the Gigantes.
Big series win.
Yep.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Matt
balling.
Chapman.
By the way, I didn't realize. I watched a game yesterday. Lamar Wade Jr. comes up and the batting average says 098. Yeah. And I paused it for a
6
second.
for 60.
I look on the laptop and I was like, is he really batting under 100? We know Patrick Bailey has one home run since post All-Star break. He's like one of the worst hitters in baseball.
There's three positions right now that are bottom 3 in offensive
Luis
production.
Matos.
Shortstop,
Oh, my God.
catcher, and first base. Hey, let me throw a name at you, by the way, since you brought that up. Boston Red Sox have a player, Tristan Casas.
Oh, yeah.
He is a left-handed player with the bat and a right-handed player with the glove. Could they put Devers, who they gave big money to after signing Bregman, could they put Devers at first and move him? I would trade Luciano and something else in your farm to go get Tristan Casas. That's what I would do. And he would be my first baseman.
Go Devers.
No, I just think they like Devers.
Yeah, I know.
And they've been giving him big money. Now, this guy also paints his nails. He's an odd guy. I watched the Red Sox doc.
Caleb Williams paints his nails.
No, I know, but I'm saying he's an odd guy. He's a really good baseball player.
You got to, we're in a different time.
It's all right.
Be careful with that one.
I like it. Snoop Dogg does
saying
too.
he
Let's
fits.
go.
I'm saying he fits.
It doesn't make you odd if you paint your fingernails.
I'm saying that he fits the area.
Jalen Green paints his fingernails here. You're right.
If you ever as a girl, Joe, you will realize you will getting your nails painted. You will get your makeup done. It happens. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, it does happen. Face paint and everything. Oh, you would be a terrible girl dad. You're not going to be
Why do you say that? You'd be a big softy.
You're not going to be ready for the girl
You'd
dad
be a
life.
big softy.
There's some things you got to do that you just got to suck up your pride and just do it. By the way, my final thought is, when the hell are you taking us to House of Prime Rib? When the hell are you taking us? Well, we know what us is. Because I know if I lost the bet, Spadoni and Lubman were coming.
Right. So I believe us is Bonte, it's Spadoni, it's me, it's Carter, it's Risotto, it's Lucas, it's Nahegan.
No, it's a station event.
It's not a station event.
It's a show event.
It was for. I don't know about Carter.
No, it's a very candlelit dinner. Just the two of us.
Carter has a VIP entrance there anyway.
I know.
So
he did his wedding
fine.
at the Olympic Club. Didn't invite nobody. Listen.
Somehow Giddings found his way in the post game.
What?
Lucas did too.
Wow.
Lucas was supposed to spread the word. He didn't.
And we got this guy the job. Can you believe that? That's unbelievable.
Classic Lucas.
Did an interview with him when no one was.
Thanks. Yeah, no thanks.
I think he did one with me too.
So I'm going to let you guys know this right now. Spadoni and Sam, you're out.
What?
No,
That was not at all the parameters of the bet.
The parameters of the bet,
Thank
Shasky.
you.
You were bragging.
Yes.
You were bragging, saying, yeah, you got to take all of us.
Yep.
And
So
y'all
there
was
you
going
go.
to charge my credit
you
card
had
and
to.
mess me out.
That is not how bets work.
I am deferring all payments. 2028's House of Prime Rib date will be set. We're doing what the Dodgers do. We're going to pay this over time.
No.
So, Bonte, you and I are going to go. You guys, I'm thinking like burritos.
Stop. Is there a
Starbucks
if it's a
turkey
prime
bacon
rib
sandwich.
burrito?
Note to self, never ever make a bet with Joe
I'm not spending
Shasky.
$700
That's
on
not
the
gonna be
four of you
$700.
guys.
Shouldn't have made the bet.
Yeah, well, hold on. Let me pull up the prices there.
Sam,
You're overreacting.
what skin did you have in the game?
You're the one who included me in this bet. I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Because you guys thought you were going to win, and I thought I was going to lose.
No, I was on Bonte, I was on your side the whole time.
No,
I
you
don't know what you're
wasn't. You
talking
were
about.
I believe that Bonte the whole time. Bonte did have a point.
I appreciate it. I don't hate.
That was a hell of a bet, though.
Forget House of Prime Rib. I'll take you to IHOP, Sam.
I think they have prime rib there sometimes.
Oh boy, you want the prime?
Hey man, don't get mad at me because you made a bet that you're afraid to cash in on.
You know what, Sam? I can't do the podcast today. You're on your own.
Oh, okay. I'll go solo. It'll be a better episode.
Hey, you need me on there?
Oh, there we
can
go.
talk about Mike Krzyzewski.
Let's do it.
You all in on Mike
Krzyzewski looks good.
Give his props.
When he's not one of your premium players, like you can be a good team.
Hold on, I got it right here. Shout out AI Chat GPT. Expect a dinner at House of Prime Rib for 4 to cost around $350, including drinks and dessert. It's not $700.
Right.
It's half that.
You got 3 houses.
Why are you looking at me like?
I don't have 3 houses.
I don't have 3 houses.
Ceremony Ford.
New backyard. You got the game room. Shout out
Maybe House of Prime Rib will sponsor it.
Yeah, you know, that's a great point.
We have a show there.
No. He's got to spend his money. They're not sponsoring anything. Okay, the only thing they can sponsor at this point
How about
is
this?
me.
I'll make you guys a deal. I will pay for all you and Lubman and Carter and Bonte if Bonte asks Draymond Green on air to come with us.
Honestly,
I think. Do you want to hear something funny? I went to go watch the movie Sinners.
Yeah.
And so we walk in, and they're like, "Yo, the player's going to be in this role. You guys be back here." It's me, Fezzy, Bully, right?
Yeah.
And it was at the end. She heard that Curry's going to be in a seat, so I go to the bathroom, get some popcorn. Anna positions herself to try to sit behind Steph Curry for the movie.
Oh.
Guess who was sitting there in Steph Curry's place?
Who?
Draymond Green.
Shocked you talking to me.
You're sitting behind me.
Did he say hi?
A little quick, that. A little quick.
We gotta go. That's
Bonte's like, my stomach hurts. I gotta run.
And that was Fast Five brought to you by
It's like, oh boy.
At home, we're on the go. Get the fastest internet devices.
Booty was looming
Everybody says that's a gooism. I brought lemon booty to 95.7 game.
I told you.
I brought that.
I said
brought
you
it in
did.
the lab. I brought lemon booty here. Goose
said
is a lot of
The
material.
big, you know what, was the one that
in the lab.
created Dwelling in the Lab.
No doubt.
Dwelling in my lab
lemon booty to the
24/7.
station.
Brought to you by
Lemon booty's
Fremont
looming
Bank.
large.
Here for you. Here for good.
Stole my material.
You know what today is, ladies and gentlemen.
Baby. Tell them.
It's a payday Friday.
Yeah, baby.
Payday Friday for the boys, and that always starts our day upbeat.
Enjoy, Stoney, because Monday I'll be down in the dumps, but my pocket's got the mumps right now. Yeah.
You make that up?
Of course. Off the top. Freestyle. But yeah, baby, and we're going to the Giant game, you and me. You tried to weasel out.
No, I didn't.
I caught the weasel.
Well, I'm out. Well,
yeah, I haven't.
I'm 90% sure, but I gotta.
Oh, 90?
Well, because my daughter's in town from LA, surprisingly, because she's getting her wedding dress altered tomorrow.
Josie.
Yeah, so I may have dinner with her.
Okay.
We'll see.
All right.
We'll see. We'll see. NFL draft yesterday. We can talk NFL draft.
Little victory lap for your boy.
Let me tell you who they picked, and then ask you what the hell you're talking about. Mikael Williams, defensive tackle, Georgia, with the number 11 pick. What a reach.
Sonny, stop. Had 8.5 tackles for losses last year.
How many sacks?
8.5.
How many sacks did he have?
5.5.
5.
I got 5.5.
He had 5. He didn't even get credited for that half that last game.
Oh, boy.
What are you getting a victory lap for?
I said the Niners need an edge rusher. If it was up to me, and you said
they do. That's not, I mean,
they got him.
Well, like 10 defensive linemen taken in the first round.
I understand, Evan. But
so all you had to do to take a victory lap was some point in the last 2 months
say, position.
I'd like to see the Niners take a edge rusher.
Yeah, and that was a verbiage.
I think I said that too once. So
you always got to try to outdo me, huh? But anyway, I like the pick. Stoney, he's played big-time football. We'll see. Had a great SEC championship game against Texas. So we'll see what it is. But the bottom line is.
What's the bottom line?
I believe the window has shut for this Niner team in regard to a Super Bowl.
What?
No,
I don't.
Vision.
Oh, boy.
And they can prove me wrong. But last year, 6-11, looks like I might be on the right track. But how you bounce back, and it's kind of weird when you talk about no Greenlaw and all the great Niners on the defensive side of the ball that have come and gone. You got to basically redo it. You got to rebuild it. And I think Bosa needs help. We all do. And I think this guy is a great candidate. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
I mean, he was in the mocks. He was not projected to go this high. But what's interesting is apparently he was definitely the 49ers guy. They seem to be unanimous. Lynch said they actually tried to move up to get him. And he ended up falling to them. And if you watched the draft last night, you saw that the 49ers were not on the clock for more than 8 seconds before they made the pick. So what does that tell me? That tells me that they were unified with the pick. If they knew that quickly. So I think they all like this guy, and I think they all understand that he might have been a little bit of an unconventional pick in terms of maybe taking him earlier than he'd been projected. But it's that old thing, man. If you like a guy, you really like him. You really, really like him.
Put a ring on it.
Take him.
Yeah, and they did.
Take him.
They did. Now, you had a funny story, or did you make that up about Kyle's wife, about the pick?
Well, that wasn't me. That was our great salesperson, Kenny Wardell.
Oh, okay. I thought that was, a lot of talking going on in the
I don't have
I got you.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He basically
was projected to go 28th, and the wife texts like 28th. Are you okay? Did you do it right? But I think they got it right. We'll see. And you got picks tonight too.
Yeah, and so obviously the 49ers got their mini camp going on, and I think, let me ask you this: how do you feel about? Okay, so Purdy's there, but he's still unsigned. Warner's there. Trent Williams is there.
Okay.
McCaffrey's there.
Feeling healthy.
The only guy who isn't is George Kittle.
And I remember he responded. We talked about it to Diana Rossini's tweet from ESPN that she didn't have the facts, basically saying he was holding out. But Steiny, I'm giving him whatever he covets. He's earned it. He deserves it. And I think he's coming off one of his greatest seasons as a Niner. And I don't know what they're doing, but the bottom line is, and I throw Purdy's contract into that because they got time, right? And he showed up. But the bottom line is they don't want to play the paper game or the drama that ensued last year that some perceive in regard to waiting too long or whatnot. I can't wait to see what the Niners are going to be after last season. Like, was that real? You had 8 or 9 starters dip. They're no longer here. What are they going to look like? Because, Steiny, they're as good as they've been offensively with Jimmy, with Brock Purdy. Their staple in Saleh's back was their defense. And last year was just weird, not having a full year of Greenlaw. I'm over that, Steiny. He's gone. But there's a lot of other guys. Hufanga, he was your young stud. He's gone. Just a lot of guys. Armstead, he's been gone. But how are they going to rebuild this defense?
I think the bigger picture here, at least for me, is after last year's debacle of an offseason.
Debacle. Fair. I just
count the bucket.
I'll walk. After last year's joke of an offseason, with people holding out, clearly either the players took it upon themselves or they got the message from the organization that probably last offseason played a major part in their 6-11 year. And for whatever reason, I think everybody knew it, and that's a big, I'll say this. Like Trent Williams being there, to me, that's just a sign of good faith. That's Trent Williams saying, you know what?
I didn't have a good one last year. I owe you almost.
Or just it's a good sign, I think, for sure. And I think what people are taking out of Purdy being there is that it should tell you that he's not, that they're pretty close. Maybe that's why he's there, but they can't go through the same kind of offseason this year that they did last year. And I feel like they're already in a better spot than they were last year.
Yeah, no doubt. But can you agree with me on this front? Again, Steiny, we always talk about it, or at least I do, tomorrow's not promised. But when that season ended yesterday and it culminated in a 6-11 record, and, they got the big game Sunday night against Buffalo where they got kind of, ran out the stadium or whatnot. But the bottom line is, can you understand where or how I feel not seeing a dominant Niner defense? And there were injuries and all kind of things going on. And now you got to find a replacement maybe today, tomorrow, this whole weekend, at linebackers, some secondary depth, everywhere, a little bit everywhere, but it's just weird when I can sit here and tell you, I don't know how good the Niner D is. When that for the last 5, I
don't know how good the Niners are.
Well, I guess that's what I'm trying to, you got a healthy McCaffrey.
That's great.
You got Purdy.
That's great.
You got Kittle.
How's their offensive line?
I'll ask you this. How was it last year?
Not very good.
But it was the anchor was not available a lot of the season. I'm talking about Trent Williams.
He played a lot of the year, didn't he? But missed the last 5 or 6?
Yeah.
But I don't know how good this team is. Now, I can tell you what I think they're doing, which is I think they're trying to reset and at the same time still be a playoff contender in the NFC West.
Right.
And I think to their way of thinking, they can get that accomplished in part because of their schedule.
Yeah.
And, I got to tell you, if I'm looking at the 49ers and I'm Lynch and Shanahan, and I'm leaning toward, we got to start this process of moving forward in a different direction. You get that schedule, and you're like, this is the year to do it.
All right.
Because you might be able to do it.
That is the one thing in their favor.
And still, be a team that makes the postseason.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers take an edge rusher. Do you like the position that they addressed very first in the draft yesterday? Was that number one priority? Was it a defensive edge rusher? Or would you like to have seen him go somewhere else? What are the other weaknesses for this team? How good is this team? Guru asked the question. And I don't know how good they are. They still have a lot of work to do with the rest of the draft. And we'll see how it plays out. But 888-957-9570 is the number. So here's how it's going to go. We'll talk some Niners to start the show today. We'll get into the Warriors and Jimmy Butler. Sham Sharani reporting Butler, serious jeopardy. He misses game 3, which is tomorrow night.
Man.
We'll see about that. But the Warriors and Rockets are tied 1-1. And then we'll probably talk about you and me going to that game tonight.
Yes, sir.
Game.
You better.
So that's what. Yeah, we will. So
and
that's
you're giving your daughter away, right, for her the wedding?
I would assume.
Right.
Well, actually, I don't assume anything.
Right.
It's a non-traditional wedding, so whatever she decides, her dad will support her.
Love it.
Come hell or high water, Goo. Employee pricing for all is now at Ceremony Ford in Colma. You pay what we pay. We pay. No markups, no nonsense. Stop by Ceremony Boulevard or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, from America, for America.
Financial guidance? Look no further.
This is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, round one of the NFL draft occurred last night. 49ers took an edge rusher, Mikael Williams from Georgia. And he looks to be the player that they all wanted.
Yeah.
And it's not unusual for teams to say we all love this guy. For some reason, I believe this. I don't know why. But I think they've, like, if you take a guy at 11 who was projected maybe in the 20s, what that tells me is they liked a guy and they didn't really care if the consensus was that he shouldn't be drafted at that number. Yeah. Let's put it that way. And so the one thing I do think it sets up is, did the did the 49ers find somebody that was a little bit under the radar, take him at 11, and he turns into a cornerstone along with Nick Bosa?
I mean, they got a saying in the streets, Donnie, steady long, steady wrong. So there is no science to the draft. You look at the greatest quarterback to ever play, Tom Brady, 6th round. Brock Purdy, your current, starting quarterback. So I'm saying the guy, Williams, played big-time football on one of the, if not the biggest stages multiple times. And if they felt like that was a position of need, and if you watched the Niners last season, Stoney, it was just uncanny on, me coming down Bosa's road, but everybody could see that there was not chaos in regard to coming at the other, putting pressure on the other team's quarterback. Mm-hmm. So now this guy is going to get that opportunity. And at the end of the day, Stoney, like you said, it was quick and in a hurry as they announced it. He fits their criteria, and I guess that's all that matters. Now, there's some people out there, his motor's not, I question his motor. Oh, yeah, we'll see. But Anonymous, shout out Anonymous. I hate that. That's the cowardice thing you can do, Anonymous. But, I think they got a guy that Niner fans can be excited about to go with Bosa. And it might not work, Stoney, but they know they need help. And how do you get help? You got to go hire somebody, and they just did.
Who'd the Cowboys take?
Offensive lineman. I am from Bama. I am real. It starts in the trenches.
Well, then why didn't the 49ers go O-line?
Maybe they got confidence in theirs.
No, the reason they didn't go O-line is because they never go O-line in the first round.
Well, they got the steal last year in Pooney. And how did that work out? He hit the ground running.
He lost a little bit as the season wore on.
So did they.
He was a good, solid pick.
No doubt about it.
But no, the story that it is true that apparently Kyle Shanahan texted his wife about 2 minutes before the draft and told her who they were taking, and she got back to Kyle and said, he's projected 28th. So the one she must have looked at had him at 28, but obviously the 49ers thought more of him than most, if not every mock draft. This is John Lynch talking about Mikael Williams.
Were you expecting him to go earlier?
We were hanging on. We thought there were a number of instances where he might go, and it just kept watching the deal, and other guys kept showing up. So that was a good thing for us, and really, really pleased with adding Mikael to our group.
Now, the thing I think's interesting is, why would they be really worried if he was not projected to go as high as 11? I mean, if he would have gone higher than that, it would have been unbelievable. But in terms of what the mocks had him at.
And you said mocks with an S, right? So there's so many projections. But the bottom line is, Stoney, had Dallas or any other team got him, the Chargers, the Raiders, just on what I see, and again, I'm no scout, I would be excited about this dude. So it was a position of need, no doubt. They still need more, a plethora. But right now, just after one day, I can see how Lynch, and it's good to hear his voice because that's symbolic of, the training camp is around the corner and the schedule release and the season will be upon us. But I like it for the Niners, and I'm sure Bosa's happy just at the opportunity of the idea of getting help.
Well, as long as Nick's happy.
No, his unit got bolstered. That's all.
Yeah, no, but as long as Nick's healthy, we got to. But you said it. If I were a Niner fan, I'd be excited about the pick. Okay, are Niner fans excited about the pick? I mean, let's be honest. You got to be a hardcore football fan to know who a lot of these guys are that are picked in the first round.
Yeah,
second round, obviously more so. But I'm not only interested in if 49er fans are excited about the pick. I'm just wondering how 49er fans right now in the middle of the draft are feeling about their team in general right now.
Right.
With all the offseason losses on both sides of the ball, I'm just wondering, where are you at with the 49ers right now?
So you don't have
do you think they're you basically said it. You think their Super Bowl window's closed right now?
I do until I see otherwise. And I got to be careful here because, Steiny, the Niners are playing, the fans are, a dangerous game. Forget what went into the Niners getting to that 6-11 record. Who are you to point the finger at another team and say, oh, we got them on the schedule, we'll be fine? I get it, though, partner, because I think last season was a bit of an anomaly. But you know what I'm saying? They got to bounce back.
Of course.
And how do you bounce back? They lost some starters, a bunch of starters. Now, a lot of people be like, oh, they only lost one that really matters. But the Greenlaw thing, how are they going to replace him?
How'd they do it last year? They can do the exact same thing.
But did they do it last year?
I don't know. Who played for Greenlaw?
Campbell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's not coming back.
Yeah, well, we know.
You got D winners.
Yeah. A lot of people are saying D winners. Yep.
Yeah. Evan, what are you? He's not listening. He's not listening. 888-957-9570.
Carter is.
49er fans, are you excited about the pick? You excited about what next season's going to be? Are you excited that they seem to have a bunch of guys at minicamp right now? Maybe a display that they're acknowledging last year wasn't the way to go about things. Evan, what do you make of and I want to make sure we get this right.
Hey, this payday don't come.
No. I just want to make sure we get everything right. Okay.
Don't ruin my mood.
No.
He's trying to do something.
No, wait, would you guys let me go? I'm looking at the stats and I'm looking at this guy and he had 5 sacks.
All right, but two.
That's you know what?
In the
I know
SEC
enough about football to know that's not a lot for a season.
All right.
Evan, what do you make of that?
In an ideal world, he's a great run stopper off the bat. I think that's where he probably is the most polished. I mean, the term set the edge is going to be used a million times.
Well, he can.
Yeah, I know. You love players that can set the edge, just like you like pitchers that have to come in.
That is the greatest thing going.
But I do think that the Niners, the last couple of seasons, really beginning with the playoff run towards the Super Bowl, they got absolutely gashed on the ground. And last year, you're watching James Conner run it down your throat in a game you have to have early in the season. You can't stop him. You're looking at Kenneth Walker in Seattle. You're now looking at a Rams team with Kyron Williams that loves to run the football. Yeah. You have to find guys that can plug holes and stop opposing running games. And I just think that this is a player that, while he might not be as polished or a finished product as a pass rusher, he's 6'5", 260, and he's 20 years old and can already stop the run. So I think it's a safe pick. I think it's a pick that makes sense for them. And ideally, to Goo's point, he's someone that can also take a little bit of pressure off of Nick Bosa.
All right, I'll
you'll what?
I'll look at his tackle numbers also.
Well, they're not very high either, but
But now you're questioning the Niners.
So?
But you don't have the credentials.
So what? I'm not criticizing him. I'm just saying he was supposed. The stats are not impressive.
Yeah, but numbers lie too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But so you're ready to say what great pick?
No, I always look when it comes to other sports, you look at college and you look at the schemes, the teams you're going up against, and you get into the pros, and then you kind of get let loose like a dog off a leash. So now Robert Saleh will be his D coordinator. He'll be in a new system. And by all accounts, Evan just mentioned the DNA, his measurables. So I looked at him on tape, Steiny. I didn't even need to see stats. He played at a big-time school up against big-time talent. And if they feel like this dude's the guy, I'm not saying you're doing this, he ain't going to have 900 sacks. You know what I mean? Because he would have.
I have no idea if this guy's going to be any good or not. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you that clearly they took him at 11, and a lot of people had him a little lower than that. But again, I'm not. If you like a guy, you take a guy, and they took him.
And he had 5 quarterback pressures along with the 2 sacks.
That many?
No. In one game against the Texas Longhorns in the SEC championship game.
All right,
so 2 sacks and 5 QB pressures.
All right, here's John Lynch on what he likes about Mikael Williams.
I think that the totality of the whole process and the film is very impressive. I mean, Mikael's a big, good-looking kid in every way. He's big, he's tall, he's long, he's a great athlete, he's tough, he's smart, he's versatile. He can play outside, he can play inside, he does all those things. I think the toughness, he played through an ankle injury last year and missed 2 games. High ankle sprains can be a tough deal, and to only miss 2 games and play as well as he did, came through here on a 30 visit and really got a feel for the kid. And I just think all of that led us to this guy is a Niner. He fits who we are, our culture, and we bounced when he was there.
All right, that's John Lynch talking about Mikael Williams, the number 11 pick out of Georgia, defensive end, and that's a lot to like that John Lynch ran down. I mean, when you run down his credentials like that, it feels like, well, what can he do? Feels like he can do everything.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, just about the current state of the 49ers, and obviously this weekend will go a long way in regard to, what they are coming back, trying to avenge a 6-11 season. But Steiny, if I told you I was way more concerned about because you asked me this before the break, I'm way more concerned about the defensive side of the ball than the offensive side of the ball. I got. Yeah, that's I got fair. You. I'm not saying the O-line is the greatest of all time, and they can make additions to that still with some of their picks, but I got continuity on that side of the ball. I got Brock, I got McCaffrey healthy, George Kittle, and what's my guy Pearsall, thank you. Pretty Ricky. And Ayuk, when that day does come back, along with Jennings. So I feel like offensively, our identity is somewhat there. We lost Debo and whatnot. But defensively, Steiny, we're going to find out.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers pick an edge rusher. Do you like the thought process? Is that the position you wanted them to prioritize? And just where are the 49ers right now in the NFL pecking order? That's the one thing where I'm at is I feel like at this point, we really don't know. We don't know how good this team is. Hell, we don't know how bad this team might be.
And there you go.
I mean, obviously here's what I say. Obviously the assumption is they're going to be better than last year, right?
No doubt.
Okay.
But what did I say? Be careful. Proceed with caution.
Exactly.
Because you're looking at those teams who also have a draft, who also have free agency. But I get it, Steiny. Oh, we play them. But what if you're one of them? You know what I'm saying? What did we see when the Warriors won the finals? They came back, and how did they follow up that year winning the chip? They made the playoffs in the second round. Okay, no shame. You lost to the Lakers. But the Niners, Steiny, after losing the Super Bowl in overtime, which I feel and a lot of people do, they should have won, you come back and you muster up a 6-11 season, not good enough to make the playoffs, with some drama that I was late to the party about in regard to contract gate with certain players. So this is a big year to let us know, was that a one-off?
I agree.
Or
I agree with that.
We got to get back.
Let's go to Randall. Randall's in San Francisco. Hey, Randall, how you doing, man?
Hi, guys. I just want to talk about Mikael Williams, and your guys' show sucks.
Oh, waited 6 minutes.
Wow. Does
that hurt your feelings?
None at all. It's actually a compliment.
Is it? Why?
Because that person thinks we're so pea-brained and insecure that the compliment is you called, and you were thinking about us. I love it, Evan.
Well, I hope he's got a meter because he was on hold for like 5 minutes. That gives
And it
us
was
some
weak.
ratings.
He should have said that right out the chute. He goes, I'm going to take him up and kill him.
That's like that old Howard Stern line. Why do you listen to Howard Stern? 50% of the people say, because I love him. 50% because I can't stand him.
And I would tell that ass to check the ratings. I can do that.
Oh, no. That's not a game. That's not a game we play. See, this is what...
I know. I had to do it, though. Check the ratings and get back to us.
This is like...
we don't do that. You're
I'm
right.
Curry, and he's Draymond. Easy.
Hey,
let's just go about our business.
Check the numbers and get back to us.
Let's just go about our business. And you know my favorite phrase, let the chips fall.
But I'm going to use that card when we get that stuff. We don't get it often.
Let me tell you who won't pull that BS. One of our main men from Lemoore. Let's go to Dre.
Hey, Dre.
In Lemoore. What's up, Dre? How you doing?
Hey, your boy ran over to Judge. He could drive off the side of a bridge.
There you go, baby.
It's all good, man.
Before I get started on the Niners, Guru, did your Cowboys get 2 offensive linemen?
We got 1 offensive lineman.
They're big enough to be 2.
Well, there you go. Big boy. Yeah, we got one offensive lineman.
And Guru loves the pick, by the way, Trey. That if that doesn't shock you.
I like it too. I like the way Dallas stays consistent with a good offensive line.
Let's
the last
need a quarterback.
Years, that's what I've been wanting us to do. But Guru, you are correct. Our defense needs a lot of help this year, especially on the line. I don't know much about this guy. I'm not going to lie and say I'm a college aficionado. But if we're going to go with the defensive line, let's stick with it. From what I understand, defensive tackles are deep this year. I would like to go second and third with some big boy defensive tackles, and let's get a line where Bosa can bust out with 20-plus sacks because he's got some really young studs next to him.
Hey, Dre.
How do you guys feel about that?
No, I got it. I mean, they need help on both lines, and I think we'll see a bunch of those guys drafted on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
But let me get to this, Dre, because I'm reading. We have a YouTube chat here, and somebody's asking, "Where is Lemoore?" And so I'd like you to tell everybody. I know,
and I do too,
because you told us. But why don't you tell people where Lemoore is?
Okay. Well, first thing, if he's listening to the station for a while, that is where your boy Lorenzo Neal went to high school.
Correct.
He won the state championship in wrestling, and he still holds the record for the heavyweight state championship. I think he won in less than 10 seconds on the final. It's where Smith, I think his first name was Billy, on the 68 Olympics, went to high school with his fist in the air.
Yeah. Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy Smith. And a lot of people don't know this, but Steve Perry is from Hanford. I'm actually from Hanford, and Lemoore, we're big rivals. I bought a house in Lemoore when I was an adult. It took me a long time to call and say I'm from Lemoore, not from Hanford.
Gotcha.
But that's where Steve Perry graduated high school. He claims he's from Lemoore. He is, but he did graduate.
Well, Dre,
high school in Hanford.
I got to
Lemoore.
I got to ask you one more time. Where is it?
It's halfway between. It's halfway between San Francisco and L.A. Just a few miles away from the 5.
Okay.
It's the armpit of California. It's hot. A lot of dairies that stink. A lot of farmland.
Oh, boy.
Hey, Dre, last thing is, how's your daughter?
Well, I want to know how Guru's family does, man. I always seem to ask how your daughter, Guru. How's your family doing, Guru?
They're doing good, man. My daughter's year's getting ready to come to an end, so she'll be coming home soon, and the same with my son, and my other son's hanging in there, so we're blessed, man.
That's great. That's lovely to hear. And you know, Steiny, I know your daughter's in college. I'm glad they're doing good. My daughter's doing good. She is an assistant manager at the Dutch Brothers right now.
Nice.
And I'm living in Mesa, Arizona, and I'm kind of bummed because that's my girl I watched the playoffs with.
I got you.
Man,
hey, well, listen, Dre, thanks for calling in. Thanks for checking in, and tell her Guru and Steiny say hello.
Yes, sir.
Lemoore's 40 minutes south of Fresno.
Yeah.
What's your point?
We didn't really get to it.
Yeah.
No, he said it was halfway between L.A. and San Francisco.
That's a big area.
And I got
It's
Southern
kind of like
roots.
the Taiga.
You couldn't handle it.
I'm sorry, what?
You couldn't handle it. Like the red dirt.
What couldn't I handle?
Lemoore.
Please.
Now you're so stuck up
go
and arrogant and smug.
Go Google.
Bring me my Grey Poupon. You couldn't live in with mosquitoes and heat and
Google Reading,
humid.
Pennsylvania, and get back to me.
Why'd you leave?
Yeah. There it is.
I didn't like it. Because it was too small.
Oh,
Because everybody
boy.
knew your business. I didn't want to spend the rest of my life in a city that I grew up in. What else you want to know?
Everybody
I hate snow.
knew my business.
I hated snow and ice. I couldn't stand scraping windshield wipers. I thought it was stupid that you had to go out to your car, start your car, then run back in the house so it got heated on the inside. I hated that.
So you
The West
couldn't
Coast
cut
is
it.
the best coast. You couldn't cut it. He said it.
I cut it for 25 years.
Not by choice.
I
You were
could've
born there.
I know, but I went there after college for 2 years,
Oh
and then
my
it hit
God.
me. And then it hit me.
How do you feel about the desert?
Yeah, I prefer the, well, you know, after
You
all
prefer
my...
70 and foggy.
It's okay.
It gets humid in Reading.
Apollo Crews said, Stoney, that sounds like a place you dream of leaving. What you just
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. It was a place that I did want to leave. However, I'm not one of these guys that thinks the people that stayed there are losers.
Oh, yeah, no.
Because it's a great family town. You know, my sister stayed there. Her and my mom are ridiculously close. And it's an unforgiving land.
And you like the bush.
I do like life in the bush. But
49ers.
no,
in a shambles.
Anyway, I can tell you, I have a fondness for Reading, Pennsylvania, obviously, like many people do of their hometowns.
I got you.
So there you go.
I love my Union City.
That's true. That's true. All right. Hey, Ron, let's get to Ron in Newark. We can squeeze him in. He's got some quick things.
Ronnie.
Hurry, Ron.
Hello.
Hey.
Yeah, I'd just like to defend Lemoore a little
Yes,
bit. My
thank
mom
you.
was from down there. And you know, fun fact about Lemoore High is where Lee Smith went to school.
Oh, the great relief pitcher,
great
Guru.
Lee Smith.
Probably haven't heard of him.
Play Cubs.
Not that Lee Smith.
Oh, okay.
No, not that one, Gil.
The one from the Olympics. Way back. Old school.
You mean Tommy Smith?
And also, there's an air base. There's an air base in Lemoore, protecting our country there. So,
nice.
Just a couple of things, and that's about it. Go NBAL, Guru.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Yeah, sure. What was that?
I'm letting Evan down. It's behind the scenes. Have my back. Go NBAL.
What did he say about? Oh,
I'm letting
NBAL.
Evan down.
What's new? How this time?
Simmer. It's a payday.
Yeah.
You know it.
And if we took a scorecard of
Oxford
who lets them down
Properties.
more,
What?
it's 100-1.
No, it's not. That's not what he says
You
on our
break his heart daily.
That's not what he says on his
And I just
on our
put my
private
head
text
down.
thread.
Hey. Wow.
He's already pissed me off today.
What are you talking about?
What you did
different.
to Guru.
Yeah,
What do you have to do with it?
Yeah, that hurt.
What did I do?
Didn't even do it the night before.
What did I do?
It hurts the show.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, we have plans. Let's just put it that way. Now we have a plan. Maybe.
Goo, I'm going to spend time with you after the show. Unless, of course, my daughter calls. All right, 888-95...
Real quick, we got to get on Bonte. How negative was he? We were fired up about what we got, and he's jealous. That's all it was.
That's a fact. But
we got to get you, B.
But
Dude.
he's still a terrific guy. Somebody
Our brother.
we still like here at the station. Usually if you leave the station,
Well,
we'll rip you.
He works Fridays.
God, I want his schedule. I want Bonte's schedule minus his real job. That would be a great job. Once a week, coming in for an hour. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by Frontier Ford. After last year's debacle of an off season.
Debacle. in your lineup builder to be? Oh, God, Evan, let me just read it. My bad. Okay. I'll do it. Okay. Make sure you opt in and tap to share about your lineup builder. Okay, here we go.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
What? Evan? Wow. When do we bring outtakes to the...
Well, remember when Nahigian put together that montage? He's great at that.
Yeah.
I mean, tell you what. How to get to the head of your field?
Make sure you
learn to do a montage.
Okay, here we go. Evan, why? Like, coming from you, I get. Dibs just texted. Low Neal went to Lemoore High. For the ones out there keeping score?
Lemoore. Not Lemoore, but you were right about debacle.
Yeah, I know I was.
So let me just address this real quick.
Stuck it to me.
Evan said, "Yeah, it's not good for the show." What are you talking about?
Oh. You're not going to the cafeteria later?
Yeah, as you said out loud, we were had plans.
I'm going.
You're going now.
I'm going.
I'm going. The Denzel meme, my man.
I'm going. Yeah, we'll hang out this afternoon.
And then the game.
Back.
Huh?
We got credentials. Let's go ask Bochy a question.
Let's not.
Yeah.
You'd be scared anyway.
Well, you'd be smelling like something.
Beer?
Yeah. Beer.
Like a horse.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Goo. Everything in moderation.
I just wish we could get all 6 hosts, the producers, the boss, and we could just go do something as a team.
Remember we did that and
we went
everybody
bowling.
fought.
No, we went bowling and nobody fought. And then we had, you weren't here.
Oh.
We had softball where I hit the homer about, some say 310, 315, according to who you ask.
Yeah, everyone was there except for Steiny.
Yeah, he was out of town, though.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Still.
That was my...
he wouldn't have came.
Should I have skipped my daughter's graduation? No, seriously, I should have, right? I should have. No,
High school?
College. All right.
She'll tell. She's getting a master's anyways.
Well,
you got some.
I hope not, because I ain't paying for it. All right. We got a call. It's Big Smoothie is in Oakland.
I think he's going to be nervous about.
Hey, what the hell's going on here?
Hey,
I swear to God, that was not on me.
Smoothie, call back. That wasn't Dick Vermeil, line 1.
Apparently, the Blue Angels hangar is also in Lemoore, they say.
Great knowledge with Tommy Smith. That was good.
By the way,
we got him back.
Okay, but by the way,
make him wait.
Jimmy Butler, his status for tomorrow in question, and Sham Charania of ESPN reporting he's in serious jeopardy of missing tomorrow's game. Now, my feeling on this is I don't think you need the word serious in front of it. I feel like that's the same word.
Not to me. It paints a picture that he's really hurting.
Right. So if I say to you, Jimmy Butler's status for tomorrow is in jeopardy.
That doesn't hit as serious jeopardy.
Oh, please.
If I tell you, hey, Steiny, I got a problem with you.
Okay.
You say, okay, let's talk about it. But if I say, hey, Steiny, I got a serious problem with you.
That's a different word.
Well, no, it's...
No, the second word.
It's putting emphasis on the problem. He's injured and in serious jeopardy.
Issues are issues. Jeopardy is a defined kind of... When you're in jeopardy, you're in jeopardy.
Well, the serious was for effect, and it did it for me. I said, oh, wow. Steiny, you probably need to be careful.
It's like in A Few Good Men when Tom Cruise
can't handle the truth.
No, that's not the line. The line, that is the line, but the line is, you put him in grave danger. And Nicholson said, is there any other kind?
Wow. I like that.
Yeah, Jack.
I like
Where's
that.
he been in the postseason?
Steiny, he's dealing with stuff.
Is he sick?
Health issues, man.
Are you
he ain't 30 anymore. You know what I'm saying?
No, I think he's like 80 something.
I think he's almost 90.
What?
Celtics never had a guy like an actor or any you know what I mean?
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah.
What?
When he had a needle in his butt.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Let's go to Eric in Fairfield. Let's talk about the draft. What's up, Eric? How you doing? What are you laughing at?
My joke. I kind of like. Hey. Yes, sir.
Great.
Hey, look,
Yeah, listen to you guys all the time. But I just wanted to chime in, talking about the draft. I like the pick with Williams, right, on the edge. Definitely needed that. And I hear a lot of people talking about we have to continue on the D-line, which we do. But I think that something that's being forgotten is that we don't have a starting left guard at the moment. I mean, there's a couple of, what's his name, Buford, and, a couple of players that they want to, that they're going to try, but we technically do not have a starting left guard at the moment. And there's a couple of them out there. I think that could be a sleeper position that everybody wants to probably keep their eye on for today, whether if it's the second round or the third round,
Yeah, they need help on both lines.
Yeah, and that's a serious issue. But I wonder if they feel like him, Steiny, to where they don't have one on the roster. But I'll tell you this, and, I hated a couple years ago, what did they say? They didn't feel like when they took Pearsall, they didn't feel like there was an old lineman worthy of that first-round pick. But bottom line is, if they agreed or thought like the caller, I think they would have went that direction instead of D-line. But I felt like they felt like the D-line was more important, and they can get a guard today or tomorrow.
I feel like has this regime ever drafted an O-lineman in the first round?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Nope.
I mean, that to me is a big enough sample size to tell me that it's not something they've ever done. Like they must feel like they can get quality up and down the draft. McGlinchey was not this regime, correct? Or was that the previous regime? Mike McGlinchey.
Lynch took over in 2017.
And he was picked when?
McGlinchey?
Yeah.
Give me a second.
Okay, because they're saying, this regime, Joe Staley. Stop it. This regime. But maybe Mike McGlinchey.
Yeah,
I want to say McGlinchey was.
He was.
Okay, Mike McGlinchey. Thank you. So they haven't done it in 8 years. That's still a pretty big sample size.
And they've had a bunch of success.
What was I going to say about 510 on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line from the 510. Wrong, Steiny. The Blue Angels' home is Pensacola, Florida. Oh, but yes, the Blue Angels have a place at a Navy Air Base. Okay, so half wrong.
But what made you?
Because somebody on the text line said that's where the Blue Angels are.
Oh, and you fell for it.
Yeah, of course. Why not? You think Butler's going to play?
I don't. And let's be honest, if it were up to you or him, Steiny, you got a game Monday. So you don't want to.
You know my theory, right?
Give it to me. And I don't know it.
People, I'm believe it or not believe it or not, I actually do believe this. Okay. Jimmy Butler. It's game 3 Saturday, right?
1-1.
Game 3 is not as big of a game for Jimmy Butler as it is for the fans. Here's what I believe. I believe these NBA players are so confident. They are so proud of their competitiveness that Jimmy Butler is like, I could see him saying, I can't play tomorrow. Well, what if we lose? Okay, we're down 2-1 and we'll win 3 out of the next 4. Like, that's who Butler is.
Okay.
And I would even take it a step further in a crazy kind of way. If Butler's injury is significant.
It looked and sounded significant.
And it happened on a Wednesday, right? It was Wednesday. Yeah. I mean, I could almost see him saying, I can't play. I'm not going to play in games 3 or 4. Well, what if we lose them both? Well, I don't believe we will lose them both, but if we do, we'll win 3 in a row with me. Like, that's who he is.
Yeah, but that's a dangerous game. And I know you're not selling it like somebody wants
I'm not
that
saying
injury.
He's healthy.
No doubt.
And won't
no
play.
doubt.
But here's the other thing I feel like about
that's
Jimmy
scary,
Butler.
man. That's
I also don't think Jimmy Butler doesn't want to go out there not being Jimmy Butler.
No doubt.
So that's why I have a feeling I don't think he's going to play tomorrow. And I don't know about Monday.
You make me think of Pods, even though it was a different issue, and I love Pods, and you hit it on the nail, man, one of a few times. But you said, you know what, we would have been in here ripping them for, you got an upset tummy, as opposed to trying to go out there and get it done. But he was not himself, and that's what you want to avoid with Jimmy Butler. Steiny, I know you're laughing on that sham tweet and how it was written, but when I hear serious and deep, because they say it's a deep contusion, Curry missed a week, and we're all just kind of laughing right now, passing the Grey Poupon, saying, if it were regular season, he would have played. I mean, if it were playoffs, he wouldn't have missed a week. But what if for real, just structurally and body-wise, he can't endure the pain, or
then he won't play? Seriously.
And then I would be petrified. Because now
But it's just a basketball game, you know?
Well, no,
remember
it's
when Steve Kerr says that?
Well, it's sports
We're playing
petrified.
basketball.
Yeah, but it's sports petrified.
That's fair.
Because we were 25 and 27 when we got him. And there's no Wiggins. So if he can't go, I mean, Steiner, you can go draw it up. You know, Kuminga play out of his mind, Peyton and Pods. But you made an interesting point in the green room, and Evan wasn't around, and you were just talking about what you saw from these two games, the refs letting them play, and B.J. Armstrong, the great former Bull, talked about guys being able to play with this physicality, and I thought of Pods right away. Not saying he can't, but Steiny, guys like him and Moody, can they play through contact if they don't call a tight game? And if they're going to be on display a bit more, dependent on more without Butler, if he can't go tomorrow, like, man, Steiny, I'm not so sure of that. Steph can do it.
The Warriors should be able to win one out of the next two games without Jimmy Butler. That's the way I look at it. And I don't know what his status is Saturday or what his status is
hopefully don't miss
Monday. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. Let's get somebody who knows a little more about this than we do. This is Dr. Panja.
Our man.
How would I introduce Pine? He's 95.7 The Game's advisor in medical issues. Yeah, that'll work. He's our guy, and he knows his stuff.
Now, the report came out that he suffered a deep glute contusion. So what does that actually mean? So a glute is basically one of the muscles, and there are three main glute muscles, the maximus, the medius, and the minimus. They help to stabilize the core, really important for landing and balance and doing a lot of basketball-type activities. A contusion is localized damage to the muscle that comes from that direct blow. So like when you pull a muscle, there's a very localized area of muscle damage that usually has bleeding and bruising, and that can lead to swelling and discomfort. Deep typically indicates the region of where it's damaged in the muscle. More superficial bruises or contusions will typically be closer to the skin. Deeper bruises are closer to the bone, which is not surprising due to the degree of injury that Jimmy Butler suffered when he fell. Now, in general, the first 24 to 48 hours after this injury, you're using pain modalities such as icing, anti-inflammatories, and also making sure that muscle doesn't get stiff and becomes more difficult or painful to move around in that initial period. But in general, this becomes a pain management issue.
Hey, Doc, is he playing or not?
Dude, that was great.
I'm just kidding. Panja's got a great sense of humor.
Dude, he named minimum, maximus, all of it.
I got a big ass. Okay.
That was great, Doc.
It was great telling us about the injury. It was not great telling us about what his status will be. That's on this one.
Typically for the glute muscles in that area when there's more of a localized contusion, if you can control that pain, make sure the area doesn't get stiff, and you can perform adequately on the basketball court, he can return as soon as he's comfortable and able to do those things. The good news is that since this area is typically a more of a localized area from contusion in general, you're not worried about a more longer-term issue, whereas you would with an actual muscle pull that comes from actually not a blow, but rather from more repetitive activity. But if you look at NBA players who suffer glute contusions, typically this leads to about 1 game miss. Now, a lot of that data is from the regular season where there may not necessarily be that big push to have to come back early. Obviously, if this happens in the playoffs and pain management can be basically achieved with Jimmy Butler, there could be a chance he could potentially be back for Game 3 or Game 4 based on how his body responds. But overall, this appears to be good news for Jimmy Butler in the absence of there being fracture or higher up injury in his spine. This largely becomes a pain management issue. And there's a possibility that if he gets that pain management under control, that we could see him back very shortly for the Golden State Warriors.
Okay, so then, that's
pain management.
That's what it's all about.
Get a little needle.
So
little shot.
it feels to me like tomorrow's iffy. No doubt about it.
But the Jimmy we know, because he's a tough SOB.
Well, hold on. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Like, if you told me to bet right now, you asked me earlier, I'm changing it.
Okay.
I think we're going to see him tomorrow.
Okay.
After hearing that from the doc.
Okay. And I don't think he's going to play. And you're going to say, the Jimmy I know is going to want to play, playoff Jimmy.
The one I think I know.
Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Yeah, let me tell you the Jimmy that I think of, and that's the Jimmy Butler that
championship
has been in the playoffs so frequently. He understands how long a 7-game series is, and if he thinks that he can miss one game and he'll be significantly better by Monday, I think he'll do that. I don't know. It's really weird. What does Jimmy Butler look like? Hampered.
That's what concern.
I don't know.
So don't go out there compromise.
Exactly.
But if you get the shot, the wonder shot, and the pain's not there, then you know what I mean? You feel like you could fly.
If there's any question, he can't play tomorrow.
Dude, I'm with you, Steiny. And you got a game Monday?
Exactly. I mean, and I get it. People say, well, this is a monster game. Game 3. It is. But they still have room here. And here's the other thing. And here's the trap that I think we're all getting into.
It's a trap.
And I can't stand it. The assumption that if Jimmy plays, we win, and if Jimmy doesn't play, we lose. Like, you can beat the Rockets 1 out of 2 if you don't have Jimmy Butler. Come on, right? This team can beat the Houston Rockets. Let's say he misses the next 2 games. Come on. This team can beat the Rockets 1 out of the next 2 at home.
And I'm Mr. Jonathan Kuminga, but are you so confident?
It's got less to do about Kuminga than the entire team.
If he's playing, we're going to see him. And hopefully we see the best high-optimum version of Jonathan Kuminga. But
I wouldn't say if Kuminga plays bad, they can't win 1 out of the 2 games.
Oh, then how would they win it?
They would win it because
Steph. That's my concern. Who's going to score the ball against
they're going to need everybody
defense?
They're going to need everybody to pitch in.
But a lot of times, what are the odds of that happening? I'm not saying it can't, Steiny, but if you're telling me, hey, Goo, everybody has to be clicking on all cylinders.
If we find out today that Butler's going to miss the next 2 games, I'll bet you the Warriors win one of them.
And I wouldn't. I could totally see that, and I wouldn't bet. But
exactly, that's what I'm saying. And yes, I think Jonathan Kuminga is going to get a chance to play. But
I just heard the word deep.
If he doesn't play well, they got to go somewhere else. And I believe this team can win 1 out of 2 games against the Houston Rockets at home.
But then you still go to Houston for Game 5.
Right, and then you get Butler back.
Oh, I got
And
you.
then you have Butler. And the other thing is, here's the other thing I was thinking about. Okay, yeah, Butler, he's a champion, or, he got to the finals twice.
Changed this season.
If you don't have Jimmy Butler, let's just say in the next 2 games, well, this is where your pedigree comes in. It's where, and you can't talk about championship, 4 titles. These guys have pedigree. These guys have been there before. Rockets, first time, and then not acknowledge they should have an advantage.
Listen, I'm Mr. Positive. I hear you talking.
It does not sound like it.
But you're forgetting a lot of things, Donnie. A few things.
I don't think so.
Andrew Wiggins, number 22, was a part of this team.
He's irrelevant.
And he was part of the pedigree.
But he's irrelevant.
Okay, so with no Jimmy and no Wiggins, the pedigree's out the window because all we're talking about
Draymond Green.
And but now it's more about the other guys. And now
Looney?
Jonathan Kuminga's going through whatever he's going through.
Oh, okay.
So you're asking for a lot, partner.
Now I'll play the other side of
it. It's a great defensive
Moody
team.
and Kuminga have playoff experience. They've been in the postseason before.
But 4 days ago, we both decided, and you even described that as minimal. Moody did.
I know. I was just
like
making a
Steiny,
point.
I'm just not saying they can't do it, but I'm gonna be
though. You're making me mad.
Now break down typical.
You tout pedigree and experience and Steiny, 4 championships. Rockets got nothing.
Okay, but when you take some of that away,
they still have Curry and Draymond. It's like, and now
was that a good? Okay,
now all of a sudden you're saying, acknowledge that maybe you don't think pedigree's that important.
They had Curry and Draymond, and they were 25 and Wiggins, and they were 25 and 27.
In
and
the
they had
regular
to go
season.
Yeah, okay, and they had to go get Butler, and he changed it all.
Now
so without him and no Wiggins, I'm not saying it can't get done, but I don't think you should be shocked if people are like, oh, good God, give me a double.
I don't care if people are saying, good God, give me a double, but the idea that, oh my God, the Warriors are in trouble. Well, what was the theme of this series? Veterans versus young players. They lost one veteran. They lost Butler. He's important.
Yeah.
They still have Steph Curry. They still have Gary Payton, who played a ton in the championship run. They still have Kevon Looney. They still have Draymond Green.
I get you.
It's like you can't.
But I'm saying, Steiny, they're like, I'm with our girl, Lori Matthews. They really need him on defense as well.
I'm not saying they don't need him.
And I'm not saying they can't win, but even with Jimmy, I'm the guy, Warriors in 5, I can't sit here in front and not tell you those were 2 difficult-ass games for the Warriors offense, even with Jimmy. They didn't score 100 in either game. And now you're telling me he might not be available? It ain't like Kuminga's been getting champagne and strawberries. Now you're asking him to act like none of that happened and be the best, and maybe he will. But from a fan standpoint, listen, hug me and understand. Say you understand my fear.
I'm not going to. I'm not going to, and I'll tell you why. Stuff like this happens every single playoffs. It's part of having to win a title. You may say, they're playing Orlando. The Celtics just played without Jason Tatum. They won. The Memphis Grizzlies now lost John Morant.
Well, they lost.
So my point is, if Jimmy Butler misses 1 or 2 games and the Warriors get eliminated, you know what? Miss me with the Butler in. This is just the playoffs. You may have to play a couple games you've played a couple games without Steph in the past in the playoffs. I'm just saying, if all season long, Steiny, I think they can get to the finals, Western Conference Finals. Look, they have so much experience. They got pedigree. They got 4-time champions. All right, they lose Butler for 1 game, and now these guys can't bring it home. And I'm not saying don't be worried. I'm just saying.
And I'm not saying they can't, Steiny. I just think you're kind of saying it. It's obvious. The task becomes more difficult.
Of course it does.
Man.
But you got to be able to win a game without Butler, especially in the first round, especially against a team that doesn't have a lot of experience. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, how do you handle Jimmy Butler? What do you think? If he's not 100%, should he still go out there and give it a try? I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that if he doesn't think he can be quote unquote Jimmy Butler tomorrow, I think he should sit. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let the crowd take over tomorrow and win that game. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th. That's right around the corner this Monday. April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. I'll be there along with Goo, and we'll be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. And if you want to go, you can just go to 957thegame.com and click that events page and sign up to play. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
When pests invade, you need a name you can trust. Atco Pest Control is the longest-standing Diamond-certified pest control company in the San Francisco Bay Area, proudly serving since 1985. Atco offers safe, effective pest control solutions for everything from termites to ants. Their expert team is ready to protect your home with trusted, eco-friendly methods. Check out atcopestcontrol.com today. Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's trusted pest control experts for over 40 years. Call 888-900-9697 now for 10% off your initial service.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's going to audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
You could if you used Ramp.
Who said that?
I don't care because they're right. Go to sleep and sign up for Ramp in the morning, Jerry.
Ramp is the corporate card that handles all your tedious financial operations automatically, integrates directly with your ERP, and gives you complete control over every transaction. Ramp gives you everything you need for bulletproof books and a better night's sleep.
Wow, that is exactly what my company needs.
Yes, and exactly what I also need. Go to sleep, Jerry.
Upgrade to Ramp for free today and get $250 at ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. That's RAMP.com/radio.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Dreaming of the perfect kitchen? Make it a reality at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Explore Bosch appliances in live working vignettes and see the innovation in action. During the Buy More, Save More event, you can get up to $4,000 in rebates on qualifying Bosch kitchen packages. From refrigerators with the Farm Fresh system to keep your food fresher longer, to dishwashers with precision wash technology that wipes out 99.9% of bacteria. Own the kitchen like a Bosch. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com today.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Greetings, Boomtown. Ever since this neighborhood switched to Xfinity Internet,
The Wi-Fi is booming!
Xfinity combines the power of internet and mobile with one all-in plan.
So we've all got lightning-fast, secure Wi-Fi speeds at home and on the go with Wi-Fi Power Boost from Xfinity Mobile.
You get the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best in-class equipment and unlimited data included. Plus, add an unlimited mobile line.
All for only $40 a month for 1 year. To celebrate this combo, we're mashing our shows together.
It's everything you need all in one plan. Plus, learn how to get a free 5G phone with a premium unlimited line. Now, sit back and relax with the smooth, relaxing sound
of face-melting acid metal!
Brilliant.
Visit Xfinity.com to learn more. Ends June 23rd with paperless billing and autopay stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet gateway required. Texas fees extra. After 1 year rate increases to $110 a month. After 2 years regular rates apply. Actual Wi-Fi speeds vary. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
It's Joe Shasky here. Ready for a rewarding career that will pay off big for the rest of your life? It's time to join UA Local 38 now. And I should know my family is Local 38. Local 38's training combines 10,000 hours of classroom learning and hands-on experience. You'll master skills in plumbing, steam fitting, and refrigeration, all while earning a competitive wage. Don't miss out now. Applications open this May. Yes, May of this year. Visit UALocal38.org. That's UALocal38.org.
Blue and Gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Debs. Brought to you by Shane.
That dude should return his muscles. My nephew, Gavin Newsom. And that's what life's about.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. According to the 510, licorice was invented in Lemoore. Now, I don't know that.
There's only one licorice. Because I'm racist when it comes to licorice. There's nothing worse than the black licorice.
Okay.
It is the worst tasting thing I've ever had. It like, who likes
I'm with
it?
You. I
it's
don't.
The worst
I don't
concoction
like it.
ever.
I don't like it either. Well, I don't like any of it.
Yeah. That and guacamole. Guac is my kryptonite.
Oh, my God, I love it.
When I go to people's house in the Super Bowl and they got guac, no.
Dude, I can just scoop it right out of the thing and eat it. If it's
nasty to your boy.
Oh, I love guacamole.
Yeah.
Guacamole's delicious.
Not to your boy, man.
Really?
You put it on everything.
No, not me.
Great on a
just
burger.
Just the sight of it just turns my stomach. I used to go on dates when I was single. They'd be eating like, yuck. Here's a toothbrush.
Put that guacamole on a burger, take a big bite, and watch the guacamole come out the side. The avocado.
And that's what life's about.
You got your outfit picked out for the Monday? The Agape Golf Tournament. I got mine.
We're not golfing.
But you want to look the part.
I'll dress like I normally do.
Substitute teacher today again.
Oh, boy.
And you might want to lose that look. We seen you with the sweater with the collar underneath. Come, give us something else.
How many different things are there? There's a shirt, there's a button-down shirt, there's a long-sleeve shirt, there's a sweater. That's it.
Yeah. Show a little chest, show a little taco meat.
No. And you got a lot of nerve.
I was waiting on that.
That's great. You sway off the sweatshirt a lot. Yeah, no, you don't wear those sweatshirts a lot and jerseys. No,
that's my thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this is my thing.
All right.
It's because he's hairless.
I don't have a taco meat.
All right.
Like a mole rat.
You know, it's funny. I was telling Evan.
On the private thread?
No, when he came in during the break.
Yeah.
I said to him, you know, the irony is we've been talking so much about Kuminga for the last 3 or 4 weeks, but today's the day to actually talk about Kuminga.
And I got you.
I mean,
I got you.
You're right. He might start tonight.
There's no doubt.
Tomorrow night.
I told you yesterday. Man.
So, if Butler doesn't play.
Man. And you're confident. Again, you got Steph and Dre. You're right.
Exactly.
But Steiny, just from what we've seen through 8 quarters, this is difficult.
Yes, it is.
It's almost, you guys are going to call me crazy and throw stuff at me. It's almost unfair to Kuminga that this is the stage that you reemerge. But, hey, you got to do it.
I look at it as, you're right. This is really a lot to ask of Kuminga.
Okay.
However, he's got a shot if Jimmy Butler doesn't play. He's got a shot, another shot. And let's be honest, if this doesn't happen, like, okay, you ready for this? Here's how I'm going to spin this. This Butler injury could be a blessing in disguise. Absolutely positive.
I hadn't looked at it.
Because if, let's say he misses the next 2 games and Kuminga plays in a way that impacts a Warriors win, it's possible. It's within the realm of possibility that they could bring him, that he could get back into the fold.
No doubt.
Because even when Jimmy comes back healthy, so maybe not in a huge role, but certainly not the DNP CDs that he's been getting.
No, that's a phenomenal point, and I got to slow my roll here because, again, he could play Jimmy tomorrow, but the bottom line is it's Length City when you talk about the Lakers or Minnesota. And if you're telling me, Steiny, and we saw that was his last good game, Kuminga soaring through the air with rebounds or whatnot, but the bottom line is you want to go tango in a 7-game series with Minnesota or L.A. and Jonathan Kuminga not be a part? You know, it looked like it was headed that way, but you're right. This opportunity is with a capital O, my friend, for him.
Let's go to Kevin. Kevin's in Pleasanton.
P-Town.
Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen, very good. So I'll take that bet that Goo didn't take when you offered it because it's an easy bet to win, Goo. When you said that. Okay, go ahead, Johnny.
No, you go ahead. You're good.
I I'll take that bet because, Steiny, you're totally right on paper, but Steve Kerr's going to muck it up. Yeah, hey. He'll muck it up. You know he would. Now. Easy why? Because you know the coach is going to blitz the hell out of Steph.
Yes.
Right?
Right.
And then what? Pajemski and Moody are going to handle that pressure? Steiny, wasn't that you that brought it up? I don't know if they can handle it. You're damn right they can't.
Well,
because they haven't been there. They can't. However, they should be able to, Steiny, on paper. They should be able to. But Steve has pushed everything through Jimmy. So when Jimmy went out that game, that's why they just all fell apart.
That's a fair point. No doubt.
The offense has been pushed that way. Now, I got to give a caveat. My son's down. My son's a coach. He's training to an NBA pre-draft.
Wow.
He did the USA Olympic gold medal team. My mom played pro ball. I'm not calling as a fan. I'm just calling just to drop a little knowledge. Because it's just sad, man, the way that Kuminga has already earned his stripes. If you look at his 3-game average against the Clippers.
Wow.
And I say the Clippers because that's when, Kerr sat him. All right, the Clippers and the Rockets. He had the second highest plus minus, averaged over 20 points a game, and averaged 7 rebounds a game. On paper, that makes no sense why that young man doesn't play. On paper, Steve, guys, I don't think, based on historic information, and I got to go back to Steiny 2 weeks ago when he told Goo, I don't think Kuminga's going to play. Steiny, you said
even if Jimmy can't play.
Yeah, man. Steve Kerr sat in the Olympics. Who did he sit, guys?
No, we got you.
Steve don't care about nobody.
Right. But you listen, real quick, you're on fire, but you've been proven wrong because in the last game, Kuminga got 26 minutes because Butler was gone.
No. My point is, but it's like you said, Goo. It sucks that it has to be this way.
Right. Oh, yeah,
that's true. He's scared,
bro.
no
doubt.
He's scared.
All right,
he
Kevin.
ain't playing relax.
Yeah. All right, Kevin. The bet is if
Butler, they'll win one game, one of the two games.
If Butler has to miss 2 games.
Yeah, let's hope. I just hope
Butler misses 2 games, I believe the Warriors will still win 1.
Yeah.
But if he only misses 1 game, there is no bet. Would you take that, Evan? What would you first of all do?
Yeah, I would take. As scared as I sound, I would take them 1-1.
Okay, Evan. You get the news Butler's not playing the next 2 games.
I think they can get 1 at home.
Yeah, I think so too.
But my nightmare is what he talked about. They're going to blitz the hell out of Curry, and let's not front or lie. Since the inception of Jimmy Butler, this guy's got the ball and he's point forward. He's doing it all, and to not have that, it's like, oh, we got to revert back. We've done it. But now we got to do it and reacclimate JK in this. Like, it's a big ass, Donnie. It could be clunky, but so have the games.
What if I told you this? Would you believe me? If Butler doesn't play Saturday and I'm Udoka, I'm not blitzing the hell out of Curry. I'm not.
And what would be your thought behind that?
I am not. And it's the same thing with Doncic and the Lakers. It's like, Doncic comes out.
Big game tonight.
He scores 18 points in the first quarter.
Yeah.
He dominates the ball. Nobody else really touches it.
The worst.
He goes out of the game. He comes back in. He dominates the ball. It's a recipe for late in a game. Nobody's helping anybody. So I'm not saying you let Steph get 50, but put Amin Thompson on and make somebody else have a big night. If Curry gets 40, he gets 40. Who's getting the other 60?
Yeah.
If Curry gets 50, who's getting the other 50? So, I mean, I don't know how he'll play it, but I'm not necessarily. Now, I mean, I'm not saying wrong. I'm just saying, who knows how they're going to play it if he's not here. Jimmy Butler, that is. Let's go to Big Smoothie. He's Smoothie's in Oakland. What's up, buddy?
Back like bell bottoms, but listen.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna give you a 4.
Two reasons why I think Butler's gonna play.
Okay.
Number one, and I don't want the drip, but I played 4 years. I'm a 4-year college starter. That wonder shot is for real. That thing works.
Okay, yeah.
That thing works. And then Jimmy, it's got another day, guys. Injury to these players are not like us. When they get treated, they're getting treatment around the clock. It's a sore butt. He's going to get a shot. And there's a second reason, which I think is the biggest reason, because this would add to the legend of Jimmy Butler. This would just be another thing. We've heard the stories about him in Minnesota with a B team took out the starters. We heard the legend. Listen, Jimmy Butler, every NBA player, I believe, wants that flu game. LeBron wants it so bad. That's one thing LeBron doesn't have. He doesn't have a flu game. Sometimes you're sick and you hungover, whatever. You just play lights out. And I believe this would just add to the legend of Jimmy Butler. And listen, he comes in. We didn't even think he was going to play, but my God, he had a monster game. I can see that happening, and I think players secretly want that. They want that legend story, and I think this would be a legend story.
Well, Big Smoothie,
I don't necessarily even want him to play.
Yeah. I'll say this: Pods had a chance for his flu game, didn't go so well.
That's why he played. Goo, you're right on. You're right there, baby. That's why he played. That's why he gave it a shot. Because trust me, if he would have came out on fire, I guarantee you, he would have stayed in that game and he would have been okay. Everybody secretly wants that flu game.
Are you buying that?
Thanks, Big Smoothie. I'm not dismissing it. I'm not dismissing it. There could be something there for sure.
Does Curry? Well, he got the I'm back game where he did play in the first half, but you know what I'm saying, Stoddy? I don't remember Curry being sick and going for 60. Like, it's not a mandate.
The one thing that he said, believe it or not, Big Smooth, was something that I had this kind of written down, and it's about NBA players and the perception that these guys are coddled. These guys just play a game.
Yeah.
These guys are rich. They don't. And I'm not here. I'm not here to say none of that's true. And I get it. Jimmy Butler is making $55 million a year.
Wow.
But I do think we lose sight of sometimes that Jimmy Butler, with 2 minutes left in the first quarter, comes down on his, I'll just say, pelvis. And hurts and gets hurt. And a minute after he gets hurt, for the next 48 hours, the only thing the Warriors and Butler are going to focus on is a pelvis. Like, seriously. So Jimmy Butler gets hurt. So he's got to deal with it after the game. Then he's got to deal with it in the middle of the night when he sleeps. Then he wakes up, and the minute he wakes up, they're going to devote 15 hours of attention to his pelvis. Like he doesn't get to do anything. He just, and I'm not asking anybody to feel sorry for these guys, but
you're saying that ain't easy.
No, it's not easy. It's really not. Man. I mean, some of these guys make a monster commitment, to the game. And that's just kind of the way I feel about it.
I say sports, man. Like, this is Exhibit A. Jonathan Kuminga was forgotten about. It was shocking, and we talked about it ad nauseum. And all of a sudden, Steiny, it has the ingredients for him to be possibly starting in a playoff. Like, life's a circle, man. And we're all rooting for him if it does happen, but you got to stay ready, Steiny.
Yeah, that's why, let's say you hurt your pelvis.
Yeah, and I have.
Yeah, so it'll probably takes you 7 to 10 days, guy like you. But then you get like Jimmy Butler. Well, he's a unbelievable athlete, and he gets to spend 2 straight days addressing this thing. So, yeah, I think he'll be back in a game or two. You know what I mean? Because
Curry missed a week, and I know again it wasn't the playoffs, but that was a fall, man.
No doubt.
And you're going to be, there's going to be padding on him whenever he does come back. If it's tomorrow, like, is he going to be the Jimmy we know?
I don't know.
Is Jalen Green going to be able to go right by him? Are they going to hit that thing?
I don't know. Those are all good questions. Scott in Pleasanton. Hey, Scott, how you doing, man?
Good, Steiny. Good. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
What a time when actually Steiny is optimistic and Guru is pessimistic. Yeah, right? But hey, dude, I know you got 3 kids at home. Your wife's going to take care. You need to get some sleep, right? So I'm going to turn that pessimism into optimism with the realm of possibility. Okay, so follow me with this. There's going to be a split here if Jimmy doesn't play either one of these games. Curry's going to have a 40-piece. That's going to be one of the games, okay? But everybody else has to come along for the ride. So the possibility is, can Draymond get 10 that game? Possibility, right? Realm of possibility? Answer is yes. Can Post get 14? Absolutely, Post can get 14. Can Pajemski get 18? Yes, he can. Can Moody get 12? Yes. Can GP2 get 12? Yes. The key here is your guy, right? When we talk about your guy, can he get 8?
Check.
And the answer is yes, he can get 8, right? The key to his game is going to be getting 7 boards and playing defense and getting an efficient 8. Now, that gets you to 114 points. Why are they going to get to 114? Because Houston can't score 114. And the possibility is definitely there that we can get there because they're not going to have a strong defense without Butler. But the possibility is there for that to happen, but they all have to come along for the ride when Steph gets 40. Then when they do the split, Butler's going to be well-rested, go back to Houston, take it, and then finish in 7.
I'm not mad at the ideology behind that. I would just say the Warriors have scored under 100 points against this Rocket defense 5 of the last 7 games. So for him to, I love how he got there, Steiny, but the likelihood, talk to me.
You want me to be Scott? You know what? I'll be optimistic today because I actually am. One of the reasons they haven't scored a lot against the Rockets the last 3 games is because of Jimmy Butler. They're playing slower.
Yeah, no doubt.
They're playing more in the half court. And Houston's still a good defense. That's kind of what I think. Let's go to Leroy in Oakland. What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo?
You got it.
Happy Friday, you guys, man.
Oh, yeah.
I think the Warriors, you guys, should go ahead and sit Jimmy Butler and just make sure that he's fully healthy because we see what we were without Jimmy, and we don't need him going in there 80%, 70%. We need him coming in 100%. So I say we sit him, but if we sit him those 2 games, guys, we are going to have to work, and I say we because I'm a big Warriors fan. The Warriors are going to have to out-hustle Houston. They're going to have to be tougher than Houston. And specifically, it's the guards rebounding. Like you guys know, I always key on that. It's the guards rebounding. And, if we can just stay in the game with our toughness, with our grit, which a lot of that Jimmy brought, and he brought it in the way of infusing that toughness, that grit into other players. And it seems like soon as Jimmy is out, Pajemski loses his toughness. Moody loses his toughness. You know what I mean? It's like they become indecisive with the ball, whether they want to shoot. And so they're going to have to take what Jimmy's taught them into these 2 games if Jimmy's not in and go, hey, we got to put our hard hat on and we can out-hustle this team. I look at rebounding from the guards. I look at steals, right? And I think we can do it, but we're going to have to get tough. And so I say sit him and make sure that he's ready to go.
Good stuff, Lee.
Thanks, Leroy. Usually when people say, hey, that guard averages 5 rebounds a game, I'll be like, so what? I mean, guys run into rebounds.
Yeah, no.
In this case, I do think Leroy has a point because, let's face it, the Warriors have 2 good rebounding guards, and I'm including Curry.
Yeah.
He's a good, for a guard, he's a good rebounding guard.
At 5 last game.
And in a game like this, I do think maybe Podziemski and Curry got to make sure not to leak out at all, and to make a conscientious effort on the defensive glass, and at least be in a position to get some loose stuff that may come their way.
Yeah, the backcourt for the Rockets, Van Vliet and Green collectively had 10 to the Warriors 2. Including Moody and Pods. 14 minutes for Pods, and that was just a bad game.
Yeah, even in only 14 minutes, he didn't have one rebound.
Know that?
Even if he's healthy, he'll get 2 in 14 minutes, I would think. But, all right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got to talk about Jonathan Kuminga. Because what he may be asked to do is very unusual. He's a player who had a pretty big role on this team. He got hurt. He came back. The role was completely different. He struggled a little bit. And apparently he struggled so much that Steve Kerr didn't play him in 3 consecutive games. And now they don't. The irony to me is they don't need the Jonathan Kuminga that returned from the playoffs. They actually need the Jonathan Kuminga who was playing before the playoffs. Before the injury. And man, this kid, and this is a big challenge for him. And you're right. It's a challenge. It's an opportunity, but it's not going to be easy. And you know what? You said one thing, and I usually don't do this, but yeah, I'm rooting for him too.
Yeah.
I'd like to see him come through, or at least impact a win in a positive way. And I do believe that
he's capable.
He's capable. There's an opportunity here. As hard as it is,
man,
he could weasel himself back into this rotation if he's going to play more and Butler doesn't play. He's got a shot, everybody. He does have, it's like he might have one last shot. And for that, I got my popcorn, Randy.
I kind of retired that, though.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
You used it 2 days ago.
No, I didn't.
Oh, 3.
No, I didn't.
So 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about Jonathan Kuminga and the fact that he may have to play 25 minutes tomorrow night? Are you confident in Kuminga? That's the question I have. 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Last time you had peanut brittle?
Never. No, once.
Okay.
And yeah.
Oh, it's pretty. It's a good.
I hate it.
I like it.
You know what else I hate? I love chocolate. I can't stand malted milk balls. You ever have
So
those?
you don't like bonbons?
They're not Milk Duds. I like Milk Duds.
Like
bonbons.
Whoppers?
Yeah.
Yes, I don't like them. It's weird.
They're great with like ice cream and others.
No
so
doubt.
by themselves, a little.
And that's why, are you familiar, Evan, with bonbons? They have them at the movies. Chocolate on the outside, you bite in, and it's ice cream.
I've never had bonbons. The one thing that I can get on board with, which I never thought would be good, Raisinets.
I just kill good.
They only sell them at the movies, and they're pretty good.
Some people put raisins in their potato salad. I gotta be careful. But yeah.
What's your favorite candy?
Mamba.
That's a good candy.
Yeah, Starburst, that type of.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like Starburst.
What do you like? What's yours? I should know.
Well, that's a good question. I actually have two. Obviously, chocolate.
Yeah. So
That's
Snickers.
not a candy. Just
like a Hershey bar. I love like one of those thick Hershey bars.
Yeah.
Now, I also I
can tell.
have a sweet tooth about every. Let me tell you what. But I would say my number one candy, Sweet Tarts.
Wow.
I love Sweet Tarts.
So will you be my Valentine? Yeah, dude.
Suck down a whole pack at a time.
I got to say something.
Yeah,
Audible,
man.
real quick.
Sure.
Evan, I need your help.
Yep.
So, wow, you guys are the best. I'm doing all this stuff, liquidate all assets and prize picks and Willard and Dibbs and you and I and Evan and Grandy. We all talk gambling. But I feel like I was sold a bill of goods by Vegas because they had Draymond Green odds-on favorite to win DPOY. I'm driving home in traffic. Willard and Dibbs play the breaking news sounder. They set it up, and I'm like, Day about to get it because he's been the leader, and I felt like it came out of nowhere. And he loses. Evan Mobley gets it. And I bring that up to ask you both, what happened? It was Dre's.
The voters got it right.
But how did Vegas have him the lead?
Vegas isn't always right.
Evan, what did I miss? Am I the only one surprised? I guess that's what I'm asking my two
actually
guys.
not that surprised.
Even after what we were told?
Well,
what? Evan, what you thought.
Sometimes what we were told isn't true.
Also, the whole point of Las Vegas is not to be correct. It's to get you to spend money.
That's why they got the casinos.
Which is exactly what they did. Because Draymond Green's DPOY candidacy, or his PR campaign, it began in March.
Right.
Evan Mobley's DPOY campaign began in November.
Preachy.
And the Warriors were 7th seed and Mobley was on. You know what I mean, Stoney?
Yeah.
They were 1 seed.
Yeah. We were talking about Jonathan Kuminga, and this text came in from the 415, and I actually didn't know what he was talking about on the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. He said he's been doing that his whole career, Steiny. I didn't even know who he was talking about. But clearly he's talking about Kuminga. And he's right. The texter's right. Like, Kuminga has been in and out for 4 years, whether it's, because of him or because of Kerr, whatever. But he has been in and out of multiple roles for 4 years.
Yeah.
I mean, he kind of has.
But this is the most surprising, when the water got turned off these last few games.
No doubt.
Can you meet me there?
Of course. But although I thought the year that Wiggins missed the whole year and then comes back and starts right away, could have taken some starch out of him. But I think that's a good point. It's not going to be the first time that he's going to be asked to do this.
It'll be the most important, though.
That absolutely. Right. Absolutely. And, the one thing I do worry about with Kuminga, although I'm glad, I think it might be big that he got 26 minutes. he at least now has some insight into playoff basketball. And I get it. He played in the past, but this is different. So I think he's still got a shot at things.
Yeah, no doubt.
Let's go to Mystic. Mystic's in San Francisco. Hey, Mystic.
Hey, fellas. Great show as usual.
Right on, baby.
And this is a moment, of bittersweet irony. Bittersweet irony. Yes, I am super stoked that my boy Kuminga is finally going to get some run in a meaningful basketball game. We've been waiting 4 years to see his talent in a big spot. We saw that when he was featured for 20 or 30 minutes a game around December, the kind of numbers he can put up. And the Warriors actually need what he provides right now, which is scoring at the basket. But it's not lost on me that Kerr tried to bury this guy 3 or 4 times, called him out in the media, benched him, took away his keys from the front door when he told him, hey, we're going to use you for 30 minutes as soon as Jimmy Butler got here. And now you have to turn back to the guy and say, Kuminga, please save us. This is inexcusable. It's inexcusable. Now, I remember during the lead up to the playoffs, I called and I said, hey, what you're looking at with Curry and Steph is great, but it's fool's gold because that's not going to be enough when you're playing teams with a 3-headed monster. You know, Austin, like the Lakers, the Clippers, or whoever else you want to name in the playoffs. Now you got the guy who can score the buckets and he can defend on the wing. Kerr, you need to move over and let this guy play. Now, what hurts me, though, I will say this, why it's bittersweet, because we're probably looking at Kuminga's last ride with the Warriors. And what I mean by that is if you read his comments where he said, I am sick of I'm paraphrasing, I'm sick of everybody, Kerr, telling me to stay ready. I've been ready, and I don't know why I'm not playing.
Well,
that hurt me to my core.
Well,
it reminds me of Chris Webber getting dealt.
I missed it.
Don't even bring that up. Why'd you bring that up?
Well, let me, Mystic, those are all fair points, but let me, and this stuck out to me, and I want to make sure, and thanks for the call, Mystic. I want to make sure to get this out there. I'm looking at, I read Marcus Thompson's story today in The Athletic.
Okay.
Let me read this quote, and this is from Jonathan Kuminga. And I'll lead into it with, last game against the Rockets, the Warriors were 14 for 30 in the paint and just 12 for 21 inside of 5 feet. So Marcus Thompson's point is, Kuminga can finish inside, right?
No doubt.
All right. Listen to this quote from Kuminga. I feel like that's been my job, and I feel like that's something I could do at the highest level. It's just opportunities and getting your chances. Hopefully they come back around, and I'm going to be ready when it comes around. I mean, this kid is saying the right things. I believe that quote from him. And you know what? Even if he doesn't believe it, he's professional enough to say it, but I actually do believe it. But if there's one thing that I think has been unfair to Kuminga is just a little bit of an undertone of attitude, demeanor.
You're not getting that from him.
I just think.
I hear you, man.
No, I don't think he's a bad guy at all. Yeah. I think he's.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this.
Relatively speaking, he's still new to the country, and I'm just telling you that
they got a decision to make.
I like this quote, and I saved it, and I wanted to make sure that people heard it because it's a classy quote from Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'm gonna say this because you know where I stand when it comes, and you all do in regard to Jonathan Kuminga, Steiny. But what I love about life and my job, our job, is a conversation. Doesn't mean I'm always right, but we get to share what we see. I'm the biggest fan of Jonathan, one of them, and I'm going to put the right on the table, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control. I've already told you, I'm on record as saying what's about to transpire if Jimmy can't play and he's inserted JK into the starting lineup and him basically making his reemergence, in the playoffs, how difficult and unfair I believe that is for him. But Steiny, I'm not about words at this point, because that game, just on Wednesday, I was disappointed in his play. And I understand if you or anybody else says, well, Goo, he probably thought he wasn't playing, but Steiny, he was 4-12. There were still some of the lapses, the misses, or the finishes that when he's on, it's like, watch out. So I left that game knowing to myself, talking to myself, he didn't know he was going to play. They didn't lose because of him. But Steiny, I don't think he took the bull by the horns going to his words right there that you recited. So I'm hoping it's different Saturday. But I guess all in all, that was page one of the get back, and it looked like the old get back.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. We talked a little NFL draft that first hour, getting into the Warriors right now. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to have a baseball guest. And I'm really looking forward to him. Russell Dorsey, national MLB insider for Yahoo Sports.
Giants.
Also an insider analyst at MLB Network. Friday Night Baseball also on Apple TV Plus, which is
tonight in San Francisco.
Game. Correct.
They're playing the Rangers, and Bruce Bochy, who returns.
Nice.
He's a horse.
Well, just piece of news. Yeah. So Draymond Green obviously finished third in Defensive Player of the Year candidacy.
Third.
However, he was named the 2024-25 NBA Hustle Award winner. So he won the Hustle Award.
I didn't even know there was that award.
I'm like, who won it last year? Do we know?
Caruso.
Oh.
Well,
since 2016, it's an award that's been handed out for players whose stats go beyond the box score.
Hey, congratulations, Dre. But to my two comrades here, I don't think that makes up. I think my guy's going to come out with his hair on fire tomorrow, and the Rockets are in trouble for losing. He's playing it right, and he's doing the Kaminga thing. Draymond is him. He has to be mad, and I would be mad, and I think I'm mad for him.
Oh, he's got something to prove tomorrow.
But the chalkboard and newspapers and billboards told us it was his to lose.
Yeah.
What happened?
After 14 years.
Oh, Rockets, you're in trouble.
After 14 years, 4 championships.
I'm telling you.
And multiple finals runs. Draymond's got something to prove to him. It's a legacy game. It's a legacy game.
About him being upset. He was reading the tea. Come on, man. Baron Davis.
I can't wait the same as he always plays, which is
because there's already friction with, was it dirty? And if they're keeping it, dude,
that's baloney.
You're from the streets.
For the Bear,
dude. There we go. And hopefully he plays.
There was one thing you said that I didn't agree with Kuminga.
I was a little just from forget what was.
Oh, okay.
Well,
first of all,
thank you, Evan.
Hey, and you know this is the way I am. You said it's unfair to Kuminga. I don't think it's unfair.
But you agree with me when I said it.
No, I waited for you to finish.
Oh.
But no, I don't think it's unfair to Kuminga. It's basketball, and it's happened to many, many players over the years. You play, you don't play, and then they need you, and you got to play. You got to fight through it. It's not unfair, but it's not easy.
That's okay. That's what we agree on.
And I'm also going to disagree with this. I make no judgment about the game the other night.
Wow.
Because it's not like he played 26. It's not like he finally played and he played 26 minutes in a normal January game. He was put in to a game where the Houston Rockets were playing as aggressively and as hard as probably they have all season because they were playing desperate. And that's why I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. And the hope is that those 26 minutes have given him insight into what it's all about, how hard you got to play, all those things. And yes, it's going to be hard, but it is an opportunity for him.
Yeah, no doubt.
If Jimmy Butler does not play.
And the natural part of this, right, Steiny, is his contract situation. I know it's down the road, but when we talk about 4 years, this and that, and he's young, somebody's going to get married or not.
Well, I don't.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know that he can dramatically alter.
Oh, okay,
that situation.
Right. Well, I wasn't saying he
now.
could. I wonder.
I mean,
I guess if he got hot.
The problem is Butler's going to come back at some point, and Kuminga's not going to play as much. Yeah. I mean,
your bar about Butler came, and a lot of
You like that one?
No, it was pretty. No, people
Dibley said it was genius.
Yeah, that's it. Dibley too, our guy. But that was a pretty good one, man.
Yeah. Well, the point. Well, let me restate it. Yeah. I said, everybody was like, "Wow, we got Jimmy Butler without having to give up Kuminga." You kind of did give up Kuminga.
Yeah.
He kind of was involved in that trade because Butler took his. All right, Xavier's in Oakland. Hey, Xavier, how you doing, man?
Hey, thanks for taking my call again. I just want to start off with an apology to Guru. I've been saying your name wrong this whole time, so I just want to say that. I'm sorry, bro, but hey, Steiny, hey, Guru, thanks for taking my call.
How were you pronouncing
it? You mispronounced.
No, this is a joke.
Johnson.
I was just saying Guru. Like Gru, the Marvel character, not Guru.
Oh,
yeah. So
he
sorry
frankly gave it to me.
Like he grew 6 inches. All right.
Oh my God.
Gotcha.
All right. So look, here we go. All right. Okay. Now, I'm glad you both and the caller alluded to the obvious JK situation. I just wanted to add to it, man, that, how would you feel, like you were saying, being in and out of the lineup for 4 years, man? And that one's tough. I mean, like, I'm always bring up Moody. Like, once he got his, role and he was good, even if he messed up, he's still going to be in. He formed into the NBA player we all knew he was going to be, So I think that's the main point there. I think that's the main point. JK just needs to be the starting two guard. We need to make the starting two guard now the starting six man. And I'm not going to say his name. Has an Ernie Stripes. I feel like if JK got the opportunities that guy's gotten messing up all this, he would have been more informed into the NBA player we all know he's going to be. He's a superstar, man. He's a corner. He's a pillar of an NBA franchise. Like, come on, like let's not like play what's going. And I mean, look, one of my main points was like the play with Gee, and he passed it to JK up court when he got it off the under the basket.
Man,
he passes it to JK.
Oh.
JK tries to catch it in the turnover. You know what I'm talking about? But it looks like he's not in it. He's just so rusty, man.
Yeah.
It's just not fair. And I don't know why everyone's on him. Like, he's been playing all season. He was out 20 games with the ankle. I don't know why he was out extended leave. He's younger than me. He's 22, 20. Like, he's a young, and that's weird. And so when he finally trying to get his rhythm back, and now he has all this. He got the starting two guard right now. That's really a 6-man. Go right. Yeah, freeway. Yeah.
All right, Xavier. No, it's good.
Get there safe.
Yeah.
Wow.
I disagree with he's a NBA cornerstone pillar. I wouldn't say that yet, but he's a young player who's
he was a lottery pick. You know what I mean, Stoney?
And so was Michael Olowokandi. Also,
right.
James Wiseman was a lottery pick.
Keep going.
Anthony Bennett.
You don't want to play this game
was a lottery guy. And I think Guru, if you do a little homework, you'll find that many lottery
Sam
picks
Bowie was a lottery pick.
Failed, right? But he got injured. He wasn't a bust. He got injured. Injured.
I got you.
Greg Oden. Like, I feel bad about Oden.
Yeah. He was 18 soon as he was born, that dude.
Who?
Oden, he looked old, man.
Came out of the womb with a beard.
That is pretty good.
Let's go to Uncle Gene in Oakland.
Gene.
Hey, Gene.
Jim Leland.
Hey, guys. So, I hate to be Debbie Downer yet again, but I'm not feeling really good about Kuminga taking over for Jimmy, even for one game. Look, I love the guy. He's got a skill set that would work much better on another team. Kerr has made it clear he just doesn't fit this system. And I think if you look back at the totality of the games he's played, even when he scored well, I don't think we have a winning record with Mr. Kuminga. Without Jimmy, I see us losing. And his biggest strength is to be able to slash and score to the basket. But I mean, if you've got Şengün and maybe Adams out there too, I mean, I don't know how much of that he's even going to be able to do. I mean, I'm hoping that he does rebound well and maybe slows down Jalen Green. I mean, they may be the best we could hope for from him. But honestly, I just see us losing this game if he's filling in 100%. And if we lose this game, this may have to go to 7 for us to win. And then it's going to wear the hell out of us, and I'm not sure we're going to be able to go much further.
How you feeling,
Anyway,
Gene? You think he's going to play? You think Jimmy's going to play?
I think he's going to do everything he can to play. This is Jimmy wants this. He wants this ring more than anybody. Okay, even including Curry. He's never won a ring. Okay, so if he has to play on one leg, I think Jimmy Butler is going to be out there.
Thanks, Gene. Have a great weekend, my man. You're the best.
Yep. Not confident without Jimmy, but I mean, I'm just fearful.
Yeah, in a crazy way. I mean, he might want a ring so bad that he'll not, like, he knows he can't play Saturday.
Right. Because if that tailbone or whatever area you want to call it, Stoney.
Oh, real quick. Yeah, I don't want to interrupt you, but there is a text.
Oh yeah.
Have we forgiven Guru for cheating last week during the game?
Couldn't wait to read that. And it wasn't cheating. I was looking at Mario.
It's all right. It's okay, Goo. Hey,
you know what?
What's gone is gone.
Turn my screen before
what went down in the flood.
Hey, Ken, I really want this. I want that smoke. Shout out Matt Barnes. I'll turn my computer to the side. I want to go toe-to-toe Rocket player.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
You need a win. I think
see.
I'll turn this thing to the side. I don't need it.
We'll see. I got to decide if I want to play with a cheater or not.
Hey, how much did you study last night?
That'll be my decision.
I've been around watching hoop before you were even on this earth. So chill. I go back to...
Don't wilt, Kenny.
No, please.
All right.
Chucky Brown. Yeah. Rocket.
What about
He was on the Rocket.
He was on 13 teams.
But one of them was the Rocket. Yes, sir.
That is correct.
Ah, boy. Stevie Francis. Yeah.
Don't waste them all.
Okay, we got you.
All right. I see TJ. I see a lot of calls on the other side. I'm going to get to you all. Don't go anywhere. Warriors postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club. It's presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Guru, that's Guru and me. It's Guru and I. We'll be broadcasting live from 10 to 2. And if you want to play, go to 957thegame.com. Click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area.
You don't have to ask that again. You can stop asking that question.
That's because their defense leaks.
said, if you see me in a fight with the bear, pray for the bear.
Gotcha.
So that's where it delivers from.
I just said that.
Did you say Kobe?
No.
Oh.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
And it's Muhammad Ali was the original.
Are you done?
With you. Because you just faked. Our plans are off again.
Okay. You know what?
I can't take it.
You know what? I'm throwing this out there. I don't care. I'm throwing it out there. And
It's obvious.
And I think you're going to look bad.
Oh.
I do. Do you want me to do that?
Oh, no, because it's...
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Okay, I got you.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it. It's funny, but family first.
FOE.
What's that?
Family over everything.
Oh.
Shout out G-Nut. Rest in peace.
I always like when the description of the call says, I don't agree with Steiny a lot, but...
Oh, boy.
Let's go to Mona in Pacifica.
Hey,
Mona.
Hi to my two favorite guys.
Hey.
How are you guys?
All right.
We're great, thanks.
Before I go into my spiel, I'm about to be a girl right now. I need y'all to bring your screener on from time to time because his voice is absolutely wonderful. I just want to talk to him. Let me just be honest.
Well,
He has the best voice.
is that Evan or Ken?
It's Ken.
Wow.
I don't know who it is, but
it's
his
Ken.
voice, whoever screened me, his voice is...
Ken, say hello.
Well, be on the radio.
Say hello,
I
Ken.
really appreciate that, Mona. It was a pleasure talking to you as well.
Wow.
You too, sir. You too. I'm coming from... I'm sorry, I have to be a girl for a second.
No, I get it. Hey.
He's married.
He's married.
I'm sorry, is he dead? I mean, he can't get a compliment because he's married?
No doubt.
You tell him. Tell him, Mona. Appreciate you.
I like her style.
So I just want, I'm going to take a different perspective. I know there's a lot of, Kuminga talk has been this way for the last 2 years. Here's my thing that I wish Kuminga would do. Now, this is completely assuming. I'm just assuming. Now, so go back to when Steph first came into the league and he had those little, those paper ankles, and it seemed like every time he would get on the court, those little bad boys would snap. What did Curry do? Curry worked on his game. And he came back stronger. He came back more fluid. I don't see that with Kuminga. How many of you, I'm sure everybody within the sound of my voice right now, every time Kuminga goes to the free throw line, how many of you cringe? Hoping he can make one, if not both. I don't think Kuminga, in my opinion, is putting in the work to make all of this conversation end. Because believe me, if Kuminga was working on his game, getting in that conditioning, working on his defense, working on his free throws, working on his 3-point, whatever he needs to work on, there would be no argument that he would be in the game. Let's stop playing. But Kerr is not going to sit him on the bench if he's working on his game. So I think from Kuminga to grow, he's a good player. I'm not saying that. I don't think he's a pillar, what that other guy said. He's not a pillar. Right. But I think he's a good player who has the potential, but you got to put in the work. That's what I would like to see for him more so. And I think, again, it would offset all of this rhetoric that we keep hearing about him. So that was my spiel. I hope y'all have a great, great, great Friday. I've been enjoying you guys today. You had me laughing. That's rare, Steiny. And I told your screener, Steiny, I rarely agree with you, but today I'm all about you, sir.
Wow,
today I'm
thank
all
you.
about you.
Hey, Mona, before
Mona.
you go,
Go ahead. You're not in this one.
I am. I want to ask my girl Mona something. What about the game? It was regular season, not at the end. Kuminga didn't play, but he stayed after and he shot. He worked on his shot. That didn't hit you?
Okay. Come on, Guru. You can't. Here's the thing.
Make sure everybody sees him.
I used to. So before I retired, I was a manager. I used to tell my staff, if you want to go for a promotion, especially if you want to go in a leadership capacity, you can't start getting ready for the job when the opening starts. So these are things that Kuminga should be doing before that. Okay, we see you throwing us some throws, but what are you doing off season? Who are you calling off season? Hey, Steph, I saw, man, how you get your conditioning. Can I talk to your guy? Can I train with you? And even if it's not Steph, someone else where he can work on some of these skill sets, because Kuminga's good, but he can be way better than what he is right now. And even when he had that, that turnover the other day, I'm like, damn, here we go again. I
Mona,
think he needs to put more work on.
I got you. Thank you so much for the call and appreciate it. And
I can. Yeah.
Somebody on the YouTube chat said, playoff Ken. Or is it Kenny Buckets?
He's very funny.
Kenny Buckets. Right, but
I'm not dead.
He ain't dead.
Wow.
He ain't dead.
That's incredible.
He might be if Katie finds out.
Dude, no doubt. You might want to delete that. That's just complicated.
I'm going to send it to her.
Yeah. Why not? Put a little pressure on her.
Real quick, Sonny. Just back. You understand we were doing more than just going to the game, and I understand you got family and daddy duties, but Giant Mike, Gotham City, he really was looking forward to meeting you. So that's all. You might, if you can, just say, hey, Mike, I'll catch you on the other side. But he really was looking forward to seeing you. So it's not just me. I could give a damn. But Mike, I just broke the news to him. You might want to, hey, Mike, we'll catch up.
Hey, Mike, I was really looking forward to tonight. And unexpectedly, my daughter, who lives in L.A., is in town this weekend, and she's getting her wedding dress altered tomorrow morning. And so she wants to see if I want to have dinner with her. And quite frankly, it's taken something like that for me to say I can't do it tonight.
Got you.
And I hope, Mike, we can do it in the future.
Yeah.
And
back to Wiggins.
I did.
Right.
I do want to go to this place.
Evan's really he ain't irritated with
really
you, but
cool.
that's my dog.
Well, he doesn't have any kids, so he's not in this one.
He's got a dog. He got a dog.
Well, and you know what? I don't make a joke about that because.
And there wasn't a joke.
I know, but it was a softball that a person lesser than that I would have made a comparison between a pet. That's a pet and a kid, But pets are important. You don't know what I'm getting at. Oh, I'm going to watch tomorrow, Toots. Let's go to Jim. Jim's in Martinez. Of course, one of the best bars in Martinez, Whiskey Lane. Whiskey Lane.
You guys, I got my Whiskey Lane hat with me in my car right now. That's hilarious.
Wow.
Jim,
who knows the Bay? I do.
You know the Bay, Steiny. You know what? I love Kuminga. It's really, what's not fair? Life is not fair.
And there you go.
I mean, just what I'm hearing, and I heard you guys say that. Life is not fair. And what I heard is people talking about Steve Kerr when Kuminga was killing it. But you know what? It's not December. And it's not June. It's right now. And we are not even in this thing at all without Jimmy Butler, period. And if anybody thinks differently, they're completely delusional out of their minds. But the thing is, Kuminga was killing it, but then he got hurt for 2 months, and there was no games. There was zero room for losses. And when you see what's happened with this team since that guy showed up, that dude is a man. Him and Draymond, I was at the Clippers game, the last game of the season. Him and Draymond out there on defense, man, it's like you got a couple of freaking wolves out there. It's amazing. When you see it up close and personal, we got to go down into the suites too, by the way. We were sitting right on the side of the court. It was that's the other side of life right there, baby. That's
you're right about
Kuminga,
that.
There was no room for him to get back in his groove again. And then he got hurt again, if everybody remembers. And there hasn't been time to nurture him and get him back up to speed. Yeah, heck, it would be great if he was, if he had 20 games to get ready and everything. But there was no room for error for us to get to this point.
Yeah, you know what? Hey, Jim, thanks. It's a good point. It's a fair point. And if you're just joining us, what we're talking about right now is the Jimmy Butler injury and how it affects Jonathan Kuminga if it does. And Shams Charania of The Athletic reported yesterday that there's serious jeopardy as to whether Butler's going to play tomorrow. It sounds very, very iffy tomorrow. And obviously that you would think opens the door for Jonathan Kuminga. And, the one thing I want to be clear about is I agree. Life isn't fair. Hey, Jonathan, get her done. By the same token, I got to acknowledge how tough of a position this is for him because it's the postseason, and it is big boy basketball, and he's got to be ready from the jump. The one thing I will say is this: if Butler doesn't play tomorrow and Kuminga doesn't play tomorrow, then
that's an oxymoron.
It will be official. Yeah. It's over.
They're connected. He is playing.
You would think.
He already has 26 minutes. That 26 could be 40, 35, 38. But, it's fascinating. And we'll see how it all goes down. But I'm excited, man. I really am. Just about, forget Butler and Kuminga for a second, Sonny. Just about what's at stake. It's 1-1. And I kind of dismissed the Rockets, their cute little story. I had Warriors in 5, and the Warriors have not scored 100 points in the first 2 games of this series. And if you're telling me you're about to take away the Butler, my confidence doesn't grow. How about that?
That I get. All right. Chucky D. Chucky D's in Concord.
Hey.
Hey, Chucky D.
Hey, my man, Goo. Hey, Simon, what's happening?
What's up, baby?
How are you, man?
Yeah, but the time when Jonathan Kuminga was drafted, I watch every draft. I've been in the Warrior. I had season tickets for like 10 years from 1987, and during the losing years and all of that. And I watch all the draft. I pray for the Warriors and all of that. And I watched a draft that came to mind with Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm sitting there going, well, the guy I would draft is Shagun. How you say his name?
Yeah, Alperen Sengun.
Yeah. I watched him play before in the International League, and I watched him. I said, this is a guy the Warriors need to pick. But, of course, we don't want a big guy. We don't want a big man. We want somebody else. Now they dead set, Kerr included, on Jonathan Kuminga. They got him, bring him here, and Steve's been having a problem with this guy. It's almost like from the beginning. Oh, he wants him to be this. He's wanting because Jonathan Kuminga doesn't really fit his system, and he's not trying to motivate him a little bit more. I think Mark Jackson would have been a better coach for Jonathan Kuminga, if you ask me.
All right, Chucky,
my man.
Jonathan Kuminga, you know what it's been? Evan, you've heard of the Beatles, right?
Yeah, they're sometimes.
The long and winding road, bum, 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 bum. That's what it's been. What? You like it?
I'm still jealous of Kenny's compliment.
By the way, Paul McCartney's photography, I think, is at the DeYoung right now.
Really?
Yeah, like all the pictures he took in 1963 and 64.
Shouldn't it be at the old?
Oh. Is this the one time you're allowed to make
that is pretty good.
an old joke?
And those pictures were not, my friends, taken with an iPhone.
510 Guru, you need to stop disrespecting the Rockets. Wholeheartedly agree. From the 510.
So much so, I'm petrified. How am I disrespecting them? That's without Butler.
Exactly.
Dude, when are we going to find out? Because we didn't get the news till late.
Tip-off? 5:30? Probably 5:29.
Do you think it's going to bleed all the way over to the end?
Absolutely.
Although the Warriors just released a PR statement.
Uh-oh.
Jimmy Butler's questionable.
Oh, my. And I fell for it. Oh man.
I swear to God. It's like
that's legit. Late. I thought that was material.
Okay, here, I'll do Kerr. Ask me about Jimmy's status.
Coach Kerr, you expect Butler to play tomorrow?
Well, he'll go through some pregame stuff, and depending on how he comes out of that, how he feels, we'll make that decision then.
Well, is it safe to assume that Jonathan Kuminga will start in this place if he can't go?
I don't want to give away the game plan.
Well, hey,
I don't want to give away the game plan.
I'm just a struggling reporter, Coach. I'm just trying to get the fans.
And those kind of questions are the reason why you struggle.
Hey.
All right.
You need more ums.
Evan, you've done that, and Evan does it. Man.
What?
Talk to the coach. Remember Ritter gave me...
Kerr's not that big of an ass.
He's great, man.
I don't think I've ever seen Steve Kerr kind of humiliate anybody in a press conference setting.
He just goes, yeah, I'm not going to get into that.
That's good.
Let's go to T in Oakland.
The town, Starny.
Hey, T.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How you doing?
Hey. Good afternoon to you.
First of all, Stoney, I want to commend you on being solid on your takes all year. You haven't wavered. You've been pretty much.
Oh, T.
I'm glad he fell out because something was coming my way. Please
call back.
You don't have to, T.
I'll put you right to the top.
Evan, where was that going? Man.
Your connection wasn't great, but I was starting to like what I was hearing.
I was in the cut waiting.
It's so funny every time somebody goes, Steiny, I got to tell you, I use the old goo.
Oh, here it comes.
Let's go to,
we got
Praise God's country. Jason in Philly. What's up, Jace?
What up, guys? How's it going?
Hey.
I just wanted to touch on this game we got going on in JK for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that Coach Pop said that has stuck with me, especially when I look at players and kind of evaluate their games, is he said this about Kawhi. He said he knew Kawhi had got it when Kawhi knew that every play wasn't for him to score. And that's one of the big things that's missing with JK is when he gets on the court, he's a ball stopper and largely is one-track minded about him getting his. And like just to illuminate that a little bit, when JK plays more than 30 minutes, the team is 3-3. When he plays 25 or more, they're 11-13. And when he plays 25 or less, they're 16-5. And the crazy thing about it is the more minutes he plays, the team doesn't play as well, but his plus minus goes up. And so, like, when I was watching him in the game on the other day, he didn't look good at all. And I think there was some rust there, of course, but it's more of the same with him. And some of the things that he hasn't worked on, like passing, stretching the defense, manipulating the defense, is paying the head there. But I think he'll play Saturday for sure. I think he'll have a good game. I think the trick will be how Kerr manages his minutes, because I think less is more with JK. And just by, some basic numbers, it does benefit the team more when he's playing less. And then Saturday, I think whether or not Jimmy plays, I think they get that win. Kind of what I saw from that game the other day is that as soon as Jimmy went out, the Rockets got comfortable and they smelled blood.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that energized them. And we kind of saw it the other night with OKC.
Yeah, I agree.
OKC was down 29 and who went out? I can't remember.
John Morant. Jace,
Morant.
Yeah, Jace got a lot of other callers here, but I hear you about Jonathan Kuminga, and I have something else, a higher priority. Ernie Chavez,
our guy,
$2 super chat, and we're forced to read these unless they're about Kuminga.
Or not.
Ernie Chavez paying $2 to say Steiny having a hell of a year.
But you're not.
Thanks, Ernie. Appreciate it, Ern.
I don't want to fight.
We'll see. No, you can't. Don't fight.
I've run circles around you. Moses Moody.
Don't fight the feeling. Who's that?
That's me.
No, don't fight the feeling? Who sings that song?
Chuck D, Public Enemy.
No.
Let's fight the power.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. Fight the power.
No, that's wrong.
Don't fight the power. Who are you? You don't even know.
That's what we do every day.
What are you talking about?
Who sings this, Donnie? Whatever you were trying to sing.
I think it's Sam Cooke.
No, I
think.
A change gonna come.
All right,
that's Sam Cooke.
For Kuminga.
Yeah, I get the caller, Donnie. Nothing to write home about last game. I was just happy he was out there, but I was hoping, what if he could just magically bottle up his best version of himself? What would we be talking about? So no harm, no foul, but him turning that back on that Guy Santos pass and it hitting him and Looney for a turnover for the Jalen Green Duck. Just like Curry and Dre can do that. You can't. But we'll see. He's going to play regardless now, I'm thinking, Sonny, because Butler can try and play, but if that thing,
I wouldn't necessarily say that. I mean, Jimmy Butler plays and is looking good. We might be back to square one with Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know, but we'll see how it plays out.
If we had a draft on athleticism between these two teams, oh my gosh.
Right.
The Rockets, when they're going away, like Kuminga's your first, and then I'm like, who's the next?
He might not be the first.
No, the first Warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the first.
Yeah,
Jalen Green is that.
Just let me get the Houston roster
please
up.
Not getting drafted.
Hey,
Rockets,
Jalen Green, Eason.
Yeah, Smith.
And, of course,
my man,
Amin Thompson.
Aquaman.
Shepard.
We're talking about athleticism.
Right. But I love
Did you know that?
I love his dude. That dude's a big man. He's a big dude.
No, you're right. See, like when you nail it like that.
Dude, hey.
No, he's big.
Going a little far now. Yeah. Adams, right. him and Ibaka, Stoney in their heyday, they had the Warriors down 3-1.
Yeah,
that's enough said. Yep. Wasn't his fault.
Hey, Lou Dort dirty?
I didn't like to. Now that play was dirtier than the play that I don't think was dirty that hurt our guy Jimmy Butler. There was some dirt there. I don't know how much I didn't like it. And then, he slipped. I don't know, man.
Ask me.
Was it a dirty play by Dort?
No. Not a dirty play.
Which one was more sketchier?
Neither.
The Dort one, Steiny.
Neither.
And why wouldn't your boy just shoot the layup, Pippen? Why would you put Ja in that position? You had a layup, and now he's hurt and hip probably busted. Shoot the rock.
Some people like
and don't tell me, I'll save it.
Some people like to play team basketball.
That was dumb basketball, and you got your guy hurt. 29. I don't want to live in a world where a playoff game, a lead is not. I don't care who, 4-on-5. You don't blow a 29-point lead. I sat there and turned it off. Like, you know what? I'm done. As great as the playoffs are, I'm done. We got teams out here blowing a 29-point lead.
You know why they blew
I need
29?
a drink.
You know why they
give me a double?
You know why they blew a 29-point lead?
Why?
Because they're not good enough. To keep a 29-point lead.
Where is Ja?
Goodness gracious.
He fell on his hip.
Who, Butler?
Ja.
Oh, Ja Morant.
Yeah. Came back and shot the free throws.
Well, of course. Got to pad those stats.
Kobe did that. He was the first one. Then Clay
the
did
original stat patter.
Hey,
Kobe Bryant.
Watch yourself.
The original stat patter, Kobe Bryant.
Tell that to Jerry West.
I can't tell it to either one.
Kobe.
Actually, he wasn't a stat patter so much as
you know what I'm gonna.
He was a great player.
You just hit me.
Yeah, I'm in
timeout.
No need to bring up Kobe. He's one of the greatest.
Hey, real quick, Kim came in and said, "Since I cheated, let's do another team, and then I won't have studied it, and then we go toe to toe."
What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing...
Goo, I love you. I love you. You got a little cop to you.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up in 10 minutes, Russell Dorsey. He's on the call tonight for the Giants-Rangers game on Apple TV+. Going to get some Giants talk in here. They're playing.
Bochy's back.
Bochy's back.
With a ring.
Yeah, of course. He's a hell of a manager.
Yeah.
What? You don't think he's any good?
No, I'll never forget your rant about him leaving in the first place. No shade at Melvin.
What rant?
You don't forget. You didn't remember you went on the rant when he left? It was one of your. You don't even know who you are.
You went on a rant I never took.
Yeah, no doubt. Just about. It was the passion about.
Oh, hey, hold on. We got T.I. back.
Oh God.
Hey, T.I. in Oakland. Welcome back, my man. How you doing?
T.
Hey, man. Thank you for having me back.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say, yes. I listen to you guys every day, man. You've been solid all year. You haven't wavered. And then, Goo, I'm not coming down your road. Actually, I got a compliment for you. I just want the fans to calm down their fandom because, early in the year, you was pushing for Jonathan, too. But now, lately, you've come to realize that, the Warriors' success might not necessarily depend on Jonathan Kuminga.
No doubt.
And I'm a bigger Warrior fan than I am an individual player fan. So I just want the Warriors to be successful.
No doubt.
If that means Jonathan Kuminga plays, then so be it. But what I do see is him playing kind of tentative when he comes in the game. I think Draymond should have that conversation that he had with Pies, with Jonathan Kuminga. The who cares if you miss? Just play free. Because that's what Jonathan Kuminga does better than anybody. He plays free. But right now he's kind of tight, and he gets in the game, and he doesn't want to make a mistake. So I just caution the Kuminga fans to kind of calm down. Be Warrior fans. We want to be successful. If that means Jonathan plays less, then so be it. We want a championship as an organization, not necessarily one individual player's success. But I think if he buys into what Kerr has to tell him, because I'm not going against a guy who has 9 championship rings,
That's fair.
5 as a player and 4 as a coach. I'm not going against that. So obviously he knows what he's doing. So we just need to just watch the game, cheer our team on, and hope things fall our way.
What would before you go, T.I., what was your prediction? I had Warriors in 5. Obviously, that's a little shaky now. How you feeling?
I had him in 6.
Okay.
I had him in 6 earlier.
All right. Okay.
Yep, I had him in 6, so it's still possible that can happen. I'm just looking forward to this series, man. We just got to calm down the Rockets. I don't see them shooting us out the gym, but at the same time, we can muck it up by having all those turnovers, man. We need to calm those down, and I think we can be successful if we stand at 10 turnovers a game. Thank you.
Good stuff, T.I.
Can't have 11 between your two dudes. He
never wavered.
Yeah. But you did.
Cut that.
Yeah, stop. But
Steiny,
you did.
Debatable.
Steiny, but you never wavered.
It's payday Friday. I don't want to stick it to you.
He never wavered.
But just give me some love, though. Give me some love.
I'm trying to talk about myself.
Yeah. You do it well.
I'm going to put, he had to come in.
And he thought Moody wasn't a guy. That's all. I've never rubbed it in, but we fought. We went 15 rounds over Moody. Victory goes to Goo.
I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong yet.
I think you're surprised at the role he's carved out, though. If we were just keeping it real, not on the radio.
On this team this year?
Yeah.
Who the hell's going to play in front of him?
Well.
Dead serious.
But even when we were
He's made the most
okay, go ahead.
of his ability.
That's a compliment.
And he's still a role player.
Will you give him athletic, though?
No.
Oh, Snotty. He's bapping on cats. He went through it was like 4 or 5 guys. Let's just be honest. He can get up.
Hold on. He's an average NBA athlete. That's what I think about Moody. I know
you got to give me another average NBA athlete on another team that would be a comp for Moody.
Okay, let me go with my Timberwolves. No, he's not like that guy.
Evan, get to
no. Nikhil Alexander-Walker?
I think he's a little better athlete, but that's not a bad kind.
Evan, I would check that box
on the Timberwolves.
But Evan, what do you think of Moody gets up there? I'm
gonna be honest.
Yeah,
this series is telling you how he's not that big of an athlete.
I got you.
Like, look at all the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, I got you. And
it doesn't mean he's not good.
No doubt. And I guess, Nani, you might be right. I might give you the dub on average athlete. But, Evan, I was never saying. Now, Kuminga, his athleticism is equal or is the same to me as a Jalen Green. That's my fault, and maybe that's why. Like, when you talk about athleticism and gifts and length, Jonathan Kuminga should be able to do what Jalen Green is doing, and I don't think I'm by myself on that.
Well,
but for what
Evan
said about me, comparing Houston and their thoroughbreds to Moody, I would never do that and say it's equal. I'm just Steiny, my boy. I'll give you average. Okay, I think of somebody else.
There you go.
Yeah,
no, That's fair. Yeah. Coming up in 5 minutes, we're going to talk to Russell Dorsey, a national MLB insider for Yahoo Sports, and he's on the call tonight for Apple TV+. Giants, Rangers, Bochy back in town.
Yeah. Giants will be in their orange, right? Yep, Friday orange. You don't care about that stuff, Threads.
Not only don't I care, I have no idea, so I don't know how to answer that question. I would think that the Giants will be
in their Friday orange.
What are the Giants' team colors? Orange and black?
Yeah, Halloween.
They'll be in orange, black, or white, I would think.
Well, you couldn't say that if they were wearing their Tuesday digs, the new City Connects.
Those are black, aren't they?
And a lot of other colors that are not orange.
But now you like it.
I'm warming up to it.
I got one for you. I've been sitting on this one. You see Kristaps Porzingis?
He's incredible.
What? Oh, what's incredible? Tell me.
Just his game when he's healthy.
No, but did you see he got his...
Yeah, I watched it, and I didn't like that they didn't get the blood out of his hair.
Okay, so I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So Kristaps Porzingis takes a fall, bleeding profusely from the head.
Got an elbow.
He leaves the game. He comes back with a bandage on it, a big bandage, and goes back out and plays.
Yeah.
I thought he was soft.
You've never heard me say that.
The reputation that Porzingis has had for his entire career is he's soft. Yeah. So, do you think he's not soft?
You're trying to make me the internet.
No,
I'm not. I'm just telling you, I love me some Porzingis.
I'm here to say this. So he's played for the Knicks. He's played for the Wizards.
Mavericks.
He's played for the Mavericks. And he's played for the Celtics.
Yep.
Do you think the team that a guy plays on can determine a guy's toughness? In other words, would he have come back if it were the Knicks?
I can't speak to that, but I see where you're going.
I have no conclusion here. I just that's what I kept thinking about when I saw him playing. And to me, he has really had criticism about him being soft. And I just thought, I wonder if there's something to the Celtics culture.
And you could be onto something. And he's a champ now too.
Right. And
I'm like, man, this is what Wemby's going to be, but better if everything goes right.
Yeah. So I just was thinking about this,
but I never thought he was soft. He couldn't stay healthy.
So, Evan, do you have my cosmetic crap thing going? The whole league is just this cosmetic piece of crap. And nothing is more cosmetic and a piece of crap like the Clutch Player Award.
Curry won it 2 years ago.
He won it last year.
All right.
It's a joke. It's a joke. Who? Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
Okay. Jalen Brunson won it.
I saw it.
They actually...
What don't you like about it?
They use a formula that is ridiculous. Clutch time. Game within clutch time. Give me a break. Give me a break, Goo.
So you're saying, I think I know where you're going, and we love the chef. How the hell can that award go to a guy whose team did make the play?
And I'm not saying he's not clutch.
Right, but
I'm just saying this is a joke, and this is the problem with the NBA right now. This is how you lose good fans. Trying to snooker them and tell knowledgeable fans, oh, Jalen Brunson did something this year that get out of here. Hit the pike. Give me
All
a
right,
break.
let's keep going. And I'm not. Hey,
it's a joke.
You're my guy
It's
right
a joke.
now. Would you had a problem if Draymond had won DPOY?
No, not really.
You wouldn't have felt bad for Mobley?
Not really. Like the clutch player is based on a bogus formula.
To them, it's
formula.
Not. Though. Yeah. To the league, it's not.
To the players, I'm sure it's a joke.
I don't even trust the players anymore. They got Halliburton overrated. Draymond. It's just hate.
No, Draymond got Hustle Player of the Year.
You guys are listening. Dude, just watch out for him tomorrow. Dude, he is not happy.
About
He'll
what?
not winning this award. And it's almost like they played with him like, he was heavily favored.
That's because he self-campaigned.
That's what. Dude, watch out, Rockets. Dude, my man is going to be on one tomorrow night.
And here's where I will talk to my friends who are Warrior fans. We know that Draymond has had much better defensive years.
But that's not the award, though.
Yes, it is. It is.
My question to you was, would you have had a problem with it? You said no.
Not really. Because it's voted.
But when you say
it's voted on by media. It's like, okay, whatever. Like, there may have been media members that are like, I'm not voting for Draymond.
So it's all politics, you're saying?
Well, it's the media.
Because I heard Dibbs the other day, I'm paraphrasing. He said something I kind of alluded to, and I love me some Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Stoney, but at the end of the day, he's going to get the award, but he's only going to get the award is because they're going to spread the wealth and they don't want to give it to Jokic again.
Like that I disagree with. I think Shea Gilgeous-Alexander is the bona fide MVP this year.
Right, I got you.
And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome Russell Dorsey, national MLB insider for Yahoo Sports. He's an insider analyst at the MLB Network, and he's on the call tonight for the Rangers San Francisco Giants game on Apple TV+. Russell, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
No problem. How we doing?
All right. We're doing great. Hey, are the Giants for real?
I would like to believe so, right? They're playing in the toughest division in baseball. The Padres are one of the best teams in baseball. The Dodgers haven't played their best ball and still one of the best records in baseball. But here are the San Francisco Giants in the first year under Buster Posey, a roster full of, veteran players, some young players. And here they are a month through the season playing good ball. So it's going to be tough. It'll still be an uphill battle because I still think the Padres and Dodgers have a lot more top-tier talent. But if you play good baseball, things usually go your way, and they're going the Giants' way right now.
Russell, let me ask you this. It's kind of funny, and I agree with you. Looking at this Giant team, I'm watching Logan Webb, his last start, and it's early, but he's 3-1 with the ERA of 1.98, and I thought to myself, he's pitched in the playoffs, but do you think he's getting the recognition for being the stud pitcher that he is year in and year out? How would you answer that? Do you think he's a household name?
It's a great question because I do believe, and I get why you ask, because sometimes when we talk about the best pitcher in baseball over the last couple of years, you hear names like Zach Wheeler, you hear Chris Sale, guys like that, Blake Snell, a couple Cy Young Awards in the mix, but you don't really hear about Logan Webb. And if you go and look at the numbers, and sometimes you just go on Baseball Reference and look at the numbers, he's been as consistent as we've seen. Back-to-back years of 200-plus innings. The year before that had about $190. And I talked to him earlier this spring and did a story on him because he will become just the second pitcher since 2019 to have 3 consecutive seasons of 200-plus innings if he gets there. And he says, look, man, I like taking the ball every 5th day. I like throwing. And when I talk to other pitchers around the game about Logan Webb, they give him the recognition, and they think he's one of the best in the game. And honestly, to these guys, that's really what matters. When your peers think you're one of the best, that means a lot to them.
Yeah, it's a good point. Russell Dorsey joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's on the call tonight on Apple TV Plus for the Giants-Rangers game. Let's assume the Giants have a little bit of staying power and they continue to play good baseball for the next couple months, what is going to be their biggest challenge, let's say, from the midway point of the season to the end of the season?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me when I'm looking at the Giants is, can you continue to get offensive production? And so far this year, Matt Chapman's really starting to heat it up. Young-Hoo Lee has been one of the bright stories in baseball here to start the season. And I expect that Willy Adames will start to really heat it up. And you look at his numbers over the years, he's been one of the most consistent players in terms of the power and run production in baseball. But that would probably be it for me, because when I look at the top-tier teams in the National League right now, they are teams that can score a lot of runs. Teams like the Dodgers, teams like the Padres, the Chicago Cubs, best offense in baseball right now. The Phillies, when they heat it up, they're hitting the ball out of the ballpark. The New York Mets are showing that, hey, we have really good pitching, and we just signed a guy to a $765 million contract to be our offense. And so there are a lot of teams out there in the National League especially that know how to score runs. You're going to have to be – we know the Giants are going to be able to pitch. Can you score enough runs on a nightly basis to keep up with some of those other teams in the National League? That would be the thing I'd watch.
Yeah, Russell, you mentioned Young-Hoo Lee's become one of my favorites, but I want to ask you about their all-star left fielder last year who just jumped on the scene and shocked everybody. Off to a bit of a slow start with 3 homers, 10 RBIs, batting .226. Talk to me about what you see when you watch Ramos at the plate and in the field.
I think Elliot Ramos was one of those breakout stars last year, right? And you saw a guy, when you're hitting with confidence, you're going to have those breakouts. And Elliot Ramos for a long time was one of those top tier, and you guys know, was one of the top prospects in all of baseball for a long time. Finally got his opportunity and really showed what he could do, all the talent and potential that he has. When you have one of those years and you go from being a guy that people don't really know and don't really talk about, there's not much of a scouting report on you. The guys that are pitching in Major League Baseball are the best pitchers in the world, right? And there's a lot of scouting reports out there. And so once you have that first year of big-time success like Elliott had, there's going to be an adjustment period. And I think the thing for young players in the big leagues, not just rookies, but second and third year players, when you have one good year, that's cool. But what makes players great over time is that there's consistency. When we talk about Logan Webb, what do we talk about? The consistency. So I still believe in Elliot Ramos and his talents. I know the Giants do as well, and he's uber talented. There's nothing offensively that he can't do. And it's still early. That's the thing. Like, even though we're talking about, some hot starts and guys not playing well, it's April. If we're looking up on, in Memorial Day, which is usually the time that teams look around and say, what are we as a team? And Elliot Ramos is still struggling, then we can have another conversation. But I'm not worried just yet.
Russell Dorsey joining us on 95.7 The Game, national MLB insider for Yahoo Sports. He's an insider analyst for the MLB Network, and he's on the call tonight on Apple TV+, Giants against the Rangers. Buster Posey obviously is in his first year, taking over for Farhan Zaidi. And what I want to ask you, Russell, is have you seen anything on the field or off that makes you say Posey's making an impact?
I look at the type of players they brought in this offseason, and that tells me, what the DNA that Buster Posey wants on this roster. Like, when you go out and you get a guy like Willy Adames, who I talked to a lot of, executives around baseball during the offseason. They believe he was there were some that believe he was the second best position player free agent behind Juan Soto. And it wasn't just for what he could do offensively, but the type of person you bring in the room, right? A guy that, raises all boats with his presence, his personality. He's one of those guys that you just call a winner, right? Jack Churio, the star left fielder for the Milwaukee Brewers, when he came to the big leagues last year, they put him right next to Willy Adames because they knew that Willy Adames was the type of guy that can help show him how to be a big leaguer. And for a guy that was the top prospect in baseball, got a big-time extension before his first game, Jackson Churio said Willy Adames was the guy that helped him really feel comfortable in the big leagues. That's why you bring in a Willy Adames, and that's the type of people that Buster Posey wants on this roster.
Russell, let me ask you about what's going on in the Lone Star State with the Rangers and their former skipper, who I love, Bruce Bochy. You know, last year, after winning the World Series, they were 6 games under. Now they're tied for first. It's early in the AL West. But who are the Rangers, the 2025 Texas Rangers? Are they legit?
I think they're still trying to figure out what they are. They have not been swinging the bats well, and that's odd considering that they have names like Wyatt Langford and Corey Seager and Marcus Semien and Josh Young, and you bring in Jake Berger and Jock Peterson, who has had a tough start to the season, and you say, are the Rangers a team that thought their offense was going to be their strength and now it's their weakness? I still think when we get to the end of the season, the Rangers are going to be right there in the AL West. Even with their struggles offensively, they've been able to win ball games. So I'm not concerned about the Texas Rangers. They have too much postseason and championship pedigree. It's only been a couple of years since they won the World Series in 2023. So that's another team I look at and I say that the pedigree is there. And for a team that has that many veterans that have been through a slow start to the season, I can't be worried because they've been there before.
Russell, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate
Thanks a lot,
it.
man.
We'll be listening and watching tonight on Apple TV Plus, and enjoy San Francisco.
Appreciate you guys. Talk soon.
Hey, Russell. I won't do it. I'm sorry. Russell, as quick as you can, I got to do this. This is #random. How damn good is Aaron Judge, man?
Oh, he's really damn good. That's the best hitter in baseball, and I don't think it's close right now.
I had to get that off. That's incredible.
I appreciate you, Russell. Sorry to get you out on such a hard ball, but you handled it well. Thank you. Russell Dorsey, National MLB Insider at Yahoo Sports, and insider analyst at MLB Network. And he's on the call tonight, Apple TV Plus, Giants Rangers.
That's pretty good. Evan came in during the break talking about Judge. So, I mean, Stein, he's incredible. But the Giants are off to a great start. We'll see where it goes. Somebody saying you're in a good mood and witty. But I want your honest answer to this question, Steiny. I wonder where Steiny comes down on the Giants' impact in the Bay right now with the Niners stock down and the Warriors still relevant.
They're third. The Giants are third.
But if they keep this up,
they'll be third.
Nah, I think we did this exercise before.
The Giants need more than one good year to climb up.
So you're giving them. You're saying this can be a good one, and still.
I get the Niners went 6-11, and if you're asking state of a franchise, that's a different story. But in terms of king, who's king? Niners are king.
Yeah.
And I think the Warriors right now, there's more interest in the Warriors than the Giants. I think the Giants can get it back.
Oh, no doubt.
But as we know in this town, they gotta win.
Does that make Mikael Williams the prince?
Man.
If the Niners are king?
And you're saying that's a 4F. You get it?
Yeah, I do.
But you're saying they're king because I think the Warriors are when you talk about success, because the Niners under Kyle have not stamped, got a ring. But when you call it king, I think you're going more football.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. I am.
Because the Warriors are king if it's about winning.
Thanks for that. You're on a roll.
No, you're good.
Asking our guest, is Aaron Judge good? And then, hey, Steiny, the Warriors have had more success than the Niners in the last decade. Boy, this guy's on it
not
today.
To you. You called them king.
The 49ers are always going to be king in the Bay.
But it's not to me. Not to me.
Well, you don't know what you're talking about.
There's nobody on the Niners that can hold a candle right now to Steph Curry.
Right, but Come on.
The sport. That's another story.
When every team's good, what happens? It's Niners country.
They're 6-11.
Exactly, but that's. Hey guys, what time is it? We're almost out of here. What's coming up next on the game? Somebody help me. Help me agree. Help me tell Guru. It's all about the Niners.
Just help them.
All right. What's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 49ers in a shambles.
if I were Kamudi.
You just want to talk basketball, don't you?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Turn it on, Steiny. Yeah, boss stuck it to you a little bit, didn't he?
Well, it starts with you. I know I'm the pinata of the station, and all I do is just smile as you guys crack on me left and right. It was purely out of context. It wasn't a question. I just wanted to ask our guy, are you enjoying what we're seeing, this Herculean of a man?
That's not how you ask the question. 888-957-9570 is the number. The question is Aaron Judge good? Is Aaron Judge any good?
Evan, help your boy, because you started it.
Yeah, how about this? By the way, he is good.
Yeah.
Young Masuk of ESPN covers the Warriors. Right now, Steve Kerr says that, quote, he is relatively optimistic about Jimmy Butler playing tomorrow.
Yeah.
I think there's a chance he plays. That's from Kerr.
That's good news.
No doubt. And
well, not for Kuminga, but that's good news for the
guy that is Jimmy Butler, Stoney, again, when I hear that, I think he's playing. Man.
Yeah, me too.
All right.
Me too. I don't think you say, Evan, what do you think?
I think it means he's going to go through his pregame warm-up, and it's going to be a game-time decision. But I also think it means that if he does play, he will not be 100%.
It sure feels like that.
And there you man. But you'll take Jimmy at 84%, right?
Well, if Kuminga's the backup.
Well, what if Jimmy only shoots it 7 times?
Yeah. I'm kidding. I'm messing.
We hadn't seen that Jimmy in forever, to Evan's point. What if he shoots seven?
The seven
That's
shot
over.
Jimmy?
That thing is long gone.
I mean, I
don't have a strong opinion.
No, that's a tough injury.
Oh, my gosh. Curry and Kuminga went through it. Kuminga missed 1 game, came back. Curry missed a week.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, by the way, you want me to break some news? I can break some news right now.
Yeah.
Bob Meyer's not going to Phoenix.
I'll text him.
Well, I don't have to text him. He's not going to Phoenix.
Well, I'll text him after he called me.
I don't have to text him.
Well, he called me. I missed his call.
He's not going to Phoenix.
All right.
They don't have enough money in Phoenix.
I made it up.
How do I know?
You don't know, Evan. I did.
Want to bet?
You don't know.
Want to bet?
No.
I'll give you 100-1 odds.
No, he's probably going to L.A. or New York.
Well, they're not open.
2 more shows with Kendrick Perkins, he might go to Phoenix.
And Stephen A. Oh, man. Bob is awesome.
He's actually done a really nice job he's on the Denver LA series as the color analyst.
You know, Guru brought something up the other day that I completely agree with, and I don't know why I don't like it, but I don't like it.
It is
Jay Billis on the NBA.
Dude,
I'm kind of with you, Goo.
But he's not bad.
Yeah, of course he's not.
Yeah, I like him.
He's really good at what he does. I just...
Like, sit this one out, Jay.
Exactly.
You know what that is, right?
Give it to me.
I mean, they gotta give him something to do. Like, there's so much penny pinching that's gone on at ESPN that...
And in the world.
They're like, oh yeah, in general. Yeah. But it's like, JJ, yeah, you're done with college? Right. All right, how about you do a couple playoff series for us?
Dude, because they work Stephen A. like a slave too, man. It's like, do the podcast, do this.
Honestly,
like, can he sleep?
My impression is he wants it like that. Like, he's one of these guys who,
you think?
I think Stephen A. One thing I'll give him, his work ethic is unreal.
Oh, yeah, I'll never question that.
I mean, he is...
You better be careful.
He's the kind of guy who something happens and he'll say, I'm coming in. I'm the kind of guy that if something happens, I won't answer the phone the first time. And then the second time I'll be like, I promised my kids, you know what I mean?
Yeah, at least you're being honest.
I am being honest. I told you the story about
it. So you're the guy not to call when I get a flat tire and need a ride at 12 at night.
No, that's
Evan
different.
Pick up.
No, that's different. That's an emergency. I would help you. I'm talking about something like the following.
Yeah.
I've told you this story. I was working for Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area.
I remember.
That was NBC Sports Bay Area before. And, the internet was just starting to evolve. And I felt like I was being overworked. And, I had to be on TV. Whoop. And I had to write. Whoop.
Oh.
And the days were really long. And, it was one of those, you're at home and you get a call. Yeah, it's just calls and texts and calls and texts. And I'm just, really, this one day, I'm just like, oh, man, I don't do anything. And the phone rings.
Who is it?
It's work. And the boss goes, hey, I was wondering if you could write a story on something. And I said,
I know where you're going. I ain't going to say it.
I said, what's the story? And they said, I remember. A panda has just been birthed at the Oakland Zoo, and it's from Australia, so they named it Bogut. So we were wondering if you could bang out several graphs on that. Night.
What you mean? They paid you. Or you thought you were better than the assignment?
You know what, Goo? I'm not afraid to say that.
All right.
Yes.
Wow. Did you do it?
No.
What happened after?
I wasn't there very much long after that. Right. But things were coming to a head anyway.
Okay, gotcha.
I can't believe you don't think the Niners are the big boys of the Bay, all things being equal. What about all things being equal?
It's not that I don't. It's football is king right now. It's Elvis. I get that. So in any market, I feel like football is always going to win out if all three teams or however many teams you got, or you know what I mean? I feel like Dub Nation here in the Bay,
in LA.
And I know the A's are gone and the Raiders are gone, but I
just shot holes in your argument.
What you mean?
The Rams are not number one in LA.
Well,
the Lakers and the Dodgers are. I'd even say that the what's the terrible team? The Cardinals, Arizona Cardinals.
But we're talking about
more of a Suns city.
And again, this is nothing about the. I'm not going to put the Niners before a team that's won and they're still in that era.
All things being equal.
You said that, but that's kind of unfair too because they're not equal right now.
Well, I mean,
you know what I'm saying?
I would still argue that in the last couple years, especially the last couple years, 23 and 24. I think that. Listen, I'm basing it on how long I've been here. 35 years of anecdotal stuff. Yeah. Like I just think when the Niners got it rolling, this is a Niner town. Not that they don't get it.
And I'm not. Again, I'm born and raised here. I'm not mad at you, but what if I did this? Because I'm not trying to take you, one step to beat your argument. The greatest season by any sports team was since you've been here.
The San Francisco 49ers when they went 15-1 and won the Super Bowl?
Or We Believe?
I thought you were going to go to the 73-9.
It was right behind it.
They didn't win a time?
Yeah, I know. So, either did We Believe. But you know what
No, I got you. No.
What's the most popular sport right now, would you say?
Football.
Okay.
It's always going to be football. I was thinking
And when the Raiders were here, Snani, it was equal to me. It was diehard Raiders. You were in the black hole. What you saying? They weren't good as they had their run with Gannon, but let's keep it real.
Hard. When the Oakland Raiders came back, they were not on a par with the Niners. They were kind of
they had lost something.
They were kind of like the A's to the Giants. But my question is this. What's been the most electric time period sports-wise in the Bay the last 30 years? Like, where it's just electric.
I'm going 2010, the Giants first one, to 15, because in that, you got the Warriors first title, and then you also picked up the Niners going to the NFC Championship under Harbaugh. And so, you asked me a question, I gave it to you.
Yeah, if I had to say, We Believe is up there. We Believe is definitely up there.
But where were the Niners at during We Believe in the
Well, you're putting them all, you're lumping all the sports together, and you can do that. I feel like when the Giants started when they won their first title in 2010.
It was a party.
It was unbelievable.
2012, they do it again.
Exactly.
2014.
I mean, if you were single, you would go to the ballpark to meet other single people. It was a party. It was a social activity. The bars around the stadium were crowded. The fair weather fans were involved. The hardcore fans were involved. D. Lou saying Niners' first Super Bowl. I can't speak to that one because that was I got here in 90. But I think We Believe's up there for sure. In terms of electricity, and I get it, Goo, and I'm going to ask for your help here.
All right.
And I get it. We Believe went one round, and the Warriors have won 4 titles. But do you know, I'm using the word electric.
Yeah,
Was any Warrior title run more electric?
We were in Chili's in Union City as if we were at the game. Warriors, even in the first quarter, yes. Like, I had chills.
Yeah, I will say this.
And Durant is like, and I love KD, wake me up. We were 2-3. Hey, wake me up. I'll be up by 20.
Well, no doubt. I mean,
Durant, just keeping it real.
I actually think 2016 would have been the year, but they lost in the finals. I think everybody was so locked into that season and that team that if they'd won the championship, that would have been the crowning jewel.
My God.
I actually think, if you put a 2 or 3 year period together, they won the title, they lost in the finals, they got Durant. Like, that was the time, I believe, where bars were charging cover prices just to go in and watch the game.
Yeah.
I remember, gosh, I was talking to somebody they were putting TVs in places, in restaurant, like takeout joints that normally wouldn't have a TV. It was
something I'll never forget, man. Evan, how old were you during We Believe?
I was.
I'm random.
Oh boy.
I was.
Double digits?
Carry the 1, 13. 13 years old.
So you remember.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, no, it was electric. I was in middle school.
Dude.
Everybody was on the Warriors.
Something you remember about it as a toddler.
Well, obviously, all that anybody could talk about in the playoffs was Barron's dunk. I mean, that was the coolest thing that happened
ever.
But honestly, I think I remember my favorite moment also involved Baron Davis, but his like half court buzzer beater against the Mavericks where he kind of hit it off balance. Just some ridiculous shot. Like, I was a kid and I'd never seen a play like that before in my life. And it was the first time that I'd really, that season, like, gotten into the Warriors.
Man.
It was unbelievable. That shot was crazy.
Yeah.
And they had the Thunder uniform starting with Thunder on the man.
I mean, I've never seen anything more organic than We Believe.
Well,
it just came out of nowhere.
Well, you and Evan's show, what day did I miss? Tuesday. Looked like the Kings used that mantra, though. We Believe.
That's true.
That I went and looked that up. That's incredible. Nobody talks about it.
But nobody,
I hear you.
You know,
the Kings used it. Eddie House and Bobby Jackson were on the Kings. They made the playoffs and went and lost to the Supersonics. But their mantra was We Believe.
How sad is that? Sacramento used the mantra. The Warriors used it 2 years later, and nobody even knew that the Kings had used it.
King fans are mad.
I shouldn't take shots at Sac. I like Sac.
Well, they're in transition.
What sport?
Hoop. Yeah. They changed general managers like
who do you think they're
hire? Christie's probably going to get it.
Myers?
No chance.
You think Christie?
Oh my God! So you're gonna? They hired a new GM.
Yeah, no, I got you.
The GM's not going to keep Doug Christie.
Well, I was listening to our guy Whitey and who's our guy? They calls it
Draper.
And Draper, my guy Kyle. I'm getting old, and Kyle was having fun saying he had some sources starting that Zach LaVine went to management and said, "I want to keep Doug." And then the people were calling it like that's the death nail. Like,
insert one-liner here.
I said, I don't know if that's the best.
Oh my God.
Oh man, I'm rooting for Doug, but man, they flamed out, man.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, you got to get rid of
Why did you trade Fox, though, when you didn't have to?
You did have to.
Well, did you really get something in Levine in that contract that you're you can't? It's an albatross now. Like
your best player goes, hey, I ain't re-signing here under any circumstances. What are you going to do?
Play it out and see you later.
You can't. Oh, but you're going to have a successful year this year?
Well, I guess what I'm saying to you right now is how excited are you about what you got in that? That's what I'm now. That's a problem.
But they got dealt a bad hand.
Just by him wanting to leave.
Yes. And you're like, oh, play it out. That's great. Everybody on the team knows Fox doesn't want to be there, but let's go get a playoff berth.
What world do we live in where Mike Brown a couple years ago gets Coach of the Year? I'm just saying, he's gone. McNair gets GM of the year. He's gone. It's evident. Like, stuff just changes.
Those awards are a joke. I told you that.
Well,
3 of the last 5 championship coaches were voted the worst coaches in the league by the players.
What?
Exactly.
Nobody's safe, bruh. That's what I'm saying, Stoney. You and me.
And Aaron Judge.
I know I'm not.
And Aaron Judge is good.
I didn't.
Let's go. We got a call. David in Fremont. What's up, David? He's got an what's up, Dave?
Guru.
Hey.
Janet Jackson. What have you done for me lately?
I like that. I like that.
Real quick. You guys are talking about when was a electrifying time in the Bay Area.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it was 2016. You still had that whole Giants even year thing, right?
Yeah,
they were playing the Cubs.
The playoffs.
Obviously, they lost.
Yeah.
The Warriors' first title was 17, right? Was it 16-17 or 17-18?
Their first one was 14, but that was the first year with Durant, 2016.
That's right. Yes. 2016, though, they were still, being the Warriors, right? And then, was it 49ers? Was that one of their last years or towards the end of the Harbaugh era, but they were still pretty decent. Yeah. Forgive me, I don't really remember the Raiders. But also remember, the Sharks were in the Stanley Cup for the first time in 2016. You had the whole Bay Area.
That's a
just
great
going
call.
Crazy over sports.
That is a great call. Thanks, David. Appreciate the call. I want to say that might have been when the Niners had Tom Sula and Chip Kelly, though. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. But if Lynch and Shanahan came at 17, oh boy.
925 Stoney asked Goo, who are 4 NBA players who recorded quadruple doubles? I know 3.
Okay.
Alvin Robertson.
Okay.
David Robinson. Hakeem.
Okay.
And I can't think of one
I know the 4th, actually.
Oh, who's the 4th?
Nate Thurman.
Wow. I forgot.
I think. Pretty sure.
Let me double check if I got my 3.
Well, it's going to be
my 3 right. Yeah. Hakeem, Alvin Robertson, and David Robinson.
Who set the record for most turnovers in an NBA game?
You guys are correct, by the way.
Cool.
Oh.
Way to go, Goo.
No, but I didn't get the 4th.
We got it.
All right. Evan, most turnovers ever in an NBA game?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. I'm sure it's not him, but I'll take the low-hanging fruit, James Harden.
I'm going Nick Van Exel. Why would I go to Nick at night?
I should have clarified. This was a few. This might be dated, but Jason Kidd had 13 turnovers in a game, I believe.
To watch that
or
game.
14.
Come on, Jay.
Jason Kidd had 14 turnovers in a game. Yeah, go ahead.
There's another one, too. It's funny because it was against the Nets. John Drew.
John Drew.
Oh, we're going back a little bit.
Atlanta Hawk?
1976?
78.
What team, Kenny?
Hold on.
John Drew. I said Hawks.
Hawk. Oh, yeah. It's Hawks.
Yeah.
Not
to get converted.
Bring Jockberty back.
Larry Drew.
Who's got the playoff record?
Oh, I know.
Curry.
You haven't hit it already. Harden.
Count the bucket.
Against I want to say the Spurs.
Was it against the Warriors?
How about this one?
What?
1984.
Is that when you're on the Berksall County team?
That was 81.
I tweeted that picture out of you and All-Star in high school.
Celtics Lakers finals went 7 games.
All right.
Magic Johnson had 35 turnovers.
They were calling him Tragic Johnson. Evan, that's how bad he got.
Averaged 5 a game.
Tragic.
I met the criteria.
I tell you what.
I didn't like him coming in.
I am Team Isaiah. I just am.
If you're getting there early, what if you got here before any...
What do you mean?
Bron is he's dedicated, so he's doing... You can't be mad at LeBron because we're filming everything.
I said Isaiah. I'm Team Isaiah Thomas.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you against LeBron.
Against everybody.
Oh.
Yeah, and you know what? I agree with him.
You only do that because he hates Jordan.
That's one of the reasons.
But they say Magic is the real reason he got kept off.
But you know what the real reason I'm Team Isaiah?
What?
Because I saw him play. And he was unbelievable.
Okay.
And you know what? And that gets back to my point from the other day about being a fan.
Something.
I was a Celtics fan, but I was able to say this guy is unbelievable.
And why don't you do that for Jordan?
Because he's not in this one.
No.
What I'm saying is I never was like, Isaiah stinks. How come? Well, he's on the Pistons. No, but that's
Reggie Miller was just on your favorite podcast real quick, All the Smoke, and Matt Barnes, and said every player he's went up against had a tail in regard to he can find something in their game that would be a giveaway. He said Michael Jordan, he just didn't have one.
He had a tail?
A tail, like something you would, a
tail?
Yeah, a tail.
Oh, this is like Hill and Heel.
Yeah, well, here we go.
And now I can go there because of the caller. I'm not the first guy to go.
Oh, my goodness.
And the players also wag?
But Reggie said Jordan didn't have that, Steiny.
Yes.
That's how good he was, man.
Yeah, he's so good. He didn't win a playoff series for 7 years.
How many rings?
I don't care.
How many NBA final wins?
Half.
Never win game 7.
Half.
You're done.
That's right.
Court adjourned.
Because he didn't play against anybody.
Barkley?
Because that's right. He got to miss
Karl Malone?
He got to miss Magic. He missed Kareem. He missed the big boys.
Steiny, stop. You don't believe that.
I believe it with my heart and soul.
Never went to a game 7.
Why would you?
In the finals.
You're playing the Sonics. You're playing they got to play like 6 different opponents.
Oh, Gary Payton's not a Hall of Famer?
He's a Hall of Famer.
Sean Kemp, George Karl?
That team wasn't going anywhere.
Detlef.
Yeah. Dude, Michael was...
He was what?
His shoes are still number 1.
You know what? You're right. He's the greatest player we've ever seen because he's
a cultural
icon. He's got a shoe line.
Oh, dude, you're great.
Hey, you got a shoe line? You get every break in the book.
Reggie said the man didn't have any giveaways.
You know what? What does he know? That segment was brought to you by San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO.
After last year's debacle of an offseason.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man, Will.
This is the crossover, sponsored by Atco Pest Control, home of the What's Bugging You segment, which will be coming up at noon. What am I doing?
Coming up at noon.
That's
10
my
minutes.
That's my quarterback.
In 10 minutes.
It's payday Friday.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
go.
Can't you tell?
Yeah.
I got a little nervous about payday so much I had to tweet Willer, text Willer.
I'm getting texts from
Don't
Guru. I won't.
I just blew it, but anyway.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, okay. Got a little nervous there.
I knew it would be.
I'm driving home, and I told Steiny and the listeners this. I got you guys locked in, and the breaking news sounder comes on, and then it's Defensive Player of the Year. I just know it's Draymond, and I'm all excited because Vegas and Dibs told me he was the leader in the clubhouse. Everybody was saying it, and you go, you know how you I go, he's about to say Draymond. Evan Mobley. So I'm asking you all,
Evan Mobley.
how did that happen? Vegas had Draymond.
He didn't even get second.
No.
Well, so what did I miss?
Apparently, a lot of defensive plays.
You don't watch the league.
All day long.
League Pass Larry?
One of them.
Okay.
But
you saw Mobley.
It's not about that. It's about the energy and the campaign that was Draymond's going to get it.
Well,
and you said Vegas had him as the lead, and they did.
Right. He also said he wasn't going to win.
No.
Dibs
you
last
on
week.
Fire quietly
Although
having a hell of a year.
It was a win and a loss.
Oh, well, tell me.
Because he was like, Draymond's not going to win, but then you placed a bet on someone who didn't even make the finals.
He got fourth.
He got fourth.
I thought Lou Dort.
Yeah, Lou Dort.
Oh, man.
Well, and when you look at the voting, and I sent this to like one of you guys, because, you know, I want to text Steiny, but I know he won't read it, so I'll either text you or Evan.
And I get it.
And I love Steiny, and I really want, to have a direct line to Steiny, but I know that there is no direct line. And so my thoughts were this. If you look at 100 voters and you look at the winner, Evan Mobley, he got 85 total votes, first, second, or third.
Okay.
He didn't get 100. Dyson Daniels, he got 63 total votes. Draymond Green got 54 total votes. And if you think about the MVP, and I think that will come out today or tomorrow.
Why do I think Sunday, and they'll present it to whoever the guy gets?
I don't think it's
they
today.
don't do that anymore.
I don't think it's today. I don't know when it is. But
Whenever it is.
I'll try to find it.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander will be named on 100 of 100 votes.
Good for him.
I believe. And the Joker will be named on 100 of 100. And that means first, second, third, right? And so I do think that when it comes to MVP, it's a much more of a definitive, like, I'm with him and he's second, or I'm with him and he's second. DPOY, honestly, most of these voters, and apologies to Anthony Slater, who was a voter, and I can't wait to hear who he voted for, but the majority of these guys, they don't watch Lou Dort in the half court 82 times, and they don't watch Amen Thompson, who, by the way, took 5th place.
But then how did Daniels get second then?
Because
his reputation was building over the last... You know, what happens is they throw 3 names out there, and then people start talking about him, and Daniels might be the best perimeter defender.
But so is Mobley. So my thing is they got it right. I'm really blown away because I felt like the campaign, not that Dre was doing it. He said he wanted it. I get it. I really felt like when you read off those odds 2 days ago, like Draymond's going to get it. Wow.
Well, it comes down to 100 individuals who are going to vote, and these 100 people don't watch every game of every player, and I do believe that there is a certain amount of bias.
Wow.
And in this case, the bias goes for a winning team, Cleveland, and it goes against Draymond Green.
Who was a 7th seed, though, his team.
Right. And if you are a voter who doesn't watch Draymond all the time, and you're thinking about who you're going to vote for, and you look at Cleveland, who won the East in the regular year, and you think at Lou Dort, his team won 68 games, and you think about Draymond, who is a lot of talk, and, you know, their defense was good. Yeah. They weren't number one, and they're a 7th seed. Hit the pike.
I also think there's, I'll absolutely acknowledge, I'm sure there's some voters that are like, I'm not voting for him because I don't really think he's the best, but also I don't like the campaigning.
No,
and I don't like.
It came out of nowhere.
His history.
Yeah, maybe. By the way, MVP is not being announced this week. They have not announced when they're going to announce MVP. They just announced what they were going to do this week.
Okay.
Today is the NBA's Hustle Award. Did you see who won that?
Yeah,
I saw.
We had some fun.
But
cosmetic crap.
Draymond Green.
Yeah, but I said that's not what he wanted. And Houston, you're a troll tomorrow because Dre is going to come out like a crazy animal.
I hope people understand, though, this is not voted on. Nobody votes on the NBA's Hustle Award.
So who?
It's basically analytics. Here's the definition.
That might mean more.
I find it very, very interesting. Check this out. Unlike most of the main awards that are handed out, a Hustle Award's not voted on. It's instead compiled from how a player ranks across 9 statistical categories designed to show a player's impact on his team beyond the traditional box score. Charges, deflections, screen assists, contested 2-point shots, 3-point shots, offensive and defensive loose balls recovered, and offensive and defensive box outs.
I almost want that more than the DPOY. And it's the computer doing it.
So when you jump into the box score and you see that Draymond scored 7, and you go, why do Warriors care about this guy so much? Now you know.
Wow.
It's not a wow.
Maybe he's happy, Steiny, with that.
It's a wow.
It's not a wow.
Because
the award.
The award.
Mind
blown.
These awards are jokes.
Why?
They're jokes. He don't like the Jalen Brunson clutch player. Curry won it last year. He didn't like that.
Well, I mean, okay. Yeah, why is it? Like, give me a why. Why is it a joke?
Because my feeling is, as it relates to quote unquote hustle. And what was the other one we were talking? Oh, clutch player of the year. Yeah. Those are two things that cannot be analytically assessed in an accurate way. The stats can be accurate, but like the clutch player award is for the guy who scored the most points in the last 5 minutes of close 5 minutes of close games. It's like, come on now. And are they close? What does it have to be? 5?
5 within the final 5 minutes.
So Brunson
doesn't even have to stay there. It could be a 5-point game at the 5-minute mark. Then it could be 13 points,
and it's all clutch.
I think that's a clutch game.
I think so too.
Right. That's a clutch game.
And that's a joke. And you know what? And here's the worst part: it's a slap in the face to the late Jerry West. Don't you dare use that term when he's Mr. Clutch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then the other one. The other one.
What if we change the name of it? Would you feel better if Draymond won the Beyond the Box Score award?
Well, here's the other thing.
BTB.
I like that.
Yeah, I don't mind Beyond the Box Score.
Does that help? Does
yes.
it make it less of a joke?
Yes, it does.
All right. Draymond won the Beyond the Box Score award today.
But here's the other thing with these things.
Brought to you by Kia.
Here's the other thing with these things. So somebody picks out some stats and runs the numbers, and it creates some players. Well, like, I can pick out some stats, 3 or 4 in particular, that I know will put this guy at the top of the list. You know what I mean?
Well, but this has been there for a few years, and he's never won it before.
Well, what I'm saying is like, okay, I'm going to now create an award for, give me the guy who blocks the most shots, makes the most threes, and turns the ball over the most.
Well,
how come? It's the most volatile player of the year. It's the most, I don't know.
I think I'd like to see that, actually.
Or who leads the league in turnovers, bad shots, or shots under pressure, and worst free throw shooting percentage. They get the worst player of the year. I don't know. That'd
be funny if we had a worst player of the year award. Hotly contested.
I used to always like those awards. It's like, most overrated, most underrated.
I'm headed to the yard tonight.
I'm glad we got to the bottom of that. It's actually just about your love for like basketball in the 60s.
70s and 80s.
You know what? It's disdain for Michael Jordan.
80s.
Don't forget that part.
Yeah.
We just went over that.
Yeah.
I'm headed to the yard.
Going to the yard?
Yeah. That's my guy.
Say hi to my guy. Yeah, that'll be fun.
You know what, Dibs? I owe you something. The other day, you wanted Mock Rivers, and I was a little nervous. I wasn't ready.
Okay.
But I'd like to have a Mock Rivers off with.
I would love to have a mock off.
A mock off?
It's a mock off. Because you did your mock Rivers.
And I left you hanging.
And then my partner did his mock Rivers, and I thought that he was doing it just to be better than you. But when I heard his mock Rivers, I was like, that's a well-rehearsed mock Rivers. And I thought, much like when you choose between children, it's hard to pick between which of your mock Rivers you like more, because yours, I do believe, is from an authentic place. And this guy,
he's just got the pipes,
he's got a vocal gift. Not that he doesn't know mock Rivers, but I don't know. And I was having a hard time picking.
We'll set it up. I'll ask Guru, you ask Willard.
I don't feel prepared for
Mock,
this.
hey, Mock, what do you guys got to do to get back into this series?
Well, as Facey said, we just got to get Dame back. We didn't have Dame in game one. If Dame comes back, we win the game. I'm an NBA champion head coach. It's just as simple as that. I get all this, hey, we need Dame. It's as simple as that.
Thoughts from the back?
That wasn't my best, Grandy.
That was good. That was very good.
It was actually great because it was just enough over the edge.
Yes,
God.
Ken, Grandy, Lucas, are we in the four range? Is it 4s? 4 out of 5?
Yeah, he's pushing a 5.
I left you hanging, dude.
That was great. That was great. So
it came out so strong.
It did. And that's the beauty.
And the answer was good, too.
It was awesome. And
I don't know about this.
Hold on.
I don't know about this, but I don't want time.
You want to forfeit?
No, I don't feel ready to follow this. I don't think that I didn't know we were going to do this. I didn't know we were doing it. It's a game night. We got a game tonight. I got to focus on the game tonight.
There it is.
That's really good. Really good.
Oh, man.
If I was to choose, I think Mark has the hoarseness a little bit more on point, but Guru's got he's got the vocals and the passion.
Oh, man.
He's got the essence of it.
That's really good.
I got to give it to him.
888-957-9570. Who's got the better mock? Or go on the YouTube page. But I love both the mocks.
I left you hanging. That's what I remember.
You did great. Yeah. And I don't feel for either one of you. I kind of feel for the Bucks because, I know
they're going to win tonight.
Well, Doc Rivers has a title, and I know that, so he's not among the list of all-time coaches without a chip.
But he's blown the most series.
Dude.
I'm worried about Doc in this rep.
Coach for the Clippers. We always...
Donnie, where you got Doc at on your list, honestly? I know we got What's Bugging You.
I don't have a list. What's Bugging You is sponsored by Atco Pest Control, swatting away yellow jackets for good. Nothing ruins a good backyard hang like yellow jackets. Atco Pest Control, they get it. And they've got a solution that lasts all season without pesticides. Their season-long yellow jacket trapping keeps the buzz out of your space so you can grill, chill, and enjoy the outdoors without the sting. No chemicals, no hassle, just solid protection from the pests that bug you most. Book now at atcopestcontrol.com and mention What's Bugging You. You get 10% off your yellow jacket trapping service. Atco Pest Control, natural protection for the home and backyard you love. Hey, Billy, can we cut that in half?
Yeah, we'll be out there Monday.
Yeah, we will.
Yeah. I would love to be out there, but we'll be at Chase Splash.
We were going to be out there. Yeah, that's somebody scheduled a Warrior game.
We got you.
So have fun without us.
Yeah, game 4.
Hit them straight.
Yeah, I was looking forward to going out there because if you haven't signed up yet, the course at Stone Tree is amazing. Yep. And are you going to hit the ceremonial first shot again?
I don't think this time. The last time I did.
That's too bad.
Yeah. Why not?
It was so great last time.
Well, I'm saying I think I'm not, but last time
have you been working on your game at all?
No.
Have you played since then?
I just been hooping.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dibs, you want to go last here?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Because it's super heavy and nobody really wants that. But what's bugging me is cancer. It's 2025, and tomorrow I'm going to be participating in a pancreatic cancer walk. PanCan.
Okay.
It's nationwide, and they have one here in the city, and I lost my mother-in-law to pancreatic cancer about 13 weeks ago. And so we all are going to be out there. And my father-in-law, who's now a widow, and my wife and her sister and her husband and her brother and whatever. There'll be about 12 of us. And the fact that we still have to go out there and raise money to fight cancer in 2025, for me, is ridiculous. And I know that many people, including my cousin Rachel, shout out Rachel in Amsterdam, she's been working on cancer research for 40 years. And she's amazing, brilliant, and they've made inroads. But where are we, medical community? Wow. Can we knock this thing out? Because it's a joke how many people die from cancer. And so tomorrow, I'm happy to do it and fundraise. And shout out Ernie Chavez, who...
the man.
I put it out there on Facebook, and the first person to donate to my page, Ernie Chavez.
He's the man.
So of all the fans that we love, the listeners, YouTube, text line, callers, Kurt and Hayward Hills, everybody, Ernie Chavez, within like 10 minutes, boom, donation. Wow. So that's not what's bugging me. What's bugging me is that we still have to fight this BS. That's all. Anyway,
Man, fair
too
enough.
heavy. It's a Friday.
I know.
It's a payday Friday. I'm sorry that I have to bring everyone down, but yeah, it's bugging me. That's all. I'm going to go cry now.
You want me to bring it down further?
Do it. You won't.
Well,
Can you?
Oh, man. Research is going away for that kind of thing.
Wow.
Well, yeah. I mean, a lot of it is, yeah.
All right. You want me to go?
Well, I mean, I thought you just did.
I mean, you're the lead host.
Yeah.
Okay.
At least,
you guys, sometimes people say, like, where did you come from? Like,
punk?
Like, who are you? Like, you're so, I don't know. Yeah. And so let me give everybody just a little indication of where I come from, and maybe you'll understand a little better who I am. What's bugging me right now is my mom.
Oh.
My mom. I go on Facebook, all right? I was having a conversation with a couple guys the other day about the original 3 bars at the Triangle in the Marina.
Oh, I love this.
Yes. And we got a lot of answers, and Pierce Street Annex, Balboa Cafe. Apparently there was the Dartmouth Social Club. I remember the Baja Cantina. So I'm getting all these good answers, and I get all the good answers, and I write back to everybody, thank you all. It was driving my buddies and I nuts yesterday trying to remember. Now, this is why I'm who I am. My mother. My buddies and me. Not I.
Oh, my.
Objective case pronoun needs to be used.
Yeah.
You see why?
Love her.
You see why I'm the ass I am?
Time zones away.
My grandma, it was your mom. Apparently.
Wow.
I guess cut that. That sounded weird, but she used to do the exact same thing.
What a teammate.
That is great. Look, that's what moms do.
Oh, yeah. My mom does it a lot.
Yep.
So my mom's
Cafe and
Golden Gate Grill was there too.
And the third one you mentioned, I don't remember either one of those.
Pierce Street Annex? That I remember.
Maybe that one, yeah. Like early 90s, like late 80s.
I think early 90s.
The Triangle.
I moved out here in 90 and they had the Balboa Cafe, Pierce Street Annex, and I think Golden Gate Grill. But somebody was saying there used to be a place called the Dartmouth Social Club.
Okay.
Now that must have been before I got here.
Yeah, and now it's a Starbucks, a Chipotle, and a boba tea place, I believe.
Or like a really upscale marketplace.
Totally, bro. Anyway,
what's happening?
What are you doing?
I'll let you be the big finish.
What's that? Yeah, Balboa is still around.
Is it?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Well, at least it was 4 years ago.
It's Willard, sir.
What's
hey, remember we said, it goes 1, 2, 3. Not 1, 2, 1.
That's his greatest audio ever.
Okay.
1, 2, 2.
What's bugging me is the fact that
2.
So many things now have arrived at a spot where we all have to pick a side.
Wow.
We have to pick a side. This is now...
Kendrick or Drake?
Well, this is right, Kendrick or Drake. This is what politics has become. This is what Jonathan Kuminga has become on this radio station. And today, it's what Shadur Sanders has become. And what I wish is that we could, at the same time, just hope that a kid can become a good player at the next level, wherever he ends up. We can hope that, and at the same time, allow NFL teams their absolute born-given right to run their business and hire who they want to hire and assess who they want and how they want to assess without making it
conspiracy.
A conspiracy about race, about finances, about attention seeking, about any of that stuff. Shador, has the Sanders family, because of who they are, have they brought some of this on? Of course, the man built a room just for the draft. Of course, they brought some of this on, but they're also fully capable of handling it. So the fact that now we've all got to go, I'm either rooting for or against Shador, and I don't like the way it's talked about, and I don't like the way teams are handling this, and we have to pick all that without ever having met this person.
Yeah.
Without knowing a damn thing about it.
I love that.
That's bugging me. That's bugging me.
A couple minutes here. I'm bugging me, and I'm going to tell you why. I know I'm not perfect. I really do that, and I know I can't judge any other individual. But Shannon Sharp, you have let me down. And you have let me down because I had you on a pedestal that you didn't ask for me to put up. But at the end of the day, you are so well-spoken on social issues, the history of black folks in this country. And I'm like, that's a dude that gets it. And then, again, without judgment, this situation has arose, and you're 54 years old, and you're messing with a 19 or 20-year-old, can't even buy herself a drink. But this is why I'm bugged. Bill Belichick is 72 and his girlfriend's 24, and I give thumbs up for that. Yeah, Bill. So what does that say about my person that I'm coming down Shannon's road for 54 and 20, but I celebrate Bill at 74, 72 and 24? Just real quick, help me. I'm not judging, but I'm bothered why I'm mad at Shannon. But Bill, I'm like, way to go, huh?
But do we have a recording of Shannon threatening to choke someone?
Well, no.
I don't think we have that on.
Some
Bill.
say role play, but I get you.
Maybe. I don't know. No. So we don't have that on Bill.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah. Belichick.
Gotcha.
Anyway, yeah. I'm no expert on this.
I got you.
I've been kind of avoiding the story. So I don't know exactly everything and role play, whatever.
But if your dad had brought a 54, Dad, I'm dead 50, I'd go cry. We'd be fighting.
Of course, but if you're looking at yourself and if you're looking for a difference in the two situations,
all right.
I'd argue that's a fair one.
Yeah. Maybe it's because you flip-flop. You're hypocritical. You can't.
Hey.
No, I'm just messing.
Dibs, anything?
Yeah, and the only thing I have, and it will not be popular, and when you think about Trevor Bauer and his situation, was that role play or was that
it cost him his career play
beyond the pale?
Wow.
So I just think that all of us who are not
in the know
and in the legal court system, when you get into these situations, it's better to take a play off. And if Bill wants to date somebody 50 years younger, then go ahead. And I think about Tony Randall, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro,
Elvis,
whatever. Yeah, all the rest of them who have had, relationships and children with people who are 40 to 50 years younger. That's different than, what this is. And if it's if it's of a sexual nature and consent versus non-consent, that's not for us to decide. It goes down to the courts, and unfortunately, there are a lot of things that are in that gray area. So I'm kind of like Mark, where I steer clear of it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Belichick, it's not illegal, but it's unseemly. It's unseemly.
We've had the cafeteria conversations about it. I'm like, what don't you like? 72.
That's what I don't like.
But just do you. If that's
there you go, Will.
That's what she wants to do.
Keep your hands to yourself.
I know what the line is. Like, if you at 60,
2.5 years.
If
together?
you at 60 were to go out there and be single, like, where is your floor?
I would never have a relationship at this point with anybody less than 40.
Okay.
At least.
But would you look down on me if I had a 28-year-old?
Yeah, I would. I would.
31?
Let's go.
Yeah.
32.
This is getting...
Yeah.
It's getting heavy.
But no,
and I
I'm with
love
you,
this.
Dips. To
I
each
love
his
it.
own. But be able to buy yourself a drink.
32, I'm like, yeah, that's not that cool. But,
Well,
but whatever.
The age-old
now,
adage
22.
was half your age plus 4.
Is that it?
So for you, it would be 34.
No,
would be your basement. I don't make the rules up. I'm just trying to tell you.
I appreciate that.
Wow.
I did not have Zaddy on my bingo card for the crossover today.
What's Zaddy?
What
is going on here?
Just leave it.
Zaddy,
Zaddy. You don't know what a Zaddy is?
Oh, man.
Clearly, I don't. I have no idea.
You're not
But then
one.
again,
You're not one
if we
because you
just
won't
said
date
it,
anyone under 40.
I'm 60 years old on 95.7.
I'm bugging me.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, let's go. Okay, come on, Friday. Let's do this damn thing. Listen, right off the bat, we're going to let you know kind of how today is going to go. And it's going to be a little bit mishmash all over the place. Think about everything that's going to unfold here in the next 4 hours. First of all, there was developing news with regard to Jimmy Butler just within the hour. So we're going to start there. But also, Greg Cosell, our guy from NFL Films, is going to be with us for the whole 3 o'clock hour. Think of how many times he's going to sun Dibs in a whole hour. It's going to be incredible. And the NFL draft is not only now here, it will start up again in an hour and 45 minutes. We're going to round 2 and then round 3. And so there will be picks throughout the second half of our show. Boach is in town. We got a weekend series and the Giants remain hot. And then obviously we're going to get you ready for, don't call it, a pivotal Game 3 tomorrow night as the series between the Rockets and the Warriors shifts to Chase Center over the weekend. So I'm just warning everybody now, we're going to be all over the place today, purposefully.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be wonderful.
ADD radio is what it is. We're going to be here. We're going to be there. We're going to be everywhere. And you mentioned the fact that it's not, quote unquote, pivotal, although the team that is up 2-1 in a best of 3 wins 80% of the time. So, I mean, if you're up 2-1 or you're down 2-1, it definitely historically says something about your chances.
Yeah, although same is kind of true for whoever wins Game 1, right? So the Warriors already won this series.
Yep.
Yeah, so.
Well, Game 1 is a little bit less than the winner of Game 3.
A little bit. That's true. But you know my thinking. My thinking are the even-numbered games are where you can create space. If you lose Game 3 and you come back and win Game 4, then, you're right back on track. But anyway, here's the thing. And I am going to go there. I am going to grab the low-hanging apple from the tree. And I don't do it because it's the low-hanging apple. I find this somewhat interesting here. It's changed a little bit in the last hour because it sounds like the Warriors feel like Jimmy's going to give it a go. Okay? Now, can he stay in there? Does he wake up and have it stiffen up a little bit? What have you? But when you watch this stuff a lot like we do, I think Steve Kerr, he showed the cards about an hour ago when he essentially said, Jimmy is tough. Jimmy can play through everything. There's a cautious optimism to it with regard to them thinking that Jimmy Butler's going to give it a go. And they're not going to say that publicly if they don't think it's going to be true, because they're going to commit the cardinal sin if they're wrong, and that is over-promising and under-delivering. And they never do that. Dibs, think how many times Steve has come on with us, and they know damn well that Pods or Kuminga or somebody's going to be ready to go in 48 hours for their next game, but he won't say it on the show. well, he's going to be listed as questionable, and I'll leave that to the training staff, and we'll figure that out on game day. So for him, a day ahead of time, to say what he said today, to you, means what?
It means that he's got a better chance than I thought of actually playing, because I was texting friends earlier today, and they were asking me about Jimmy Butler and what do I think, and I was just matter of fact saying, well, I think he's going to be out. I don't think that he will play. And then Steve Kerr said what he said, which is, Jimmy's making good progress, and we're going to go ahead and monitor it, and we're going to give it a go, and he'll be questionable. And so the more you hear from Jimmy Butler and his agent through Mark Spears yesterday, and then Steve Kerr today, which was, yesterday it was pray for the bear.
Yep.
And then today was, well, we kind of like where we're at. So I do think that he will play now.
Here are the quotes. Steve Kerr says he is, quote, relatively optimistic about Jimmy Butler playing tomorrow. Quote, I think there's a chance he plays. Now, that's not definitive, but again, I'm going based on the fact that they chose to say this to a microphone today. I think there's a chance that he plays. And they're, quote, relatively optimistic. Nothing definitive. It's not firm. I think they're not saying that unless they believe it's well above 50-50 that Jimmy Butler's going to give it a try. However, I will say this. If he doesn't play, or if he's got to leave early, tomorrow night does have a chance to be the most important Warriors game in Jonathan Kuminga's Warriors career.
Yeah, it could be. Yep.
This is different now than what game 2 would be, because this one has a warning sign. This one has a lead up. This one is at your home building. It's now there's warning. There's lead up to it. And there's a very, very clear need for ISO offense. And there's nobody other than Jimmy Butler who can provide that for the Warriors, except for maybe the guy who has become just the daily and weekly Bay Area lightning rod of sports over the last month and a half. And so here we are. And if Jimmy does not play, I believe this immediately becomes, or if he leaves early, this immediately becomes the most important game in Jonathan Kuminga's Warriors career, because the opportunity would be there for him to finally go out there and switch the tone of this. If he were to go out there and score over 20 points and give offense.
Or even like 16.
Well, whatever the number is.
6 of 9. Something efficient. Exactly.
Have an effect on a victory.
Yep.
On a playoff victory. I think it changes everything, right? I think it changes everything. It literally could be something that sways the needle a little bit with regard to whether or not he's going to be a Warrior after this year.
I think it sways it more in regard to the fan base, because I still believe, and I've said this for the better part of a year, I think that the organization knows what they have in Jonathan Kuminga and what their price point is and whether or not they want him to be a part of it. And having Jimmy Butler join the team definitely changed it, because when Jimmy came and JK got healthy, you realize that Jimmy Butler does 90% of what JK can do, and what Jonathan Kuminga doesn't really fit with Draymond and Jimmy Butler. And you could look at the 3-person dynamics and the numbers and the analytics all you want, and JK does his best with Buddy Hield and with Quentin Post and with, GP2. JK's best moments are either with Draymond and Steph, not with Jimmy, or with bench guys. So JK's not going to be able to play. If Jimmy Butler plays 40 minutes, Jonathan Kuminga's not going to have much of a role. But
I agree, yeah.
And I do think that if he does something in Game 3, it's more about the fans than it is about the organization as far as his perception.
Maybe, but I think that's a big deal. And I'll agree with what I think one of the premise of what you're saying is, which is, when it comes to stuff like this, the fans don't really have a say. It's not like the fans are going to change the way the Warriors think about it. It's not like they're going to change whether the Warriors want to sign him or how much they think he's worth or any of that stuff. I do think fan perception can have an effect on the way teams behave, on decisions that they can make. I think it's one of the reasons that teams do put things out there publicly sometimes a little bit early, because they do want to dip their toe in the water. They do want to see what their fan base thinks. Never forget, this is a business and we are the customers.
Right.
And so I'm not saying like, oh, if the fans all suddenly love JK, the Warriors would just be like, all right, we'll do $35 million a year if it doesn't make sense for them. They're not going to do that. But like, I just haven't seen many opportunities lately for Jonathan to change the story, to change the way the Warriors think, to change the way that this has been going. Tomorrow night threatens to be that. It sounds like maybe a little bit less than I thought a few hours ago.
Right.
But if Jimmy can't go, or if Jimmy starts and then Jimmy can't stay, I really think this is the one. Game 2, I know he played a lot, but that's not a fair opportunity.
No.
You're rusty. You didn't know. You weren't in the game plan.
You had no pods, and you were behind it the whole way.
You're thrown in there with Pat Spencer. Hey, buddy, go play. That's different than this would be. It is, and I just am fascinated by my response on Twitter because Lucas, Behind the Glass, director of sports, put out the tweet on something that I said, which is JK earned more minutes with the way he played. He earned Gee's minutes for Game 3, and I had about 80 comments, and 40 of them were, you don't know ball, you're an imbecile, and 40 were, yeah, he looked good. I do think that he earned Gee's minutes, and so I think that even off of Game 2, which he was fine. He was fine.
I mean, nobody was much better than he was. They all were patently pretty bad.
Correct.
Like, Pat was good, and, like, Quentin was good in the second half, but nobody was really great.
Yeah, nobody was great.
And so I just pointed out that I thought that he played well enough to maybe earn the Gee 8 to 10 minutes, and half the audience was like, you're an imbecile, you're a casual, you don't know ball.
Well,
and the other half was like, yeah, let JK cook.
Welcome to Twitter.
Oh, I love Twitter.
I know you've been there for years.
Dude, my feed has been bananas ever since I said that the Amen Thompson foul was dirty. I've got people from like 27 different states calling me, like, I'm getting all the consonants.
Well, did you hear who got called dirty today?
Yep.
Oh, God. Y'all need to hear this. We'll get to that next, too. Wait until you hear the back and forth that has taken place between the Rockets and the Warriors.
It's a classic pot kettle, right?
Yeah, oh, my. Maybe the worst one I've ever heard in my entire life. Maybe the worst one I've ever heard in my entire life. So we'll play that for you. Coming up next, we are here for your calls for sure. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Greg Cosell, NFL Films for the entire 3 o'clock hour. Michael Williams, pass rusher from Georgia, is a 49er. Round 2 gets started in about 90 minutes. So we're going to be all over all of this. We're sponsored by Ceremony Ford. Employee pricing for all is on now at Ceremony Ford in Colma. You pay what we pay. No markups, no nonsense. Stop by Ceremony Boulevard or shop 24/7 at ceremonyford.com. Ceremony Ford, from America, for America. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, and we're going to be looking for some great answers. I thought Steve Kerr had great answers at practice today. Wouldn't it be fun for a day to be someone who could just kind of wave and have people walk over to you, and then they'll put different pieces of electronics in front of your face. You'll say words, and the entire Vegas board moves.
It moves?
Based on the words that come out of your mouth.
Did it move?
Oh.
Based on his words?
When he moved, it moved just like that. Exactly.
Okay.
So when I got here, and I know some of you are into this, some of you don't care, but I think this is interesting. When I got here today, the Warriors were favored by 2 tomorrow night. And Grandy and I had a little side conversation about it. He goes, that suggests to me that they think Jimmy's playing. And I said, I agree, but I would adjust that verbiage a little bit. I think it means they're leaning that way and they're prepared for Jimmy to play. They don't want their pants down with that number. They're prepared for Jimmy to play. But if he plays, if that gets announced as in, I think that number's going up. That number's going to end up at about 4. And if he's out, I think the Rockets would be favored. I think the Rockets would be favored in the game. So it was a little bit of a split the difference kind of a thing. Right. And Steve Kerr comes out and goes, I'm relatively optimistic that he's going to play. I think there's a chance that he'll play. Boom. Number immediately goes up to 3, 3.5 in some spots, just based on that conversation that happened only a little bit over an hour ago, about an hour, 20 minutes ago.
I thought the line moved based on Draymond winning the award of Hustle Player of the Year. That's the way I read that.
Yeah, I don't agree with your assessment.
I mean,
anyway,
stand on it.
I don't know the markets like you know the markets, but Jimmy Butler feels to me like if it's 50-50, it might actually be 60-40 that he plays. And you're right about the under-promise, over-deliver side of what the Warriors do. They've always done this. So if Steve Kerr says that he's encouraged and he thinks that it might be something that could possibly happen, that tells me that Jimmy Butler is more likely to play than not play.
Also wanted to play this for you. This is what we were talking about. So Dibs came in here yesterday. You thought the Amen Thompson play that injured Jimmy was dirty.
Yep.
Or leaning in that direction.
No, dirty. And you can say it because I've gotten over 385 Twitter responses.
Oh, good.
And about half of them are like, yeah, Dibs, stand on it. Stand on what you say. And the other 185 have been...
Stand on what you do.
Yeah, you're a C, a P, a D, an N.
C, P, D, N.
I've been hit with all kinds of consonants. If there's a consonant...
You need a vowel, dude. You can make some words out of this.
Well, I got hit with an A.
You got to buy a vowel.
I got hit with an I. Idiot.
And what does that spell? I don't know.
It's a great question.
Anyway.
Anyhow, what is this, Wordle all of a sudden?
Listen, I thought, and again, as I said, I don't like the word inadvertent. That made it sound a little bit too innocent.
That's what Steve said.
Yeah, I didn't think it was dirty, but that's obviously the question that comes up at both teams' shoot-arounds today. And wouldn't you know it, no one other than Mr. Dylan Brooks. Grandy, your little Oregon schmuck.
Whoa.
Dylan Brooks.
The Oregon schmucks.
Yeah. You know what O stands for now.
Oh, no, you didn't. Also a 2, but go ahead.
Actually,
I'm having fun.
What does O stand for, Willard?
No, I'll take what Dib's answer is. Fine. Yeah. It was kind of a choose-your-own-adventure setup.
Thank you.
Yeah, I did not see an obvious answer there.
No. Or maybe that's what O stands for, obvious. Maybe. I don't know. I just know that hearing Dylan Brooks say something like this made me laugh. So he was asked, hey, your teammate Amen Thompson, is he dirty? Here's what Dylan said.
No, I think the dirty player is Draymond, giving a little push as regular basketball players do, and Jimmy's flying in the air for a rebound, and stuff happens. Amen's not a dirty player. He has anything to do with being a dirty player. We're not worried about that. We're on to the next game, and we hope Jimmy can get better.
We hope Jimmy can get better. So that was a nice little kumbaya there at the end by Dylan Brooks.
Right.
There's a lot of dribbling going on in the background. Dylan Brooks says, no, we don't think Amen Thompson is dirty. We think that the dirty player is Draymond for giving him that little shove, which all of us have watched 1,000 times. And I'm sorry, again, I'm not calling the play dirty, but if you think Draymond shoved Amen Thompson, your glasses need a little one of those little rags to wipe them off. You're not seeing this clearly. There's absolutely no shove. There is maybe a tangle a little bit, but there's no shove from Draymond Green. It doesn't even matter. Here's the larger issue. Dylan Brooks referring to another player as dirty has got to win Comment of the Year.
Is there an award for that?
He just won an ESPY.
Right.
For the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard an athlete say in my entire life.
The pot calling the kettle dirty. Yes.
Essentially.
That's basically what that is.
Yes.
So a guy who is known for one of the worst fouls in recent playoff history, where he went up and took a shot at a player in the air from behind to the head and literally caused GP2 to miss, a week or 2 weeks?
Oh, it was more than that.
It was probably 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't have the exact game log in front of me. And he's going to be the one to say that Draymond Green is dirty for pushing Amen Thompson, even though, and if you want to think that Amen Thompson stumbled and lost his balance, okay, he might have. He tripped over his teammate. Draymond Green did not push him, in my opinion, and I was not on the floor. I was not in Houston. All I can go by is what I saw on the tape. And Draymond Green does not outwardly push Amen Thompson into Jimmy Butler.
Not at all. Not at all. Again, I'm not calling the play dirty. I'm calling Dylan Brooks disingenuous. That's what I'm saying. I got no problem if you want to defend your teammate, Dylan. Yeah, we don't think Amen is a dirty player, and I don't think it was a dirty play. Unfortunate thing happened to Jimmy, but bodies got tangled. Everyone's going for position. He lost his balance and fell into Jimmy Butler, and we hope Jimmy's getting better. Real easy answer. For you to call somebody else dirty it's patently ridiculous. And by the way, Moses Moody was asked about it today at Warriors shoot around. Hey, your Dylan Brooks called Draymond Green the dirty player. Moody just smirked and looked at the reporter and said, "This is a little ironic, isn't it? Don't you think?"
Right. Don't you know? And yeah, don't you think? And yes, it is more than ironic that a guy who has been, in Draymond too. I'm not going to dismiss Draymond from, if you wanted to do a dirty play, if you wanted to do dirty play versus dirty play, Draymond would win on volume. He's been in the league longer and he's had more what I would consider dirty plays, but it makes it for me to where neither one of them should be talking about either one in that way.
Agreed. Draymond Green should not call anybody else a dirty player, and to my memory, I don't think he ever has.
No, nor did he in the post game in game 2.
Yeah, exactly. And see, and that's kind of the thing. We were talking about that yesterday, about the idea that Steph and Draymond said game 2 was less physical, and they're not complaining about it, so therefore we can't complain about it. Yes, we can. But Steph and Draymond are never going to do that. They're never going to do that. To me, ultimate sign of not being a champion is heading to a press conference after a game to complain about what the other team is doing to you. There are ways to combat that, and you can complain behind the scenes if you want, but I can't think of anything weaker than coming off the court, not liking what you just saw, and thinking to yourself, yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go have a press conference. That'll teach them. Come on, man. Draymond and Steph aren't going to do that. These dudes are champs. They've been around every block that the NBA has to offer. They'll never do it. Doesn't matter what you do to them. So, anyway, Mr. B in Santa Clara. Hi, Mr. B. Thanks for calling. What's up? Mr. B. Man, got to go back on hold now.
Mr. B.
I hate that. They will put your phone in your pocket and all you do is call in and then just give us.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. What's up?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. I just want to say, man, first of all, that's a dirty play. And if you look at the replay and look at it closely in slow-mo, Amen Thompson, that trash AF player, even give him a good shove on his way down with both of his arms, hitting Jimmy right on his right leg. It's like for good measure, make sure he falls as awkwardly as possible. And what baffles me, what grinds my noggins is that in today's SOFC NBA, why is this being allowed? The last time I saw this kind of brand of basketball, it was the Pistons bad boys. You know, so it's like, and a lot of the things that the Warriors were doing is in retaliation to what they were doing. I watched the game again, and they were putting elbows on the Warriors' rib cage, on the neck, and this happened all game long. So Adam Silver, what are we doing, man? Are we soft or are we dirty? You know, they're right. Game 1 was a physical brand of basketball. Game 2 was not physical. It was dirty.
Here's my only issue with this, Jonathan. I mean, if we want to spotlight, and thanks, if we want to spotlight one play, fine, we can spotlight one play. I'm going to push back when anybody goes, hey, the Warriors were innocent, but then they started doing it because they had to retaliate to what the Rockets were doing. Don't do it. I'm sorry, for the first time in my life, I'm going to call someone else out for being a homer. Don't do it.
This is breaking.
Do not do that. do not watch your team's game and think they're innocent flowers who were forced into being mean because the other team was mean first. Have you watched any of these playoffs? You and I sat here in front of that Pistons-Knicks game last night where everybody hated each other 38 seconds into the game.
I think it was a brawl.
It was a brawl the entire night. Did anybody watch Lou Dort against Ja Morant last night? Ja's out. He's out.
Yep, he's out.
He's already out for game 4.
Yep.
And so's Memphis. Done. Night. Series over. They were up by almost 30 points in that game.
26 at the half, Mark.
And it went up from there.
Yep.
And they lost the game, and they lost their star player, and he's already been ruled out for tomorrow night.
Yep.
And they weren't going to win the series anyway, so who cares? But still. This is happening with every team, every series, every night. If you want to say that League and Adam Silver need to do something about the larger point, that's fine. I don't think, we can talk about Dillon as an individual. We can talk about Amen Thompson's play as an individual play. I don't really like the idea that the Rockets are dirty and the Warriors are super nice, clean guys who actually went to retirement homes all day long and talked to everybody, and then they go to the basketball game after that, and they're hoping for a non-contact sport, but they were forced into it because the Rockets are mean. Don't do that.
No, it's NBA, and you want to talk about physicality, and then you can talk about what I believe are plays that go beyond the pale. And there was a play off the ball where Pods got a two-hand push in the back, and he got thrown to the ground. No call, and it didn't mean that he was going to get injured, but it's just one of those things where you look at a play like that and you think, okay, I mean, what are we really refereeing? What are we adjudicating? And Steph Curry off the ball is getting held and the rest of it. And so I know every game is different. It's its own unique animal. And so maybe game 3, the crew decides that they're going to be much more diligent about refereeing all the actions. But I'm kind of with you about the Warriors. You can look at many things independently. Draymond Green is physical, and he's had a history of dirty plays, cheap plays, longer than your arm. And at the same time, for me, what Amen Thompson did is dirty. And you don't have to conflate it with Draymond Green. For me, it's the one incident. And for me, the one incident, Amen Thompson going underneath Jimmy Butler unnecessarily, not reviewed. I thought it was dirty. That has nothing to do with Draymond Green and Şengün and Nurkic and Steven Adams and LeBron James and the finals and all the rest of it.
Agreed.
This one thing was the one thing.
Well,
that was my one thing.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, shout out Odyssey.
You have to do that on one day. Don't do it on 2 days.
Yeah.
You do one thing.
Yeah, my bad.
You have to do it on one day.
I missed that day.
Anyway, that's okay. Nobody understands the joke.
You do. That's fine.
I agree with you, and it is, to me, similar to the point that I was trying to drive home yesterday with regard to the way Steph Curry gets guarded, as opposed to general physicality. Look, general physicality in the playoffs is not going away. It's here. It's in every series. It's not going away. And by the way, whoever does not participate loses in 4 games.
You lose, yeah.
That's it. You lose if you don't want to participate. So general physicality will be there. If we want to talk about specific plays being dirty or a specific strategic process, which is what I see as far as the way they guard Steph Curry. And I don't even see that as dirty. I just see it as like against the rules and not really being enforced with the whole arm bars and constantly grabbing him around the waist kind of a thing, which has clearly been coached by the Rockets and other teams as well. But I think the Rockets are A, a little more forceful with it, and B, just good at it because they're a good defensive team and they're getting away with it. And so I want to talk about that because I do think the public and the media at large, the more they talk about that, then I do think the more of an issue it becomes, the more eyeballs and ears the league has on it, and therefore maybe the more prepared the officials are for it. They do have meetings where they talk about, hey, we need to look for this, that, and the other in this specific matchup, and I certainly hope whoever gets assigned to tomorrow night's game meets about that at about 2 o'clock. Let's watch for the Rockets' arm bars on Steph Curry because they did it all night long in Game 2, and it's against the rules. That's all.
It is. And it depends on the crew. And like we've talked about ad nauseum, each crew is going to try to officiate the best way that they can. And if there are 90 possessions for the Warriors in a game, and if you are going to hold Steph Curry, let's say 60 times, because he's not in for every possession, but let's say he's out there for 60 offensive possessions, and you hold him 60 times, and you foul him 60 times, you're not going to call it 60 times.
You can.
Or 50.
You're allowed to.
Or 40.
Yeah,
or 30. Or 20. But can you call it 10 times?
If you call it 10 times, the Rockets lose.
Of course.
The Rockets lose.
But that, for me, is the bigger point. And we could do this the other way, which is, all right, Şengün, when he's getting guarded by Draymond Green, and Draymond's going to have an arm in his back and an arm around him, well, that's a foul.
Absolutely.
And, if it's Kevon or if it's a switch and it's Steph, we can call it both ways all the time. There's a fine line. There's a balance. And I do think, to your point, that we're a little bit out of balance with a player who is so good at moving. And if his movement is being restricted, then what are we even doing here?
On the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line, check this one out. You'll love this. Hey, Willard, the whole game, they were dirty, not physical. They were elbowing everyone. Again, watch the games, Willard, not watch it like my mother when cooking.
Oh, boy.
First of all, you don't need to get sexist on the text line. And secondly, there's nothing wrong with cooking at all. I hope you do have some food with a game that starts at 6:30 at night. That's called dinner. Third of all, I don't miss a damn play.
No.
And fourth of all, you're doing the wrong thing. You're doing the thing. Don't do the thing. Don't be the fan that thinks your team it just spends all day doing charity work, and all of the other teams that are in these NBA playoffs, they're mean. They're just mean bullies. But my Warriors, my Warriors are kind. They're kind. I think they're going to the hospital tomorrow before the game so that they can visit with sick children.
Yeah.
And then they will go to the game and they will ask the Rockets kindly if we could just have a contact-free game. We're begging you to do that because we think that that's how basketball should be played.
Maybe you're not watching the game because I saw one possession where Steph Curry was on the weak side and he had a small basket of canned goods and he was handing them out into the crowd, and Dylan Brooks came over and smacked that can out of his hand.
Yeah.
That's a foul.
It is. It's a foul.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Kevon Looney had jumper cables on one possession. They wouldn't let him charge up a car.
I'm not.
I'm with you.
Which is like not letting a thing have its purpose in life. And,
totally.
And I don't like that.
What about Jalen Green's elbow to Draymond's face?
Yeah, no. You want to call out individual dirty plays or things that are over the line, let's do it. And by the way, that was reviewed and called flagrant. So we're good here. But I'm not going to do the Rockets are dirty and the Warriors are nice. I'm not doing that. I just won't. Draymond Green plays for the Warriors. Even I've got a line for crying out loud.
For sure.
Come on.
Well, I think a better way to describe it is the Warriors are physical and the Rockets are more physical. And if there's a line between the two of physical and then dirty, I do think that the Rockets have crossed that line more than the Warriors have in this series.
That's fair.
And I'm not going to go back to the history of Draymond Green because And nobody's been more adamant about Draymond Green's dirty play on the station than me over the course of, I don't know, his whole career. I've called out each and every act in practice, on the court, and all the rest of it.
You be nice to the NBA's Hustle Player of the Year. Be nice to him.
What's he going to do? Hustle over here and, give me a flagrant two?
Hustle over here and stand on business.
I doubt it.
No, I don't.
Then we got to fight.
There you go. 888-957-957.
He's always told me to stand on it, and I will stand on it.
Stand on it.
He has committed some of the most flagrant cheap shot fouls in the last 10 years.
These
are facts. I'm just going to say that.
He's Draymond Green.
My name's Dan Dibley, and I'm standing on business, and that's in his past, but I'm talking about this series.
Stand on what you say. Stand on what you do.
There you go.
Yeah, 2 games in, he's not been that guy in the series.
No, he's not. He was terrible in game 2. He was terrible. Greg Cosell, NFL Films for the entire 3 o'clock hour in less than 10 minutes, okay? Mykel Williams, pass rusher out of Georgia, the Niners pick. Round 2 starts in about an hour. We'll be all over it. But plenty of Warrior basketball today, too. Let's go to Paul in Cupertino. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's up? Thanks for calling.
Hey, I agree that, Warriors aren't, angels when it comes to this. But the question is, how much physicality will the referees allow? And, that with Amin Thompson, it was more of a desperation move, breaking through a block and then stumbling out. It's uncontrolled play, and I think at best it's an uncontrolled play. I don't think he imagined he would fall into Jimmy, but it's uncontrolled, and that should be called, because then this gets into more of a football scrum rather than a basketball play. At every rebound, people are just holding other people down. I think Draymond may be, egregious. He does egregious fouls, but I don't think the Warriors' style of play is one where you are always holding, blocking every little play to a point where it should be a foul, That's my take.
Yeah, Paul, I hear you. Every team's got little quirks and differences to their style and what they're trying to do. Are the Rockets more physical than the Warriors? I can't firmly say yes. I know that's the perception. It's the perception, and I do think it's probable due to the fact that they are less ball skilled than the Warriors. They're a very, very poor or at least inconsistent shooting team. I know Jalen Green didn't look like it in game 2. But when you don't have the same level of ball skills, then yes, you're probably going to resort to some other things that you have found that help you win basketball games. And the Rockets do that. But the Warriors are a great defensive team, and they are just fine with physicality. And they are too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And if you look at the regular season between the two teams, defensively, metrics-wise, they're almost identical. Fouls per game, they're almost identical. So to think that one team is more physical than the other over 82 and a better defender than the other over 82 is just wrong. Now, in this series, we've seen a couple of egregious fouls called and not called against Houston, and that's where I think fans are starting to fixate their mind.
What'd you think of Mykel Williams, edge rusher out of Georgia at number 11 for the 49ers?
If I was to give you 2 sentences, what would I say?
You would say, I like the player.
And?
I like the pick.
Can you give him a ding? Yes.
Yeah, that's okay.
Both.
Why?
Spot on.
What happens if I say why?
Greg Cosell coming up next.
Exactly.
He'll tell you why. He can set the edge, Mark. Whatever the hell that means.
Good. He might. He might.
He better.
He's allowed to.
Yep.
Do you need your NFL draft fix? Keep it locked to 95.7 The Game from 6 to 10 tonight for yet another draft show with Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett. Overtime for Mark Grandy this week. What do the 49ers do on day 2 after picking Mykel Williams in round 1 last night? Guys, are going to break it all down tonight from 6 to 10 p.m. right here on 95.7 The Game. Listen to you guys on the way home last night. Very informative, whole lot of fun. You all should listen again tonight. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. But you're going to get your draft fix right now as well. Greg Cosell, NFL Films. He's good at breaking down tape. He knows all things football. And he likes to squash Dan Dibley. All of these things are why he gets a full hour coming up on Willard and Dibs.
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams, defensive end, Georgia.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
It's always a good sign when Raj pronounces the name correctly.
It helps.
That's always good. That's always good. So I think that's a good start. He was expecting this. He had practiced. It's not Mikhail. It's not Michael.
No.
It's Michael.
Yep.
Williams. Edge rusher, Georgia. 49er. All right, we're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed here in San Francisco. We're also going out to the River Islands guest line so that we can check in with someone who's not been on the show in far too long, and it's actually only been like 2 or 3 months. But we miss you, Greg Cosell. It's great to have you.
Hey, guys. How are you?
We're great. Let's jump right into it. What do you think of the Niners' pick of Michael Williams?
I mean, I think it's a good pick at a position of need. Williams is an interesting guy. I watched him last summer. I think I watched 6 or 7 games last summer from his 2023 tape. Then, of course, I watched him this year quite a few games. He was a guy that, he came out of Georgia. He was a 5-star recruit, a top 50 prospect. I actually had a chance to see him up close and personal. He was the Maxwell Award winner when the Maxwell dinner was in Philadelphia. And so I saw him, in a suit, and he looked like a man when he was 17 years old. But he's an interesting guy because some would argue that he hasn't quite reached his full potential. Because he's big, he's over 6'5", he's 260, he's got ridiculously long arms. As a pass rusher, I think it's all there in his body, guys. And we'll talk about this as we go through this first half hour, but it hasn't quite come together yet, but there's no question that it's all there. And, obviously the 49ers have a very good D-line coach, so the goal is to get it there because it's certainly, when you see what he can do and what he does at times, you feel like if he could just get to that point more often that he could be a dominant player.
How is he as a scheme fit, Greg? Because we know with, the defensive coordinator coming back, and it's, Robert Saleh, and they like to run that wide 9 with the 4-3. Yep. Does his skill set match with what they most likely are going to try to do with that wide 9 and the 4-3?
Sure. I mean, he best projects and transitions to the NFL as a 4-3 DN. There's no question. You can move him inside and sub fronts if you like, but as a base player, when they line up on the first day of rookie OTA or mini camp or whatever they call it these days, he's going to be a 4-3 D end. So I think, what you're looking for, obviously, is the ability to rush the quarterback. That's first and foremost. We know coaches will always talk about playing the run, setting the edge, all those fundamental things that are important. But at the end of the day, when you draft a defensive end with the 11th pick in the draft and a 4-3 front, you're counting on him to be able to rush the quarterback. He's shown flashes of that. He's shown flashes of speed to power conversion. He's very strong. He's got really long arms. He's got that short stroke strength where he can jar people. And the power part is the most critical piece to have as you enter the NFL. And he has that. So he's also shown the ability to play off contact. What he needs to get better at is he needs to get better at using his hands, to have a more tools in his toolbox, as it were. He needs a larger arsenal of moves in order to rush the quarterback consistently at the NFL level. I think he's able to do that. I think it's there, but when I finished watching his tape, guys, obviously I didn't know he was going to be drafted by the 49ers. I basically said that it's all there, but it's an open question as to whether he'll do it in the NFL. If you don't see it on tape, you don't know. But there's no question that just as a physical athlete, it is all there.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us here, 3 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibbs as we break down both what happened yesterday and what's coming later on this evening on day 2 of the NFL draft. Greg, can you maybe share with us and the audience a little bit about the why in terms of his college experience and why you think it hasn't fully all clicked, even though, as you say, the tools are there?
Well, there's probably a couple of reasons. Number one, I'm sure he was just a ridiculous athlete from the time he was young. And he probably, as I said, I saw him when he was 17 years old, and he looked like a man. So I'm sure he didn't need a lot of moves and a lot of ancillary things in order to be a dominant high school player. Number two, he's been through some injuries in his college career. And, you never know the extent of those injuries and how they impact a player. The bottom line is, and this is the case in the NFL, if you're playing, and you guys know this, if you're playing, the injuries don't matter. No, there's not one player who walks into a locker room after a game and says, guys, sorry, I didn't play great today, but my ankle hurts. That doesn't fly. So it doesn't matter. So the point is, if you're playing, you're playing. So, but, from what I've heard, he dealt with some injuries this past season. So maybe that's the reason. But, like I said, it's there. It's a matter of getting it out of him.
And when you look at the other players of his caliber and his ilk who got taken in the first round, and you look at his tape, is he comparable with the other players who were either drafted right behind him or all around him?
Well, who are you referring to specifically? Anybody? Like Shamar
in
Stewart?
particular, yeah. And, you talk about Nolan, who was taken a few picks later, a guy who, is in the interior and maybe could be equally a fit for this Niner team that's desperate for both.
Well, Nolan's obviously a D tackle. I thought he was D tackle number one in this draft. I like him better as a player than Mykel Williams. But, they might feel they wanted an edge player. See, that's the thing. First of all, I don't know what teams' boards are. I have such great respect for the people in this business because I know what I do. I'm not one of those people that's going to say, oh, that's a reach, that's a bad pick. I won't talk like that just because I have too much respect. I can only tell you what I think, which doesn't mean that it's right or wrong. I really loved Walter Nolan's tape. I thought he was a top 10 type player in this given draft. But Williams is a guy, look, we could be talking in 3 years about Williams being a dominant player in the league. He has that kind of ability. Or we could be talking about him being just, a good player. Or we could be talking about him being an average player. You never know. But he certainly has everything you want when you just look at pure physical and athletic traits.
Greg, what would you say about his teammate, the linebacker, Jalen Walker? Because a lot of people, when they got to the 11th pick, and Walker was available too. And again, no Dre Greenlaw, position of need in theory. I'd love to know what your thought was in that moment as far as, that player and the fit with the Niners.
Yeah, when I finished Jalen Walker, I wasn't sure what he was in the NFL. I think the best thing he does is rush the quarterback, but he's not a 4-3 D end. So, he's 6'1", 243. He's not a 4-3 D end. And I thought that was the best thing he did was to rush the quarterback. I did not think he was a great stacked backer. So when I finished watching him, I said to myself, because the way I watch this guy, as you probably can figure out, is I'm not just looking at the college tape and seeing, oh boy, he's a really good player. I'm thinking about what he is in the NFL, because that's the whole point of the exercise, is to project and transition these guys into the NFL. Now, I obviously don't work for a team, but we're talking specifically about the Niners right now, and they are a 4-3 defense. And in a 4-3 defense, Jalen Walker, to me, is not a 4-3 defensive end. Now, you can use him as a sub-front pass rusher, as a DN, but if you're going to line up in your base defense, he is not a D end. So he becomes a stacked backer, and I'm not sure that that's his best position. So I wasn't sure about Jalen Walker, even though the guy clearly is sudden and twitchy and explosive and certainly can rush the quarterback. I'm not sure that the Niners would see him as an exact fit for their defense.
Yeah, it's an interesting way to look at it. And I think about what you said about Mykel Williams and, maybe coming to the inside on like passing downs. Is he somebody that you would think about playing D tackle in a 4-3 on passing downs as opposed to run downs? Can he be a guy who holds up on the interior against the run?
Well, no, I would see him as a D end in your base defense. Like I said, maybe, when it's third and long, if you want to bring him inside, if you feel like you have another really good edge pass rusher. I mean, they still have Gross Matos. They still have the other kid whose name I can't remember, the long name. I can't remember his name right now.
Okawanu, yeah.
Okawanu, who had really good snaps a year ago, and he played on the outside as well. So I think in a sub front, you can move Williams inside. But if you're lining up in your base 4-3 on 1st and 10 or 2nd and 4, your base defense, Williams is a defensive end.
I don't know if this question is gonna fit because there's so many stylistic kind of things here, Greg. But and by the way, want to let all of our listeners know that we are about to be open for your business with Greg Cosell. So if it's a draft question, where the 49ers sit, their needs, the players who are still on the board, what happened yesterday. If you've got a question for the great Greg Cosell at NFL Films, go ahead and dial up right now. We will take your calls this hour, 888-957-9570. But you said something in one of your first answers, Greg, about the question is whether Michael will be able to do XYZ at the NFL level. How many guys approximately in this draft do you feel like, no doubt, that guy's going to be able to do it at the NFL level?
Boy, that's a high. I mean, I can't think of all 32 picks right now off the top of my head.
Right.
But
before the picks are even made, Greg. Going into last night, did you feel there were a certain handful of no doubters?
Well, I think I always feel that way in my mind when I watch guys, but I always think in terms of scheme and fit, because you have to understand, scouts, they obviously work for a team, but they think very much in terms of measurables and traits. Coaches think in terms of scheme adaptability. How does a guy fit my scheme? Because that's what he's going to line up with. Now, obviously, if you have a transcendent player, but there's very few of those, you might adapt the scheme a little bit because you want to make sure that you maximize that particular player's abilities. But when I watch guys, think of it this way, guys, on defense, every single week on defense, depending on the team, 17, 18, 19 guys play because there's different packages, right? Isn't that normally the case? So maybe one team has 15, but a lot of guys play on defense. So when I watch guys, and I had to learn this lesson years ago, when I started watching college players, and that probably goes back, 15, 18 years, I used to think in terms of, well, he either can play or he can't play, and I was wrong. I was wrong for a number of years because so many guys play. There's a lot of guys I watch, and I say to myself, this guy could be really good as a dime safety, okay? But you know what? The 15 snaps that guy plays, those 15 snaps are really important to the defensive coordinator. So there's a lot of guys I watch that I think can play in the league and make a contribution. If you're asking me who do I think is going to be, a superstar, that's always a hard question to answer. Like for instance, we mentioned Walter Nolan. I really liked Walter Nolan. I thought he was D-tackle 1. When I watched his tape, there were shades of what Jalen Carter did at Georgia. I just loved his tape. He was ragdolling, interior offensive linemen in the SEC. So I liked his tape more than Mason Graham, and Mason Graham went 5th to, I guess, the Browns because they made that trade.
Right.
Does that mean I'm right? I guess we're going to find out. But that's what I thought when I watched the tape.
Yeah, interesting on scheme and fit and situation and the rest. And I want to pivot just to the quarterback part of it because Cam Ward goes 1 to Tennessee and Shedeur Sanders is still sitting out there. And yet Jackson Dart got taken later in the first round. What did you think about the way the quarterback first round played out with Shedeur Sanders still sitting on the couch?
Yeah, to me, it's about right. It's funny. I had a number of conversations today with people calling me, and I thought Shedeur Sanders. Think of it this way: it's kind of a 30,000-foot macro response here. In today's NFL, and again, now you get down to team and scheme and coaches and all those things all factor in. Okay, in today's NFL. more often than not, you really need a quarterback that has some kind of secondary action outside of structure ability. Defenses are sophisticated with pressure concepts. It's really difficult on third down. So your quarterback has to be able to make plays outside the structure of the play call at some point in a game. Okay, now not everybody's Josh Allen. We know that. Or Patrick Mahomes. But at some point, you've got to be able to do that. If you're a pure pocket quarterback, which essentially Shedeur Sanders is. Okay, now he's not immobile, but he's at his core, he's a pocket quarterback. Just like at his core, C.J. Stroud's a pocket quarterback. Then you have to be really, really good in so many areas, okay? And Shedeur Sanders is good in some and has meaningful concerns in others. So to me, he was not a first-round pick. Now, he may end up being a really good player. It depends on team and scheme and how he's coached. And if he's willing to be coached, very often it comes down to that. So the fact that he was not taken in the first round did not surprise me at all.
Do you think he's going off the board early tonight or should?
I mean, is he worthy of a second-round pick? Probably, given the nature of the position. But I would say in an ideal world, he's probably a mid to late second-round type pick player when you look at it, for what his traits are and what the league is. He's not as good a prospect as C.J. Stroud. And C.J. Stroud, like I said, they're similar stylistically, but Stroud was a far better prospect. And I think the reason Jackson Dart probably goes higher, and he has some concerns of his own as well, is that he gives you that mobility. Jackson Dart can make plays with his legs. Sanders, can he run for a first down? Sure, but he's not really a playmaker with his legs. Dart can make plays with his legs.
Greg, what did you think of Ashton Ginty to the Raiders at 6?
It's funny, guys. That's another thing that now is kind of a larger worldview, because last year there were 6 running backs in the NFL that had 300 carries. That was the first time in a very long time that you had that number of running backs with that number of carries. So maybe it's just a snapshot. Maybe it's a trend in the league. We don't know the answer to that yet. But I think teams are realizing that the run game is becoming a bigger factor, the way defenses have evolved over the last couple of years to take away certain things in the pass game. And I think the run game is becoming a bigger factor. So, and the Raiders obviously signed Geno Smith, and now they have a running back who will clearly be their foundation back. He's clearly a very good prospect. I mean, I've been on record as saying I don't think he's as good a prospect as Bijan Robinson was when he came out of Texas, but he's clearly a very good prospect.
And ultimately, the prospect is only as good as the O-line that can create holes for him. So that is one that's interesting to see. One more before we go to the phones, Greg, because many people are lining up to ask you questions. But the idea that Jacksonville trades up to 2 to take Travis Hunter, and Hunter wants to play on both sides of the football, is that something that's really sustainable in this National Football League today?
Well, here's something that I'm not hearing a lot of people talk about, and to me it's obvious, and I'm not saying this because I think, oh boy, I'm smarter than anybody else.
But you are.
But no one, Well, no, I'm not. Well, just ask my wife. She won't tell you that.
You're smarter than somebody, Greg. Maybe
right.
not everybody. But
I'm smarter than my 2.
But
I'm smarter than my 2 cats. But But anyway. Thank you. But anyway, the point is, to me, is this. The point is preparation. I mean, could you imagine? Think of it this way. Now, think if it's the Niners. Think if Kyle Shanahan has him and he wants to play him at receiver, and he goes into Robert Saleh on a Wednesday morning and says, hey, coach, the next 2 days, Travis Hunter's going to be with me on offense, so he's not going to be with you on defense. And Robert Saleh says, but coach, I'm putting in 15 new things this week for the opponent we're playing. And you know what? If he can't be in our meetings and practice on the defensive end, I don't feel comfortable putting him out there. See, to me, it comes all down to preparation. Is he physically capable of doing that? Maybe. I mean, I don't think it's realistic to expect him to play 120 snaps for 17 games, but maybe I'm wrong. But to me, it's the preparation part. You know how coaches are, what sticklers they are for preparation. They want guys out there that they can trust, that don't make mistakes. And I'm not suggesting Travis Hunter, he's supposed to be incredibly intelligent. So it's no knock on Travis Hunter, but it's just if you're not in the room, you don't know what's being done. If you're not in class, you're probably not going to pass the test. It's just the way it works. So that to me is the issue. It's the preparation part of it. And I really haven't heard anybody talk about that. And to me, that's the obvious part.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, with us here for the whole 3 o'clock hour as we get ready for rounds 2 and 3 tonight. Greg, we got some listeners that like to throw a question or two at you. Let's go to Cole in the city. Cole, thank you for calling. You're on with Greg Cosell.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
So I'm curious, Greg, if you can talk a little bit about what happened with Mike Green out of Marshall. Like, he was the Sun Belt Player of the Year. He led the country in sacks. Baldy was saying that the Niners, he wouldn't be surprised if they took him at 11. And I don't know why he fell out of the first round. Like, can you shed some light on that?
All I can tell you is what I've heard, and because I don't talk about this because I don't know, but I've heard that there were some issues with him on a personal level. So I don't want to go there because I don't know. I just heard that. But I will say this, as a player, he's a more advanced pass rusher at this moment in time than Williams. I thought Mike Green had more tools in his toolbox. I thought that he had a diversified pass rush repertoire. I thought he had a really good feel for attacking offensive tackles. So I thought there were two guys who were not drafted last night. To me, I'm just telling you what I think based on my tape study. There were two guys that I thought had the most tools in the toolbox of the pass rushers. One was Green, and the other was Nick Scourton from Texas A&M, who did not go either in the first round. Scourton, there's no problem with him personally from what I've heard, but he's not a twitchy guy, so people maybe think that, oh, you can't take a guy who's not a twitchy guy in the first round. But yeah, Green is, I really liked his tape. Obviously, he played in a lesser conference, but he did play against Ohio State, and I watched that tape, and he held his own, actually had a great sack against their right tackle with a great spin move. So just from a pure athletic standpoint, and I really like Mike Green, and I thought he was worthy of a first-round pick, but I don't want people to think I'm knocking the 49ers. There's many variables and many factors that go into this. I'm just sitting in my office at NFL Films watching tape.
Oh, Gary in Daly City next up. Hi, Gary. Thanks for calling. You're on with Greg Cosell.
Yeah, thanks. Been a fan since the 60s. Question, best wide receiver that would fit Shanahan's system that's left on the board, and best big play linebacker, or just all-around linebacker that would fit Saleh's system right now.
Thanks, Gary.
I'll give you a wide receiver that I love that I think would absolutely fit the system, and that's Jaden Higgins from Iowa State. He's 6'4" and an eighth. He runs well. He caught a ton of balls between the numbers at Iowa State. That was his game, but he's got some juice to him. I love Jaden Higgins. To me, I watched him last summer, didn't know one thing about him. I think he was a transfer from Eastern Kentucky, and I actually love it when I don't know anything about a player, when he's totally virgin territory for me, and then I watch him and I really like him, and I'm like, oh, I didn't know anything about this guy. So Jaden Higgins, to me, that was the first name that came to my mind. Linebacker, I'll tell you a guy I really like, and linebackers now, stacked backers kind of fall into two categories in this league. The guys who are athletic and can run and are kind of run and chase players, which the colleges are giving to the NFL more than ever before. And then the old school linebackers who kind of can stack and shed, as we say, are physical. And I really like Demetrius Knight from South Carolina. I have no idea where he'll be drafted. He can run, by the way, but he's at his core, he's a big physical stack and shed linebacker, and he's just a player I really liked on tape.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, breaking down the NFL draft, and we are not done yet. So number one, we're still taking your calls for the rest of the 3 o'clock hour for Greg. So if you've got an NFL draft or 49ers related question for Greg, fire away right now, 888-957-9570. Coming up next, more with Greg, and we will get into specific thoughts as the Niners are only 11 picks away from doing this again. Round 2 starts in a half hour. Maybe are there some other names, Greg, that you like? And let's look at the current roster and maybe some of the needs they still have. So all of that is coming up. We will continue later on in the show to get back to the Warriors, and postseason coverage is brought to you by the Agape Golf Tournament on Monday, April 28th at Stone Tree Golf Club, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Guru will be there 10 to 2 live. If you want to play, go to 957thegame.com and click on the events tab to sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. We're hanging out with Greg Cosell of NFL Films, and this is Willard and Tibbs.
Did you try to trade up to get him?
May have. I may have. And I don't know. No, we tried, and thank God they took someone else because he was still there when we were picked, so we're happy.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
That's the voice of John Lynch saying that he was ready to trade up to get Michael Williams. And then he didn't have to.
Nope.
Stick and stay.
Yep.
Stick and pick.
I like that.
The number 11 pick in the draft, Michael Williams, goes to the 49ers. We're talking about that and so much more. Even also looking ahead to rounds 2 and 3, which start here in about a half hour with our good friend Greg Cosell on the River Islands guest line from NFL Films. Hey, we've got some more callers that want to throw stuff at you, Greg. I wanted to do this, though, just based on something you already said today, which is that Walter Nolan was your favorite defensive tackle. And then you mentioned that Mason Graham, he goes number 5 to the Cleveland Browns. His counterpart, another defensive tackle from Michigan, Kenneth Grant, goes 13th. You also had their tight end, Colston Loveland, go before Tyler Warren, who I thought was going to be the first tight end taken. What the hell's going on with all this Michigan love, Greg?
Well, I think the Loveland pick is a good example of what we talked about in the previous half hour of scheme fit, because Loveland went to the Bears. They have Cole Kmet. Now, one could argue that Warren has more traits than Kmet, but in the context of Ben Johnson's offense in Chicago, Cole Kmet and Warren would be very similar players. So they were looking for a different kind of tight end. So to me, that's where Loveland comes into play, because Loveland is kind of a big wide receiver. Now, obviously, he blocked at Michigan because Michigan runs the football. They put the quarterback under center, which not many college teams do. But Loveland is a guy you can detach. He can do anything, and he's a vertical guy. He fits what the Bears need at the tight end position when they line up with 2 tight ends better than Warren would have. So it might not be a case of anything other than that, which is normally the way it works.
And I know the 49ers have greater needs than tight end, but is there a tight end that you see still on the board that might be a good scheme fit as a possible, guy who can work in a 22 personnel now, but also an heir apparent to George Kittle?
There's 2 tight ends that I really like. I think one would probably be a better fit than the other. I think Mason Taylor from LSU would probably be the better fit. I think the best is yet to come with Mason Taylor. For whatever reason at LSU, he really wasn't used as an intermediate and vertical threat, even though he can do that, and he's a good blocker. It seemed that whenever they needed an important conversion, that he was the guy they threw it to. He had a great feel for settling into zone coverage and finding the voids, and he can run. So Mason Taylor is an interesting player. I think he'll probably come off the board tonight for sure. The other guy, and again, he had a block too because of the nature of the offense, but there's Elijah Arroyo from the University of Miami, who may be the best vertical dimension of any tight end in this draft. He can really run. He really is a one-year player at the University of Miami. He was hurt in 2022 and 2023, but this kid is definitely the guy that if you're looking for a seam stretcher, a vertical tight end, then he's a guy that you'd definitely be looking at.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, taking your phone calls as we get ready for day 2 of the NFL draft. Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hi, Nick. Thank you for calling. What's your question for Greg?
Based on Ayuk being injured last year, do you think the Niners will go after a wide receiver like the one you just mentioned? And I just want to know, what are the names of the 2 cats that you have?
The names of what? I missed that last part.
The 2 wide receivers are the 2 people that you think that they might be most likely to take here in the 11th pick of the second round.
Are we talking wide receiver or just in general?
Any position, but I think the caller was curious about an Ayuk replacement, and you mentioned Higgins before as a guy. Is there somebody else other than Jaden Higgins that you think might be somebody who could fit in place of Ayuk and Debo, who's no longer here either?
Right. Well, Ayuk obviously is still there. I don't know. What's his status as far as when he's supposed to be ready to play?
My medical people tell me October, so he likely will miss the first 3 or 4 games for sure.
Yeah, receivers are interesting. Receivers, I think there's a receiver from TCU named Jack Besh who I really, really like, and he's physical, and he's tough, and he's competitive, and he works the middle of the field really, really well. I think he'd be a really interesting pick for the Niners as well. And, he strikes me, just watching his tape, I don't know the kid, but he strikes me as a kid that has the right attitude just by watching him play. He certainly would be a guy that I think will come off the board tonight. I don't know where that is. And again, so much of this is dependent on what a team's board looks like, what the Niners board looks like, which of course I don't know the answer to that. I think another really interesting player who's got physicality to him and good size is Jalen Royals from Utah State, who very much reminded me of Rashee Rice when he came out of college. And we saw what Rice did in Kansas City before he got hurt. He's another guy that's physical, worked the middle of the field very effectively. So those are just two names that, if they're interested in wide receiver in the second round, I would easily see those guys as legitimate second-round picks at the receiver position. And that would, in my view anyway, be scheme fits.
Greg, just in the interest of covering all the bases, because we couldn't hear that caller really well either, we're not sure. He might have actually been asking you not for the name of some cats that the Niners would go after, but the actual names of your cats.
Oh, yeah.
You really want to know that?
Yes.
God,
yeah. Well, they asked, and so we're just here to serve.
My guess would be Whiskers and Mittens, Greg. I got you as a Whiskers and Mittens.
You'd be wrong.
Darn it.
I was going to go with Wolverine and Buckeye. What is it?
It's Ruby and Pip.
Ruby and Pip.
Yeah.
Like Gladys Knight's mates.
Well, I'm not sure about that, but it was definitely Ruby Tuesday by the Stones.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I just want to make sure I was hearing that correct, that it was Pip.
And short for Pippi Longstocking, probably an orange-haired cat, if I'm not mistaken.
Probably, you would be mistaken, but that's okay.
0 for 2, Greg. I'm having a rough segment.
It happens when Greg comes on. All right, let's go to Will in San Jose. You're on with Greg Cosell. Hi, Will.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up?
Hey, was watching some tape yesterday after the Niners took Michael Williams, and I saw a little comparison to Aldon Smith. Just wanted to see what you guys thought about that, and maybe also what number do you think Michael Williams is going to pick? And also just want to say, Greg, I love your work. Always do great analysis.
Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Will. What do you think about a comparison to Aldon Smith with Michael Williams?
Well, I think Aldon Smith, and it's funny, every position, you hear the word instincts a lot, and that's one of those overused words. But, Aldon Smith, and it was unfortunate, how his career played out due to other issues, but he just had a feel for how to rush the quarterback. And I think if you talk to offensive linemen who had to play against him, some might tell you he was the best pass rusher they ever faced. He just had a feel. Now, size-wise, they're similar. I don't remember every measurable for Aldon Smith because, it was a few years back. But they certainly were both long, athletic, with really long arms. I'm not sure Williams quite has that feel that, well, I know he doesn't have that same feel as Aldon Smith, who was just, as you guys remember, just a really great pass rusher. Can Williams get there in terms of in terms of production? That's a different question, and that's possible. But Aldon Smith it's a shame because he was one of those guys. He just knew how to rush the quarterback.
Yeah, and he was on a Hall of Fame trajectory through his first,
for sure.
4 seasons. Yep. He was putting up numbers that had never been seen. So, Greg, the Niners are picking 43, 75, and 100 today. If you look at their needs and you look at the fact that they have these 3 picks, for Niner fans, what should they be looking at positionally and maybe players that you think might be scheme fits for what they're trying to do?
Yeah, I mean, I would still look at the corner position. I think they probably feel pretty comfortable with Renardo Green at one outside corner, given, how much he played down the stretch last year, and I thought he played well. But, they signed Trey Brown from the Seahawks. Again, obviously they signed him, so they wouldn't sign him if they didn't like him. I'm not sure if he's truly a full-time starting outside corner. My assumption would be in their base defense, if they had to line up and play tomorrow, it would be Green and Lenore playing at corner in the base defense. I think they'd like to move Lenore inside in their nickel. So as of now, I would guess that it would be Brown playing on the outside. I would think that would be a position they might want to address. I think D tackle would be a position they might want to address as well. And there's a lot of D tackles in this draft. I think if you're looking maybe at scheme type fits, I think someone like TJ Sanders from South Carolina at D tackle is someone that has a lot of juice to him at this point in time. He's a more athletic guy. He'd probably be a sub pass rusher to start his career. He's just under 300 pounds, so he's not one of those inside maulers, but he's got a lot of athleticism and movement to him. I think he's a guy that you could easily look at the D tackle position. The D tackle, like I said, there's a ton of them in this draft. So I'm just trying to think of the list of guys that are, D tackle that are still available. I'm trying to. I'll tell you a guy that I found really interesting too, that he didn't have a lot of production, and I don't know how teams feel about production, but his tape was fun to watch. And I don't know if he'd be viewed as a second round type player, but Jordan Phillips from Maryland is another guy. I believe he was a wrestler in high school, and he's about 320, so he's bigger. He is twitchy for a guy 320 pounds. Now, I don't think he recorded a sack in 2 seasons at Maryland, but his tape is a lot of fun to watch. And sometimes with D tackles, production is not necessarily the number one thing you look at when you evaluate them for the NFL.
You mentioned corner, Greg, and Will Johnson's a guy that many people thought was going to be a first rounder, and here he sits. I mean, I don't know if he makes it to the 11th pick in the second round, but what's your take on Will Johnson out of Michigan?
Yeah, I did him last summer when he played essentially a full season in 2023. And to be honest with you guys, I saw not quite as good, but I saw shades of Patrick Surtain. And this year, he played the first 5 or 6 games. I didn't think he played as well as he did in 2023. I don't know the reason for that. And then he got hurt. So, again, I don't know why he fell. Maybe he's still battling an injury. Maybe teams are nervous about, an injury. But for whatever reason, he did not play as well, in my view anyway, based on tape study, as he did in 2023, when I thought he could have been a top 10 type player. So, if you feel, and again, you could be right that he might not be there 11 picks in, depending on how the early part of round 2 shakes out. But he's certainly got everything you want. He's long, he's athletic, he can play off coverage, he can play press. There's really nothing that he can't do at a reasonably high level. He's a pretty complete corner.
Greg, I don't know if this is a fair way to ask it, because I know you don't know exactly what each team feels are their needs and whatnot, but the Cleveland Browns are about to be on the clock. If you were them, who would you take?
Oh, I don't like those questions.
I know. That's why I asked, Greg. I love getting at least one uncomfortable laugh out of you every time you come on.
Oh, boy. I mean,
how about a couple of good fits, you think?
Well, I guess the big question is what they think of Shedeur Sanders. That's the big question. Or Jalen Milroe. I mean, I guess theoretically, we don't know what their board looks like, because right now their 2 quarterbacks are Joe Flacco and Kenny Pickett, and obviously they signed Flacco 2 weeks ago. They wouldn't have signed him, I think, to be a backup. So my guess is I shouldn't say, I would assume that Pickett and Flacco would really battle for the number 1 quarterback spot, particularly to start the season. So the question is, what do they think of the quarterbacks? That would be the number 1 question, I think, for that team. And if you give me a sec, I'll tell you what I think of the rest of their roster. They lost some players, I know, and I'm trying, because the free agency, it seems to me like that happened about 6 years ago. But, they need receivers, so they could easily take a receiver. I'm looking, they have Jerry Jeudy, who I think at his core is probably a number 2, not a number 1. They've got other guys that I think they feel could step up and become good players, but they're not yet. So, and they need a running back. Right now they do not have a feature running back. And I think Kevin Stefanski, as we all know, would like his offense to start with a run game, particularly behind a good O-line, a very good O-line, actually. So they don't have a running back. There's a lot. Running backs are an odd lot. I mean, think about someone like Kyron Williams, who came out of Notre Dame, 4 years ago? No one would have said this guy's a foundation back in the NFL, and he carried the ball 316 times last year.
Absolutely. Greg, remember, it's the Browns, so next to the word needs, it just says all.
Oh, come on now.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Come on now.
It's the Browns.
Are we moving into stand-up comedy now? Should we start telling jokes?
There's a reason they've got 4 of the first the 40 picks here.
That's right.
Anyway, back to the phones. Let's go to David in San Jose. Hi, David. You're on with Greg Cosell. What's your question?
Wow. Hey, Will, first of all, thank you so much for setting this up. This is amazing. And Greg, longtime listener and reader of yourself, awesome. I would say, speaking of needs, we might not be too far away from the Browns because it seems like we have needs at every position. And so my question is, are the Niners essentially BPA throughout the rest of the draft? And then I got a couple guys that I'd like you to speak to. Safety, obviously, Emanura. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm thinking kind of the Cam Chancellor vibes. But my favorite safety is, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, is Mukaba from Texas, a hitter. And then if there's one position or one guy that I feel really, really fits for Shanahan and this team, it'd be J.J. Pegasus and his versatility. I was just hoping to get your thoughts on that. Thank you so much, gentlemen. This is awesome.
All right, David. Thank you. Thank you for calling. Greg, what do you think?
Let's start with the safety position. I felt Emanwari was the number 1 safety in this draft class based on tape. I understand why the Ravens took Malachi Starks instead of Emanwari at 27, I believe it was, because in a sense, Kyle Hamilton and Emanwari are similar players stylistically, and they needed a true back-end post safety, and Starks is more pure in that regard. But I think Emanwari was the best safety in this class overall. But I got to tell you, I love Andrew Mukaba, and the only issue with him is he was 186 pounds at the combine. Now, I don't know if he can get up to 195 or 198 or 200 and be the same player, but, if you can always say if about a lot of players, but if he was a 205-pound guy, he would have been a first-round pick. So I love Mukaba, but the 186 pounds is going to be will have been a conversation in draft meetings. I can tell you that for sure. But the tape is good. The guy can pretty much do anything, and he plays physically. He plays competitively. Really like the player. Who was the other guy? Oh, Pegasus from Ole Miss. He's a guy that definitely is kind of position versatile. They used him at Ole Miss at times on offense, but he's at his core, he's a D tackle, and he's a very athletic kid. He's another guy. I mean, I think, you could look at the D tackle position as we have and say that they probably need something there. Because, if they had to play a game tomorrow, would the starters be Elliott and Anderson or Elliott and Givens? Or that's who they have right now, right?
Yep. That would be it. And it's probably not good enough. Before we go back to the phones, Greg, I just wanted to ask you about a guy I'm fascinated with, Cam Scatabo out of Arizona State. What do you think about Cam and his adaptability in the NFL as a runner and as a pass catcher?
Well, that almost relates back to the Kyron Williams question because, people would probably look at Scatabo and say, nah, he can't be a feature back. But, no one said that about Kyron. Everybody said that about Kyron Williams, and look what's happened there. So now what you get into, again, is that team and scheme stuff. I mean, he is 219 pounds. He's not a little guy. He's not purely explosive, but neither's Kyron Williams. And he's a very good receiver, and he's tough. He's one of those guys that in many ways is kind of a tempo setter because he's an attitude runner. You wouldn't call him purely explosive. His athletic testing measurables were pretty good, but as a player, when you watch him on tape, you wouldn't really call him explosive, but he's physical, he's competitive, he's urgent, he's determined, he's a fun watch. He's the kind of guy, and you hear this all the time with coaches, talking about their rooms. You would want him, I'm sure, in your running back room. So it's hard for me to say because it's going to be very team and scheme based what he will ultimately be in the league, but he's going to be in the league.
Let's go to Thomas in San Mateo with a question for Greg Cosell. Hi, Thomas. Thanks for calling.
How we doing there, gentlemen?
What's up?
Hey, first of all, Mr. Willard, Fox City is proud of you from Bowders. Go Bowders, Miss Suzante.
Oh, man.
Pretty good.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you for bringing up those names. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I'm going over to the 92 right now, so I hope I lose it. I wanted to ask Mr. Cosell, just for all Niner fans, 35 years of bad special teams. We have this many picks. Do we spend a pick on special teams? Can we do something? We have to do something with special teams. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. Dibs are awesome. Please, take it off the air.
All right, Thomas, thank you very much. Yeah, what about special teams? Go ahead, Greg.
I hate to disappoint Thomas, but I don't do special teams. I don't have enough time in my life. So I don't have an answer for that. I can't really speak to special teams. And I'll be the first to admit that's not my area of expertise. I don't know a lot about that. So I just can't speak to it. And, people who know me know that I try not to talk about things I don't know about.
Yeah. Well, Greg, what if we asked it this way? Like, I don't even know, to what level do NFL teams even go into a draft thinking about special teams? Well, all those special teamers have other positions.
Well, that I can answer. Yeah. That I can answer because I've had that conversation. I just can't answer specifically is once you get past, once you start getting into, rounds 3, let's say, very often players will be, if there's, let's say, a tie, so to speak, between players, that kind of thing, very often teams think about who will help us on special teams. And don't forget, they just changed the kickoff rule again with the hope that there'll be more returns, because I think the ball would come out to the 35-yard line now if it's not returned. And that's pretty far. It's not like the old days. So, they're hoping there's more kickoff returns. So there's a lot of coaches that are probably thinking that special teams are becoming even more important, particularly your kickoff team, both as a return team and as covering kickoffs. So my guess is that once you get into the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, that the guys you draft, it may not be the number one priority, but it will factor into how you evaluate a guy that you want to pick.
Greg, just awesome to have you today. Awesome to have you for a whole hour. Do you want to have some fun on the way out the door? And just with this 9th or 11th pick, the 43rd pick in the draft, do you want to predict a position of need? A position, not a player, just a position.
Well, I would say that given the quality in this draft, to me, and I could be dead wrong, and it wouldn't be the first time, guys, I would say wide receiver and D tackle. And I think D tackle in particular would be a position that to me, okay? I don't know what they think of those players. I'm not in meetings, but to me, as I'm looking at their roster right now, they need a D tackle.
I had it as punter and holder, so I mean, maybe you're going to be right.
What about long snapper?
Yeah,
they just signed one, as you know. They just found one. He's about your age, Greg. You and me.
Greg does not do special teams, Tibbs.
Wait, is that John Weeks? Is that John Weeks?
Yes. Weeksy.
Oh, okay.
He's our age, Greg.
Weeksy.
Yeah.
What do you mean our age?
Well, I mean,
nobody is my age who's playing football.
Fair enough. Yeah, I was trying to bring you down to my late 50s level, Greg. I apologize. You got me again.
I was in my late 50s once.
Yeah, back in the late 50s, I believe.
Yeah,
that's my guy. I gotta laugh. That's all I needed.
That's all we needed. Hey, Greg, thank you so much.
All right, guys. No, this was a lot of fun, guys. I loved it. Thank you.
Tons of fun. There he is. Greg Cosell, the great
dude.
Greg Cosell of NFL. Greg Cosell of NFL Films. Keep it locked to 95.7 The Game, because not only will there be plenty of it with picks getting started here shortly throughout the remaining 2 hours of our show, but 6 to 10 tonight, draft show, Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett. What do the Niners do next after Mykel Williams was their first-round pick? Guys, we'll break it all down tonight. 6 to 10 right here, 95.7 The Game. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Some broader things to say about the 49ers situation coming up next. And, hey, Warrior callers, we will be circling back to the physicality of the series, the latest on Jimmy Butler, that jerk Dylan Brooks. All of that stuff is still ahead on Willard and Dips.
And it's Dan.
Back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I learned things.
Me too.
I learned things.
Ruby and Pip.
Ruby and Pip. That's going to be the name of my children's book, Ruby and Pip, and all of their adventures. Yeah. I hope they do yoga together.
Ruby and Pip had a sip.
Yeah, that's page 1.
Yeah.
What's on page 2?
Page 2 is Ruby passes out hammered because what she sipped was
no. And then they take a dip.
Yeah.
Which kind of dip, that's up to you. How racy
Sure.
do you want the book to be?
You better be careful.
Ruby put her hand on Pip, and
You'd be
she
wrong.
dipped, she dipped, she dipped. That's, that was for you. Yes, you would be wrong. I know, Greg.
What is going on here?
How am I possibly going to pull out of,
You tried to guess a birthday and you got really close.
I got like super close. Actually, I nailed it. Ish. Until, you guys pressed me.
Yeah.
I was 4 days off. Whatever. And if his cats were Whiskers and Mittens, which of course they're not Whiskers and Mittens.
That'd be terrible.
Is Greg Cosell 7 years old?
I think he very clearly stated he's not even 57 years old.
No.
Take the over.
I was in my late 50s a long time ago. Yeah. In the late 50s. Thank you, Greg. I love him.
Stop, it needs a little work, but not a lot.
You'd be wrong.
Yeah, yours is like an evil Greg Cosell. Yeah.
That's my Friedel.
You're a little bit of a, something. Anyway. Hey, just to kind of put a little, because this is going to get started, and we're not going to do every second round pick because they're going to be starting to fly. What's the time for each pick here, Grandy?
7 minutes.
7 minutes. And not everybody uses all their time. So these things are going to be flying at us pretty quick. We'll give you some of the headlines. We'll mention the picks. We're not going to make a big thing out of it.
Yep.
If Shador goes, things like that, we'll obviously let you know. And yes, we'll have the Niner pick for you, which is not far off. If they're getting started right now and the Niners are the 11th tonight, this is probably going to happen here, I don't know, potentially within the next 30, 40 minutes, I would say.
If they all use 7 minutes and they're picking 11, that would be 77 minutes. That'd be an hour 17. That would be 5:13.
Yeah, but
it's going to be faster than that.
It's going to be faster than that.
Agreed.
We learned that last night.
And the Browns are already on the clock, and they're down to just 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we'll keep that totally covered, and we'll follow along for sure. And anything that you want to weigh in on that front, let's fire away and do it. As always, 888-957-9570. I just wanted to say this broader point, San Francisco 49ers, and I know Grandy's been harping on this show last night. He will again tonight. He has been for weeks on this show. And I think we're all in agreement. This feels more important than other drafts for the 49ers because they're turning the roster over. They let some guys go. They've got more holes than they have in recent years, and they're about to pay a quarterback, I think. But that's sort of what leads to my broader point. I'm feeling a little frustrated in this moment with the Niners offseason process. And it's not just about this year. It's about where we've been. It's about Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk and Trent Williams and all the others. And now here we are. And whether George Kittle accepts Diana Rossini's report or not, whether he's actually not at the voluntary offseason program because of contract stuff, or if he's just chilling and wants a few more weeks with Claire or whatever the hell they got going on.
WrestleMania this past weekend.
No doubt. I don't think there's a problem, but there's that combined with the fact that even though Brock showed up, that obviously to me means things are heading in a very good direction. Brock is playing this the way he's playing it. There's that side to it. But in general, Niners, I think you are repeatedly paying a we're waiting too long tax. For whatever you're doing, you're paying a tax for waiting as long as you do. You are too deliberate. And it has been proven repeatedly. You waited with Brandon Ayuk. You paid. Okay? Now, is that going to happen with Brock? Probably not. You didn't have really an opportunity to do it much before now. And there's not anybody else this offseason that's going to break the bank in terms of quarterback. You could argue, though, that what Geno Smith got clearly states, well, you're definitely going north of 50 now with Brock. But I think that was probably happening anyway. You could argue that. But the one that stands out this offseason is George Kittle. I don't know what you're going to pay him. I have full confidence that you will, but you waited until after the Cardinals paid Trey McBride, and the price went up. So the Niners are stubborn. We know this, but another way to say stubborn is deliberate. And you keep waiting. You keep being the last team to do X, whatever that X is. And I just think you're paying a tax. And I don't know, man. It doesn't feel like that's working for you in a lot of these cases.
It's not working for you. And you look at the previous cases where you waited on Nick Bosa and he came out, he had a slow start. You waited on Brandon Ayuk and he came out, he had a slow start, and he started playing really, really well over the course of, was it 2 or 3 quarters? Maybe it was a game and change, but whatever it was, and then he got hurt. But
quick.
It took him some time to get into that zone, and you waited on Christian McCaffrey, and he came in with double calf tendonitis, and then he ended up getting a knee injury, and you waited on Trent Williams, and he came in and didn't have a good year either. So I wonder at what point do you decide to change your approach? And right now I'm not that worried. I did think that the Brock Purdy would be done before the NFL draft. Before the NFL draft started, and even if I skewed it to before the NFL draft finishes, it's not getting done.
Not going to happen.
But he did show up, and so that tells me that they're not at an impasse, and that Brock is not so mad that he's like, "F you, Niners, I'm not showing up." For me, the fact that he showed up tells me that at least it's somewhat cordial.
I agree with you. I'd also add that when people go they circumstantially think Brock will take, there are people still cruising around out here in this world who think he's going to take $33 million a year.
Right.
I know you. You're out there. I've talked to you. We all have. And that's not going to happen. I think that the reason there's people out there who think that, though, are because of the Brock Purdy story and circumstances. It's like, oh, you were Mr. Irrelevant, which means that at some juncture in your life within the last 4 years, the league didn't think you were that good. And even though you've come out and proven everyone wrong and been to multiple playoff appearances and won playoff games and won playoff games from behind and all the things that you've done, some people are still watching Brock through that lens. And I don't really think that it's relevant when it comes to dollars. I do think it's relevant when it comes to showing up for voluntary off-season workouts. I really do. I think Brock is looking at this going, okay, this team is really about to be given to me in a very firm way. We're already negotiating, and even on the low end of what's being discussed, they are about to hand the team over to me, Brock Purdy, and I would like to take care of that. And no one has told me that. That's just a belief. That's me reading the situation. I agree with what you said too. I think talks are at least on the right track, but I also think there's a piece of it that's like, dude, I'm not going to get flippant with this opportunity now that it is finally being handed to me.
And I don't think that he would get flippant unless they were at a spot where he felt like that they were truly disrespecting him. And I'm looking at the Geno deal, and he signed 2 and $75, which is $37.5 a year. Sam Darnold signed for 3 and slightly over $100, which is $33.5 a year. So I do think that when Brock gets ready to put pen to paper, he's going to be north of Darnold. He'll be north of Geno. Will he be at a spot where he wants to reset the market? I don't think that that's the case, but eventually they're going to find a number. They're going to find the years, and hopefully it happens before OTAs, because voluntary workouts is fine. It's voluntary. And by him showing up, that tells the organization, yeah, I'm still into this and I'm still into being your QB. But you get into OTAs and the real, mandatory OTAs. Now, if he doesn't have a contract and I'm Brock and it's June?
Right.
Now it's a different story.
Totally agree. All right, the Niners are 9 picks away. We got a couple names who have already gone off the board here as round 2 is underway. Grandy, what's going on?
First pick in round 2 to the Cleveland Browns, Carson Schweschinger, linebacker out of UCLA. A lot of people identified him as maybe a target for the Niners since Dre Greenlaw left, so he's unavailable now. And then a guy that you guys chatted with Greg Cosell about, Houston, 34th overall, second pick of the second round, Jaden Higgins, wide receiver out of Iowa State, goes to Houston. And then most recently, the Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock. They have traded up into the very beginning here of the second round with the Tennessee Titans. So that Titans pick, 35th overall, now belongs to the Seahawks. They are on the clock.
Okay, so the Seahawks really want somebody, and they're going to jump up there and get him. The Jaden Higgins thing, I mean, look, I'm no expert on the Houston Texans, but I think that's a fascinating position for the Texans. Obviously, Stephon Diggs is no longer there. Nico Collins has become a star. He is flat out one of the top 10 receivers in the game for sure. Tank Dell with another really sort of ugly injury for the second year in a row in his career. So I don't know kind of where that's going from here, but that's interesting that Houston would use such a valuable pick on that position.
Right.
It's always felt like a position of strength the last couple of years.
But you laid it out and you lose Diggs and you've got Dell who's been hurt. And I'm just looking at ESPN and they're doing, through the draft, they're doing player comps. Jaden Higgins, do you know who his player comp is according to Matt Miller?
No.
Nico Collins.
No way.
Yeah. So you got Nico Collins and then you just drafted Nico Collins.
Little Nico Collins.
Right. 6'4", 214.
Well,
so when you were like laying it out about the Texans, and I was just clicking on it, and it's like Matt Miller's pro comp, Nico Collins.
Dude.
So maybe they agree with Matt Miller because Nico Collins, he's that dude.
Dude, he is
amazing. Top 10 for sure.
And very, I think, underrated.
Yep.
When we have the conversation still about receivers around the league, partially because he's still kind of new, but Nico Collins is about as effective as they come. No, he's not Jamar Chase. He's not Justin Jefferson, but he probably leads like the crew of who's next when it comes to young wide receivers in the game. I really like him. All right, so more picks will be coming in. Also want to let you know that Boston and Orlando are underway. Both Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown are in, which was not necessarily expected. But Jason Tatum, as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, was listed as doubtful for this game. Then he got upgraded to questionable. He's now in. Jaylen Brown was questionable. He's in. I didn't see about Drew Holiday. Is Drew Holiday in as well? He was also questionable for this game. But the Celtics, first game on the road here in these playoffs, are back to at least close to full health. We'll see how they perform. They are currently down 3-2 in the first quarter.
Drew Holiday out tonight.
He's out. Okay, so no Drew Holiday. They are out Drew Holiday, but Tatum and Brown both in or underway in Orlando, and then still ahead tonight. The Bucks will host the Pacers, and then
yeah, that's a big one. It's a big one now.
Yeah, it's Minnesota versus the old Minnesota. That's right. The T-Wolves host the Lakers. Game 3 of that series tonight, and of course, winner of that series would be who the Warriors play if the Warriors can take down the Rockets.
And better news about Jimmy Butler today. Not better news is probably too dramatic, but better thoughts and better hints and better ideas about where Jimmy might be with, Steve Kerr saying what he said. And on the heels of yesterday, Mark Spears talking to Jimmy Butler's agent and saying, pray for the Bear, which gave us some indication that Jimmy's doing pretty well. And then Steve Kerr today giving some fairly positive signs about Jimmy Butler ahead of tomorrow.
Well, I think Jimmy Butler's playing tomorrow night. I really do. And that's not because I'm a doctor, and it's not because I'm dialed in over with the Warriors.
Not a doctor.
No, it's just simply because I don't think Steve Kerr would say what he said if they weren't planning to have him. And again, what did he say, you might ask? It wasn't like completely firm he's playing, but ask yourself, would Steve Kerr say this out loud into a microphone if they weren't planning on having Jimmy Butler available? Quote, relatively optimistic, quote, I think there's a chance he plays. So to me, that sets an expectation. You and I follow this stuff all the time. What the Warriors are saying about certain injuries, we're often the ones leading up to the game that are getting these reports. I don't think Steve Kerr talks that way if Jimmy Butler right now is leaning toward being out.
Agreed. And, you always want to underpromise and overdeliver, but the fact that he's saying that gives me some indication that he at least has a chance to play. And if he's got a chance to play, if Jimmy Butler's going to be 50-50 going into a playoff game, I don't know Jimmy Butler personally, but having seen him over the course of his career, that man's going to play. If he has the ability to go out there and play through this, he's going to play through it in a pivotal game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Fine, I'll allow it.
All right.
It's not as pivotal.
I don't know if I caught you. You thought I might have caught you ball watching.
It's not as pivotal as game 4, but it's pivotal.
Super pivotal.
There will be a pivot because someone will be up 2-1.
Yep.
But then on Monday, someone will have the opportunity to go up 3-1.
Well, this Boston-Orlando game is not pivotal in game 3 because Boston's up 2-0.
Correct.
So when it's 1-1, it becomes pivotal.
More pivotal. Yes.
Pivataler.
Yeah, see, I thought game 2 was pivotal for Boston because they took a stranglehold on the series. And they're not going to lose 4 times in 5 games, and Orlando is going to go home. But we kind of knew that.
Well, you could say that about Houston because it was a pivotal game for the Rockets because to the same extent, they weren't going to lose 2 at home and then go on to win the series. Only 4 teams have ever done that.
Yeah, so pivotal. You could also call it a desperate. It was a must game for the Rockets, and they got it. So 888-957-9570, in the process of talking about the Jimmy Butler situation and the fact that Dylan Brooks was asked about the Amen Thompson foul on Jimmy Butler in game 2 earlier today in practice, said, that's not a dirty play. We think Draymond Green is the dirty player, and we do hope that Jimmy Butler will get better. Moses Moody was told of these comments. He said, quote, it's kind of ironic, isn't it? Dylan Brooks calling someone else dirty. So the whole thing kind of opened up this idea of the physicality that has already unfolded in this series. And for me, I hear a little bit too much from Warriors fans, and this is coming from freaking me now.
Yeah.
There's too much from Warrior fans who think that the Rockets are the big meanies, and they're the only physical ones, and the Warriors are only responding because that's what the Rockets do. The Warriors would actually rather not play physical at all. Like, I didn't even say it this way earlier. Do you know who would be offended by that take? The Warriors. Like, Draymond Green would hate it if he heard this idea that Warrior fans are like, the Rockets are beating us up. And because we don't want to play nearly as physical as they do. Draymond does. Looney does. A lot of the guys do. They see themselves as physical players, and they are physical players. I haven't watched one NBA game yet in these playoffs where I didn't feel like, wow, it's getting physical there. I mean, I don't know if anybody watched the Knicks play the Pistons yesterday. I don't know if you saw what Lou Dort did to Ja Morant. By the way, did you think that one was dirty?
Yeah.
You did?
Absolutely. We get to the playoffs, and for me, there's physicality and then there's reckless physicality. And when you get into the reckless physicality portion of it, that's where you cross the line because it's too easy to just injure a guy in the association.
I know, but and again, I know a lot of people maybe didn't see this play, but Lou Dort ends up underneath Ja Morant. And again, it's a situation to me, kind of like Amen Thompson, where he's off balance and things happen so fast. And if he had a chance to catch the guy, he would. He didn't, and Ja is not only did he not come back in the game, he's already been ruled out for game 4, which tells you he's really hurt. He's really hurt because they're down 3-0 and because that game is, for them to announce it not even on a game day tells you that Ja is pretty significantly hurt. And so, yeah, Memphis is probably going to get swept now in this series. But that's what this stuff looks like. And you have to meet it. And yes, the officials have to set a tone and all of that. But it started an interesting conversation. We'd love to hear from y'all. 888-957-9570. Do you believe this is just the playoffs? Or do you believe the Rockets are getting away with too much so far in the 2 games we've seen? Let's go to Spencer in Oakland. Been very patient. Hi, Spencer. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, folks, no worries. If I wasn't listening on the phone, I'd be listening on the Odyssey app anyways.
My man.
So I appreciate it. And yeah, you know it. A couple things. As far as physicality is concerned, I fully agree. I really think this conversation, of course, is just based out of the way Steph is guarded and treated in the association by the referees and by other teams. The rest of it is all totally normal physicality. Steph does not get the special whistle that stars on his level get. And if the Warriors really had a problem with the physicality level, I mean, you bring a goon off the end of the bench and, you start checking people. I don't think that's where this is at. But, if they really felt that way, that's what they could do. Pivoting to the NFL draft, it was great hearing Mr. Cosell chat. And as a kind of a newer 49er fan, I grew up a Raider fan. I'm from Oakland, of course. They left. And so I root for the Niners now. I've come over with my wife, who's always been a Niners fan. And I personally think, just kind of looking from across the bay, I don't think Brock Purdy is worth $45-50 million. I just don't. He's a very good quarterback, don't get me wrong. But I feel like with the needs the Niners have, I wouldn't put it past them to go another direction, given the needs they have, the rebuild that they likely have for a season or two, and get more picks in this draft and next year's draft in what is a very deep draft this year. Thank you for taking my call, folks.
All right, Spencer, thanks so much. You know, this is the thing, and this may surprise people. If somebody goes, I don't think Brock's worth $50 million, I don't think that's a crazy opinion. I also I don't know how it is you stick this number on these players.
Right.
Okay, if he's not worth 50, this is what I always want to say to a person. What is he worth?
Right.
Oh, well, 38.6.
Okay.
All right. Well, this is one of those situations where there's a quarterback tax. If you think he's worth starting quarterback money, then unfortunately for you, that means you want him to be your starting quarterback. You're not allowed to keep him for $35 million. He'll say no. And I don't think you're in great shape to go find somebody else. And he's accomplished enough to be a $50 million quarterback. So what do you do?
Right.
What do you do?
Hot shot. Well, depends on how much you love the player and how savvy your front office is. And I'm going to use a comp, and it's a comp for a player that he is far, far, far better than. But this team, that is not a very good team, structured a contract for their quarterback in a way that we like you, and then they got out of it. And it was Daniel Jones.
Yep.
Daniel Jones got a 4-year, $160 million deal, $40 million per year, but it was structured so that after 2 years, if they decided he wasn't very good, and they actually decided that, they were able to get out of it for not that much on the back end of it. And so Brock Purdy's not worth $50 million a year. Well, what if the team went to him and said, you know what? We're going to sign you to a 1-year extension worth $50 million, which means this year he gets $5 million or so because he hit certain benchmarks.
Yep.
And then next year he makes 50. So for the next 2 years, it would be 2 years and $55 million, but he would be making $50 million next year. Would fans really be hating that?
No, but Brock would. He wouldn't do that.
Of course. But the idea for me, and you and I have been round and round on the whole number. Numbers are numbers, and it really comes down to what is the year commitment and how much does he get guaranteed?
No doubt.
Right?
No doubt. All right. More on this coming up as the picks start flying in. The Niners are not that far away. 888-957-9570. Also, the Rockets' physicality. Do you see this as more than what the Warriors are doing? Are they getting away with too much? 888-957-9570. That's the number. Warrior postseason coverage is brought to you by Agape Golf Tournament, which is happening Monday, April 28th, Stone Tree Golf Club. We're going to be there, presented by Atco Pest Control. Steiny and Goo on the scene, 10 to 2. If you'd like to play, go to 957thegame.com. Click on the events tab, sign up. All proceeds will benefit the North Bay and Golden Gate Regional Centers, as well as the San Francisco Autism Society of the Bay Area. This is Willard and Tibbs.
Willard and Dibs.
That's a great question. That's a great question.
It's a great question.
That's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
That one gets me every time.
Never gets old. That's all, folks.
The Niners are 4 picks away. 4 picks away here in the second round. Grandy, anything you want to share with who has been selected in the last few minutes?
Well, the last update we gave you was the Seahawks traded up with the Titans to get to the 35th overall pick, the 3rd pick of the second round. They go with the safety, Nick Emanwari out of South Carolina. Yeah. So they liked him. They got a safety to pair with their young secondary up there in Seattle. Cleveland took Quinshon Judkins, an Ohio State running back. A couple of picks later, the Patriots picked the other Ohio State running back, Travion Henderson. In between those 2 picks, Miami traded up with the Raiders to get into pick 37, the 5th pick in the second round. They go with an offensive tackle / guard out of Arizona. Jonah Savinea is the pick for Miami.
Dude, I was waiting on it because I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, I know how I'd pronounce it, but I'm also thinking Grandy's going to have it absolutely dialed and on lock because
I'm not 100%.
It's close enough.
Your homework?
No, Joe Coy.
Savinea.
Joe Coy does an amazing bit on, because I'm assuming, and I don't want to, is the guy Hawaiian? I assume he's, I don't know, but Joe Coy does an unbelievable bit. It's actually, he does a performance
from American Samoa.
Yeah. Okay. He's in Hawaii doing a comedy sketch. And he goes, you people, you're there's too many vowels. It's too many vowels. Your streets, like you get directions, we go down to like they're just like you. There's too many vowels. And so I saw Savanea.
Yep.
And I thought of Joe Coy. There's a lot of vowels going on there.
Yeah, and Key and Peele, of course, with a signature sketch about the same thing.
Yes.
Like LaQuandre and, Quinacia and like all these other ones that they did. The East-West College Bowl sketch. You can Google it. It's pretty funny.
You got to Google it.
Yeah.
So it's going to go Bears, Saints, Bears, Jets, Niners. So certainly when we get to the Niner pick, we'll jump all over it for you. And this is what it's going to be like here. It's 4:37 in the afternoon. Happy Friday. If you're on your way home from work, or if you already got there, or if you're on your way to Tahoe or whatever, do it with us. We promise this off the top, and we're going to be true to form. We're going to be all over the damn place.
All over it.
Okay?
Everywhere.
We're talking about tomorrow night's Game 3. We're watching the Celtics play the Orlando Magic. The pick is in for the Bears. The NFL Draft Round 2 is underway. And don't forget, Bruce Bochy is in town, and he's probably sitting in a dugout near you, getting ready to say hi to some old friends. So,
hey, Mark, this is Boach.
Hey, Boach, I'm good to see him back in the town.
All right, Mark, happy birthday again.
Okay.
Yeah,
thanks.
That was our best 51-second interview ever. That was awesome. For your birthday, your 50th. Boach called in.
Nothing will ever make me laugh more. Oh, my God.
There'll be no questions. I will do 48 seconds. There'll be a couple of and then he's out.
All right, Mark, happy birthday again.
Man, just wanted to be a part of this, but not for too long. So anyway, that was that was one of my most memorable moments in radio ever.
That was a good show. That was a fun show.
Were you at it?
I mean, yes, but I was kind of an audience member.
Good Lord, this is enough with all the people.
Not enough. No. And I actually was working mid-show to see if we couldn't come up with a couple of last minute.
I know you were.
You love John Bloom. And John came on, and I do love John Bloom.
Did my dad call? I can't even remember.
Your dad called?
He called, right?
You had Aaron Oberholzer and John Bloom together.
That's
high school
right.
classmates.
And then
one guy a play-by-play broadcaster with the Phoenix. One guy a PGA golfer, championship golfer.
Now
Golf Channel analyst. Yeah. Brian Bumgarner called in as well. Kevin from The Office.
I remember that.
Yep.
And Boach.
Yep.
Lauren Gold, the keyboardist for The Who. And Chicago, for that matter.
Your dad called in, of course, which was fun.
Did Christy call?
I believe she did.
She did?
Yep.
Okay. It's fun.
Might be somebody else I'm missing, but
I'm sure there is.
And of all the other things that we are tracking, I'm looking at the weather for next Saturday's Kentucky Derby.
Oh God!
And if
we
you
really are all over the place.
Well, And Derby futures, if you're interested in making some bets before the post positions come out, I've got a couple of not long shots, but a couple of mid shots for you as we get closer to the Derby, which is in just under 8 days.
Luther Burden. Luther Burden.
The third.
Yeah. The third.
Okay.
Like Jimmy Butler.
Is he running in the Derby?
No, he's a wide receiver from Missouri, but now he's a Bear.
Okay.
He just went to the Chicago.
That's Luther Burden on the outside.
He might be on the outside.
Yep.
He might be. Boy, that's a... Yeah, receivers already out there.
Oh, he's a hell of a receiver.
I know,
I will just say, I think for
Rome
Niner
Odunze
fans,
and DJ Moore, but anyway, go ahead.
when they went tight end in the first round, too.
Yeah, they did.
I do think the run on running backs and wide receivers early in the second round is good for the Niners because I don't think the Niners are making a pick of those positions
No,
here. So.
defensive tackle. Yep. That's what Greg Cosell said, and he said there's a lot of good ones available, and none of them have gone, and we probably just jinxed it because there's 3 more picks before the Niners pick. But, by the way, since we're on the draft, those of you who have called in on the NBA, stay right where you are. But Damon in the city wanted to talk about Brock Purdy real quick. Hey, Damon, what's up?
What's up, guys? I just wanted to shout that other caller out that called before said he was a Raider fan. He came over to be a Niner.
Yeah.
I like that, man. The Raiders have always been flaky, like an ex-girlfriend that just keeps coming and going. But also just with Purdy, man, I was just thinking, man, and just listening to you earlier, and the theme that I hear the most with Purdy is more so that it's just the going rate, and that's why the Niners got to pay him like 55 or top him out, reset the market is just the going rate. But it's never that, it's just that he was just that good last year. Now the other 2 years before, he was awesome, man. If he didn't have the year before it, if he didn't have last year, I would say pay him, but he gave me just too much pause, too much to think about. He can't play in the rain. He can't play, it's just too much, man. But that was just, my thought right there.
I totally hear you, Damon, but what would you do? Well, I get it. If that's what I'm sort of saying. If someone's like, I'd only pay him 40. Well, that's not an option. You have to pick A or B. A is, let's say, $52 million a year. B is, go find someone else to play QB. You know what I mean? So what would you do?
You don't think that C's on the table to have him play out his 5th year?
Hell no.
Well, not his 5th year, but
his 4th.
You don't think so?
No, if I'm Brock or his agent, there's no way in hell I'm playing football and putting my body on the line when there's that amount of money on the line that I would be risking. No way, no how I'm showing up for camp without a new deal.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way on the other side. Like, man, given last year, there's no way I'm going to pay top dollar when this guy just gave me so much pause. Like, last year was just such a, man, what happened? Like, if last year didn't happen, I'd be all in for Purdy. So, I have been, but last year was like, it was a major setback, and it just made me wonder, like, has this guy hit his ceiling? Has, the defenses, have they figured him out? And have we seen his best days? That's where I'm at. And I don't know. Maybe it's, maybe they play hardball. I don't know. Maybe they throw a curveball. Maybe they brought Mac Jones in there for a reason. I don't know.
But I mean, you want someone else playing quarterback then?
I want Purdy, but not at a top end price.
Yeah.
He's shown that without his elite guys, he's not the same Purdy that he was the past 2 years.
Yeah.
So if you pay him all that money, then what?
Damon, I get it. I get it. I just don't see what the in emergency break glass way of doing this is.
And I also think that he's getting blamed at a greater rate than he should for the team's failures. And they were 6-11. He was 6-9. So the 2 games that he didn't play, they lost. And so you can pin that on him. One game he was hurt. One game they said, well, it's over, so you're not going to play. But if you look at all his metrics, there aren't a lot of them that you look at and say, oh my God, that's galling. Oh. His interception rate was slightly higher than the average, but QBR, quarterback rating, yards per game, yards per completion, all the rest of it, he's mostly in the top 10 in all of those metrics. So was he as good as the year before? Well, of course not. The year before was one of the greatest years of individual quarterbacking we've ever seen.
I also think, though, when people say he's shown that he's not as good without all of his guys, I'm like, hang on a second. Didn't Juwan Jennings suddenly turn into a 1,000-yard receiver? I mean, that Rams game was the game, the one early in the season was the game where they were hampered most in terms of who they were missing, and I thought it was his best game of the year. I thought it was his best game of the year. So I can look at it more and say, I think the 49ers were hampered with a lot of their guys not being good. And does that bring Brock down a notch? Maybe a notch, but it sounds to some of you like you're dropping him about 3 or 4 notches, and I don't agree with that.
Well, even if you want to drop him 3 or 4 notches, and if you want to, like the caller said, have him play on his 4th-year option, he's not going to. And if you want to pay him the Sam Darnold contract, which is 3 years and $100 million,
won't do it.
He's not gonna sign that. So really, what are we talking about? Now, if you want him to be your starter, and they do, and John and Jed and Kyle, they've never said anything other than, we believe in Brock, we want Brock to be here as long as we're here. I don't believe that they're like selling whoop tickets, and I don't believe that they're lying. So if they really believe that, well, then there's a price of what it costs to keep a quarterback who you really, really like, and it's more than Darnold, and it's more than Geno Smith. Maybe it's not as much as Trevor Lawrence or Burrow or whatever other fresh deal is out there, but it's somewhere north of $40 million a year. It's probably north of $45 million a year.
Yeah, it's actually probably still north of 50.
Wherever it is,
I think.
Wherever it is, it doesn't start with a th. So everybody who wants to start it with a th, Sam Darnold's in the th, Geno Smith is in the th. 2 years for Geno, 3 for Sam. If you want to give Brock 3 years, it's going to start with a th. Either a fo or a fi. Probably not a s, but it's going to start with a th.
There's a lot going on right now.
Just consonants.
I know.
Combinations.
What is going on here?
Scaring Grandy a little bit. 888-957-9570. Let's see. Oh, God, another quarterback just went. It's not Shador. What do we got, Grandy?
Tyler Shuck just went off the board.
Shuck. That's Louisville's quarterback.
Spelled Shough, pronounced Shuck.
Boy, that
and don't worry, I know this for sure because he began his career at Oregon.
Yeah, but New Orleans is going to take about as long to pronounce that correctly as we did Pajemski.
That's a good point.
Yeah, that's going to be Tyler Shough and Show and Shoe.
Shug.
Ain't nobody getting to Shuck. That's going to take a year. He's going to have to win some games before you get your name pronounced correctly.
He plays in prime time. He's going to be Shug Knight immediately.
He went from Oregon to Texas Tech and then to Louisville. He is a New Orleans Saint now. And then right after the Saints, the Chicago Bears have traded their pick. The Buffalo Bills are on the clock. It goes Bills, Jets, then Niners.
Bills, Jets, Niners. Okay, we're
I
2
don't
picks
know
away.
the young man, nor do I know his father, but my heart is breaking a little bit for Shador Sanders because he went from, think about 2 years ago when Colorado was like they were everything.
Yeah.
Deion's got this program humming, and his kid is amazing. And even coming out of last year, it's like Shador Sanders, he might be top 5.
Why do you feel bad for him, though?
Because when you have expectations in your life, when you have been built up to be something, and you're in a spot where he can't control his future, and you're sitting there, and I would imagine he's somewhere on a couch with his various siblings and his family
exactly
members.
Where he is. He built a room for the draft and has cameras everywhere and had it all filmed yesterday. I'm not taking shots at him.
I just feel bad.
But I don't. And not because he
cold-hearted.
No, it's not because he did anything wrong. I think that things like this work out the way that they're supposed to. I don't feel bad for you because you're not a first-round draft pick. You'll probably be a second or a third one. You're fine. You're fine, and you earned what you got, and I don't know what led you here. I don't know if it was your tape or your interviews or whatever, but you're here because you're here. Like, teams are not discriminating against him. I would feel bad if they were passing on him for the wrong reasons, but you don't have this many teams needing quarterbacks, and they're all passing on him, and they don't have a reason. They're not just like, I'm not taking that guy.
No, they have a reason, but they might be wrong and they might be right. I just feel bad for the young man.
But if they're wrong, then you Brock Purdy this thing. You're fine. He's going to get picked, and he's going to get his opportunity. And you know what? He might go to a better team now.
Can I spend 30 seconds on a 60-year-old reference just because it's a Friday?
Fire away, dog.
The Brady Bunch. Peter throws that birthday party and no one shows up. This is what it feels like to me. Shadur Sanders is somewhere in a room with cameras, and one by one relatives are like, oh, hold on, Shadur, I got to take this phone call. And it's like, one by one, they're leaving the room.
Well, they're like, I only booked one night, Shadur. Do I need to wait? The room is still open again on Friday?
And the Saints are on the clock, and it's like, they need a quarterback, and you're a quarterback, and they take some guy named Shuck. Allegedly.
By the way, Tyler Shuck, 3 months older than Brock Purdy, and they actually grew up together in Arizona.
Oh, how about that?
He'll be 26 in September.
Shuck and Brock.
Tyler Shuck will be. Tyler and Brock, dude.
There's a buddy comedy.
Also, on Shadur Sanders, at least he will always have his jersey retired at Colorado for 2 above-average seasons. Congrats.
Yeah.
Wow, that was a conference rival comment.
We call that a Roger Federer.
No longer a compliment.
That was a backhand compliment. 15 love, Grandy up the line, Roger Federer. Thank you.
Buffalo Bills did move up to take a defensive tackle. Oh, see, Grandy, did you want him? That's TJ Sanders out of South Carolina, defensive tackle, just got taken 2 picks ahead of the Niners.
I like the player.
I like the pick.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of him. Anyway.
Rosso liked him. He did mention him by name.
Good. I'm glad Greg liked him. Yeah. I've still never heard of him. Anyway, the worst part for Shadur Sanders is not just that he hasn't been picked, it's the teams who have decided to not pick him. So think about what's happened here. The Titans took a quarterback.
Yeah.
The Giants, they took a quarterback. The Saints took a quarterback. And the Browns have had 87 picks and not taken a quarterback. Who the hell still wants a quarterback? So if you're going to, this is the way I think about it. I'm not worried about Shadur. His family is bajillionaires and he's going to get picked and he's going to have an NFL career. He's fine. But the point is who's actually going to pick him in the light of, we want you to come in and be our quarterback. Once you get past round 2, you're sort of like, let's take that guy and just kind of stash him on the bench and see what happens. And I think that's kind of where we're heading. I don't know how many teams are left that are looking for somebody to come in and play pretty soon. Because the Saints took one, the Giants took one, the Titans took one, and the Browns, through multiple picks, seem disinterested. The Steelers are still out there. I've heard that rumor for a while. And I don't know what the hell they're doing, and Aaron Rodgers and blah, blah, blah.
The Jets, am I missing?
They think Justin Fields is going to be their quarterback this year.
Thank you.
So I don't like.
The Niners, 2 picks away? I mean.
Don't do it. Yeah, I did like that.
Couldn't get Shuck.
or Jive.
Or Brock.
Anyway, I don't like that's what I think's going on here that's interesting is there's nobody that's lining up to think that maybe Shadur might play for them this year. He could be on their team. But who thinks he's going to play this year? Those teams are running out.
Right.
How many do we got left?
I'm just looking at the list, and I don't know if I can think of a one. I mean, the Raiders have Geno Smith, so that might be a team that would, use a second-round pick to draft him and
maybe
draft and stash. I don't know.
But that's my point. He's quickly becoming draft and stash, not draft and play.
Yeah. Well, this draft class is not good anyway, outside of Cam Ward. I mean,
You mean at quarterback?
Correct.
Yeah.
So,
or maybe it is. I'm not going to act like I know what these guys are all going to do. I remember the year that it was the greatest quarterback draft of all time, and they all stunk. One of them's names was Trey Lance.
That's hurtful.
No, they were all at least disappointing. Trevor Lawrence, I don't know if he's bad, but disappointing, right? A little disappointing.
Of late, yeah. Of late.
Mac Jones, Trey Lance, Justin Fields,
that's a Niner now.
Everything.
Careful.
Well, but disappointing. All first top 15 picks, and nobody's been able to do their thing, right? All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good, and we want to be here for the Niners' next pick, which is not far off. So stay right where you are. We'll have the pick. We'll get back to some Dubs talk here in the 5 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, 1 hour to go in this week, but I tell you what, we're going to jump right into this. Julian Peterson, Niner great, is going to make the announcement the Niners about to make a second-round selection.
Bay Area! Bay Area! Bang, bang, 49ers. With the 43rd pick in the 2025 class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins, D-tackle, Texas.
Alfred Collins, defensive tackle from Texas. Jed York had tweeted moments ago, he's sort of tipping, at least positionally, he's tipping what the Niners are going to do, because he wrote so many choices, wonder what we're going to do here, #trenches. Which is the same thing he did yesterday when he's like, Robert Saleh's back in the building, ladies and gentlemen, #trenches. And so far, 2 new defensive linemen for the San Francisco 49ers. Alfred Collins out of Texas.
6'6", 332, Mark. And according to ESPN, he is a massive and versatile defensive lineman with excellent length. He can line up anywhere along the D-line. He stacks tackles, guards, and centers. So he takes the offensive line and just stacks them. You know, center, you go here, then we'll put a guard there, and then we'll put a tackle on top. I'm going to stack all of you. He stacks them. He has some upside as a pass rusher, too. When he's at his best, he shoots his hands, and he works off his punch. He's a powerful edge rusher and gets his hands up. He had 7 passes defended in 2024.
I think that scouting blurbs are easily the funniest things in sports media.
No, they're awesome.
He shoots his hands?
Yep.
What the hell does that mean? I hope it doesn't mean what it sounds like.
Sounds like a superpower.
Yeah, it sounds like somebody who's a little reckless with a gun. He shoots his hands? What are we talking about here?
I've never met Murray back to pass. Collins' hand has flown off. Oh, it hits Kyler Murray. He shot his hands.
I mean, yeah, like after the Niners camp last year, too soon. I'm sorry. I don't want anything getting shot anymore.
According to NFL.com, and I'll give you the good news followed by the bad news, strengths, A+ body type, responds instantly to mirror lateral steps by blockers, widens his base, and sets his anchor to beat back double teams.
He responds immediately to a mirror?
Instantly to mirror the lateral steps by blockers.
I thought he liked to look at himself.
So if the blocker's like sliding left because we're going left, he will respond instantly. He's at his best when he's allowed to stack blocks and man his gaps. The NFL comparison from Lance Zierlein, Javon Kinlaw.
No.
Javon Kinlaw.
Oh, for crap sake.
According to Lance Zierlein, he was projected round 2. His comp is Javon Kinlaw. So
better not be.
I'm just reporting what I've learned here on the internet.
Yep.
But, I mean, we can be excited about 6'6", 332.
No, I'm not going to be excited about anything.
Oh, I'm excited.
No, I'm not.
I like the player.
What is this?
I like the pick.
I love it. This is our great draft analysis. He's 332 pounds. Right. He's a football player on the defensive line. What we get? Oh, we got a D tackle. He's 215. Well, that's a bad pick. They're all going to be big dudes.
332 is bigger than a big dude. Good luck trying to run against this Niner team. All Alfred Collins has to do is just, I don't know, fall down. You can't get through the A-gap now.
You know my analysis. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
He's got great arm length. 34 and 5/8, Mark. Right. I like the arm length. I like the player.
Maybe. It might be good.
Niners are killing this draft. Yeah. I'm with you.
It's my favorite.
Possibly.
NFL.com has him graded as eventually will be an average starter. That's their grade. So you got that going for you.
Every year in the NFL draft, this is what's coming up this weekend. You're going to have a bunch of dudes with slick hair come out and tell you that they love what blank team did this weekend. And usually that blank team is a team that has a bunch of high picks and will again next year. If I had $1 for every time, I love what the Jets did, Bob. Oh, do you? When's the last time they turned that into a good season? I love what they did, Bill. Meantime, I got buckets of people on my phone telling me that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch suck out loud at drafting, yet their team goes to the playoffs all the time and wins football games in the playoffs. So, okay. Keep that analysis up. Keep it up.
Yep.
I love what the Browns did this weekend. Oh, I love it. You wait. You watch and see what the Browns do this year. Okay.
Well, the Browns have been to the playoffs fairly recently. The Jets, it's been since 2010. The Jets are 14 straight seasons with no playoff appearance, which is the longest in the three major sports, I believe.
Can we go out to the Boxer and Gerson work injury attorney's text line for a moment?
Of course. I like the texter. I like the take.
262. Has Brock ever had a game-winning fourth quarter drive? I don't know. Which one in last year's playoffs do you like better? This is what...
2 years ago now, but I'm with you.
Right, a year, meaning...
I'm with you, yeah.
Right, like 2024.
Yeah.
20 playoffs 2024.
Sure.
Did you like the Packer one? Or did you like the 17-point deficit against the Detroit Lions? Which one did you like better? Which one is your favorite? Are we going to come back next year and do this again? Has Brock ever done anything good in an NFL game? I don't know. Which trip to the NFC title game did you like the most? Which one was it?
The one that they won, Mark.
Yes, me too. The one where his arm stayed attached to his body. I preferred that one.
I'm seeing 2 fourth quarter comebacks in the regular season and 1 in the postseason with 3 postseason game-winning drives.
Well, how could they only have 1? And they were down in the fourth quarter against both the Packers and the Lions in back-to-back weeks. They won both games.
Fourth quarter. Were they down in that one?
Yes.
In the fourth quarter,
He got the ball with 5 minutes to go. They were down, I think, 24-21.
Yeah, they were down 21-14 at the end of 3.
No, to the Packers.
Yeah.
They were down with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, so he's got 3 in the postseason and 2 in the regular year.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
Thank you.
1 against the Raiders, of course, in 2023.
I was at that game.
And then the 1 against Tampa in a game they had no business trailing to begin with.
Right.
And that was last year when they had to dig deep to beat Tampa on the road.
Yep.
And then the win over the Cowboys in his first playoff run, 19-12.
Okay.
And then, Green Bay and Detroit back-to-back.
If you want your NFL draft fix to continue, then make sure that you keep it locked at 6 o'clock as soon as we're done. And we'll have much more on the draft as the picks keep on coming in. But they're really going to get hot and heavy with it coming up at 6 o'clock with the draft show with Mark Grandy and Sterling Bennett. 6 to 10 tonight, all the way up till 10 o'clock. It's a late Friday night for you, Grandy. We get some sleep. Sleep in tomorrow. Day 2, they've already gotten a defensive tackle here in the second round. At the moment, they've got 2 third-round picks that are still ahead tonight. Who knows what they'll do, though? Could trade up. Anything could happen at any moment. So stay right here. Mykel Williams, edge rusher, was the first-round pick yesterday. The guys will have all of the instant reaction up until 10 o'clock tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. All right. And then Jimmy Butler is sounding, I don't know if the word is probable. He's not listed as probable. He's listed as questionable. But both of us feeling very optimistic after the fact that Steve Kerr came out today and said that he was relatively, this is the quote, relatively optimistic that Jimmy Butler will play. That affected the Vegas line. It went up right away. I don't know. How we feeling? How we feeling in this moment? A potentially somewhat compromised, but seemingly likely suited up Jimmy Butler. Game 3 energy, to me, is always a thing. You switch the arenas. First home playoff game of the year. First home playoff game for some of the young guys, Quentin Post, etc. Brandon Pajemski. Crowd favored in the Warriors' direction. And all of the talk about physicality. How we feeling about tomorrow night? Not a must-have, but they don't get a lot bigger. They don't get a lot bigger than this.
Pretty big. Yeah. I mean, it's easy to say that you just want to go out there and get a split. But if you get the split, that would mean you would need to win 2 of the final 3, and 2 of those potential 3 would be in Houston. So you'd have to either win Game 5 and 6 or win Game 6 and 7. Either way, if you split at home, you know you have to win in Houston one more time. If you win Game 3 and 4 at home, you don't have to worry about going to Houston and win. You just have to worry about winning in Game 6 also at home. So they are big to that extent. Now, if Jimmy Butler's able to go at all, I do believe he's going to be able to go full on. I don't think that he'll be limited. He may have one of those pads that Steph Curry's been wearing that will protect his posterior in case of a fall, a little bit of an extra cushion. And there's ways that you can, numb it up and get some of that feel good to where the pain will be lessened for the 2.5 hours you're out there.
No doubt about that. Jimmy Butler is Jimmy Butler. Like, you don't get nicknames Playoff Jimmy just by making buckets. I know that's his nickname, but hell, come on. Just look at Jimmy's face. You can tell this dude's tough as nails. And so Steve has already said it. He wants to play through everything. And now the fact that the Warriors have seemingly put a little bit of an expectation on this, I think that we're going to see him out there. And then you wonder where it goes from here. And this is something we talked about. You and I got into it a little bit at the crossover a few days ago. I don't think it's interesting after that conversation, the way this played out, because it started with concern with regard to Warriors getting hurt. That's where that conversation started. And I don't think Houston, by any stretch, is going out and purposefully injuring people. Then again, you think the Amen Thompson foul was dirty. And if I'm Houston, how am I approaching this game tomorrow night? Even if Jimmy is out there, I know that he's ailing.
Right.
I know that he's in pain. We've already been grabbing Steph Curry at every single turn. So I don't know, man. Once again, all eyes on the officials to sort of see the tone that they set and how much physicality is allowed.
Well, even beyond like dirty play and physicality, if I'm Dylan Brooks and I'm on Jimmy Butler and Jimmy Butler gets the ball against me back to the basket in the mid post, I'm taking my forearm and I'm putting it right in the small of his back. Yeah. And I'm going to try to root him out. And I'm not just going to straight up try to elbow him or punch him in the back, but I'm going to be physical. And if I'm physical, I'm going to be physical where I know that he's already hurting. And that's not dirty. That's just professional sports. And you know this from anytime an NFL player has an injury, you're going to go at that injury and you're going to try to exploit that injury the best you can. And if you've got a batter in MLB who has been recently hit on the hand and maybe he missed a week or two and it's a big time game, a big playoff game, first thing you're going to do, you're going to come inside with a fastball. You're not going to try to hit a guy necessarily, but you're going to make that person a little bit uncomfortable knowing that they're probably going to be favoring that injury. So I would look for that. If Jimmy Butler plays, you know that they're going to try to go at the small of his back.
All right, we're taking Warrior phone calls the rest of the evening here in the 5 o'clock hour. If you want to get in, this is your chance. 888-957-9570. Give us a call right now. We'll take your calls right now. 888-957-9570. It's also a huge moment in the life and career of Mark Grandy, so we want to let him have it. Yes, there were some NFC West picks, but especially one of them is incredibly special to him. Let's bring in Mark Grandy for this huge moment.
Well, this is more so just about the NFC West teams.
Oh, sure it is.
The Rams and Cardinals picking back-to-back 46th and 47th overall. The Rams going with Terrence Ferguson, tight end out of Oregon. And I'm upset that he's a Ram. And the Cardinals going with what many people thought the best cornerback in the draft, but he fell because of knee issues. Will Johnson, the corner out of Michigan, he goes to the Cardinals.
He finally goes. You know, some people were actually just hitting me up on social media as that pick approached for the Niners, saying, would you go Will Johnson? He's still on the board. And my answer was, it's never what I would do because I'm not going to act like I've scouted all of these players. I just think it's very evident going into this draft. And I actually think if you now turn around and look in the rear view, I think some of the decisions the 49ers made as far as letting people go like Leonard Floyd it is because of who was going to be available in this draft. I think a lot of people have looked at it like they got to get They got to get some defensive linemen because they let linemen go. I think they let linemen go because they knew they were going to get some guys in this draft. It has been the position of the most depth in this draft all along. And so picks 1 and 2 fit right into that idea.
And you are hoping that you do better than you did with Javon Kinlaw, for example. And I know that the player they took, Alfred Collins, was comped to Javon Kinlaw, according to NFL.com, which is not necessarily an enthusiastic endorsement for a 49er fan. But you hope that you get both of these picks right, because you mentioned Leonard Floyd, great against the pass, not so good against the run. Javon Hargrave, an expensive free agent acquisition who wasn't great, and when he wasn't great, he was hurt for a lot of the time. And the rest of your depth was really thin. And I think you're right to an extent where you're going to make changes anyway, and you got into a spot where you're going to have to let some guys go. And you look at this draft, and yeah, defensive tackles and edge rushers are flying off the board. And I'm just looking at the second round, and you've had 2 edges and 2 D tackles go just today. And if you go back to yesterday, I'm seeing 4 edges that were taken and I believe 6 defensive tackles. So of the 40 picks, roughly, more than 10 of those have been edges and D tackles. So you're right. It's been a deep draft at the top for those positions.
Definitely heavy. Absolutely heavy. So I would actually expect that the 49ers are probably not done yet with regard to that position. I think some other things will start getting sprinkled in again right now. They have 2 more picks tonight, but they're both in round 3. Who knows? Could move up at any moment. But right now, you're looking at a couple of picks later on in the evening for the 49ers as round 2 continues to unfold. The Houston Texans currently on the clock with pick 48, and the pick is in. We'll continue to sprinkle in the names as they come through. And if you're just joining us, no, Shedeur Sanders still has not had his name come off the board. Pick 48 about to be made. And I'm pretty sure it won't be him because it's the Houston Texans.
Yeah, and they like their quarterback. They like the pick that they made, and they like the player. Circling back to your Jimmy Butler conversation about Jimmy Butler and his injury and whether or not he will play, I'm looking at his playoff game log, and I don't believe he has ever... Well, I see one playoff game, actually, in 2023 that he didn't play, and that's it. He's played in 121 playoff games, and it was game 2 against the Knicks back in 2023 where he didn't play. So Jimmy Butler, if at any possible stop or any possible way that he can get out there and give it a go, he's going to play. And so for Steve Kerr to say what he said earlier today, I agree with you, Mark. I do think that he will be out there and play.
So 888-957-9570. How we feeling, Warrior fans? We'll take your calls. 888-957-9570 is the number. And also, long conversation earlier today with regard to the physicality in this series. And here's what kind of the message that I threw out there. I think, and especially now, it's not the day after a game. So today is a good day to take a breath. Take a breath. And don't do what I keep hearing a lot of Warrior fans do, which is make it sound like the Warriors are just flat innocent and the Rockets are big, mean, awful people, and the referees have some agenda against the Warriors, and only the Rockets are being physical, and somehow they're getting away with murder. Now, do I think that the physicality is an advantage for the Rockets? I think it leans in their direction, yes. I also think that if the officials call something a little bit loose and they allow a lot, yes, I do think that that's advantageous for the Rockets. But in general, look, these percentages are small, but I buy this. I do think officials, they're human beings, so the tendency is to get a little bit caught up in the home environment of a game. And so if you want to take a step away from the frustration of game 2 and feel better, the Warriors came out of Houston with what they needed, and that was a split. And I very much, after all of this talk about dirty and grabbing Steph, I look forward to seeing what this looks like at Chase Center. Because my hunch is it's going to look better than it did in Houston. And so I think the Warriors, if Jimmy plays, are in a good spot tomorrow night.
I do too, and I do think a lot of it comes down to how the game is officiated, and we'll know tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. if you're into it. Just go to NBA ref assignments. They posted at 6 in the morning. If you're into it like I am, which is probably nobody, you look at the refs, and then you go to NBA ref stats, and you can look at the refs who are on the crew, and you get a good idea of how the game likely will be called. And I told everybody before game 2, it was a crew that refereed the game that calls fewer fouls than the average, and they skew toward the home team more so than the majority of refs in the association. So depending on who you get as a crew can determine a lot. Then we look at the game you've been referencing, Detroit and New York last night. They called 50 fouls in that game. 28 on Detroit, 22 on New York. In that series, they've called 138 fouls in 3 games, which is 46 a game. And
they're just beating the hell out of each other.
They are, and the refs are forced to officiate it in a different way. So 46 fouls a game in that series. The average so far through 19 games is 37.2 fouls per game. What does it mean for the Warriors? Well, Warriors and Rockets have had 33 fouls and 35 fouls, so below the average, which I believe favors the Rockets. If you allow physicality and you allow them to restrict Steph Curry, and if you reward physical play, aggressive play, I think that plays into the Rockets' hands.
I agree with you on that. Yeah, I absolutely do. 888-957-9570 is the number. Going to go out to the phones momentarily. If you're just joining us, the Niners have made another pick tonight. Alfred Collins, defensive tackle out of Texas. That was the 43rd pick in the draft. The Texans are currently making the 48th pick in the draft. Right now, if no changes are made, the 49ers are next scheduled to pick at the 75th pick in the draft. So still a good solid 27 picks away before they are currently scheduled to select again. Let's go out to the phones. 888-957-9570. Ricardo in Oakland. Hi, Ricardo. Thanks for calling.
How's it going, guys? Here's my take, man. Little frustrated at the home fans. This one goes out to all the people who got tickets who are going to the game tomorrow. We got a home opener of the playoffs, 2025. We got a chance for ring number 5. Now, of course, the Oracle's no longer happening, and I got to get beyond that. Chase Center, I've been there many times, and the vibe's different. Everybody knows it. Nobody talks about it, but it's been quiet in there all season. It was quiet in there last season, and I think it's having an impact. If you look at our home record of the last couple of seasons, we're about 500 at home. That is not acceptable to the Warrior standards for the last decade at home. And I think it has to do with the vibration of the people that are going to these games. For everybody out there listening who's got tickets that are going tomorrow, it's time to step it up, man. It's time to get off the phones. It's time to stand up, and let's get loud. Starting from the tip-off, please. I'm outside the stadium freaking out on fans. Like, we got to bring it a little bit harder, people. I know it's a different thing. It is in Oakland, but Chase Center, people, man, we got to get loud at home. People are even starting to talk about it on the network, man. The home network guys are mentioning the vibe's different. The Oracle roar isn't quite there. Let's come in tomorrow. It's bring it. Let's get loud from the tip. I want to hear defense every time we're on defense. And let's just step it up a notch, man. We got to protect home court. It starts tomorrow. Ring number 5, we got a shot. Let's do this.
Ricardo, thanks. I don't mind the sentiment at all. I do think there were some factual errors in there. The Warriors are not a 500 team at home over the last few years.
You know what they are over the last 4 years?
Well, I know one year they were significantly over 500 because they won 44 or 46 games and barely won a road game all year. That was 2 seasons ago.
Yep.
So they must have been incredible at home. I know they were 24-17 this year.
Yep.
They were exactly the same home and road this year.
Championship year, 31-10.
Okay.
The year after that, 33-8.
Yep.
They were 11-30 on the road, to your point.
Yep.
That was the year that you're referring to.
Yeah, the year they lost to the Lakers in the playoffs.
Correct.
Yep.
Last year they were 21-20, so that's maybe what the caller is talking about. This year they were 24-17.
Yeah, 24-17.
In totality, 109-55 over the last 4, which is about 66%.
Okay, but his point
is very well made.
His point is well taken, and I'd argue Ain't nothing you can do about that. This is the way it is in 2025 whenever there's a new building, okay? Like, go over to Oracle Park for the Giants. There's not going to be any Dodger fans fighting with Giants fans. Hell, when the Dodgers are in town, half the building is Dodgers fans, as opposed to getting beers thrown at them the way that you used to do at the Stick. This is just the way it is. It's the corporate dollar. It's very expensive. It's a different environment. However, all of that said, I don't mind Ricardo's point at all, which is, dude, if I got tickets to the game tomorrow night, like, tip-off's going to be about 5:35, 5:40. I mean, I don't know, man. It's Saturday. Get your butt down there, get some food, get in your seat at tip-off, and be engaged. And I know we're shouting into the wind because he's like, put your phones down. I say that 87 times a night in my own house, and it doesn't work. So very, very easy to say, hard to do, but sentiment well taken.
It is, and I do think beyond the new building and the new money and the fact that I'm just looking at ESPN secondary market, tickets as low as $206. So if you just want to get in there, you're looking at $200, and that's 2 tickets be $400 plus parking's another $100, as you and I know. And so now we're $5 deep, which prices out a lot of people. And we do know this also, Mark, 2 things. One, people who have more means tend to be less passionate about their sports than people with less means. And the other piece of it is, this is kind of old hat. If you watched the Oklahoma City Thunder and their home games, they give out those blue shirts, and it was about a 97% blue shirt wearing crowd. The Warriors will give out shirts tomorrow for the first home game, and you'll see about half the crowd putting the shirt on because it's not new anymore.
No, it's also California. This is how it is. It's just different. We can fight it. We can be mad about it all you want. But look, I watched this with the Boston Red Sox. For years, they had the curse of the Bambino. Then they won the World Series a couple of times, and it just is like, it's just blasé. Like, all of a sudden, it's got an attitude now that, I mean, I'm not showing up for a wild card playoff game, only if I won the division. You know what I mean? It just changes. And we have to wear that. We're fans of a team that is on the back end of a dynasty. It changes you. It just does.
Yep.
Your passion kind of it chills out a little bit.
It's just not new anymore. You know, in that first year when it was Roracle and they won 67 games in the regular season, and they'd been to the playoffs 2 years in a row, but this time it felt like they could go on a run.
Yeah.
And every single person in that building was there half an hour before. You're doing the Warriors chant before. Everyone's wearing the shirt because you had that hunger. Hard to have the hunger now.
No doubt. No doubt. Demetrius Knight, linebacker from South Carolina, goes to the Cincinnati Bengals.
That's a steal.
It's actually a reach.
Whatever. It's what I do.
Whoever.
I was going to say it was a reach for the next pick. I'm kind of going steal, reach.
We're at pick 50.
Okay.
It's the Seahawks. We will keep you up to date. Jackie in Palo Alto next on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jackie.
Hey, guys. So first I want to start by saying I'm old. And so
okay.
My idea maybe this old person on the porch yelling at the air. But the thing I love about basketball, and why I'm a fan of Michael Jordan and Steph and Kareem and Magic, is because I like the artistry of basketball. And when it gets to a point of, well, we don't have the artistry to keep up with your artistry, so let's just start beating you up, I lose faith in the game. And until the league decides that taking the artistry out of the game during the playoffs is a priority, then it doesn't matter if Draymond is doing it or, whoever, Baines is doing it. You're just taking away the beauty of the game, to me. That's all.
Yeah, Jackie.
You're not wrong, Jackie.
Not wrong, but it's also interesting because if we just bring up the Showtime Lakers, we're not really telling the whole story. I mean,
Kurt Rambis?
Well, yeah, you're not going to go, absolutely.
Michael Cooper, right?
You're not going back to the 80s and telling me that basketball was artistry. Basketball back then, easily more physical than it is now. I don't even know how the hell you could argue it, right? And it was only a handful of years after that the Bad Boys Pistons literally had the Jordan rules. And all they did, you think Steph gets held? Jordan got punched. He got knocked to the ground when he left the ground. He was brought back down. So I totally hear what you're saying, Jackie. I get it. I think that setting that tone by the league and by the refs is very important. I think it's also very difficult to do, but physicality in the playoffs is not new in the NBA.
It's not, and I do believe that the league has gone a long way. Some would say even too far to protect offense and allow offensive players to have more freedom. And I just, as she was making the call, I was thinking about the lowest scoring games I remember in the NBA Finals, and the Spurs beat the Cavs in 2007, 75-72.
Wow.
Where was the artistry in that series? And you had Hall of Fame players in Duncan and Ginobili and Parker, and yet the game back then was more physical and it was a lot slower of a game.
What was the final score? Game 7, Lakers-Celtics, Kobe's last championship over Kevin Garnett's Celtics. What was the final score of that basketball game? Sasha Vujicic's free throws.
Look at you.
Yeah.
I've got a game in that series at 89-67.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
But what was game 7?
That might have been, I'm looking at the series, it was 4-3 Lakers. Game 7 was 83-79.
There you go.
Game 6 was 89-67. And in that series, only twice did a team reach 100 points. Lakers in game 1.
Damn.
Celtics in game 2. You had 96 over 89, 92 over 86, 89-67 in game 6.
Okay, so
yes.
the artistry of the Los Angeles Lakers, and I know that's a different generation of Laker basketball than you know what our caller is talking about. But this is Kobe Bryant's Lakers. I don't think people remember that the way that it actually was. Like the Lakers and the Celtics, and nobody, and this is Kobe and Kevin Garnett,
Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen, three Hall of Famers.
Nobody could get to 100 points.
Right.
A lot of games nobody got to 90, and some games nobody got to 70. Like holy crap.
Yeah.
So I just think this is the playoffs. It will work itself out. It's going to work itself out. Believe me, whoever these three jamokes who get
that was unnecessary.
Whoever they are,
that was out of bounds.
You're right, but whoever they are, they're going to have a conversation about this tomorrow. They know. They're fully aware of Dylan and Draymond and Amen Thompson and everything else that has taken place in this series and what they need to look out for. We'll see how they do.
Yep, and we'll see who they are that get the assignments, and you can rest assured, one man. The one ref who calls the fewest fouls in the association, well, he's working tonight, Mark Davis. So you don't have to worry about Mark Davis flying out for tomorrow's game. And Ed Malloy is also working tonight. David Guthrie, who called nothing.
Where's your boy Zarba?
Zarby has the night off.
Oh,
could be Zars.
If he comes to town, you got to go see him.
Dude, there's no doubt. I'll show up early. I might wear my stripes. If Zarba gets the game in game 4 Monday and I will be there, I will don the shirt.
You better do more than don the shirt.
I'll bring the whistle.
Bring a poster of Zarbs and hold it up in the stands. See if you can get it signed. It's Friday.
Yeah.
It's 5:35.
I don't know what you're leading to.
Yeah, you do.
Do I?
You do.
Is it?
Kurt in Hayward Hills. Hello, Kurt.
Hey, the best sports boys in the Bay Area, fellas.
Kurt.
Hey, fellas. Hey, you know, Jimmy. What about Jimmy? You know what? Jimmy's a tough hombre. And believe it or not, he's going to play tomorrow. And as far as him getting clipped, listen, fellas, I studied that clip left to right in slow motion. And Jimmy was up in the air with the ball. He was coming down, and Thompson clipped him. Thompson should have been thrown out of the game. He clipped him he went right into him when he was in the air, and he landed on his back. And Thompson He should have been thrown out. He did that on purposely. And to beat these guys, we got to be tough. Toughness is going to beat this young-ass team. Young punk team, I should say.
You're all right, Kurt. You're all right.
Well, what about Dylan? And what about Dylan insulting Green? We're going to let him get away with that? Hey, Dylan, let me tell you something. If you came around my neighborhood, I hope you're listening. If you came in my neighborhood, I'll make a phone call and we'll have you busted up.
Wow.
That's for sure, Dylan, if you came around our neighborhood, all right?
Oh, this is
one phone call.
That's a flagrant one.
Kurt Hayward Hills with a live threat to Dylan Brooks on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. That's right. And I can back it up, brother, for sure. Okay? That's for sure.
I believe you.
And what about the 49ers? What about the 49ers?
What about him?
What about our boy Purdy?
What about him?
Let me tell you about him. Purdy is our boy, and they should sign him and give him this deal, 3 years, $50 million. And that's the deal they should give her. And we got our boy back. Richard, I told him to bring our boy back. Hey! Defense is going to be a tough team to beat. Nobody's going to run on us. I can tell you that right now with our boy back. So to beat this Houston, we got to beat toughness, and that's how we're going to beat them. And you know, this coach of Houston, he's got it out for us. I see why. Hey, this boy lost to us in a championship game in Game 6 in Boston, so he's got it out for us. Guess what, coach of Houston? You're going down tomorrow. Down, boys.
Hey, Kurt, what would you say if Dylan Brooks did show up in your neighborhood?
What would I say?
What would you say?
We're gonna kick his ass. That's what I would say.
Not quite what I was going for.
I mean, after you kick his ass, what would you then tell him? Where would you tell him that he would need to go?
Houston, you're going down tomorrow. Down.
All right. Okay, Kurt. Kurt. Hey, Kurt, will you please yell, get out of here?
You show up in the neighborhood. What would I say? What would you say?
All right. This isn't working.
Get out of here!
What is going on here?
How about you and I finish the call the way you wanted it? I'll be Kurt and you be you.
Dude. That's what you say if Dylan Brooks shows up in your neighborhood.
Kick his ass! Well, after you kick his ass, Kurt, then what would you say?
What was that, sir?
Oh, God.
Sorry? You want a Band-Aid?
Kurt's cruising around threatening to kick Dylan Brooks' ass.
I mean, it's so great. On the YouTube, chat, Patrick McCaw fan club. Get out of here. Yes, we tried. We tried, audience members. We tried.
God, we tried.
We need it on a Friday.
You're right, brother.
Yeah, we thought that the lead-in was perfect.
I thought we had it.
Yeah.
I thought we had it, but look, similar to the Warriors in game number 2, you can't win all the games. You can't win all of them.
No, you can't. I mean, you can try like heck, and you put your teammates in position to succeed, but, Buddy Hield threw an alley-oop to Jimmy Butler, ill-advised, and Jimmy got swatted at the cup in game 1.
Boston's threatening to win all the games. They are up 11 in Orlando, early third quarter. Bucks, Pacers tied at 26 at the end of one quarter. And also round 2 of the NFL draft continues to unfold. The Warriors at this point still 23 picks away
in
Niners,
you
round 3.
mean, yep.
Yes, I'm sorry. The Niners.
Yep.
Niners already grabbed a defensive tackle earlier in round 2, Alfred Collins out of Texas. If you need more on the NFL draft, as soon as we're done at 6 o'clock, keep it locked right here, 6 to 10 tonight, the draft show. Mark Grandy, Sterling Bennett, they will have everything for you as it unfolds, all the reaction as well. Again, that's 6 to 10 tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. More time for your calls at 888-957-9570 next on Willard and Dibbs.
toughness is going to beat this young punk team, I should say. Hey, Dylan, let me tell you something. If you came around my neighborhood, I hope you're listening. If you came in my neighborhood, I'll make a phone call and we'll have you busted up.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
One call. It's all it'll take.
One call.
One man.
Right.
If the Rockets go ahead 2-1 tomorrow night, we know who to call.
Right.
One man.
And it's Curtin Hayward Hills.
That's right.
And I've been to the Hayward Hills, and that's where, like, the golf courses.
Yeah.
TPC, not Stonebrae, but the other one that's up there in the... Is it Stonebrae. Because Stone Tree is Novato.
Stone Tree is Novato.
Stonebrae is the Hayward Hills.
Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone's getting busted up in the Hayward Hills. Hayward Flats?
Yeah, usually the word hills does not come with busted up next to it.
Right.
Usually. Not always, but usually.
You come to Beverly Hills, you're going to get busted up.
Oh, man.
Los Santos Hills, it's tough.
We'll have you busted up.
So we are about to see pick number 56 in the NFL draft, and none of the first 55 are named Shedeur Sanders. So the wait continues, and right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 picks away from this being a third-round selection. So we'll see, but I know that's what a lot of people who are, quite frankly, like me, who are, I'm not a scout. I don't watch every college football game. I love college football, but this is largely, the NFL draft for me is largely like being at your friend's graduation. And you're just sitting there watching people you've never met read off names you've never heard. That's what's mostly happening. I'm not saying I've never heard of any of these people. I've never heard of most of these people. I don't mind admitting that. Like, I'm sorry.
You're coming across as a casual, Mark.
Well, listen, Anthony Belton just got picked out of NC State. Go ahead. Tell me all about him.
Oh, he's an offensive tackle out of NC State.
Right.
Anthony Melton?
No, not the Anthony Melton, Grandy. Anthony Belton.
Oh, my bad.
Anthony Belton.
Anthony Belton.
I like the player, and I like the pick.
He's an overweight man in North Carolina. I don't need to know anything else about him.
6'6", 336.
That's huge.
He's a massive mauler. He blocks relentlessly until the whistle in the run game.
Who's graduating next?
He can annihilate defenders with a powerful punch. You know what he says to opposing defensive linemen? Get out of here.
You
come after my quarterback, I'm going to knock you in the dirt.
I'm just looking for names that I enjoy saying, and we did get one, the edge rusher out of UCLA.
Oh, yeah. Oluwafemi Oladejo.
Oluwafemi Oladejo.
I've had my eye on him for weeks.
He's going to be a teammate with Cam Ward. He's a Tennessee Titan.
There you go.
So good luck to him, and more names will be uttered shortly. 888-957-9570, all guests. On 95.7 The Game, up here on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop? If you're just joining us, the Niners did make another pick tonight, and it's again on the D line. Instead of edge, though, this is a D tackle. This is a big guy. This is a run stuffer, Alfred Collins out of Texas. The large man carries more than 300 pounds on his frame, and he will be in charge of tackling the other running back. And so welcome to town, Alfred.
And the NFL.com experts have likened him to Javon
Kinlaw, yeah. So that's very...
And there's that.
That's exciting.
Well, that's from Zerline of NFL.com, who is an expert, and he's a guy who does this for a living.
An expert.
Well, he's an expert in that...
Yeah, but
Greg Cosell's an expert.
You're all wrong every year.
Right, but at least if you go through and you watch the tape, like I'm just reading names and making stuff up, and I'm the first to admit that, but if you're Greg Cosell and you actually... watch these players and you watch the tape and, a lot of these people, Lance Zerline, for example, you look at a player and then you draw a comp and it just so happened that the player that he comped him to is a Niner player who was a bust.
Right, but at the same time, Kinlaw came out with all kinds of wonderful measurables as well.
Yep.
So if you compare him to Kinlaw as a college senior, yay, he was great. He was great. Then he got in the NFL and he wasn't great anymore. By the way, he did stick, though. Yep. I mean, when in the world of busts, there have been worse. Like Kinlaw's about to join his third team.
Well, he's not a bust if you're still playing in the NFL. Just because he didn't work out for you doesn't mean that he's a bust.
Well, he also didn't live up to the number. I think you got to live up to the number.
But
13th overall pick, you got to be more productive. Like, there's something to be said. You're on your third team. Good job. You can stick in the league. Other way to say it is you're on your third team, which means 2 teams had no problem letting you go.
Yep.
So, anyway.
I'm not going to ask you to throw out a name, but a position that you would like the Niners to address. They've got 2 picks in the third round. You've got 2 defensive linemen. You've got an edge.
Yep.
And you've got a run stuffer in the middle. What would you like for them to do?
I think more defensive linemen are good. I would not mind more people for the offensive line, and I don't mind wide receiver. Those are the 3 positions. Safety, corner, I don't hate. I mean, there's 11 picks coming. But, stay away from a running back in the third round, please.
Yep.
Please stay away from Kyle. Put the running back down. Put it down.
Yeah.
That's all.
One player that Greg Cosell mentioned was Jack Beck, TCU wide receiver.
Yes.
He's a guy who's out there, and this might trigger some 49er fans, but another wide receiver that I'm seeing on the big board, his name is Kyle Williams.
Okay. We're not doing that.
I'm just telling you.
We're not doing that.
Washington State.
Hey,
Kyle Williams.
Who's my man out of Arizona, the wide receiver? And then the
Tet McMillan?
Yeah, and then the kid out of Stanford with the long last name. Elick
Ayomanor?
Yeah. I like those guys. Those are good players.
I love your scouting.
Yeah, like
that one kid with the long last name.
Yeah, the kid with the
by
he's
the way,
good.
Jack Beck, the wide receiver that both Greg Cosell and that Dibbs just mentioned, the Raiders are picking him 58th overall.
Oh,
Okay. Go on.
Yeah. According to reports, it hasn't been officially announced just yet.
And Tet McMillan, the guy you liked at Arizona, he went yesterday.
No. Then that's not who I'm talking about. The other one. He's still there.
Jacob Cowling?
No, he's on the Niners. I'll look it up.
Arizona wide receiver?
Yeah, let's go to Jason in Concord. Oh, man, I didn't even see what time we're at. The draft show's coming up in 5 minutes. Hi, Jason, real quick. What's up?
Hey, why is it when it comes down to the Warriors, in particular Stephen Curry, we go back to the 90s? Oh, it's the playoff. They let him play. Stephen Curry has been the most disrespectful player among all superstars in this league for a long time when it comes down to getting his calls. This is absolutely ridiculous, man. And then I have a take regarding the game adjustment. I think the adjustment is that just bringing up